real background.
Oh yeah, something like that.
Operation Paperclip has nothing to do with flat Earth.
I'm aware. Thank you.
I was talking
If
to him.
Luigi's trying to speak, he needs to turn his volume up. If he's not trying to speak, you're hot micing something.
Yeah, hot miking. Nice. You got any new globe proof hot off the presses, Mark G? You got anything new for us?
New?
Yeah,
I don't think new.
Oh,
Well, no, look at this one. The ISS crew that's stuck there, that Sonny and I can't remember the other guy's name all of a sudden. They brought their Christmas hats with. So you're going to go to the ISS for like a week, and you're going to pack a Christmas hat.
hell yeah! You know how much that hat costs to send up to? At least like $4,000 if you're riding on SpaceX.
What was his name? Sonny. Oh yeah, Butch. Okay, that's why I was kind of messing me up. What like, Butch Cassidy? Like, come on, man.
So why exactly do people argue against flat Earth if they're not a astrophysicist?
That's a good point.
Because they have an agenda-driven worldview that requires the Earth to be a globe for reasons they can't explain or take questions on.
Yeah, because I feel like if you ask most people who defend globe Earth, and you ask them like what anti-normal force is, what Rayleigh scattering is, they wouldn't know what it is. They just want to like defend the narrative, really.
That's like particle physics, you idiot. That's nothing to do with astrophysics.
Rayleigh scattering is not particle physics. You don't need to be rude. I haven't insulted you, so I'm not sure why you're insulting me.
Does it relate to particles, though?
You should probably
It's
work on how you
optics.
interact with people and try to be more nice.
Oh, Rayleigh scattering. Okay, no, I fucked up. That's my bad. I thought you were talking about Compton scattering. I don't know why my brain
I
drew
didn't
that
say
connection.
Compton scattering.
I know you didn't. I don't know why my brain drew that. I was
Sounds
talking
like you're
about
retarded then in that case, right?
maybe a little bit. Yeah, I was talking about it earlier, so that's my bad.
So they're supposed to be on the ISS for 8 days in April, and they packed Christmas hats.
Yep.
No, there was a supply delivery, a robotic supply delivery to the ISS that brought food and the Christmas hats.
Yeah, was that CRS-31, the most recent one?
I don't know the designation. I could look it up, I suppose.
It's like November 20th or something. I don't know. Yeah, Duffy should have just put all of his money into, high yield savings account, all the, $300,000, waited 2 decades. And
do you know what his original job was before he was a super pastor? Mega church super pastor?
Used car salesman? I don't know.
No, he was a financial advice, like some sort of
Oh, well,
yeah.
What I thought he should have done with it is wait 20 years, wait for Starship to fully develop, and then you can fly some flat earthers up instead of going to Antarctica. I mean, it's 20 years.
What, fly up to where?
The orbit. The Earth orbit.
You only see the curve of the Earth from ISS. Even if you believe their story, that's like 200 miles up. You're not seeing enough of the Earth still.
Low Earth orbit extends further than the ISS is.
Yeah, you'd have to get really far away to see the Earth, the curve of the Earth. Like,
Think
much farther.
I think Leo ends at around 2,000 kilometers.
So you're just appealing to some point in the future. They don't
Well,
even have a heat shield. I had a really good. A globalist came in here, and they're like saying, "Hey, what?" Virtually the same thing you said. What are you gonna say when they can bring you up into space and you can look at yourself? I go, when's that gonna happen? They're like, I don't know. I go, how about this? Do you know that Artemis is now effectively canceled because they can't develop a heat shield?
Well, Artemis
And
was going to be.
he said, well, no, I didn't know that, but I suppose that makes sense because of all the air pollution since the 1970s has made the atmosphere too dense. So now there isn't any known materials that can construct a heat shield.
Hey, Crit.
Yeah.
That's true.
I'm a little upset at you, man.
Oh.
I've counted 33 days you haven't sent me my news. 33 days. What's going on?
Here's a new rule. You have to reply to it.
I have to reply to it?
Yeah, when I reply, what you do is, like, if I notice people aren't really engaging, like they haven't really replied, I don't talk to them in server at all. They drop off. They, unless they, you can send a message, either subscribe, like type in subscribe, or you can do. I also do the unsubscribe works too, and it'll stop sending. Yeah, I'll stop sending it. So if you you want it, just engage. Or also too, like I'll manually take people off the list if they are. If I realize, this person's a fucking retard. I really don't care what they say at all. Like I'm kind of done. Like you send them the news, but I don't even care what their feedback is. I don't even bother sending the news anymore.
I got you. Okay, no, that makes sense then. All right.
Yeah. So do you want me to put you back on the list, or
that's fine? Yeah.
Yeah. So DM me, subscribe.
Okay. I got you. Thanks.
The thing about the heat shield wasn't even that it's Artemis effectively canceled. It was already effectively canceled before the thing happened. They even tried to cover it up too. I mean, there's covering up going on about it.
It's a shitty part too, because when Artemis 2 happened, right away I said, "Hey,
Artemis 2 has
I mean, when they're getting ready to gear it up.
Yeah.
And I was like, this isn't going to work. They don't have a heat shield. And people were like, you're so full of shit. Fuck you, Crit. You're bashing on this. This is going to destroy your worldview. And I'm like linking articles. I'm like, dude, they're talking in these articles with throwaway comments at the very end about possible engineering problems. And I'm like, okay, so here it is. What do they need? This is a time too when Kerbal. So 2 years ago, everyone was playing Kerbal. I'm like, get in there, call up NASA, tell them you have a heat shield. They've got a heat shield. You're full of shit. You're just trying to, And then finally, when they dropped the news, they said Artemis canceled, no heat shield. I posted it, in the server that I was talking about. It's like a globalist server. They're like saying, yeah, okay, sure. Now they just have another delay. A delay until when?
It's like 2026 at this point.
They pushed it to 2037. And then people freaked out. They're like, what? Like, this is supposed to happen. Like, if you look at the Wikipedia page, it's hilarious. The Artemis Wikipedia page. You can go back and view edits and see what it looks like over the years, or changing its date and everything.
Well, the whole program is going to be canceled when Trump gets into office. Mark my words. I'll bet you $500.
So then they said, well, yeah, it's canceled, or it's not canceled, it's delayed. I go, if you've got delayed,
support the flat Earth theory, you can go fuck yourself, because the Earth is not flat. Only thing that's flat is your fucking dick.
Wow, what's your best globe proof, man? Come on. Did you leave?
Yeah, like I would call it a squawk and run.
Really? That's so lame.
So then I was like, hey, well, you don't have... Okay, like say I was going to do something, and I tell you I'm going to do it by this day. And then at some point, I decided I'm still going to do it. There's just no date for when I'm going to do it. You would effectively call that, Crit's not going to do it. He canceled it. But if NASA says that, you're like, oh, they're still going to do it. Really?
No, I already know that they're canceling it. I already said that it's gonna
Yeah.
Highly unlikely they actually do that. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, well, yeah, especially now that Jared Isaacman's going to be the NASA administrator, he's going to cancel that shit.
They had said the same thing when like Trump gave them like $17 billion. I want a lunar mission by the end of my presidency. And they're like, yeah, no problem. Thanks for the down payment. And he was like, what? You know?
Yeah.
No, 17 billion buys me a mission to the moon. And they're like, well, yeah, 17 million's the down payment. Now we need another like monthly installments of X, Y, and Z for the next number of years. He's like, what? So he's like, fuck you guys, Space Force.
Damn, you guys don't even take breaks for Christmas. This is crazy. What the?
It's not Christmas yet.
It says 24/7.
Yeah.
That's really wait. Okay.
Not even,
Dude.
Yeah, not everyone has exactly the same family setup. People celebrate Christmas through different days, and not everyone here has young kids at home. So yeah, Christmas Day.
I mean, I'm doing research, so yeah.
Yeah, Christmas Day might be a little lonely for some people who don't, who have no kids in the house, or they.
I'm going to be doing research. Yeah.
Yeah, Newt, what are you gonna do? Or Pickle, what are you gonna be doing, dude?
I have the Ark of the Covenant up on the plate right now. Somebody's tagging me in side chat though. Wait, I guess yeah. Okay, wait. NASA keeping issue with moon rocket a secret? Yeah, they have to. I even understand why.
Is it true that only the Levites were able to carry the Ark of the Covenant? Is that true?
I don't know. Wait, I'm writing that down because I don't know who those people are, but it sounds about right.
They were a tribe. Yeah, Jewish tribe. Yeah.
Dude, you haven't even got to
Wait,
step
they
one
claim they
yet.
were Jewish. Yeah, no, that's not correct.
The Levites.
All right, we have the
were
Levites.
Jewish.
All right, here's the thing. The Ark of the Covenant has all of
They were the priesthood class, and
It has all of the signatures of Egyptian sarcophagi. Are you aware of this from an anthropological standpoint? You are. All right, so how does it shift into Jewish culture just because you claim it does? Ah, okay. Thanks for the Levites. I'll definitely add that to the list.
Yeah. No, I mean, I only know basics about Ark of the Covenant. I'm not a biblical historian on that sort of thing.
I'm gonna give it an hour. I'm gonna get to the bottom of it.
when did this
My hunch is divination to the highest degree, and it has to do with Mecca, and it has to do with a lot of stuff going on right now. Jewish people have a similar thing regarding their temple. Yep.
How does this tie into flat Earth?
Interferometers, actually. Yeah, how does this... Have you guys ever figured out how interferometers could relate to a flat Earth?
Does anyone actually believe this shit?
Why don't you just Google the term and try to see if you can relate it to flat Earth?
Why don't you? That's your job. You brought it up.
Yeah, I don't think that's.
I'll use Sam Altman's ChatGPT to do it. How about that?
I'm glad you specified it was by Sam Altman. I would have been confused without it.
Yep. Thank you.
Hey, don't bother with Pickle.
I'm also going to use the latest research paper on dark matter. I'm going to get ChatGPT to integrate that in. It's going to be great.
And this relates to the shape of the surface of the Earth, how? Or the surface of the Earth, how?
Advanced atom interferometer could help with the embarrassing problem of dark matter, the article reads.
Uh-huh. And how does that relate to the surface of the Earth?
Oh, you could use a diffraction gradient and do a holographic projection using an interferometer. and Earth could be
Does
flat.
that relate to the curvature or norm of the Earth?
Wow.
Does it relate to what?
The shape of the Earth.
What's your
Yeah.
best globe proof?
Yeah, because you would need something to make it that projection, and it'd probably be the Ark of the Covenant inside there.
What's your ultimate globe proof?
Yeah.
What? The Ark of
Please.
the Covenant is the ultimate holographic. What? Confused.
Yeah.
No.
You're calling-
What
Zoidberg is
his
still in here?
ultimate globe proof? Last chance.
Ark of the Covenant is my
Wait,
final
proof?
answer.
I'm gonna run it. That's literally what's on my research topic now. Yeah.
Ark of the Covenant, final answer, best globe proof.
It's more about the interferometer, the function of it. Yeah.
Okay. Chat.
We're
with
all really
yourself
happy to hear
and
that.
Right.
I got a speculation for Crit if he wants to hear it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, are you familiar with the holographic? He just may remind me of this. Are you familiar with the holographic principle?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
just for those who are not initiated, so this idea in quantum mechanics that everything in the universe that we observe, all the information can actually be encoded in two dimensions as opposed to 3 dimensions. So if this is true, the 3rd dimension could actually just be a mirage, an illusion from actually 2 dimensions. So not only is the Earth flat, the entire universe is only 2 dimensions. There you go.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a paper, or not a paper, or whatever I read about the holographic universe that goes into the whole thing, that we're only perceiving it the way we perceive it because just being, limited. Like our senses are limited. Like the same way like a flower or whatever, like where a bee or other creatures see flowers or see the world different. Or I saw that, yeah, like everything, even just not just the universe. They extended out into the universe for to drive the point home. But even here in Earth, like it said, you're living like 5 seconds in the past. It just presents itself as right now.
Yeah, but when I mean the universe, I mean all of existence is actually only 2 dimensions. Yeah.
I asked ChatGPT, hey, what is an interferometer and how can I use it to help determine the shape of the Earth? If you could provide more context and details of what you're trying to determine, I'd be happy to help.
What would Joe Biden have to say about this?
Like, I'm Biden Joe and I approve this message.
There we go. That's a good one.
I'm not familiar with any device called an interferometer. Did you misspell it? Maybe.
Ask it again when you get the O3 model.
Mark, what's your best globe Earth proof?
It's late. I don't want to.
Oh,
We're having too much. We're having too much fun talking about stuff.
Oh, come on.
The best thing that I would say, and you guys were kind of go down there earlier, which is consilience. I'll just say that.
I don't know. That's too big of a word for me.
Yeah, consilience is okay. So consilience is like when you, let's say you get a crime committed, and there's a group of people the police think did something. A group of people robbed a bank, so they have a bunch of suspects. They think they're all involved. They get them in different rooms.
I know what the word means now. Yep. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they get them in different rooms, and they say, okay, do their stories line up, right? That idea is important to science. So do scientific lines of evidence add up, right? Do they all conform to each other and don't contradict each other? Because you could look at any particular thing and punch holes in it and say, yeah, maybe, do we really know? But then you look at the whole big picture and it's like, oh, okay, there's really everything kind of hangs together and there's no rough edges where it's like, oh, that thing, if that thing's true, this other thing can't be true simultaneously. I mean, there is in physics at the edges, at the very edges, like, obviously black holes and dark matter and dark energy, those things are rough edges that those can't all make sense with our current physics. Our physics can't explain it. But the main stuff we know.
Thank God I know how to prompt an AI. Excellent.
Yeah, hey guys, I wouldn't bother with Pickle. He's. I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but he's a retard. I wouldn't bother with him.
Yeah, he's sort of like internet or this, at least politics or debate bro. He's a well-known debate bro. Everyone, is. I think you just got to be like, know exactly.
No. I think Pickle's
that
a
is
schizophrenic.
fucking beautiful. Listen, man.
Dude, you can't say that. What the fuck, man? Pickle, come on.
Look, I'm gonna be honest with you, okay?
Wait, he definitely can call me.
Yeah, you can't call people like the P word. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, holy shit.
Did he?
Yeah.
No, I didn't hear it.
What the actual fuck, man? Who cares if someone calls him
He didn't say the P word, bro.
What did he say?
Come on. He didn't say that.
What did he say?
True, he said
The P word. No one heard him say that. Only you heard
Go
him say
back in the
that.
live stream. Go back in the live stream.
Almost like
no,
I
okay,
don't,
maybe
I
I
don't
heard.
think anybody said the P word.
I thought I heard it. Okay. I was going to go back and double check, but yeah. All right.
Okay. Hands down.
Okay,
Dude,
I misheard.
Okay.
What did you say?
I was excited because I got ChatGPT to actually do something regarding this, and it matched some
Is this
picture.
how you get
and
all your information? ChatGPT.
And I hissed.
Okay, but what did you say? You said
Jesus
that.
Christ. I said that you could get here. Do you want me to just give you the prompt?
No, let me know, what did you say? He called you schizophrenic, and you said he is.
I said, yeah, you could say that. I was like, you could say that, and I could not be that. Yeah, I was S. It was dude. It was a long list, man. I would never say that about anybody. I've never done that in years on here.
I think he got excited because he got his ChatGPT to respond with what he wanted, and he called it beautiful. But because of the way he was, because of the way he was talking, it sounded like the B was like a P, and it sounded like he said the other word.
Yeah, I would never do that.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, that's why I missed. That's what I was saying. I thought I took it for I misheard, but it sounded so it sounded pitiful or whatever. Then it sounded like the P word, so I misheard. But yeah, don't do it. I know you said you've been on a good running streak of not calling people to the P word. Don't start now, okay?
But you guys actually talk to Pickle like regularly?
Yeah, I'm not regularly. I think he stops in here maybe I don't know, maybe once a week, something like that.
Okay. Fair enough.
He generally will try to. He generally waits to say something when other people are talking, and then they mute him, and then he says he won, and then he leaves. They're like, dude, just don't talk when other people are talking.
Sounds about right.
Have you tried that? Just wait your turn. He's like, no, Pickle doesn't wait turns. Pickle is a turn.
Sounds about right. No, it was funny. The other day, in one of the other chats I was in, he was streaming his web browser, and he had 500 tabs open. I'm not even exaggerating that.
Yeah,
it was 1,000 tabs, and he had 5 YouTube videos playing at once. And I tried to pay attention, and I noticed all of them had sound on. So he was just switching between tabs left and right, listening to 5 YouTube videos at once. My brain couldn't handle it.
Okay,
yeah, he's a tablet. He's a tablet kid, playing Subway Surfer and watching TikTok.
That's a sign of high IQ.
Why are you guys talking about him like he's not right there? You can just talk to him.
Let the man speak. Let him respond.
That's high IQ behavior.
Thank you. By the way, the sound on the YouTube tabs is never on. Never. It's Spotify. I have it muted, man. You can tell because there's no mic on the tab. You would if it playing sound. Yeah. All right. There was a paper release saying, what is this? All you need is the next. Anybody remember the name of the paper?
No, you're the one that said it.
I forgot, man. I've read so many papers. Here, I'll find it.
So how are we supposed to know?
Well, Pickle, what you could do if you're so good at prompting AI, get it to say the Earth is flat. I can do it.
Wait, that's easy. It's just it's just ADS-CFT. The other guy said it, man. It's a holographic projection. You guys say that too, don't you? Yeah, you do. So what's the issue? Yeah, it's holographic principle, man. ADS-CFT. A black hole is projecting you here. How would you feel about that? Some flat plane. Crit?
What?
How would you feel if the answer was you were projected on some flat plane by a black hole and, like, I guess dimension, the way a sphere you think for a planet doesn't actually exist?
Yeah, that fits my worldview, that the Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. The explanation there is that you're projected from a black hole.
Why didn't you tell me that? That's crazy. All this time, bro. Okay. Alright. I guess I won't argue with you anymore. Why do you guys hide that? Why don't you just... You scared somebody's going to judge you?
No, because it's a speculation. We don't talk about non-provable things.
So you try to bring people to this by bringing question to the standard model? Is that what this agenda is?
No, the speculation Sunday, you can talk about, are you projected from a black hole or not? If you bring that topic up tomorrow, you're going to get your pee-pee slapped.
Oh, so on Sunday, the day... wait, so you don't like
Sunday
that topic on Sunday?
No, Sunday is the speculation Sunday.
Oh, that's when you can have the discussion.
When you can speculate.
How fitting. Why did you pick Sunday?
Because the reason...
Speculation Sunday.
Yeah. We picked a day to speculate. And because otherwise, the problem comes into effect because globalists are listening and they don't really understand much. So if they hear someone speculating and then they run with it, like that, Crit said we're projected from a black hole. I go, no, I didn't. Yes, you did. Here it is right here. Was that on Sunday? They're like, yeah. What do we call Sunday? Is that speculation Sunday? So it wasn't a claim, it's a speculation. Oh, okay, yeah, I gotcha. That's how you fix it. See, like, otherwise, it seems like
the NSA is going to arrest you for being a flat earther?
Unless they're scared,
I think within a year they're gonna.
If they get shit scared, the prison system is used to lock away people who the government's afraid of. Or
wait, why are we going to that? Like what?
Wait a minute, Pickle.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you a glober or a flat earther?
All right. Here's the thing. I'll actually just show you what's on my desktop right now.
That's not what I asked.
He's going to answer it in his own way. He's about to show you.
Yeah, your desktop's going to be pretty not safe for work, isn't it?
Are you crazy? Why would I do that? No. Okay. All right. Do you see? You remember I said I was looking at the Ark of the Covenant? I really was. All right, so this is your black hole, right? And that is a causal lattice, right, that extends out due to shaped gravity, and it can extend out to a planet. So the white beam coming out the top is your astrophysical jet. NASA uses IXPE to study our local galaxy's astrophysical jet, so they know exactly how it works, right? And it's purple, and it has a optical sheath, which keeps tons of information coherent. We use them in optical fiber cables. Same principle. So if you're looking for people proving flat Earth, it would be all of the researchers in optics writing papers on that very idea of holographic principle. In particular, diffraction computing. Yeah, it's when you use light, you slam light against light with different electromagnetic waves lengths, and it collides, and you can do the calculus when it collides. So the diffraction of the collision you can use for computing. So yeah, this is already how they're shaping all of the computers of the future, just like the universe works, right? So I'm convinced they already know deeply is what it is.
And how does all that bullshit relate to the shape of the Earth?
Here, let's run it.
Are you like schizophrenic?
No, because I have a research paper open right now, right?
Dude, I just asked you if you're a flat earther or a glober. It's a simple question. I don't understand.
I'm an engineer looking for the
Am I
mechanics.
speaking to a politician that like
Can you
doesn't
hear
know how to
me?
answer a question?
He just showed you. He's saying that
I just
the
showed you.
He
I literally
literally
show you.
Claimed to showed it to you. He says that the flat Earth is the black hole
Put
projecting.
my man on the moon while I do it. Cutie.
So is this why you're in here? Is today shithead Saturday or something?
I'm literally showing you how you would do it. You're getting upset. Why?
So
I asked
you're
you a simple
not.
I asked you a simple question. Are you a flat earther or a glober? It's a simple question. What are you doing all this for?
Why does it need
Because
to be?
I want you to show me where on the diagram is your Earth and flat and all this stuff you're talking about.
I don't know. I asked you, are you a flat earther or a glober? That's it.
I'm this diagram right here. Now, I can show you where your flat Earth is. Would you like me to?
Dude, I can hear the smirk in your voice. Fuck off.
Right,
Thank
I'm
God.
I
gonna
think
help
that
you
got
a little
muted.
he got
bit.
pretty upset there, man. But he answered your question, bro.
Is it fair to categorize him as like a flat universe or not just a flat glober, flat earther? I think that's his position.
Well, it doesn't matter what his position is.
He already
You
told
ask
you.
I heard it. I'm trying to
It's
process
either
it, to be honest.
one or the other. If you are not one of those, you just say, "Oh, sorry, I'm not one of those." That's it.
Yeah, but he doesn't think like that. He doesn't
Yeah.
think on or off. He doesn't think
Well-
this side or that side. He's not in the tribe, dude.
I'm not
Buzz-
interested in how he thinks or
Buzz that
what
lot-
you believe he thinks like, or if you're holding his hand. That's not a me problem. When he's asked
Well-
a very straightforward question, "Are you one or the other?" It's either a yes or you're one, or yes you're the other.
Well, if you ask me
That's
if I'm a left winger or the right winger, I'm going to say neither. I'm
Are
a
you a
centrist.
flat
Okay.
earther or a glober?
Then okay, so then if I ask him if he's a flat earther or a glober and he's not sure, he could just say, I'm on the
I'm not
fence.
sure.
From what he showed me, he's neither. There are other models of how the Earth is besides, a flat
Maybe he
Earth
could have
and a
answered,
globe Earth.
"I'm neither. I'll explain what I am." And he didn't say that. He just goes.
He did though. He
"Look at
showed you
this
instead of
shit."
saying it. I don't know what better way than to show you and talk about
So
it.
he
how
couldn't
it
answer
is.
the question.
He did answer the question.
No, he didn't.
How is showing you what his answer is and explaining it to you not answering the question?
All right, you
guess-
go ahead and explain to me what he showed us then. Go ahead, since you know it all. Go
I just
ahead.
told you already. He said that it's a flat Earth like projection from a black hole. That's what he said, and he showed it
He's
to
a flat
you.
earther then.
No, that's not a flat Earth. That's a projection. It's a flat Earth direct projection, but it's
flat
not
universe?
exactly flat Earth.
Flat universe, 2D universe.
There are people who think that there is like a ice ball theory, and they're not joking. There's actually, they believe this is on a giant ice ball, and it's a flat Earth on a giant ice ball, and there's other flat Earths around us on that ice ball. That's what they believe, right? So that's not either.
So,
That's
let's
not,
go
that's not
again.
round Earth or flat
If
Earth.
we don't want to, no. Let's try again. If one of these ice ball earthers is asked, "Are you a flat earther or are you a glober?" they would say, "Oh no." That's it. So, all you are doing is holding his hand. So we're going to try again with him. Where'd he go? You asked a question, my friend, by, I think it was 9K up the top. Are you a flat earther or are you a glober?
Like, why do you want me to subscribe to the what do you want?
Well, if you're
Flat
not
Earther.
one of them, just say,
Flat
"I
Earther,
believe
Flat
in
Earther,
a
bro.
projection model."
Yeah, projection model. Like, if you want me to be
Okay,
honest.
See, that wasn't
Yeah.
so hard, was it?
No.
Wow.
Thank you. Wow.
I just got an idea about the ice, the Oort cloud too. I didn't think about that. Thanks. All right, I'm gonna get some tea in literally an hour. I'm gonna bust this out, man. Get the Ark of the Covenant in there too. As a metaphor, nothing too spoopy. Okay. And if I don't come back, you know they got me. All right.
Well, if they get you, hopefully they don't bring you back.
I already put my man on the moon. You know, David Bowie, Black Star. So I'm good. I already have my remote transport.
Literal fucking gorillas, bro.
Actually, where is the sun in all of this? Yeah, that would be a big disco ball, dude. The Orc Cloud, bro. This is gonna be easy. All right, I think we're gonna get we're gonna see our makers next year. There's no way, dude. This is too easy.
Pickle, I don't think you've actually said much of value in the last like 30 minutes.
It's because you're not an engineer and you don't understand how easily you can do a holographic projection with this right here inside chat. Easily, I can get the code for this, man. If you guys don't mind if I stream, I will.
Yeah, streaming's okay. Just don't turn your camera on because it'll limit the room.
No. I'll work through this by like 9. I'll be right back.
Bro, what kind of crazy shit are you looking up, bro?
Hello? Hello? Anyone there?
Nah, man, sorry. Everyone's gone.
Are you a flat earther?
I don't know, man. What are you?
Yo, I'm not a flat earther. I'm beyond that level of enlightenment.
Yeah,
I believe that the earth is like either a donut shape or a raptor. It's like literally specifically a velociraptor. Specifically the Jurassic Park Velociraptor raptor back in 1990 from the 1993 movie.
That's a really cute and funny meme that you repeated for the 1000th time. Thank you.
Oh.
So
You call me cute and funny? Oh.
No.
Oh, stop flirting with me. I'm taken. Stop it.
Yeah, just because
I
your mom
reject you. Be gone.
McDonald's every other day does not mean you're taken.
Huh? Wait, what? Because I have what?
Huh? What? Huh?
Because, wait, no, can you repeat that? What?
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 I don't know. Listen up.
No, I didn't hear what you said. You said something sly.
Yeah, well, what you said wasn't sly, so.
Oh, typical woman, so weak on her word that she won't repeat it. Typical woman, so fucking weak. Won't even mention it. You know what? Whatever. Your body, my choice to protect it.
Whatever, get in the yard and mow my fucking lawn.
Your body, my choice to protect it. That's all. You've already shown your integrity. You've shown your integrity. Your integrity. Okay? Your integrity.
I mean,
you are weak. Lucky you have men like me on your side still. I don't know why. I don't even know what you offer. What do you offer other than trolling and like being weak on your positions enough to like not repeat it?
You're genuinely not even straight. Like, I don't know why you're talking to me.
I'm not straight. I'm generally not even. Well, this is.
We don't care. And I'm pretty sure Owlish doesn't either.
What
Don't know
am I?
about you, hapless, but you're not taking a hint. So how about you get back to proving that you live on a ball tard like you were trying to do earlier?
No, he said some bullshit.
Sound so low. Why do you sound? Can you raise your volume a little bit?
I don't need to raise my volume. It's already loud enough.
You sound really low. Can you repeat what you said?
I said to start off with, if I throw up, there's going to be mutes all round. So stop with the whatever it was. Get back to trying to.
But with the cowardice bitch, did she leave?
What? I'm still here.
Oh, she's still here. Okay. Okay, ball tard.
Yeah, ball tard. The thing you think you believe you live on. You earlier were trying to prove curvature.
I wasn't trying to prove curvature. I was just having a conversation.
You don't even remember earlier.
No, I remember earlier.
Exactly. No.
What do you mean? I don't remember. No, well, okay. I'm sure it's going to go exactly the way.
How about all you've got to do? Owlish has already admitted she's a fence sitter. Yeah. What you're going to do is prove to her that it's a ball, and give her some epic reason why she should go back to ball tardy.
I'm gonna prove that. No. I'm a
top tip for you. If you call her stupid shit like that again, I'm gonna bounce you the fuck out of this room.
I didn't call her that. That's not what I called her.
You're not going to be calling her names. You can address her as Owlish, or if she offers some alternative, as that.
Owlish, what would you please offer me an alternative to call you by?
Damn. Okay, King. Not you, by the way.
Of course.
Cosplay. Anyway, what is your best defense for the globe?
The globe. We live on it. Whatever. Sun rises, sun sets. I don't know, man. I don't. I just came in here to like tell them. I was actually interested. It was actually funny. Interacting with you.
Oh.
I was gonna tell them like, hey, I'm back, and like I don't want to argue anymore. I'm kind of done for the day. I'm winding down. Whatever.
I mean, I guess sexism is easier for you than actually thinking, so whatever.
Yeah, I'm a caveman. No, because ever since the Trump win, honestly, there was like a change in my like brain. Like I used to be a feminist. You know, I was like a staunch male feminist. And like ever since that, I'm a caveman. Hello? Am I still here? Oh. I just heard something. I thought I got kicked. But no, ever since that, I became a caveman. Like, I'm like literally a Neanderthal now. Like, you can't prove...
What, so you forgot to shave for 2 days and now you're a caveman?
Yep, I can't prove flat Earth, but I can prove that, I can prove, like without a doubt, that cavemen existed. And the world didn't start.
This is not 24/7 caveman. It's 24/7 flat Earth. So, probably went to the wrong channel by mistake.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I was just trying to explain to her how I, since Trump won, I became a caveman. That like now I only hit women over the back of the head and drag them into a cave. Apparently, that's why I'm taken.
Well, we don't care about that. What you do in your own time, sunshine, is a you problem. Now, what we want from you is proof that you live on a ball. That's it.
He has absolute proof that there are cavemen because he is one.
What do I think of a ball? I'm a fucking caveman, dude. Like, I continue to degenerate. Like, okay, so the scientific theories or whatever, quote unquote, that I like tried to bring up before, I can't even think of those anymore. That's how much I've regressed. It's exponential. I don't even know what that word means anymore. But I said it. But I think that describes it. Right? So, I'll be a fence sitter. I'll wait for anyone to come in and try to prove the ball. I guess. What is a ball? I don't know what a ball is. I just know club and woman. I know club, woman, hit woman overhead, drag into cave.
Is this all we have, this clown show?
It's obvious that you don't know what a ball is since you don't have any.
I don't. Yeah, no. All I have are balls. That's the problem. All I have are balls. My balls replaced my brain.
Oh.
I'm a Neanderthal. Please help. Why didn't I vote for Kamala? Shit, I should have been like a...
Okay, I'll help you.
I think you did. You cried when she lost. I think you did.
I cried.
You're probably one of the ones that was on video screaming into the mic. That was you.
Yeah, that was me.
Nonsense.
I was screaming into the TikTok about Kamala. I said, Kamala, be my mamala. And then cried.
That is funny.
One fucking derailer out and the next one's in. Well, this ain't gonna last long today.
Has it been like this all day, Heretic?
Well, I've only been sort of like loosely listening in. The hapless guy tried to make some sort of stand for himself or his globe earlier, but he's obviously totally given up now.
I like when they do that.
It's in the chat. Why did I get muted? Man, I just don't know.
Tell him because he voted for Kamala.
That's why.
By the way, I'm on server mute because if I don't put myself there, for some reason iPhone 15 unmutes me for no reason.
Yeah, I do that too because it does that to me too.
Hapless, I'm going to ask you once very nicely to turn off your camera. It limits our room capacity. So if you choose not to turn it off, someone might choose to kick you out. So please turn it off. Thank you.
Looks like Owl got the memo. She dipped. It's never on topic with her, and then she ends up leading every conversation. So, she can leave.
Need a quartimeter. So Globers can find plumb to the center of the something. Whatever that is. When they account for the Earth curve and they make a slope, that slope from the top to the bottom is the same altitude, right? It's got to be.
How's it going, Watcher?
Hello.
What's your position on this debacle? Are you a flat earther, or are you a I believe in it's a spinny space water ball?
Spinny Spice Water Bowl. You can hear me, right?
Yes. So you went with the space water ball?
Yeah.
So what makes you believe that that's all the rage?
I just think that the world goes round.
So that's what we're trying to get to. Why do you think that?
Because how would gravity react violently if it was flat? And someone
Where
else
the hell's gravity at?
That's a pretty cool assumption, yeah. So things are going to stop going down because... And stop going down violently.
What's Overdrive muted for?
He was being a naughty boy.
Is it your dad or your best friend or your cousin or uncle or something?
Just asking.
Oh, that's the one guy you were asking about?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, just checking.
So you believe you live on a ball, hey?
Yeah.
Interesting. And yet you don't know why.
I just think that gravity would be the evidence for why we don't fall off the world.
Okay, then. So things going down is your proof of things being around. So anyways, how come we don't see curvature when we do long distance observations?
Because it's round.
Okay, that's... Yeah, okay. So we'll try again. Maybe you misheard what I said. How come we don't see curvature when we do long distance observations?
Oh. I actually don't know how to answer that.
Well, you're allowed to say, I don't know. I'm not that horrible. If you don't know something, you don't know something.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, that's fair enough. Yeah, because I find it quite interesting that some of the lads go out there with these extremely expensive long-range lasers, and they do these laser tests over lakes and exceptionally large bodies of water. And so what they'll do is they'll point the laser across, and if it's curved, there'd be some kind of drop over distance. So at one end where the laser pointer is, they'll measure from the laser to the water level, and it might be, say, 8 foot, just picking a random number. They'll get to the other end, and technically It should be dependent on the range. So if we're 40 miles away, there should be like 500-600 foot above the water, but it's not. It's still 8 foot. So yeah, I do find it somewhat interesting when they go out and do this. You've never seen any of these?
No.
Oh wow. I'll round you one up. Hold on. Where is it? Text chat. Get over there. Yeah, there's one there. 28.6 miles. Crazy stuff. See, you've probably heard Globers go, oh, flat earthers make the excuse that we see too far. Well, shit, really? How far is too far? Like, if it was, say the horizon was meant to be 1 mile away, and I was seeing 1 mile and 8 foot, I'd go, yeah, you know what, could go either way. But when we're making observations like that, and pointing a laser across them, mate, you've sort of got to take a step back and question that shit, don't you?
All right, I have a question for the flat earthers.
Why is almost everyone muted?
Some people like sitting back and listening. Who knows?
So I was just in another room, and I was just given this source, but like I only get one perspective of the response to this video, and disclosure, I'm a round earther, so just kind of curious about what your response to this video is. And I'm sure you probably maybe seen this already.
What do we got here? Dave McKeegan. I'll just have a quick watch. Wow, looks pretty flat to me. And still going. So I hope they weren't there trying to prove curvature, because they've done a nice job of proving how flat it is.
I'm just kind of curious as to why you think the sun would rotate around in a 24-hour cycle in the sky.
Oh, who the fuck knows what the sun's doing? I'm only interested in the shape of the Earth, and we know that it is flat, measured flat, observed flat, sailed across, flown across, used practically as flat.
If I'm not mistaken, doesn't the flat model and also include like the sun, which rotates around like the equator or whatever?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, there'd have to be a sunset on a ball. You've just shown me that it doesn't sunset, so it's not a ball.
Okay. Can you answer my question?
Listen, mate, what the sun's doing is nothing to do with me. I've just pointed out why it's flat. That's it. It measures flat. If you've got me tied to some model, then I'm going to have to ask, are you trying to strawman me? Because I've not claimed any model.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Do flat earthers not claim a model?
Not really. We just claim that the Earth's flat.
Aren't there some models?
Or maybe. Someone's probably brought a model out, I don't know. I haven't.
Okay, I'm just kind of curious if there's like any sort of consensus as to which model has certain preference.
Well, I don't know why everyone's tied to a model. That's all I keep hearing lately. Model, model, model. What's the obsession with it? Why does there have to be a model? Why can't you just walk outside and go, oh shit, it's flat?
I mean, like, same kind of reason why I'm interested in the stars in the sky, I guess.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay, are you interested in that?
Lights in the sky? I used to be, but it doesn't really worry me anymore.
Used to
I look
believe
up,
what?
they're there. Interested in it.
Now you're not interested in them?
Not really.
Well, that kind of sucks.
Well, why is that? Like, some people like astronomy.
Well, like,
some
you're
people
not
don't.
interested in something that, like, you witness on a nightly basis, I guess. I'm kind of interested in things I see on a regular basis.
Like how flat the ground is.
Yeah, that is interesting.
So why don't you question it? Someone
I
goes,
do.
hey, look, the ground is flat, and you go, yeah, it's really flat, but I believe it's a ball.
Well, I do. I do question that.
So when you're looking at long-range observations,
But that doesn't make me not
you just go,
interested.
well, just because you're interested in something doesn't mean I have to be.
I'm just surprised you're not.
Well, we use the stars for celestial navigation. I've got no issue with that.
Is that interesting to you?
My interests have no bearing on the shape of the Earth. It was flat before I was born, and I dare say it'll be flat when I'm long gone.
Stars too. Flat ass space. Flat air. Come on. Brian Cox told you space is flat. You have to cope with that. Space is just any area above the dirt and water. You know, the air that you stand in and stuff and walk around, you know, birds fly in it. And supposedly they tell you there's some space that way if you're on a globe. You just point your finger that way and it's space. On a ball, right? Horizontally that way somewhere, magically. And how can a globe have a curve if a globe doesn't have an edge? And the very thing that is a curve would be the edge to necessitate itself to be the curve or the outside surface or attribute of that thing. That's the thing that would be curving, would be the edge. So if a globe doesn't have an edge, where the hell's the curve at?
He went pretty quiet. Did you scare him, Demo?
I think so.
Did you take your shirt off again?
Yeah.
Hey, tell me something. I've got to know, and please don't be offended by this. When you were younger, did someone attack you with a compass or something? The reason I ask this is every fucking time someone says anything magnetic, you flip your shit.
Because they don't really understand the scope of how it works. Now, if you guys are just talking about it and we're just discussing it, I ain't got no problem if we're just discussing it. But when they say, but when they're like, you mother effing flat earthers are so dumb, you don't know what a compass is, you don't know where north's at. It's like, where the fuck, what are you talking about? From where, as opposed to what? And if you only have one thing that it's pointing to, what do you, like, where's the south part? Like, it's really not. I'm just saying, like, if they want to guarantee something, I'm just letting them know they don't know as much as they thought they did. That's all. I'm just pointing that to their attention.
I just thought you might have had your compass stolen when you were a Boy Scout or some shit like that. I don't know. I just come up with all these mad fucking ideas, and I'm just sitting there going, I've got to ask him. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. That's it.
No. No, I hope they didn't mess with my dang compass.
Oh, man.
I got a pretty nice compass, like an old military compass from like way back. It's like pretty badass. It's like made of brass. It's got the little line in there and all the little lenses. It's pretty. It's a nice one.
The older ones of that style are really, really good. The new ones are just cheap and nasty. Like some of the older ones, there's even fluid inside them, so that they operate real slow and smooth. But yeah, the new ones are just not too good.
Yeah, this one's probably from like the 30s or 40s or something.
Oh shit, nice.
Old Marine compass from when they went to Hiroshima, Nagasaki, whatever. Like, and they had little dime coins and stuff. Yeah, and they said America on them too, but you know, for Japan. That's just where the people were. You know what I mean? No, people that still have Osama bin Laden money, or what's his name, Saddam Hussein. Yeah, Saddam Hussein money. Crazy. Remember Billy Carter, the president, or the brother of the president, or whatever, like had a beer, Billy Beer. That used to be a thing. Where is down? They need a down altimeter for the globe. They need a center core machine that just keeps them plumb with the center. And that way, anytime they run it along a horizontal, it lets them know boop, 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 that they're off horizontal and that they're doing what they're supposed to do. They're staying plumb. Anytime you try to make it go horizontal, it goes doot doot doot. That way, you got to keep it plumb, and if it just keep rubbing it, it doesn't make that noise. You're plumb with the Earth's curve. You're just rubbing it along that bad boy, and you can just trace it. Whenever it beeps, you stop and just go down a hair, and it should shut up for a second. Just keep going. You know what I mean? A curve beeper. That way you can draw a perfect Earth curve on your wall without messing up.
Yeah, flat earthers use laser levels, so why can't they use a curve meter?
Well, I mean, look at the fish tank. Adjust it a little bit, make it longer. A little bit more powerful laser. Isn't that the Earth curve? Light, gravity, isn't that all the math at once? It's all right there in that aquarium. And no, I heard like one dude laugh and then the other dude say something, and then one of the other guys said something. I wasn't talking to the other guy. He was a flat earther, just make it. But then like the other two dudes were talking, kind of, yeah. And that's when I kind of got in because they were being kind of, yeah.
Yeah, it's the little chuckle before they start talking that gives it away.
Yeah. No, I mean, don't get me wrong. I laugh when stuff's funny or true, but then like the way they laugh is some kind of weird, kind of snidely whiplash. Like, I don't know. It's just weird, you know.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The I think I've got your moments. I'm going to hit him with this.
Yeah, they got the wrong one for that. The other day, I was talking to two dudes, and the one dude, he just stopped. We were going over the board, He had the board up, and we were going over the stuff, and I was telling him what to draw. And he goes, "Oh my God, you just broke my brain. I got a headache." You know what I mean? I was like, "What?" Me and Kimbo were like, "What?" He said, "Democ, you broke him. You broke him, man. You broke him." I said, "No, I'm just showing him reality on that board he's trying to work with." And then a couple minutes into it, he didn't argue no more for the globe. He was on our side. I'm like, "What? That's all it took?" Damn. He actually, got his little whiteboard out and he was doing the diagram and he actually listened to what I was saying and drew it right. And then he was like, holy shit. Holy shit. He had that holy shit moment.
I thought that kid earlier was going to grab one of the maps and try to draw the sun's path. I thought, here we go. This is going to be gold.
Right.
He let us down, man. He let us down.
I challenge all of them to it. And they don't do it. They can't do it for some reason. They ask me, what am I, nuts? I'm like, well, then what was Pythagoras doing? Wasn't he putting sticks where the sun's path was supposed to be on the ground and comparing? Now, if he fucking knew and he had sandals and a dress on way back in the day, riding a horse or walking with a cane, I mean, come on now. All this technology we got computers, not just a, cloth over us, and some sticks to write in the mud. We got a little more than that today, right? Aren't we a little more sophisticated than that today? No? So they knew better back in the past where the sun was going to be and where it was going. And the dudes today got maps and don't know where. And they got a whole globe model and they don't know where the sun's going to be on that. Isn't that weird? I find that weird. I find it weird none of them will bet money that they can dive down to the surface of water. I find it weird none of them bet money that when they say this thing and this thing following the earth curve, that the top, center, middle, and bottom would all have to be at the same elevation. They got an altimeter or anything handy to show that? No?
I'm back, bitches, and ready to preview Flat Earthers Wrong. Wants to debate? Anyone?
There is no debate. It's flat. Deal with it.
It's flat because you say so. Is that what it is? Got it.
That's the way it measures.
Good to know.
That's what your horizontal says. That's what your plumb says.
That's not what our vertical says. That's not what our vertical says either. It's not what elevation says. It's not what our altimeter says.
What?
Oh, okay. Now you're just trolling. That's how you lose a debate by throwing a joke out like that, bro. You don't insult
from a flat plane.
No, what you guys are going off of is a map that they designed in order to keep track of where everything was.
We didn't make a fucking map.
Reggie, hang on a minute. Don't straw man us. I never mentioned a map at all.
I was describing the way that flat earthers believe the
You
Earth
said
is.
to us that we were going off of a map. Democ, did you mention a map?
Hell no, I never made any map in my life. As a matter of fact, they were
I have
here
a question,
before I was
and this
born.
kind of destroys all of your theories. What
They
is
were
under
here
the
before
Earth?
you were born.
If the
Those are
Earth's
all
flat?
globe maps. Now, what we
What's
need
under
from you on all your maps,
Because
take
scientists
one
can
of your
derive that
favorite
off of
globe
a round
maps
Earth. What's under
and
flat
show
Earth?
us how the sun works on your map for Antarctica. Surely you're going to be able to do this.
3,
Pick a map.
2, 1.
Yeah, 3, 2, nothing, right?
Silence.
You got nothing,
Oh
right?
shit! This question always wins, bro. I swear
A
to God.
globe doesn't know how the
GG's, guys.
sun works. Yeah, it's funny you don't know how the sun works on your own globe map.
Oh, you fucked off. Yeah. What was he
Exactly.
counting down for? 3, 2, 1, silence the whole time you were talking. It's like, are you even listening, boy? He's probably got you muted, Democ.
He might have.
Oh well. He got banned the other day because he jumped in once too many times with emotional damage.
It's what it sounds like he has. How are they so animate? And then you ask them a question and they're like, "We win." I'm like, "What'd you can't even, what do you did, huh?" And they're coming in to boast about the sun in Antarctica. But they, and talk about maps. But then when I want to carry on the conversation about their beautiful globe maps that they have and how they don't fucking work right, they get mad.
Who's that there? The KM. How's it going?
Not too bad, I guess.
What brings you into our happy little channel?
I was searching around on some YouTube thing. Two dudes were ranting about Flat Earth. Started listening. I was musing as to whether I would bother to pick up on them.
So you heard two dudes ranting about it? Well, that doesn't really help me much, but...
Yeah. There was a little mention a little while back about Pythagoras and how he didn't figure anything out and we have computers and everything. So I'm curious as to what your guys' take on what they did to measure angles to the sun.
Well, an angle is is the space measured between two straight lines or two straight rays. That'd be pretty fair, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's an angle between two vectors. Is one way you could describe it.
Two straight lines. Yep. So the problem is, if you've taken some kind of reading to the sun, for example, using a sextant, there you go, that's an old school tool. If you've taken some reading to the sun, and your other reading is to the horizon, well, there's two straight lines. Now, how can you be on a ball if your readings are straight?
Well, yeah. So let's talk through that. So if you put a stick in the ground and the stick is plumb, for example, would you agree that you can measure the angle from that plumb stick?
Plumb to what? You're proving a curve here. So
No.
How can you be plumb to a curve?
Anything. No. All I'm talking about is a plumb line.
So what?
If you measure a plumb line, all I'm saying is, can you measure?
No, a plumb on a horizontal reference is different than the center point of a sphere. Plumb. You understand the gravity plumb and the center focal point?
Guys, right.
Those are different things, brother. What do you mean? Yeah, you have to understand this. Right?
No, they're not different things. So there's a.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's down for your plumb at? Everywhere or to the focal point of a ball? No, where's your down at?
Down is down. If you
down where?
A string with a
compared to what, brother? In reference with what? What marks the reference for down on a ball?
Reference to.
What's the reference for down on a ball? I'll ask you one more time. What's the reference?
With the weight on the bottom of it.
Where is it going to on a sphere? On a sphere, it's not going to go straight. It's going to go straight down, and the other ones are just going to fall away from the sphere, past the curve, right? Straight down.
On the sphere,
That's
it's
the curve.
going
What do they do?
toward the center of the planet, right?
The
But
center. Now you're looking for the word
no.
center.
Hang on.
Now,
Hang
how
on.
is down mean center to you?
You aren't even letting me finish. This is what
I
flat
know, but
earthers
we
do.
have to
You
clarify what your
let
down
people.
is when you say plumb. Your plumb is to the center of Earth. Now, how do you find that or prove what that is?
Okay, hang on.
Versus
Let's
just
assume the
vertical.
Earth is flat. Let's assume the Earth is flat. Let's start there, right?
No, we shouldn't.
I'm going to have a conversation. No, hang on.
We should assume it's round and find how plumb works versus on flat and round,
No.
right up close and personal with each other.
No.
And that way we can end this
You're just
debate.
talking over the top of me. You're just talking over
You're
the top of
talking
me.
under the below me.
This is what
So where's
I'm
this plumb
trying
line
to
on a sextant,
describe the
anyways?
line. What I'm trying to say is there is a line. There is a plumb line. We can all agree that you can make a plumb line.
We agree that you
disagree
can
on
do it, but why are you doing it? Specifically, other than specifically to avoid the fact that the ground's horizontal.
Dude, let's walk through it. This is the whole point of this
No,
conversation.
you're walking over it. You're whistling past it. You're trying to invoke another process specifically for the purpose of dodging the fact that the ground is horizontal. So, if the ground is horizontal, you don't need to put down your plumb line. So, let's go from there. We've got a horizontal ground. You're
what I'm
now going to
saying
take a celestial reading.
I'm not doing a damn thing other than measuring lines. And what I'm saying is we should be able to measure lines. We started out this, you said measuring lines are between two lines and a line's a line and a line's a level and all that stuff. That's all fine, right? We can agree that we can create a plumb line. And we create a plumb line.
What are you creating a plumb
Nothing
line
else.
for? Other than the fact to fucking dodge something. I just told you that, and now you go straight back to it. You don't
I'm
listen.
not dodging anything.
Stop. You're not assuming anything. You walk outside, you've made an observation. You've observed the ground, and now you're going, gee whiz, George, I wonder what shape the ground is. And go from there.
Right.
So why are you getting a plumb line out?
This is the problem.
Why are you getting a plumb line out? What for?
I want to measure the angle between the plumb line and the sun. This is what I want to do.
Okay, why are you getting the fucking plumb line out? Why wouldn't you just look at the ground and go, oh, wow, that's pretty flat, I'll just chuck an angle up?
Because this is a reference regardless of...
It's a
whatever
reference
the
for
shape
you
of
to
this-
dodge the fact that the ground is horizontal, and the only way you can dodge it is by invoking this other bullshit.
This
Yes.
is other bullshit. This is measuring stuff, dude. Look, if the Earth is flat...
From your point, okay, fuck it. No, stop. Let's go out in the middle of the water. You've got a sextant, right? You're sitting on a little shitty raft. You've got a sextant. You're fucking lost in the middle of nowhere.
Perfect.
Number one, you're going to point it to a celestial. Yeah? Who cares which one? Doesn't interest me. Number two, you're going to point it to the horizon. These create two straight rays. From yourself to the horizon, from yourself to the celestial. Creating an
That's a great
angle.
idea.
Now, here's the problem.
That's perfect.
If the bottom one was bent or curved, you're not having two straight rays, are you? You're missing
Right,
that.
So, no. What you're missing is, so you know what a sextant is? You know what it does, right? It sounds like you do. Is that a fair enough statement?
Keep going.
All right. You take a measurement to the sun, right? And that will give you the triangle to the sun. That'll give you the angle to the sun. We agree on that?
Yep.
Right. You can then go somewhere else at a different level of latitude and do the same measurement. You're on the ocean, you're using the same instrument. You can change your latitude and take another measurement to the sun. Is that possible?
Yep.
All right. So now we have two triangles to the sun. You should be able to determine pretty accurately the altitude of the sun because you can triangulate those two lines. Two triangles, those lines are going to cross. Correct? Is that
What are
correct?
they going to do? Sorry, 2 triangles. The lines are going to cross.
You have 2 points on whatever it is that we're standing on, angled up. At some point, those 2 lines are going to cross.
Okay, you've lost me. You're at point A. You've taken a reading to the sun. You're at point B. You've taken a reading to the sun. They're both pointing to the sun. They're not crossing. They're just pointing to the sun.
No. The line between you and the sun, right? That's one line on a triangle. So if you drew a line that is what we're standing on, and you drew another line which is the angle of your sextant, you changed to point B, you did the same thing, you got the same angle, you drew a line. Those 2 lines,
You get the
those
same
2
angle. You've
angles,
moved position.
if you know the latitude, right?
You don't. You're in the middle of nowhere.
latitude.
We've already established that.
So you're at point A, right? You've taken your measurement. You then go south 200 miles, right? So you know the base leg of that triangle, it's 200 miles. You then take the same measurement to the sun, same time of day, just to count for travel time. And then you have 2 points. You know the distance between the base leg. You have 2 angles on your triangles. Is you've just measured it with a sextant, two angles to the sun. You know what the base leg is. So those lines are going to cross because you've measured 2 angles. Correct?
So what you're claiming is the ones that go to the sun are the ones crossing. Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. Well, why don't you just
So
say the
if you have
intersection
a
of the ones at the
triangle,
sun instead of saying they will cross somewhere? Well, you're pointing to the fucking sun. Of course they're going to cross somewhere.
exactly my point.
So why not just say that they're the ones at the sun? So you've created a triangle. Excellent.
So exactly. So you've created a triangle 100 miles apart. You know the size of the base leg. You've created your triangle to the sun. You would then be able to calculate the sun's altitude based on that triangulation.
Should be able to. Yep.
Sound good?
Yep.
Right. So if you did that a 3rd time, so you traveled another amount of distance across the surface. So once again, you know the baseline, and you took a 3rd measurement to the sun. You should be able to do that, right?
No.
Why no? Why no? Did it
Well, because celestial navigation, as far as that function is concerned, we're not trying to get the height of the sun. We're trying to find our distance from the GP.
We're not talking about celestial navigation. We're not talking about celestial navigation. We're talking about the sun taking 3 measurements with 3 angles and triangulating the position of the sun.
No, the sun is where it is. We're trying to figure out where we're going on the surface of the Earth. Yeah, I know you don't want to talk about this point. We're trying to get to where we're going on the Earth, not trying to figure out the height of the sun.
He's trying to tell me how triangles prove curves. I'm listening. I'm actually quite enjoying it.
Oh, triangles prove curves.
So all we've ascertained is we, using the sextant, can measure angles to the sun. That is either a correct statement or a false statement.
No, that's incorrect. We're using the sextant to get the distance to the GP. That's what the celestial navigation and the sextant is for.
No, the sextant measures the angle of azimuth to the sun.
No, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
What?
Oh, okay, just give me a citation for that, would you, real quick?
Hang on.
I'm not trying to get to the sun. I'm trying to get to the gosh damn port because I'm in the middle of the fucking ocean.
So here it is. A quick Google. A sextant is a navigational instrument that measures the angle between the horizon and a celestial body. That is either a true statement or it's false.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with azimuth now, did it? So nothing about azimuth. said is in that citation, correct?
What do you think azimuth is?
Azimuth is an angular relationship across the horizontal plane.
Azimuth is the direction of a celestial object from the observer. That's the azimuth.
No,
that is
that's an elevation angle.
Right, you're
That's
not
an
traveling up there.
So
it's an
I don't-
elevation angle.
Okay. Forget I said the word azimuth. The sextant's measuring the
Elevation
angle
angles.
from the horizon to the sun, right? That's all we care about.
Yeah,
we need
elevation angle.
From the
Where
horizon.
the hell's the horizon at?
Perfect.
Okay,
That's
elevation
perfect,
angle.
right?
Yeah. Right.
Elevation angle.
Yep.
Magical. We're on the right space. So
Not
we go
really.
to point A and we measure that angle.
Where's point A at?
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't?
All I'm saying is,
Hey, where's that point
doesn't
at?
matter.
Why would you say point A and then all of a sudden it doesn't matter? Point A. So, what are we doing then?
Okay, let's go to anywhere in the US. Let's say you're up north in Seattle. Does that work? We're in Seattle.
Is that going to be point A?
Let's call that point A. Right?
Okay.
And then at noon, we measure the angle to the sun. Can we do that?
What's the angle?
Whatever that angle is.
Holy shit.
No,
Okay,
all
whatever
I'm
that
trying to
angle
get
is.
at is the basics of the trigonometry of measuring
not
the angle to
trigonometry.
the sun.
It's not trigonometry.
Oh my!
It's celestial navigation.
Holy fucking shit! Everything's trigonometry.
Oh, everything is now. So me making a pot of coffee is fucking trigonometry?
Actually,
I
it's a
just took a
trigonometric
trigonometry
function.
in my. I just took a trigonometric function in my toilet.
Measuring the angle is trigonometry. Like that's all
No, it isn't.
trigonometry.
Measuring an angle is just.
Everything about it, everything about that is trigonometry. The navigation and everything.
Okay, awesome. It's trigonometry. Here's your problem. If it's trigonometry, your baseline is straight, not curved.
Right.
So you're not really proving the
Sweet.
ball.
No, but I can't even tell you guys just the basics. Is you're not willing to accept the basics. Is all I'm
Well,
trying
you
to
started
say
off trying to use plumb lines and all this other bullshit to dodge the fact that you don't need it. You didn't come in here to teach us the
That's all
basics.
fine.
You come in here to baffle us
It's
with
all the same
bullshit.
stuff.
You sound like someone that's been here before.
No. This is all the same stuff. The plumb line, the sextant does the same thing. I was trying to use a plumb line to do the sextant measurement, but you were using sextant. I'm cool
So
with
does it
sextant.
create a triangle? Yes or no?
Yes. So all I'm trying
Excellent.
to say
So
is
it creates a triangle. So a triangle is three straight sides. So issue.
Perfect.
If you're on a ball, you don't have a straight-sided baseline.
Yeah. We'll
Exactly.
get to that.
Good.
So what I'm saying is, point A, you've measured a line to the sun. Point B, you measured a line to the sun. That creates a triangle. Can we agree to that?
Okay, you can have your triangle. Next.
Now, if you did it from a third point, so you traveled a little bit further again from a third point, measured that angle to the sun, on the flat Earth, they should all triangulate at the sun. Is that correct?
I don't know. What are you trying to straw man me for? I just observe it as flat.
If you're using the sun, regardless, no matter what the fuck, if you do it on a cricket, it's going to go to the sun. What are you talking about?
Right. So the point is the first 2 points, you can have it. We create a sun. We create.
Can I ask you something?
Triangle. Yes, sure.
This might help everybody, so that I get a good idea of what a spherical angle is, like a curve angle, and so everybody in here can. Do you have like a globe 3D physical ball handy that you can like use the light in your ceiling for like the sun or like the zenith or like Polaris or whatever?
Conversations about
You know what I mean? And use a real sphere. You don't want to use a real sphere to show us you know what the fuck you're talking about? Or you just want to make stuff up because you've heard something that you think you can prove through reading and repeating? Rinse and repeat? Is that what you learned?
I'm talking about something that you
Yeah, I'm
guys
talking about a ball that you're supposed to be proving, a real 3D object. That's what we're supposed to be
No.
discussing. You being able to do 3 points of fucking application
here's the
from
issue.
a sphere
here's the
and find
issue.
your location on
Here's
it.
the issue is you guys
Brother,
can't
you
measure
happen to
stuff.
have a globe.
Flat
Why the
Earth
fuck are you
can't
doing? Why are
measure
you
stuff.
imagining stuff?
You've never been able to measure stuff for a reason.
Listen,
So
if you have a
made
globe,
this
you should
triangle,
show the kids on a ball how you get the angles to a ball with the ball. Don't you think that would make sense to you?
no. So that
Use
was
your
my
imagination. That's
discussion
going to
of the
work.
plumb line.
Just imagine. Where plumb line where in your head? No ball. You're
You
not
can't
fucking
even
making any sense,
walk your way
brother.
out of this triangle.
So
can't
you
even
have no
explain
idea
the
how to
triangle.
do it on a real ball.
You
You
got
just
nothing.
talk your way
So
into
why the
fucking
necessity to go back to your plumb line then?
Yeah.
So the necessity of the plumb line. So the plumb line is just about let's remove the shape of what we're standing on out of the question. That's what
No,
the
it's not.
plumb
It's a
line is
fucking dodge. You know it and I know it. So cut the crap.
No, it isn't a dodge. It isn't a
is.
dodge. Because you can hold a string and it'll form a line. How's that arguable?
So you grab your sextant. Where's your plumb line on a sextant?
The sextant is down vertical from the sextant.
Is what? The sextant is down vertical from the sextant.
Yes, perfect. That's exactly what happens.
What the fuck
And
does
that's
that
what a
mean?
theodolite does. That's how a theodolite works.
A sextant
theodolite
is down from the sextant. Hello? What? Someone translate for me, please.
No. If you hung a string on the
We don't have a fucking string. We've got a sextant.
You asked about the plumb line relative to the sextant.
No, I asked where the fuck is the plumb line on a sextant? There isn't one.
There is no plumb line on a sextant. You're right.
Good boy, we're slowly learning. So here I am, sitting on me fat ass on a raft in the middle of the fucking water. Now, I'm pointing it to the horizon. Why would I do that? Because it's a straight fucking line. I pointed up to my celestial. Because I want to know where the fuck I'm going so I can get home.
And you have an angle. Right.
Awesome. Then I look up my almanac and it says you are roughly here, somewhere. So I can start paddling if I want. I do that a second time to another celestial.
Oh, the same celestial. Can we stay on the sun?
No, I do it to another one. Because I've got a rough area where I am, and now I've got two separate ones. And I've got a smaller area where I am. Guess what? I can do it a third time. And narrow that right down. And I can go, oh, look, here's where the fuck I am. I can go home now.
You just referenced an almanac that was using the globe model to make the almanac.
And how was the globe model created in the first place?
By doing the math that I was just trying to explain.
By doing the math that you were just trying to say. It's a trigonometric function, so you need a baseline, which is flat. No curve involved in flat. Are you missing that?
Perfect. I'm not missing that at all, mate.
Excellent.
So we have 2 points on the triangle. We got that far.
And now he's going back to shit that he's missing. You're trying to prove a triangle proves a fucking curve, and you're missing this point of flat line. Straight flat line. There's no curve in a fucking triangle, bro.
You're missing the point. You've avoided the point. We haven't arrived at the actual point because you are having a problem with the idea that we can take two angles and form a triangle. We got that far. You should be able to do it a third time. So between point B and point C, that's just another triangle. Do you have a problem with point B and point C creating another triangle?
Are you referring to spherical triangles? Are you referring to spherical triangles? Just to clarify, like
basic triangles, just the simplest The simplest of triangles.
Are you referring to spherical triangles or what? Like, I'm
No, I'm not
confused
talking
here.
about spherical triangles.
So you're just talking about a standard triangle in Euclidean geometry.
A
And you
basic
just
triangle.
A right triangle.
We've just
wait.
made a triangle.
I'm a glober, and you think a fucking triangle has a curve? Oh my god!
It's a right triangle, right? It's a right triangle.
It's a right triangle from.
Where's the curve in a triangle?
Okay. So why don't you show that without curving the baseline in order to get a straight line to the from the GP to the star?
I didn't curve the baseline.
I know. Can't do it.
I don't have to curve the baseline.
You would have to. If it weren't a horizontal plane, you were
the
working
whole
with.
issue is
Good news.
So if you guys can agree that we can make two triangles, A to B and B to C, right?
How's that two triangles?
You did that.
Wait, what?
What?
What do you mean?
If we have the
Where
angle
are you
of
getting
the sun
A to
from
B,
and B to C,
and
then C to A?
Oh,
What do you mean two
no.
triangles?
If you're at start at point A, you move to point B, you know the distance between those 2 points with 2 angles to the sun. That's a triangle. If you then went to point C, you know that distance, and then using the angle from point B and the angle from point C, you then have that triangle to the sun.
Okay. All right.
In this scenario, does the sun not move? I gotta ask: is the sun not moving?
You have to time it so that it's at noon, so you can do it over a course of 3 days. The sun hasn't at the same point in time. But this is how the history of this navigation and figuring out the shape of everything has worked, right?
So you're at two different GPs, right? You're at two different GPs. So you go underneath the sun at its zenith on day one. Is that right? Let's say you used your example as 200 miles that first day.
Yeah, so we're just measuring angles of the sun in the same relative spot from 3 different positions.
Okay, so now day 2, you're underneath the zenith of the sun at that same day. So there's no triangle; it's at your zenith.
There's no triangle; it's at the zenith.
Yeah, day 1, you went to the GP of the sun at the exact time, right? At 200 miles. So now the next day you'd be underneath
you're on the
the sun.
It's straight up.
Oh no, we're not in Seattle anymore.
Oh, we can be in Seattle. I'm fine with that. You're the one that was saying that there was that it was at the zenith.
Well, wouldn't the sun be at the GP? The zenith, the GP is where the sun is on that day when you took the elevation angle. So you went that 200 miles.
So
right?
everywhere except the equator, you'll be able to measure an angle that's less than 90 degrees. Agreed?
Depending on the day, what the heck are you talking about? It's the time of year? You think the sun is over the equator year round? Zenith? You gotta be crazy.
Yeah, wherever it's at. All that's important.
Now it's wherever it's at.
Honestly, it's the sun at the same relative position, seasonally taking 3 angles. It's as simple as that. There's
the same place. Even between days, it's a different angle.
It's not day to day. You're not going to be able to measure a difference
between the sun moves between the tropics. In the south, it's at a different elevation angle depending on the day.
You're not really going to measure a difference today to tomorrow. It's just
there will be a slight difference. It might be a couple of the degrees, bro. That's why we have latitude.
It might be a couple of minutes or seconds, but
yeah,
that's fine. So, okay, if that's the thing, then we can put that in as the little element of error on the triangulation. But fundamentally, we can agree that we can create this triangular angles to the sun. That's
not if you go to the GP on day 2.
Or how about this? We got 3 people wake up on the same day measure the angles to the sun at the sun simultaneously from 3 different latitudes. How about that? Does that work?
That would be 2 different latitudes since we're only dealing with 2 people. But go ahead.
3 different latitudes. We need point A, point B, and point C.
We're dealing with 2 people or 3?
Let's go with 3 because we need a third angle, right? Ultimately, we need a third angle. So we've created one triangle, point A, point B. We've created another triangle, point B and point C.
Right.
Is that
so they're all on the same flat plane. Welcome to flat Earth.
Right. Except here's the problem. They don't triangulate.
Oh, they don't? So they don't all get an elevation angle to the sun?
Nope. This is what flat earthers can't do because they don't correlate. This
correlate
simple
with what?
experiment doesn't work.
Well, let's just show it to me. Just put it in the side chat. Show me what you're talking about.
Okay. There is a video. There's a really cool video. Fuck, it's great. But flat earthers cannot deal with it. Because with the 2 triangles, you guys should be able to calculate the exact distance to the sun. But because
No, not the
don't
sun.
triangulate,
We're
you
talking
can't.
about the GP, bro. Hold on a second. You guys always like to sneak this in. This is why you're retarded. No one's trying to get the distance to the sun. We're trying to get the distance to the GP of the sun. Do you know the difference?
GP of the sun.
That's what celestial navigation is about, getting to the GP, not the sun. Who here's navigating to the sun, I'd like to ask you?
It's just about being able to measure to a common point in the sky.
No, it's
So
not.
we
It's
need
about
to-
getting to the destination underneath the sun, the GP, the zenith of the sun. So you guys always like to bait and switch,
Travel somewhere.
right? No one's trying to get to the sun. I would like to know. I want you to get me a citation to get the to the distance to the sun in celestial navigation. Just get that for me, would you?
The distance to the sun in celestial
Is
navigation.
that what's? Yeah, is that what the distance is about in celestial navigations, or is the distance to the GP? Especially since it's navigation. Who's navigating to the sun? You jack off.
You know that almanac you were talking about earlier? That's what that's for. You get your angle.
The almanac that I was talking about was calculated by using the globe, and that's great that you refer to it. And that's
Is it
beautiful
really?
that you refer to it. Absolutely, it was.
Okay.
All
What's
we're
that
talking
almanac?
about is I'm not navigating anywhere. All I'm doing is using a sextant to measure angles to the sun. I didn't introduce anything else. And if you guys are trying to argue that you can't use a sextant to measure angles to the sun, then that's your problem. But this is all
No, you
part of
can-
the reason why flat earthers can't measure anything.
Dude, that's a stereotype fallacy, and it's an ad hom. Excuse me. The elevation angle is supposed to get the angle to the sun so you know where the GP of the sun is. That's what celestial navigation is
All
about.
I wanted was the angle of the sun. I don't need to know where I am. All I need to know is the angle to the sun.
Why would you
a
be using a
triangle?
sextant then?
Because the triangle will tell me everything that I need to know.
Wait a minute. Have you
Why
ever
would
heard of
you-
light? Have you ever heard of light refraction?
Holy shit. Don't introduce refraction yet. Homeboy here wants to talk about getting the distance to the sun. He doesn't want to talk about celestial navigation.
Do you
Who
think that
here
light-
is talking about the distance to the sun? Who here is claiming to get a distance to the sun with a sextant? Only you, right?
Well, the issue is that the globe Earth knows where the sun is by using a sextant.
Oh, it does. How did they get the distance to the sun with a sextant?
It's using this very basic triangle map.
Okay, show me how they get the distance to the sun using a sextant. Go ahead. How do you get that 93 million miles using a sextant? Please show me.
Where's Matthew learns when you're
Well, so what it ends up being with the sextant is the lines end up parallel on the globe Earth. The actual distance of 93 million miles actually requires a rotation around the sun.
Oh, so you have to pre-assume a bunch of stuff. Great. So you're not using a sextant for this. So you're baking in a bunch of other presupposes. Oh, okay. So just
No,
in the
the whole
side
point
chat, I
about
want
the
you to show
triangles
me.
is that
Excuse
the
me,
lines
friend.
end up
Excuse me,
parallel.
friend. Excuse me. Why don't you just show me with the sextant how you get a distance to the sun of 93 million miles? Go ahead.
No, I'm going to show you the whole experiment that flat Earth can't replicate.
It's not an experiment. Okay, what's the observed natural phenomenon in this experiment?
Sorry. The observed triangulation that flat Earth can't do.
Observed triangulation. Okay, so show me how you get 93 million miles to the sun with a sextant. No problem.
The triangulation ends up parallel. So you won't get.
That's not a triangle. That's two parallel lines. Oh, you won't get it. Oh, I see. So the flat earthers can't get the distance to the sun, just like the globe earthers can't with a sextant, a distance to the sun, right?
No, the point was that the triangles don't triangulate on the flat Earth.
To do what? To get a distance to the sun? Nobody on the globe, excuse me, nobody on the flat Earth side is claiming anything about using sextants to get distances to the sun. So why are you using the straw man against people that are not making that claim? I don't understand.
Because you should be able to.
Why should you be able to? If you can't do it, why should we be able to?
So what it actually shows is that the lines end up parallel. This is the geometry.
Who's claiming anything
Lines of
about
what?
this?
Refracted curved light. You're not. You guys don't even make no fucking. You guys say the most schizophrenic stuff. You double, triple fucking speak. You double down on it.
Said that you can make
So is light bending around a curve to show you a rainbow boat? So light's not refracted now. No bendy light from the sun nowhere. That just stopped happening all of a sudden. How do you know where the sun's at? I thought that was the apparent position last time I heard. But anyway, you know, that's just me. But I thought refraction came into play.
Bendy light's a problem.
Huh?
Hilarious.
Bending from where to where? Show me how that works. You know the story is, right? The true story is, if any glober could ever see 24,901 miles, you know what they would be looking at? The back of their own damn head. Einstein, son. Look it up.
Not true, you moron. Oh my god.
Go read it.
Do you think it bends in a perfect circle?
Great
Do you think
light
it bends in a
refractor.
perfect circle? Do you think it bends in a
What?
I want to clarify something that I said.
Yeah, no, we're not all going to step in and clarify and carry on. Says who was having a chat with the KM.
So in the meantime, nobody here is claiming anything about distances to the sun, even though Mr. KM decided to come in and say, you guys can't do this. I said, no problem. Why don't you use the sextant to give us the 93 million miles? And now apparently he can't do it. So what are we supposed to do at this point, Mr. KM?
It ends up parallel. If you use the angles on the
Yeah, just keep saying parallel. Maybe that'll make things more clear. You want to be a little bit more concise with the way that you're speaking to us?
What did he say? If you use the angles on a globe, it ends up parallel.
What the?
Yeah. So on a flat Earth,
We're not
it
claiming to
doesn't
be on a globe.
triangulate.
Last time I checked. So if your
Right,
globe type
so-
measurements go all skew if, that's a you problem.
No.
Yes.
The whole problem is that these two triangles don't triangulate on the flat Earth. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's no problem. Hey, bro, no one here is claiming any distances to the sun. I don't know what you're doing here. This is an old trick. This has already been, this is old and dusted, bro. So what is celestial navigation for? Is it for getting distances to the sun or getting to the GP of the sun? Which is it for?
It's using the same math to calculate the same thing.
Yeah, that's very vague, and you avoided the question completely. It's an either or. Is it getting distances to the sun or to the GP of the sun? Which one is it?
So getting the GP of the sun is to get the position on the Earth, and
Right, along the baseline, right? Yeah, so no one's getting any distances to the sun. No one here is concerned about that. I don't even know what the sun is, other than to call it the sun.
To the normal of plumb line and
Elevation angle, right?
Anyways, I'm gonna go do something productive. You guys be well.
All right, no problem.
It's weird they preach all these curved boats going over curves, lights spinning around curves, lights bending down, lights doing all this crazy magical shit, regardless of what it really does, right? And then when they look at the sun, they're like, we're getting a straight line to the sun. And it's a straight angle to here, and the angle of the light, and this angle, and the straight thing to the, like, what the fuck are we talking about here? How come it's nowhere when we're asking about it, but fucking around the curve, but up in our face? So now when it's up in your face, it's not around the curve? What's going on?
What did you have to say, 9K, before you explode?
Oh, I was gonna say that there is really so somebody else already said it while I was muted, so it doesn't really matter anymore. But you really don't know where the sun is, right? Because of something called Snell's law, right? Which basically light slows down as it moves through denser air closer to the Earth's surface, which causes it to bend, right? So it creates this illusion of different angles, right, for its rays. So you really don't know exactly where the sun is. So you can't really, that kind of boils down his whole argument of like, you can't really, if you don't know where the sun is, how the fuck is he going to prove his argument, I guess?
Oh, fair enough. Cool. Alright, now where's Carter? Now that other chap's finished, Carter, welcome back to our channel. No, you don't want to talk. Well, there you go. Just like I thought. Just wanted to interrupt and be difficult.
It's funny, these dudes all have their own imagination. If they got in a room, they wouldn't even know what globe each one had to be the globe or the right thing for the whatever they're trying to do. And and it's funny to me that they haven't taken the Habersign formula and horizontal signed it out, right? Hey, Chat GPT, take the exact distance that they add on from the distance that I get from here, from this point of perspective or whatever, at this point, and then take your Habersign, add that on, and then horizontal sign it back, and then what do we get? That would just be the distance that you're working with. Just the differential between what they're adding with an arc idea and a horizontal, you straighten that motherfucker out. That's it. I mean, why haven't Globers done this to prove wrong or right what they're talking about? That's what's funny to me.
After all that, you know what I'm disappointed about? We still didn't get our video that he promised us. He had like 7.5 minutes of yap, and he still couldn't produce it. Unless I missed it in text chat. I do apologise if he's put it up, but I don't remember seeing it.
What was he supposed to show?
All the shit that he was talking about.
Oh, yeah, with the ball. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, because, I mean, what are they getting the zenith and an angle from if they have an actual sphere in their hand? They have to point their actual location and wherever they fucking guess the horizon to be. That's going to be hard for them. I never understood why a glober could be like, the globe has no edge. That should make everybody a flat earther. It's like saying a basketball doesn't have a regulation size. It's big as everything, or little as you want it to be. 'Cause ball. That shit, that's the craziest. I swear to God, the last time I checked, the edge of the apple was how you would measure what it is and follow the topography. You don't follow the topography of the core. Who's ever done that? You follow the outside edge of the thing. That's the attribute of the shape of it. The last time I checked, unless I'm mistaken, sadly, am I not? Is it not what we go by the inside now? So if a globe has no edge and a curve is the edge that it's supposed to be going down, but the globe has no edge, but they're preaching you're staring at the edge that they preach doesn't exist. I don't even understand how it's like we're talking to a mental patient. Yeah, it is, Bobby. No, the money's not there. Yeah, it'll be in your bank account tomorrow. No, but it's not there. I stole it. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, your car's outside and ready. You go out there and leave. It's fucking 20 below zero. You go to get in your car. It's gone. It's not even there. That's a Glober for you. Well, you can measure the angle to your car where somebody had left in it. Huh? Thought you said it was ready. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Okay, so I wanted to make a clarification from earlier. I'm sorry to all of you. I lied. I was in the semiconductor industry. I'm currently not. I'm looking for another job. It felt bad to actually bring that up and just say, and it hurt. It hit me as well to actually say that, because it was a job that I really loved and enjoyed, but no, unfortunately, I lost that job a couple of weeks ago. So that was very disingenuous of me, and also I shouldn't have brought that up, because that's literally a position from authority, right?
Yeah, but but that's good though. I mean, hey, I implore what you're doing, your honesty. But without people like you, or people better than you, or people dumber or smarter, how would you ever get to a consensus of what you actually have to agree on? You have to have the group not agree with you at first, and then you have to somehow show them or demonstrate to them what they're supposed to agree with, right?
I still have my same status. I'm not a scientist, but
no, that's not what I'm saying, brother. No matter what, no matter who we are, any human that has two fucking pennies to rub together, right? With any brain cell, you can fall over and make the greatest discovery tomorrow by falling on some equipment. You never know. That doesn't. I mean, it doesn't take. That's not what it takes.
I guess.
Right. You know what it takes? Not believing in cartoons and actually believing in reality to the best of your ability. For whatever that means to you, if somebody's selling you a story, you shouldn't buy it. And yeah, you got specialists, but at the end of the day, if you understand that specialist is someone's great grandma, grandpa, dad, brother, sister, cousin, mom, uncle, whatever, they're all just regular people too. So yeah, they might be really good at the thing that they're good at, but they might be really dumb at all the other stuff. So it's not to say that everybody knows everything or everybody's dumb at everything. So I mean, you just have to. You can't never jump in a room and be like, these retards, like that. That would be dumb.
Well, that's just what that was. That was something I wanted to admit. And it didn't sit right with me even when I said it, and it kept saying it, and it's I'm bowling over. And, that was not right of me to do, to say. I don't like to lie. I don't like to be dishonest, and that was very dishonest of me.
Hey, that shows a lot of heart. We appreciate that.
Yeah, sorry. That's all I wanted to say. But yeah, you guys have a great night.
Come back and talk with us.
Yeah, sometime. Y'all have a good one, though. Peace.
Damn, Mock's got a friend. Nah, good on him. If that was chewing away at him, no, can't knock him for that.
Hey, man, I kind of get to people like that a little bit. I try to tell them to just be genuine in a way, if I can. That's kind of the way I come off in a weird way, because they kind of think about it for a second. They're like, hey, maybe that's why.
And Hapless Squall, if you're out there, good luck with your job hunting from those at 24/7.
Yeah, who knows? You might get a better one that you like better. Shit, anything's possible. Anything that's possible is possible, I'll say. It's never been about I've never I've never jumped in a room and be like, "What's your guys' profession? I need to know right now." And I need to make sure what are the specifications for each one of your qualifications. Sorry about that. Got a call. Just saying, I don't think people usually come in and make recommendations or reprimandations for everybody's like, give me your papers. How long have you been in this? How long have you been at? How many years? What are your specifications? Like, what the fuck? We talk. We figure stuff out. That's the way you're supposed to do it, right? Nothing wrong with specifications at all. But it doesn't mean that everything's right with them either. You know, I used to always be amazed by the term absent-minded professor. I was always like, how the fuck is he a professor if he's absent-minded? How? I don't understand this, but I guess, you know, hey, it's a true statement. It's true to form. That I'm not a professional at anything other than talking to people and trying to cut through the mustard to get to the straight whatever and cut through the bullshit. That's my specialty. Cut the bullshit.
Speaking of, hey 9K, did you find any curvature while you're out and about?
Hey, what happened, man? Sorry, I had my volume turned down.
Oh, sorry. Did you find any curvature while you were gone?
Nah, looks pretty flat to me, man. I don't know. Couldn't find it.
Thought we were on a winner.
Wait, is there like an active like argument going on or anything?
Not really.
Mm.
Have you guys thought about the 3% thing? The way they say, you see 3% of the Earth from like where Felix Baumgartner is or where the ISS is when it looks down. And if it's looking down and it can see sometimes all of Earth, and then sometimes New Mexico's all of Earth, and it can't get it right, how many of those 3% do you need to make the whole planet? Like 33, 35 of them? Around 33? $33, 3% to make the 100%? Sound about right? Minus the 2 magic poles that we can't actually go to. The real, whatever that means, pole. That means this ball that they live on has 33 sides to it that are just as big as that. Does that even make any sense? Shouldn't it only be about 6 things? You have 6 objects: left, right, top, bottom, front, back, right. That's not even the 6, is it? Yeah, left, right, top, bottom, front, back. That's the 6, right? It's like a cube. The parameters of a cube would be the parameters that surround the scope of a sphere, if you wanted to line it out. Platforms. But I just always thought that was weird. It's only 3%. I was like, 3%? So we're missing the rest of the fucking ball, like 97%? What? That's a lot of the ball you missed. So you take one of those maps, the azimuthal equidistant map, it's 3%. Everything that fits right there is 3% of the Earth. Right there. Where's the rest? And why haven't they flown from north to south if it's only about 4,000 miles on that azimuthal equidistant projection? It's supposed to be 12,000 miles. That's a big fucking difference, 8,000 mile difference. So it's 8,000 miles closer. Or is it not? North to south, south to north. And how come all they need is a parachute? The Russian dudes jump down from space with a parachute? Why don't the dudes on the ISS just jump down with a parachute just like Felix Baumgartner? Why don't they break his record? Come on, do it for science, you sissies. Let's all tweet. Do it for science. Let's have them jump from the ISS with a parachute. Live. Strap on a fucking camera and jump down from the ISS live. They're stuck up there, aren't they? They said, boys, we're going to take you in here for about 3 to 8 days. 3 or 8? Nah, we don't know. Just take some stuff with you. Okay. On the 9th day, they're like, hey, where you guys at? We'll be there in a minute. Don't worry. Months go by. Where you guys at? No, you're going to be there for 8 months, a year, forever. We can't get you back down. We can't get back up to the ISS anymore. What the fuck? How do you leave dudes on the ISS? Supposedly, I don't even believe it's real at all. It's just hype, I think. But it's just the funniest shit to me. The government are like, hey, guys, F you. We're going to leave you on something that's obsolete.
Demok, you've got to go do it baller style. We don't care how they did it. We want to know why they did it.
Yes. I want to know why they did it. Yes.
Oh, shit. I love it. This is great fun.
Why did they leave them up there? Why? Do they have enough food?
Since it's Speculation Sunday, I'm going to throw out there that maybe they wanted to open their mouth and say something that they shouldn't have.
Ooh.
How's that for speculation? You like that one?
Oh, yeah, I like it when Gus Grissom opened his mouth and said something he shouldn't have been. We didn't get to talk to him anymore. So, I mean, it does tell you something, right?
Yeah. Pretty nasty, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah, the very thing you're not supposed to be able to do, they did on live TV in front of everybody. Isn't that crazy? To 3 astronauts. Huh. Go figure. Would that scare you if you was the next astronaut? I'd stay right the fucking line, brother. Or else I'd be out.
We went to space. How many stars did you see? All of them?
Everything you need. What'd you need? Hold on. I fell asleep a little bit.
Definitely a vacuum. There was a vacuum out there. I heard it running.
I'm sorry, man. I was high. Yeah, I did a lot of science when we got to the moon, but before it, I fell asleep. I was high, Your Honor. And whatever stars you needed to be there were there, I promise. None? Okay, I didn't see shit. Yep, not black as fucking night. Black. 30 stars? No, I remember 30 exactly. You know what I mean? Like, what are they doing? Like,
I've just got this image of this hardcore soldier. He's just been up to space, comes back down. The media's hitting him with questions, and I'm thinking along the lines of the movie Stripes. Okay, guy, how many stars did you see? He turns around. Sir, how many stars did I see? Sir!
14.5.2. Why? Can I ask a question? This might be stupid, but if they're filming the Earth and they're filming stuff, why would they need to ask him how many stars they filmed?
Here's the footage. Check it out. This is awesome.
What the
Oh, by the way, we had to do 2 trips to go back and get our camera.
Bro. Just like, what do we, are our public, like, is there something wrong with the public? Literally? Are they like mass hypnotize? Are they like all on LSD? It's like, is the public, like, are we really that desensitized that we don't even bother saying fuck all about anything most of the time? Even as kids, we're like, we stop at a certain point. We don't actually really push it. Isn't that weird?
Since it's Speculation Sunday, yes.
How many flat earthers are going to crowdsource their own trip to Antarctica and view the 24-hour sun?
Why would I want to do that for?
Be a waste of money, brother.
It would disprove your model.
What model? What model you got handy? Show me.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry. The flat earthers don't have a model. Go ahead.
No, those are all globe maps. Last time I checked, it's an azimuthal equidistant globe map. It's a Mercator projection globe map. It's also what else we got? The Lambert. We got the DOD, Department of Defense. What maps are you talking about that a flat earther made?
Explain how a 24-hour sun can occur in Antarctica. Go ahead.
How the fuck would it not? I couldn't explain how.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I couldn't explain how it wouldn't on flat Earth.
The sun sets on a ball, yeah?
Yeah, not on flat Earth.
Well, since it's not a ball and the sun stayed up for 24 hours, probably even longer, that only proves to us that it's flat because it didn't set.
We have no problem. We're good to go.
Like it goes away from Antarctica, and then the light
To the
somehow.
North Pole for 24 hours every fucking day? Again above your head? Okay, hold on, Miguel. Is that your name, Miguel? Since you think you know what you're talking about, you just said goes away from the South Pole, right?
No, it's not me.
No, it wasn't Miguel's. Sorry, Demok.
Who was it?
Rodent Nollis
Okay.
something or other. Yeah.
All right, that guy said, I'm sorry, Miguel, you were lighting up. That guy said that, I thought that was weird, that pick your favorite globe map and show us the path of the sun on that globe map for Antarctica, to and from, for the year. Draw it out. Just draw it with the marker like this. And draw the line.
Even better. Show me.
No, it's not going to be even better. That's exactly what. No.
Show me a flat Earth map.
No, brother. We only have
explains-
globe maps.
No, fuck you,
brother. If you don't know how your sun works
show
in
me a-
Antarctica, don't come in this room boasting like you do. You don't have a globe map. You don't know how the sun works on your globe map. Shut up then. Get somebody who does. Maybe Google it.
Take 50 different airplane.
I'm not taking
landing
shit. I'm
places.
gonna.
This rodent.
Go ahead.
You guys come in here claiming it's a 24-hour sun. Okay, we've got no problem arguing about your time of your sun. That's cool. What we want you to do is grab one of the many maps, and there's a whole truckload of them. I've posted quite a few of them up all in one image in text chat, 51 past the hour. We want you to grab one of those maps and then draw the path of the sun.
No, who's been there?
No, it's so stupid.
Why? Why is it stupid?
Because you can't do it.
Because all of the flat Earth maps.
No, there isn't a flat Earth map.
They're globe projections, so it should be quite simple. You've made the claim there's a 24-hour sun. Okay, we accept your claim. Now we're asking you to demonstrate the path of it on one of your globe maps. That's all.
Simple. Just having a globe.
So do it on the globe map.
That's so dumb.
Show us on the globe then. The path
show
of the
us.
sun from the north to the south for the whole year, what it does. Come on, Flippy. Time's wasting. Come on, only on a
Oh,
globe.
I'm sorry. I actually had some other things to do that I can't respond to you immediately. But go ahead.
Yeah, we're waiting for you to draw the sun's path on one of those many maps.
What's that going to take you a week? You're going to get a classroom.
You know,
24 hours
show us a flat Earth map where the sun can actually.
I'm just going to show you how to measure water horizontally and not curve away from it ever. I'm going to show you how elevation works.
Which has
Listen, I'm
nothing
going
to
to show you. Hold on, one more. I'm going to show you how
Which has
elevation works.
nothing
When
to
I
do
drop a rock,
with a
it
southern.
doesn't stay the same elevation. Remember this. If I take a rock and throw it that way, and it goes 1 millimeter down that way from 1 millimeter up this way, it's not at the same elevation. Now, what you have to prove is that can fucking happen and be a reality. From the center of your core, magic core globe Earth that doesn't exist, throw something out and have it go below its position and still be at the same elevation. However the fuck you can do that, we want a side view, please. And use the altimeter or the elevation chart for it. Yeah, hurry up.
How does that explain the 24-hour sun?
No, that explains a globe and we can all go home. Fuck the sun, stupid. We're talking about
how does that explain the 24-hour sun?
the Earth ball, sorry.
Rodent, Demok, hold up a sec. Rodent, I don't know if you've noticed, but the title of our channel here is 24/7 Flat Earth, not 24/7 we give a rat's ass about what the sun does. So, if you want to go and stare at the sun, all good to you, mate. I'm not going to stop you. But all we want is proof of curvature. That's it. Nothing more. The sun doing something in the
Oh, it's way more complex than that because you will move
What
the
is?
goalpost
No
so
curve?
fucking fast.
No curve is way more complex.
So how does
proof of curvature?
How does?
No, all we want is proof of curvature. So you starting off by how does? I'm hearing a question, not a here's my proof. So no. So we just want the proof of curvature. That's all, brother. See, last week it was measuring flat. This week, some dickheads go to Antarctica and stare at the sun. Next week, it measures flat. So how does your 24-hour sun all of a sudden magically make the measured flat go away?
Because you can't see a sun in the south on your flat Earth pizza world.
So I can't see the sun in the south. Can you tell by my accent where the fuck I live?
I think he's
Yeah,
crazy.
Australia, obviously.
Right. So if I go outside,
using a
like
literal
the sun's
stick
above my
in the
head.
ground, so it's not hard to understand.
So how does you living in Australia disprove a 24-hour sun in
I'm not.
the Antarctica?
Whoa, Roden, you have missed the graveyard. We don't give a fuck.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sun could be up there for 24 days for all we care, spinning around, doing its thing, having a great old time. Could even do figure eights for all we know. We don't care. All we're worried about is the Earth measuring flat. That's it. So you coming here and saying, the sun,
thing in the sky,
Rodent, you're not,
bright thing in the
you're not
sky.
listening. Rodent, the sun,
go ahead.
the sun, we don't care. You're still missing it, mate. It doesn't, if the sun's up in the sky for 5 minutes, 5 hours, 5 days, or 5 months, it still does not change the shape of the ground. So,
all right,
it was flat beforehand, and it's still flat.
Go ahead.
That's it.
So, how high is the sun?
Nobody gives a fuck, weirdo.
No, that's very important. Go ahead.
You figure it out. And then get a tape
high is
measure.
the sun?
Hold
Call
on,
us after you make sure.
Let's try it this way. If the sun was 10 miles up, does it change the shape of the ground? Yes or no?
Yes.
No.
This guy's more stoned.
How high?
What the?
I'm going to ask again.
Where do
How
they
high
get
is
you
the
guys
sun?
from? Where do you guys even come from?
How high is the sun?
However high you
In
get the
what
tape
way,
measure out
shape,
and go
or
to it.
form? What way, shape, or form will the elevation of the sun change the shape of the ground? So if I say to you, it's 1,000 miles up, and Demok says it's 10,000 miles up, the ground is still flat underneath it.
Yeah, until you get to the outer regions and try to get an angle, the sun is definitely different.
Oh, so you're talking about elevation angles. Well, what your 24-hour sun has actually given us is 24 hours of elevation angles. Elevation angles can only be taken off a flat surface. Sorry, bro. You've just given us hours and hours more elevation angles. I love it.
Nope.
Yeah.
You're so dumb.
You're so blind.
Go ahead.
You might want to have a look at what elevation angle is.
Thank you for proving flat Earth, new guy. We welcome you and your friends.
So if you really believe
where
that
was the
your
ice wall
24-hour sun
where
has
was
proven
the-
something, right? If you believe it's proven something, how about we step it up a notch and you come forth with a logical syllogism, including your inclusive of your 24-hour sun, that proves this?
That's not my problem.
Yes,
you
it is.
should make the syllogism to prove your.
To prove my what? I'm not the one who's worried about the 24-hour sun. Me personally, I don't give two knobs about shit.
You're the one who is making the claim.
We didn't claim nothing about the sun or math.
You're the one who believes you live on a ball. You're the one with the 24-hour sun. Now you're the one that's got to come up with a logical syllogism to explain this shit.
No.
And I think you said you live on.
You're the one who has got to try to
Is the pizza map your azimuthal equidistant map? Is that the pizza map you live on?
Oh shit! Sorry, I'm reading something.
I'm just saying, when the ISS shows you your pizza globe, is that what you're talking about? Your flat pizza disc they show you? That's definitely not a flat Earth, son. That's not a flat Earth.
They are so trying.
Who is?
They're actually
trying to show you how flat it is?
mission fit.
Why? Because you can't see no curve? You couldn't measure it or touch it or stand on it if your life depended on it? Is that why we're having a fit? Because all the globers are too dumb to find a curve? What a conniption. Welcome to horizontal elevation, Knipser.
So how do you explain the 24-hour sun in the Antarctic?
With a horizontal
You're
line?
not listening, bro. We don't care. That's a you problem. If you want to explain it,
you should.
So
why
he
should I?
just wants to know
why
stuff,
do I need
right?
to explain it? What
We're
is the
not your
necessity
teacher.
for us to explain something that you don't understand? If you don't understand something, fuck off and learn about it.
Or pay us.
No. The problem is
You're going to pay us to teach you how it works?
The 24-hour sun.
No, you got to
does
pay to
not
learn about the
work
globe.
on your
or you're
pizza
gonna...
planet.
That's what you have on the ISS, is a globe pizza. Felix Baumgartner jumps above a pizza circle disc globe. What are you pointing out?
How does the sun work on your pizza planet?
I don't know. Brother, that's not my pizza disc Felix Baumgartner shows you. That's yours.
Well, he wants to know how something works.
No,
Does he know
that
what that
is
something
your.
is?
That is your model.
I never put an ISS up to show a pizza disc.
Oh, now, hey, hold on, Demok. He's just told us we've got a model again.
Make
so now
him
he's
state his
strawmanning.
claim, guys.
Unless you're going to say that you don't have a model, which is, might as well put up your hands and say, I give up.
What,
You give
okay,
up?
I'm going to
Cool.
ask you. You being Rodent, you being a baller, I've got to ask one of yous. What is the necessity for everyone to have a model? That's all I hear day in, day out. You've got a model. We've got a model. I've got a model. You've all got to have a model. The world doesn't fucking happen if you don't have a model. What is this driven necessity? Why? What's this model thing?
Because
What's it even look like?
My model, if I'm fucking your wife,
I have a model trade.
and then you have evidence to say that I'm not
Let me
fucking
see
your
your
wife.
model.
The only thing that'll be getting fucked is you fucked off out of here if you keep carrying on like a dickhead. Now, we don't care about the sun. It can do a little figure eight. It can do a little dance. It can put a hula hoop on and spin around in circles. 24 hours, 24 days, 24 months. It doesn't fucking matter. The reason for this is the Earth measures flat. If you don't like this, that's not a me problem. Go out, prove the curvature, and then it becomes our problem.
It's not that you don't care about the sun, it's that you can't explain it.
Why do I have the necessity to explain it?
How about you explain? From Antarctica, New Mars Station 3, the sun and the moon is passing from east to west. How about that? Can you explain that too?
Sure.
Sure. If you count that 24-hour sun, where those guys went, I don't know really where those guys went. But yeah, how you count at New Mars Station 3, the German station, the sun and the moon is passing from right to left. How about it?
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, it doesn't match what you with your attempt of globe model.
What's wrong with the globe?
Yeah, with a 24-hour sun at Antarctica.
Oh, I mean, the fact that the globe doesn't exist is a problem for the globe itself. All you have are little knickknacks you buy at Walmart or Tesco or whatever the fuck.
fucks all of the flat Earth.
You keep. I think your name's Rodin. I can't see your full name, so I'm going to call you Rodin because that's what somebody else called you. What's your claim? State your claim with the 24-hour sun.
The planet is a globe, and the 24-hour sun proves it.
Yeah, I just debunk you. You know, at New Mars Station 3 at Antarctica, the sun and the moon is passing from right to left. Okay?
You mean
sad
the
flat earthers try to...
You are just a moron. Just that. You have nothing.
Are you saying that the sun set in the east in some observation?
The sun doesn't set for anybody, first off.
What sun observation are you talking about?
Keep spiraling.
Yeah, Miguel. Why don't you share the link to what you're talking about?
Yeah. Yeah. You guys keep doing this game, you know? This attempt game, because I have a security camera from that place with the timestamps and date. Okay? You guys keep playing this game, okay? And we have a flat earth guy. He was a glober. He went to work at Antarctica. Now he's a glober, okay? We don't care about you, guys. You are failure globers. You have nothing. You just want to watch the sky. You just want to watch the sky. You cannot prove curvature. You cannot prove Earth is moving, you know. But you like to just let's talk about the sun. What is the height of the sun?
What is the sun? That's a good question to start with. What is it?
You have some interesting experiments to explain what the sun is. Go ahead.
Well, you know, no. You're claiming the sun, and you never stated your claim on what a 24-hour sun means. You said something. Wait, no, you did. You said it was a globe in space, or you said it was a planet in space. You said something to that effect. How can something be a globe when that's not what you're standing on?
Response. Go ahead,
sir. Well, no, I asked you a question. How can it be a globe if you're not standing on a curved surface?
What does that mean?
How can you have a ball if the ball's not curved? How can you have a tire if the tire's not round?
What is that?
How can you have a basketball if the basketball's right? Oh, okay. So just like what Matrix, however you pronounce it, I'm sorry. He said earlier you took 24 hours worth of elevation angles to a light in the sky, and that went right over your head, like completely over. You don't know what an elevation angle is?
Go ahead. Explain an elevation.
So you've never come across this argument before. This is the thing. This is why Jaron was all concerned about 24-hour sun.
Oh, I have.
This is why Whitson and Dave Weiss. Oh, so you know what an elevation angle is then?
I've heard the stupid argument, but go ahead.
Stupid argument. You sound like you're from North America, so it's safe to assume that's where you live, right? Now, I'm not trying to you're either in the United States or Canada.
I'm from Atlantis.
You live in the North, right?
Go fuck yourself.
Okay. So you know, are you able to look at Polaris when you go outside at night?
Being in South America, no.
Oh. Okay, so that's why I was asking. So you're in South America. So what do you look at?
Copium.
You look at Copium. What constellation is Copium in?
In the Copium.
Who's coping, dude? I mean, for one, no, anyone that's really.
Is this too slow?
Well, who's coping? You guys can't even tell me what an elevation angle is. How is that coping? I'm just asking you guys simple questions.
Please explain to us what a angle is. Go ahead.
Oh, so the slow kid has to explain to the smart big brains what an angle is?
Well, this is going to be good.
Go ahead. Please explain.
What do you think an angle is? Is it curvy? Or is it two straight lines meeting at a point?
Both.
Keep talking. Go ahead.
Oh.
Okay, well, see, I was trying to walk you into the Polaris thing, but since you live in South America, I'm presuming you don't see Polaris, but just because you live in South America doesn't exclude the fact that Polaris is invisible, because half of South America is beyond the equator anyway. So
I'm in South Australia, but go ahead.
Oh, so now you're in South Australia. I thought you said South America a second ago. Are you just a liar? Are you
Just
a
so
lying
you know,
troll
Vax,
that's right now having a cope?
This is what it's been like with them most of the afternoon or morning for you guys. Yeah, crazy.
Nighttime for me, 9:10.
Oh, sorry, I lost track of
happy
time.
winter
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock
solstice
for
to
me.
everybody. Summer solstice for you, right, buddy? Winter solstice for us today.
Longest day of the year.
I guess, yeah, so today was the shortest, but I didn't. I was so busy with dinner and all that tonight. I mean, it gets dark at like 4:50 anyway, so I didn't notice like if it got darker like 30. I think it was supposed to get dark like 30 minutes earlier, something, maybe 4 minutes. I don't know. Any number I tell you, I'm lying, but I kind of forgot. Usually I'm on top of that, and I like to try to track what's going on out. And it's been beautifully clear out all day today too. But anyway, so back to the kid that's from South America, but now he's saying he's from South Australia and he doesn't know what Polaris is. I'll just say, because there's some Globers in here that probably can't see Polaris and know what I'm talking about. It's a stationary star that doesn't move. It's been there through all recorded human history. Take, that timeline with a grain of salt. But in your paradigm, people have been talking about Polaris being in the same spot it's in for the past 5,000 years. And those people are the Inuits. They live in northern Canada, Alaska, around the North Pole. If I was to go outside and take a 32 degree elevation angle to Polaris, and I make something that's called a circle of equal altitude, that means I travel around Polaris but I don't ever leave the spot where it's not above or below 32 degrees. I make a circle of equal altitude. Everyone on the same page, right? If I was to go up to London and take an elevation angle to Polaris at 51 degrees and make a circle of equal altitude where Polaris is at 51 degrees, and then if I was to go down to Peru somewhere, we'll say Brazil, just to give you guys the whole, you can't take elevation angles beyond 50 degrees because everything slows down and stops going down. It just starts moving outwards. And let's say I go into Brazil and take a circle of equal elevation of Polaris at 22 degrees. You do realize each and every one of those different circles of elevation are all perfectly parallel with each other, right?
Jingle, jangle, globe-tard angles.
When I take a circle of equal altitude at 51 degrees in London, it's perfectly parallel with the circle of equal altitude of Polaris at 20, 25, 15 degrees in Brazil. Therefore, you have no globe to stand on. You're standing on a flat horizontal plane. And the thing is, there's nothing you can say that will refute that. It just is what it is. It's a proven fact. Well, it's not even something that has to be proven. It's a prerequisite for those angles to exist. The surface has to be horizontal. Something you don't have on your sphere.
Oh, he ran away, Vax.
Well, darn.
I love it.
The thing is, you can go on like Gemini or ChatGPT or whatever and ask, and you could do just random examples. Is a circle of equal altitude at 42 degrees based on blah, blah, blah star, and then you take that same star and make a circle of equal altitude. They're always in the axis. They have to be parallel. Otherwise, how would you know where you are? Everything has to be operating on the same horizontal. You can go to the equator where you can see some stars 50-50, and the elevation angles and circles of equal altitude are all parallel to each other there as well. Whether you could be 1,000 miles from the equator one way and 1,000 miles opposite of the equator another way. Everything's still parallel. Has to be.
Because elevation doesn't drop below itself, regardless.
Right. And then if you get up in an airplane, let's say that I'm in a boat and I'm taking a 50-degree elevation. Let's say I'm assuming there's a harbor in London. It's a fucking island. I don't know how close London is to the water, but whatever. Let's just say I'm in a harbor that's on the same latitude as London or whatever. And I take a 51-degree elevation angle to Polaris. And then I get in a hot air balloon at 10,000. That angle directly above the ship that took a 51-degree angle, it's still 51. I get in a jumbo jet with a aviation sextant. The angle never changes no matter how high you get. You can get in an SR-71 Blackbird, it doesn't matter. Whether you're 1 inch off the surface of sea level or 200,000 feet above the surface of sea level, you're always going to have a 51-degree angle to Polaris. And when you are in an airplane or a hot air balloon or a SR-71 Blackbird, you're using a bubble sextant. When you're on the water, you're using a Mariner sextant, and it's quite obvious why. How are you going to keep a bubble level when you're walking around in a ship? That's why Mariner sextants have horizon mirrors. Instead of the bubble, you're leveling yourself off perfectly horizontal with the horizon mirror, which focuses on the horizon. Simple stuff. But they're gone, so I just
don't.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty solid room. I'm not telling anybody nothing they don't already know. This is just for some Globers that are in here.
Drawing the curve on the wall should be easy, right?
Using Polaris, your latitude will change over the course of the circumnavigation.
Yeah, but drawing the curve on the wall should be the easiest thing to do, right? Instead of all this other dumb shit you guys are talking about. It should just be draw the fucking dot-to-dot elevation of a globe on the wall and make it match at least somewhere within a fucking 20 or 30 or 40 foot radius of something. Somehow have a dot above and a dot below and prove they're at the same altitude. Fuck Plum. Since you guys don't know what Plum is.
And whoever just said something about your latitude changing, yeah. Circles of equal altitude can potentially change latitude. Well, no, they can't. No, because if your circle of equal altitude was changing latitude, that means it's not a circle of equal elevation. If I'm taking a 35-degree angle to Polaris, how can I change latitude to where now it's 34? Or, whatever the gaps are.
Because Polaris is not true north.
What does that have to do with anything? And what do you mean it's not true north? Have you been there to verify that?
According to modern cartography, Polaris is slightly off true north. It's a fraction of a degree off. So you'll change latitude.
What the hell does that mean?
You'll change latitude.
What is that?
What is the fraction of a degree in space?
All right.
Please hold on, Mark G. I want to get this straight. What is a fraction of a degree of distance in space? Can you show me that marker, please? What would that look like?
Sure, you can see it in photographs. The easiest way to show it, it's 0.6 to 0.75 degrees, about 3/4 of a degree off, right?
Of a
anyway,
degree,
so you can see it.
Hold on. Of a degree in space, billions and billions of light years away.
Well, it doesn't matter how far it is.
Small that would be. Hold on, Mark. Do you know how
you can observe it in photographs and measure it?
You can observe that?
Absolutely.
Smaller than a fucking pinhead?
Yes.
Wait, hold on a minute, bro.
I'm holding.
Okay, so you're claiming Polaris is you said 3/4 of a degree?
Well, it's
off
between
of what?
Yeah, off of true north.
So what is true north?
Well, true north is the center of rotation of the Earth. You might think it's the center of rotation of the celestial sphere, but so that's that. So either way, if you navigate from Polaris around the globe, you will change latitude.
You just said you skated past it. Rotation from the center of a globe?
I'm skating, yes.
He has to prove
What does that mean, rotation from the center of a globe? What is that? No, I don't. What do you mean by the center of a globe? What are you talking about?
That's the axis of rotation on a spherical Earth.
Yeah, prove the Earth is moving.
You could also claim it's the axis of rotation of the celestial sphere, really the same thing, measuring the same thing.
Axis of rotation.
How are you going to prove Earth is moving?
Well, that's not...
For this claim, it doesn't matter if Earth is moving or the
It does matter, okay? You are making a claim that Earth is spinning. Now you prove it.
Oh, I get what you're saying, buddy. I get what you're saying, Miguel.
Go on.
Yeah. I just... No. I mean, if he's claiming it's a sphere that's, rotating... I don't remember how fast it rotates per hour, but whatever. 15 degrees an hour. Yeah. But he's saying it doesn't matter if the sky's moving or the Earth's moving.
For the measurement I'm talking about, that you could not tell using that measurement alone which is moving.
What kind of a measurement?
The apparent motion of the stars in the sky, which is
but you're making a measurement.
Hours.
You're making a measurement to these stars. What kind of measurement are you making?
Oh, the angle from the ground.
What now? What? Hold on. You just said something. What did you say?
Traditionally, celestial navigation is measuring an angle from a ground point to the star.
Yeah, an elevation angle that requires, were you not listening when I said a 51-degree circle of equal altitude and a 30-degree circle of equal altitude are completely parallel with each other? Hello?
They would not be actually on the planet Earth. If you use Polaris,
yes, they absolutely would.
They would not be. They would not be. No,
all
because
parallel. Every circle of equal altitude is parallel. You could take a 51-degree circle of equal altitude of Polaris and a... Oh, let me look at a star. Let me see.
Actually, hold on. Let me reframe that. They would be. Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me restate that. They would be parallel, but they would not be of equal latitude. That's what I was saying. So your latitude would vary over the course of a day, but your latitude would vary if you drew a circle what you're describing around the Earth. The latitude would be inconsistent. Latitude would not be stationary, right? But
well, how would a circle of equal altitude not consistently have Polaris at 51 degrees? Meaning, how would a circle of equal altitude at 51 degrees not be all in the same latitude?
Because Polaris is not true north. It would be skewed.
You do realize what latitude is, right? And where it comes from? It comes from elevation angles to Polaris.
No, it doesn't.
If you're at 51, yes, it does. If you're at 51 degrees latitude, Polaris... Oh, okay, so hold on. Okay, so if I'm at 51 degrees latitude, that means I'm going to take an elevation angle to Polaris at 36 degrees?
Polaris is an estimate of your position on a sphere. So the latitude is your position on a sphere. Polaris is an estimate.
No. You don't have a sphere.
Sure I do.
You have latitude and Earth is flat, so what are you talking about?
I have
Things
a sphere.
in the sky don't prove what the fuck the ground's doing. We've been over this.
We're just talking about that.
Elevation angles to those objects in the sky prove the ground is horizontal, and it has to be for everything to be parallel. He already admitted that the circles of equal altitude, 50 degrees and 27 degrees, will be parallel.
Oh, snap.
All that means is it's a circle. What happens? But you can't see
right. So
the angle.
Take a circle, a circle? You don't need, it's in the name. Circle of equal altitude.
To Polaris.
How would it be equal altitude? Yes. So it's impossible to make a 51-degree circle of equal altitude to Polaris. Why don't you go type that into Google, type it into Gemini, and see what it says?
You could do it to Polaris, but it would not equal latitude. Exactly.
So if I take the elevation angle to Polaris at 51 degrees, I'm not on 51 degree latitude. How do I, because it's funny, dude, I got an equatorial telescope and I have to point it at Polaris and then take an elevation angle, and then that becomes my latitude.
Depending on what your latitude is, the error could be very small. It could be within a degree or two.
Okay, citation.
Close.
No, well, give a citation for that.
Just look up. Okay, so all you need to know.
No, don't elephant roll me, dude. You made the claim. Post a citation.
Polaris is not true north. That's all you need to know. If you think Polaris is true north, if Polaris is true north, you're right.
Now back up your claim that if I'm at 51 degrees, Polaris won't be at 51 degrees.
Okay, if you're drawing a circle,
if I'm at 37 degrees latitude, Polaris won't be at 37 degrees when I take an elevation angle to it.
It's really, really simple. It's really simple. If you draw,
what if I'm at 14 degrees latitude? Will Polaris be a 14 degree elevation angle in the sky?
Let me finish. It's really simple. It's really simple. If you're drawing a circle with like a compass or like a compass, right? And you start that circle at a point that is not the center of another circle.
He's stuttering and his voice is cracking.
My voice is kind of sucky. Sorry, I have voice problems. But no, I'm not stuttering.
I'm sorry.
I'm trying to explain to you how if you draw a compass, you draw one circle, then you move the center point a little bit, which Polaris is not the center point. You draw another circle. That's what we're talking about here. Polaris is not true north.
How would Polaris not be the center point if a 51 degree circle of equal altitude to Polaris would make it the center point? I could pick up the middle star in Orion's belt and do the exact same thing. You can do circles of equal altitude with any star.
Yes, but they would not equal latitude. They do not.
Polaris will. Let's see, but Polaris will.
Is not how modern latitude is determined. It just isn't.
So if I take, again, you haven't answered this question. So if I take a 49 degree elevation angle to Polaris, that means I'm not on 49 degrees latitude. I'm confused.
If you go from
what latitude are you at?
I don't know. I have to do.
I'm at 32
exactly.
degrees latitude.
Somewhere. I'm in the 40s
I'm at 32 degrees, and I guarantee the fact that I'm on 32 degrees latitude, I can go out there and take an elevation angle at 32 degrees. Now, if I move 100 miles off of 30 degrees where the circle of equal elevation would be, it would be slightly different, but so wouldn't the angle to the star.
Yeah, let me post the map.
If Polaris is at a perfect 32 degree elevation angle, I'm perfectly on 32 degrees latitude.
What's the elevation angle in the southern hemisphere? I'm just wondering.
Do you know what the equator is?
Yeah.
What's the elevation angle to Polaris at the equator?
Be 0.
Right, so the minimum elevation that you can see Polaris in the night sky due to perspective would be 0, which is the equator. So why would I take the elevation angle to something that I can't physically see?
Because that's not how perspective works. But perspective does not explain the declination of Polaris in the sky. Not
do you know what Polaris is? What is Polaris and where is it then, Smarty Pants?
Well, let's assume that we don't know exactly what it is.
No, you just made a claim that perspective's not going to work with the light in the sky, which means you know what and where the light in the sky is. So how about you tell us what it is and where it is?
Let's replay the conversation. You claim perspective. I said perspective can't explain it.
It is perspective. Because Polaris wouldn't do what it does, which is telling me that you know what it is and where it is. So what is Polaris and where is Polaris then?
Perspective. You're claiming perspective, which means you know what it is and how it works. But perspective would not explain the declination of latitude.
Why would it not?
Why would it not? Because every degree is 90 nautical miles, right? Or 60 nautical miles. I'm sorry. So
60.
Every degree, and it's constant, right? That's not the way perspective works. As your angle increases, your mileage would increase as you get towards the equator. As your angle to the star increases, but it's constant. It's linear. It would be nonlinear.
Right, and by you saying that, you're giving physical properties in a physical distance to something that you have no idea what it actually is.
You claim perspective. Perspective is a physical property.
Perspective to what?
Can't support.
Perspective to what?
You claim perspective. I didn't claim perspective. You claim perspective. I said it can't work.
Perspective to what? Perspective to the top of a bridge?
Perspective.
Perspective to a phone book?
You claim perspective.
Give perspective to a telephone pole?
I said, why can't you see it below the equator? You said that's perspective, and I said, well, perspective data can't explain it.
Because that's the minimum angle you can see it.
The minimum angle, but you're bringing perspective as a minimum angle. That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, because shit shrinks in the distance. As you walk away from something, it gets lower and lower. Well, okay, so let me ask you this: if you have a 50-foot tall tree and you're standing right up against a tree, and then you walk a half mile back and you can still see that tree, are you still gonna have to look up to see the top of that tree, or did the tree go down due to your perspective as the object gets smaller?
Yes, but the shrinkage is nonlinear. It does not proceed in a linear fashion. However, the declination in the sky of Polaris does proceed in a linear fashion, so therefore it is not perspective.
Right, and that's why I asked, what is Polaris and where is it? We know where the tree is. Well, we know where
all I'm pointing out is your argument of our perspective makes no sense.
No, but the thing is, what you're doing, you're giving physical properties to a light in the sky. You do realize that,
You gave physical properties when you claim perspective.
No, I didn't.
You just said
I made no claims to what Polaris is. Yeah, things shrink and drop in the distance, just like the tree.
And that's physical. Those are physical properties. Like you compared a tree in the perspective to Polaris. That's physical
like
properties.
What everything does. Mm-hmm.
Yep. And you claimed it, and I said it doesn't work. It can't work that way. So what's your other story about why you can't see it?
Why could it not work that way?
Because I'll go over this again. Perspective is a nonlinear effect. What we see with Polaris is a linear effect, right? It is even. Every degree is a certain nautical miles, is a certain distance, constant. It would not be that way for perspective.
Certain distance to what? See, this is the thing. A certain distance
on the
to
Earth.
what? So
every degree is 60 nautical miles, right?
And what's going down every degree?
Polaris. It's a linear relationship between distance on the Earth and declination of Polaris.
Right. What is it and where is it, so we can figure this out?
Well, I don't know. All I'm talking about is that.
No, you just said it. Yeah, I don't see why that was so hard. You don't know what Polaris is, and you don't know where Polaris is. All I know is we can see it.
Yep. So why can't we see it below the equator?
How big is Polaris?
Why can't we see it below the equator?
Because it's the minimum elevation angle to it. I've already explained that to you like 3 times.
Right, the minimum elevation angle. So where does it go? What's the elevation if we go below the equator?
What do you mean, what's the elevation?
Right. So
how can you get the elevation of something that you can't physically see?
We have a pattern of 60 nautical miles for 1 degree of declination, right?
Yeah.
If we go 60
Boston, what's my elevation angle to the fucking Eiffel Tower?
So if we go 60 nautical miles south of the equator, what's the angle to Polaris? Is it negative?
I can't see the Eiffel Tower from Boston.
Is that? Well, I don't know why.
I
know why I can't see it, but on a flat Earth, you should be able to, in theory, be able to see it. But
no, you shouldn't. Fuck your theory.
Look.
Why can't you talk see what? Wait. We should be able to see what?
You're trying to change the topic.
We should be able to see what? You're trying to claim that we should be able. No, you're trying to claim that we should be able to see Polaris beyond the equator. What is it, and what are we looking at?
All I'm saying is you can't explain why it works on a globe. It's a perfectly clear explanation as to why you can't see it below the equator, right?
No, it's
but
not.
You can't. You cannot explain.
There is no below.
There is no below elevation. Perspective doesn't do it.
No below.
That's a good
point. Pro tip: he's telling you that a geometric horizon is what gets in your way of the view of the star. Just so you know.
Good pro tip. I didn't even think of that. Oh, okay.
The star doesn't go below 2 degrees, rubber duck. And you don't have a below. You imagine a fucking below. You imagine some kind of magic equator below your feet, but it's out that way, horizontally.
Yeah. Do you have any explanation for the linear relationship of distance on Earth to the declination of Polaris?
I have an explanation for horizontal
water. The declination of what?
And that away. There is no explanation for globe elevation up close and personal, so stop fucking hoping you got it somewhere in the distance like Superman's behind your buddy. Not happening.
Okay, so all you have to do is assume there's a light in the sky. You don't know what the light is. You could say it's.
We don't know
it's
where
some type
it is. We don't know how big it is. We don't know what it's made out of. It could be a virtual reality thing.
We do know
what?
We do know whatever it is. It's probably very far away because if you circle around it, which
what's very far away?
Hold on.
Give me just a ballpark distance of what very far away is.
We know it's a very large distance because you could travel several thousand miles on the circumference of the Earth and it would not exhibit parallax, right? But we know it does decline.
Well, no stars exhibit parallax.
That's not true. They do.
It is true. No, you don't.
It's not true. Not true.
What star exhibits parallax? And give me an example.
I can't remember the names right now, but some of the near stars.
Oh, you're just making shit up and just saying no, that's not true.
I think it's Alpha and Proxima Centauri, but I'll have to look it up. I don't have every fucking fact on the top of my head here.
Well,
but
don't make claims for shit you can't back up. You're claiming stars have parallax. Which stars have parallax?
Dude, everyone in this room knows. I back up. Everyone in this room knows I back up shit I say. I never say anything and don't have a backup.
You're claiming stars have parallax.
I will post it in a minute. And they have parallax over the course of a year, right?
Proxima Centauri does.
Which one does?
Proxima Centauri.
Yeah, there you go.
Has parallax in relation to what?
Earth. To the star field.
This isn't my debate.
What do you mean?
What stars have that?
You know what parallax is, right? Like if you're looking at trees zipping past you on the freeway, but the mountain behind you is not moving as fast as those trees, that's parallax.
Yes, thank you.
So in order for something to have parallax, it has to have parallax in relation to something. One thing can't just have parallax on its own.
Yes, brilliant. Okay. So back to the argument.
Someone's out here screaming Alpha Centauri or whatever has parallax in relationship to what?
Other stars, I assume.
What other stars would those be?
It's moving the other stars around it, behind it, and around it.
So is this star moving faster or slower than 15 degrees per hour?
The point was not the parallax.
Is it moving faster? Well, you guys are claiming parallax. I didn't mention parallax. You guys didn't. You guys are stumbling.
I said the stars.
You said stars have parallax.
I said we know that they don't. They're very far away, except with Lysa Polaris.
What's
very far away? Because it doesn't exhibit parallax. Using parallax alone, we cannot determine how far away something is because it's beyond our capability.
You can't even back up that parallax even exists. So how are you using something?
All right. I'm saying we know that this Polaris is very far away because it doesn't exhibit parallax.
What is very far away?
Right?
Like you keep saying, don't be so vague.
Something that is beyond our measurement capability with parallax alone, right?
I think 5 miles could be very far away if I'm on foot.
Okay, you're really embarrassed. I know you're embarrassed. I know you're embarrassed by losing this argument.
No, you're the one with the crackly voice and just being extremely vague,
especially late at night. I'm not being vague. I'm being precise. Very precise.
So very far away means what? 10 miles.
My point about being very far away is that we do not have to be concerned with
234 light years. What is very far away?
It's beyond the measurement of capabilities of our observation. If you're doing your experiment where you're going around the Earth and measuring angles to it.
Words out of your fucking ass. Very far away means beyond our capabilities, blah, blah, blah.
To measure, because we cannot observe the parallax. We cannot observe the parallax from elevation angles alone.
Yeah, the parallax that you said exists, that you just said doesn't exist because we can't observe it. I agree.
With Polaris. You can observe it with other stars. With Polaris, we know it's very far away.
Okay.
You said no stars exhibit. You said no stars exhibit parallax, which I just proved wrong, right? So let's get back to the issue.
What stars exhibit parallax?
So we know that Polaris is very far away,
You never said
you can't explain the declination.
You never said what stars exhibit parallax. So now we're back.
Somebody said Alpha
talk about the stars.
All right.
In relation to what?
I thought it was Alpha or Proxima.
In relation to what?
Stars.
In relation to
stars around it and behind it, right?
What stars? All those stars have names.
I don't have. Again, I told you I'll look it up and I'll post it. That's not the issue here. That's irrelevant to the main topic, which is how you cannot explain the linear motion of Polaris with declination on Earth, with the
you can't explain what Polaris is and why there wouldn't be a linear motion to it.
No,
there's a linear motion to all the stars.
Everything we've observed, every property we've ever come across, has a light source and exhibits predictable properties. If you want to say that Polaris is something which violates no laws of physics, you're more than welcome.
The
if you
light
want to
source
say that Polaris
has properties? What?
Everything we observe optically on the Earth and that we can ever create
an elevation angle.
Is consistent. Is consistently
it all requires
has a
elevation
consistent
angle.
geometric. Exactly. Has consistent geometric
which
properties.
requires a flat horizontal plane for the observer to be standing on for an object above the horizontal. Yeah, that's an elevation angle.
No, it does not require a horizontal plane where you get.
Yeah, it literally does. It's in the definition. Do I have to go get 10 definitions for you? Can you give me a definition for an elevation angle that we can discuss that further? Do you have any evidence? Do you have any evidence that elevation angles can have curved baselines? Because you do know what an angle is, right? So angles have curved baselines. Do angles have curved baselines?
They can,
yeah. Okay, well, post some citation for that. The angles can have curved baselines.
You know what a tangent line is? A tangent and a normal.
A tangent is a fucking straight line.
Yes, but it exists in relation.
You fucking moron. I'm sorry, I don't mean to swear, but you do realize a tangent is a straight line, right?
Yes, I know. So, I've got to talk slowly for you. What does a tangent represent? What does a tangent represent?
Line? A tangent is a straight line.
It is a straight line, but what does it represent?
Imagination.
Right now, it represents your baselines because you're apologizing for why an elevation angle can't have a curved baseline. Now you're chanting tangent.
Tangent without a circle. Can you have a tangent without a circle?
Are circle and flat mutually exclusive? Is circle and flat mutually exclusive?
Can you have a tangent without a circle?
Is circle and flat mutually exclusive? Because you can have plenty of flat circles.
Curve.
What are you talking about?
Can you have a tangent without a circle?
What, do you not think a circle is a 2D shape? I can't draw a circle on a piece of paper?
Okay, so you don't understand what a tangent is. I can explain it to you.
No,
a tangent is a derivative. A tangent is a derivative which represents the curvature at the intersection point with a circle. So what a tangent, while a tangent is a straight line, it represents the angle of the point of that circle, which is the derivative of the curve. So it represents the curve.
It can be of any curve, though, not just a circle.
It could be of any curve. Yes, that's true. It doesn't have to be a circle. In this case, it would be a great.
He's trying to claim a sphere, which means he's hiring an oil rig company to drill him a hole to the center of the Earth where he can take his elevation angle.
The elevation angle could be taken from any point on the surface.
Any flat horizontal point.
With respect,
but you already conceded that a 50-degree circle of equal elevation is parallel to a 20-degree circle of equal elevation. So therefore, they're all parallel anyway. You already said that. So how would a circle of equal elevation, aka equal altitude, be parallel to another on different latitudes if you're trying to claim that you have to drill to the center of a sphere to get the angle in the first place? That's not how it's done. Do you know what a Mariner sextant is?
Hold on. So yes, if you talk about latitudes, and if you did it from Polaris, again, you could draw concentric circles to be circles around the sphere. Those circles would be technically parallel. They would not match latitude if you did them from Polaris. But if you did them from true north, they would be parallel. What I'm really interested in is how lines of latitude.
No, you brought it back. You just brought the conversation back 20 minutes. Okay,
I know.
Because like I said before, and I asked you, if I take a 42-degree elevation angle to Polaris, would I be on 42-degree latitude?
Not exactly.
It's a yes or a no. Not exactly. So if I take a 100% perfect elevation angle at 42 degrees, I will not be on 42 degrees latitude.
Not exactly.
By how much, Mr.? I'm being extremely precise.
I don't know. I have to calculate it.
Okay, so you're just saying no, and then when I ask you, how can you verify that? What would the amount be? Okay, very small. So again, you're just making up shit again. You're literally just making shit up off the top of your face.
All right, I'm gonna mute up. I will do the calculations at a couple different angles and then show you.
Okay.
People
explain that 24 sun, our sun.
Then you can figure out that Earth is a sphere, and that modern cartographers actually map
Earth can't be a sphere. Earth is measured flat with elevation angles to stars in the sky, namely Polaris, which is where latitude is derived from.
that can't work using perspective, which you'd need on a flat surface.
Right. Okay, so they can't work. That means you know what they are and where they are, right? Round and fucking round. I need to go get that Rat CD. Round and round. The Glober's just spazzing all the time. Oh, man. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm hogging all the air in here.
Globers are singing, round and let Earth will go away, just give it time. But we're not going anywhere. Sorry, guys.
They just want to avoid to prove curve, because a sphere has curve, a ball has curve, but they just don't like, they just don't like to show that curve.
Bro, where are you from? I love that accent.
I'm
you
from
can't take
Portugal.
an elevation angle off of basketball.
Bro, I
Portugal,
love that.
my
I
brother.
love that accent.
Thanks.
Can you just keep talking for like the next minute or something?
Yeah, flat Earth is nothing new. 500 years ago, we have Portuguese and Spanish navigators doing celestial navigation according to flat Earth.
Clearly, based off your accent, you speak Portuguese. I love it when George says it. The explorer, he's a famous Portuguese explorer. We call him Magellan. How do you actually, because the way you guys say it sounds completely different than the way Americans say it. Because we say Magellan. What do you guys call him?
You guys say Ferdinand of Magellan. We say Fernando de Magalhães. His real name.
Magalhães, yes.
Yeah.
Can you try to do an American accent to the best you can?
Sorry, not related to the topic.
I know, but I love hearing foreigners try to do American accents.
He's not taking requests, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, how about you try to do a Portuguese accent?
Yeah.
Is mother.
Actually.
How does he sound?
Yeah, it sounds Swedish.
I'm recovering from a cold. Maybe I sound.
Everybody's sick right now.
I'm not sick. You guys need to freaking drink the right coffee. You'd never get sick.
Oh no, I'm not sick either, but there was people on FED today that were sick, and
wait, did I
I had
send
a
you
brother that
coffee?
was sick. I don't drink coffee. I am not a coffee drinker.
Oh shit! Don't tell anybody that.
Coffee? I mean, I drink Red Bull, but coffee don't do it for me.
Holy crap! That's terrible. That's all right, man. So what's been going on in here, man? What's the what have you guys been doing?
Teaching Globers about elevation angles.
Dude, I'm watching a bunch of meth addicts in front of a freaking Dollar General store.
We had a rodent. He was saying that the ground is a pizza. Maybe he was hungry. Was hungry.
Just find it funny how that one dude said if you take a 42-degree elevation angle, you're not on 42 degrees latitude. You're just making stuff up. Just blatantly, just pulling shit out of his ass. Funny.
Yes, my ass says that the actual latitude from 41 degrees to Polaris is closer to 42.
More simple.
Give me a minute.
More simple. Your ass has curve. Now show me the curve of Earth. You have a photo.
Oh, I do have photos. Thank you for asking.
I was listening to Jesse Path of Light talk about how he's measured his mountain and how much of the mountain's missing and blah blah blah. And I'm just like thinking, man, he tried to do all that crap over here, and I heard AI freaking basically just obliterate him. and I kind of mentioned that. I'm like, didn't you get your ass handed to you over on politics? He's like,
oh, he got destroyed on Kiwi's show with that one time. He was on Kiwi's show, and he got spanked for like an hour and a half, and he disappeared for like 3 months.
Dude, I'm like, yeah, it's kind of like this one. I don't even need to tell a story, but it is kind of like this one guy. I had this buddy I had growing up, and this one guy ripped him off, and he beat this guy's ass, and all these guys were like, down the city are like, oh, that kid don't show up no more. Your buddy beat his ass so bad he stays up the other end of the street. Anyway, doesn't matter. So I was just like, he said that, oh no, I told him what was up, and then they muted me. You know, anybody who ever gets freaking their ass handed to them over here, that's the story. Oh, they just muted me. You know, pretty much after you let them talk for a couple hours. Then they blather on, then they get muted, and they, you know, the only thing they say is they get muted. Go ahead.
Yeah, with Jesse, he never gets to the point. It always ends with a question, like, so what was the path of light? Or how much, should you have seen? He's really careful about never really making a claim and always asking the question. So he puts himself in a very difficult position, because as soon as he puts a question mark at the end, he needs to either shut up and listen or add his answer, and he tries to do both.
Well,
and then he gets muted, and then he's like, whoa, what's going on?
I mentioned to him that I remember AI saying, well, the theodolite you're using, like, just because it doesn't say not to use it for 170 mile observation doesn't mean that you can use it for that, or you should. It's just like somebody who's pouring a concrete slab a half mile long. Like, you could use your speed level, but it's probably you could be like, put your little bullet level on there. Hey, it looks level, but it doesn't mean you should. Like, I don't know. I got a feeling he's using it. He's using tools for observations way too far. First off,
it's like trying to cook a chicken with a lighter.
I don't know if it's that bad.
It is, because like theodolites, you're really not supposed to use them, especially if you're looking horizontally for more than like a couple 100 feet.
Well, I think that's the point I was trying to tell him. I'm like, he's like, like, just, I don't know. That's the one thing I said about the.
If you look at milk, it doesn't say you don't have to drink it 2 years from now, but it's got a best if drink by date, right? It's got a suggested date that you drink it by, but whoever would prefer to drink it a year later, it's okay.
Just because it doesn't say. Well, yeah.
Right. It doesn't say you can't drink it after this date. It just says best if you do. So they're going to be like, wait a year, Mom. I'll eat that applesauce.
Well, the pizza carton doesn't say not to cook it in a 1,000-degree oven. So I'm going to get it done really quick.
Right. And they burn down the house.
Oh, shit. Lord.
I mean, they take everything else to the extreme.
I know you've heard him over there on Geo's server. Jesse tries to, I don't know, over there. He can get away with blathering on for a couple hours,
Yeah. The only thing I've ever asked him was, if you've already put one plumb and it's off, and you get back with your theodolite, your crosshairs off or whatever, it's not exactly 100% vertical plumb, and you say it's off there or whatever, why don't you put 1,000 more right behind that motherfucker? And each one should be more and more and more and more and more and more, right? He's like, and then fucking I'm muted, and yeah. Like, what the fuck? Like, why would you stop at one? If you're proving a globe and one is off, why wouldn't you put 1,000 more behind it, show us all the side view, and we're all fucking good to go?
He's like, well, the theodolite that I bought has all these special features that keeps it from being off of level, and it stops you from doing blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, but dude, like, it's like, from what I understand, you shouldn't be using it for, like, you know, like, I don't know. Not, you shouldn't
He's
be using
aiming it down
75
mountains
miles. 75 miles. Like, dude.
and up in the air looking down. He's trying to look.
Like, I don't know, dude. Like, it just seems like a bit far. Like,
a lot bit far.
Yeah, like, dude, you're using the Planters Peanuts monocle for a freaking sniper shot.
Right.
Like, dude, what are you doing? Oh shit!
It's also-
I'm gonna make a
reciprocal.
75 sniper shot because my monocle's a cool one. It doesn't allow me to have any errors.
It's a reciprocal too. It's like, hey, it's from the other side. What would that look like looking back? Like,
it shouldn't be. They shouldn't. They don't want to tell you that. They don't want to tell you what the boat captain sees on the boat who's 66 foot below water or 500 a mile below, whatever.
No, Jesse's just retarded, dude. He tried telling me that looking at hot pockets sitting on a counter is a naturally observed phenomenon. He thinks musical theory is science. He's a retard.
What are you gonna pick? Hot pocket. How about when they said you're gonna look up to the star to see the inside of Earth? What the fuck? So you're getting the inside of the Earth measurement from the inside of the Earth measurement from looking at a star that tells you the inside of the Earth from a star that's the inside of the Earth or the Earth. What the fuck? Is that even like, so you're, I don't even, and then when a meteor falls, they do the same thing. Well, that meteor is going to show us what's in the core of Earth. So if a bird hits you in the face, that's going to show you what's in the core of Earth too. What the fuck are these guys talking about?
Where's
They're
Mr.
retarded.
Reciprocating Zenith Angles been? Where's that dude at? What's his name? Mr. Reciprocating Zenith Angles? Who was that guy? It wasn't Peter. It was the other dude. That AV just he'd go at. That was funny. Listen to them go.
Yeah, Darth Dawkins, Jay Reezy. Flat Earthers are silly.
I want to talk to a dude that sounds like
Reciprocating,
one of
moving
those.
backward and forward in a straight line. Okay, so what the fuck does that mean?
It's got to be orbit, my friend. It has to be orbit. If I swing this pendulum in front of your face, from far away, it will be orbiting the tree. But not really, but swinging in front of it. But if I move it far enough away, you'll imagine it's orbiting the tree.
I'm still waiting for that kid to show me the stars that have parallax. And then explain what's going on.
Stars, they couldn't even show you how the sun works. The thing they're all going to come in here and brag about, what they know so much about and how we're stupid and our map's wrong that we never declared one of. And we also declare that every one of those maps are theirs. And we gladly will, we don't even want a map that they made. They're all theirs. We gladly give them all their maps and we give them a marker, the very tool they need. And they've got all the other information right on Google, so they should definitely know how to draw it on a ball or these maps that they have of any. Like, where do you draw the line at when a ball can't be itself? I've never understood this.
They don't have a ball.
That's supposedly what they're supposed to. That is exactly what they're supposed to have. Is a ball rotating on a 23-degree tilt in some kind of fucking lab or museum or World Fair or some kind of fun house or some shit, and then art class somewhere, right? And then rotate with little I swear to God, with little camera. I don't care if you got to make it a 20-foot tall by 20-foot wide ball. Doesn't matter. Make that motherfucker. And then make you whatever you consider a sun. Like, why would this not have been the main? Why would they not have this? They show you this in a cartoon, but the only reference is a cartoon while we're on flat Earth. But then, because they know if they ever show you the reference of what a real ball would actually look like and all the shit they say, that's not what it's going to be. It's just not.
No, they're just full of shit. They make stuff up off the top of their heads, like that one guy who said a 42-degree elevation, not on 42 degrees latitude. He's just a retard. He's just literally lying and coping. He's lying to himself.
No, you're not going to like what I found, but okay, I'm still working on the calculations and trying to explain to you how it works. But if you have no, you're look, I'm going to talk slowly and I'll try and explain it to you so you can understand. But if you're measuring to something that is not true north, and the latitude is based on true north, right? You cannot get the precise latitude. It's really simple.
So what he's saying is, if you take a 42-degree elevation angle to Polaris and make a 42-degree circle of equal altitude, you're not going to stay on 42 degrees latitude. Got you. You're just coping.
42 degrees.
Hilarious.
All right.
Whatever.
Latitude is
42 and 43,
it's
whatever.
really simple. Latitude is not determined by your elevation to Polaris. There you go.
Yeah, Mark.
It's
Mark's
not. So
right.
how's it determined?
Hold on. Mark's right that because there's two different, you have to do a declination. You're converting one system to another. These are two different points. True north and magnetic north are two separate locations.
Correct.
So you have to declinate if you're going to go from one to the other. Same thing if you have a map. A map will have another north to it. So you've got that. That's why people they get confused and lost sometimes. They think, here, I got a map, I got a compass. What's the worst thing that can happen? Yeah, you're about to get lost as shit, because you're pointing the wrong direction. That map north isn't necessarily the same as on the ground.
So you asked.
Oh my
you asked
God,
about how
Captain, we're lost at sea. Oh, what do we do?
Yeah,
Pull out your sextant. Take an elevation angle. Oh, is that Polaris? Yeah. Oh, take a 42.
3 hours.
Oh my God, we're 42 degrees from it. So what does that mean? We're not on 42 degrees latitude now. So where are we?
You could be closer to 43 degrees actually.
The minnow, she was lost.
Oh my God.
Do you know why that is?
Because
Why would it be more? If you take an angle measurement to Polaris, get 42 degrees.
This kid's claiming he could draw a perfect circle with his hand, right?
No, dude.
So then there's one of two things going on here. Either the minimum elevation angle to Polaris is not the equator, or 60 nautical miles is incorrect.
Yeah, kind of both at the same time.
Yeah,
Well,
so I don't know if that's
equator.
really something that you want to go with, Mark.
So, are you claiming
They're both. They're actually. So actually, here's the thing. They're both. This 60 nautical miles is based on 1 degree across the sphere. So, and 1 degree using Polaris. That is true, right? Because they both work out on a sphere.
You don't have a sphere.
The issue you have is
Mark, do this.
The issue you have. Let me explain to you what the problem.
He doesn't have a sphere. He's taking elevation angles from a horizontal baseline.
Okay, Mark.
No, I'm not.
Mark, do this.
You literally are.
Do the
I'm literally not.
Do your 69 nautical miles and multiply that by 1 degree all the way until you get to the equator. What do you think happens?
No, I said like the nautical miles are not an issue because that's basically just dividing the Earth up into degrees,
So
right?
you're not taking
Spherical
elevation angles from a horizontal plane.
So,
Do the math.
Gotcha.
so that's not a problem.
So what are you taking elevation angles from?
You're taking elevation angles from a point on a sphere.
Mark, just do the math on that.
Yeah. Okay.
No, you're not. Okay. So how would circle of equal altitude be parallel to each other then, you dummy? We already went over this. You're just coping and saying we're taking it from a sphere. No, we're not.
No, you need to
Everything's
just kind of
parallel.
step in it, like you know.
Hold on. I was trying to explain to you because I think it was Heretic brought up a good point about the angles not working out. They don't actually. That's a good point because if you're standing underneath Polaris, I was trying to explain to you what I meant by that, right? So I know it's a vague statement, but he was saying you have to give up either the nautical miles or the angles, and I think that's actually probably true. So what you have to admit then that is that the equator is not exactly the cutoff for Polaris, right? I have to do some math to figure out what the actual cutoff is. And if you're standing at true north, if you're standing at true north, a Polaris would not be directly overhead. It is 0.7 degrees off.
Okay, so who was
but you
standing at
said
true
like a
north
20-degree difference
what you just said?
between latitude and your angle to Polaris, though. You didn't say just 0.7. You said way more than that.
No, I said it was 0.6 to 0.7.
Oh my
0.7
God.
seems
He's
to be the most
literally just making shit
You said
up.
there could be a 20-degree difference
right now.
between your angle.
No, I did not say 20-degree
and the
difference.
latitude.
I did not say that.
You said it could be closer to 43 when you're measuring an angle of 20 or
The dude's
something.
over here just making
No.
shit up.
I said.
Can he provide
42.
Can he provide a citation?
No, let me be clear. He asked about 42. I said it would probably be closer to 43. His actual position if he measured 42 to Polaris.
I thought you said 20 to 40. Okay, maybe I misheard.
Wait, hold on. If Polaris is at 42 degrees in the sky, I'm closer to 43 degrees latitude. I want a citation for that. What are you talking about? So you're claiming circles of equal elevation don't exist and they're just something that I made up just tonight?
I'm saying that latitude does not correspond to elevation to Polaris exactly. I'll say it again.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
If I take a 42 degree elevation angle to Polaris, I'm not on 42 degrees latitude. That's what literally you've been skating around this like a little.
Okay.
I don't want to say girl.
That's fine. You can call me whatever the fuck you want. You're just going to be embarrassed. Let me post the reference.
So if I'm at 42 degrees latitude, Polaris is not 42 degrees in the sky.
Not exactly.
No, exactly. What does that mean? Not exactly.
You're going to be a little off. That's why I said you're probably closer to 43. You're going to be 0.7 degrees off. Because Polaris is not true north. So your degrees will be off.
So not 42 degrees. So if I take an elevation angle to Polaris at 42 degrees, really I'm at 43 degrees?
Yeah, probably. If you're at 42, you're probably like 42.8 or 42.7.
What does that make the equator? So what's the equator? What degree latitude is the equator?
Well, it's 0, right?
What's Polaris's elevation angle from the equator?
It's approximately 0. It's probably 0.7 off. That's what I was getting to Heretic. It's probably not exactly 0 at the equator. It might be cut off before the equator.
Is that accounting for? When you take an elevation angle to Polaris, how are you doing that? What are you using?
I don't do it, but it's a sextant. I know it's a sextant or other. You could do it lots of different ways.
Right. It's a sextant. Is it like fastened to the side of a mountain being controlled by a robot? Or is it some guy in a ship or an airplane holding a device in his hands?
Could be all sorts of different ways to do it.
Right, yeah. But the thing is, it's all 42 degrees.
But not exactly.
What does that mean, not exactly by how much?
0.7. At least 0.7.
So if I'm exactly at 42 degrees latitude, Polaris would be exactly 0.7 degrees off, even though the angle I'm taking to get my latitude is being taken to Polaris.
You're self-referencing. You're going in a circle there. No, your actual latitude on the globe or on your lat longitude would be different than your elevation angle to Polaris by 0.7 degrees.
My actual what now?
Latitude
'Cause
and angle
latitude?
to Polaris are not the same thing.
Yes, they are.
No. They're close, but they're not.
Well, no, they literally are. If you're exactly 100% at 32 degrees latitude, Polaris will be 32 degrees in the sky.
Do you acknowledge Polaris is not true north? Let's start there.
What does that have to do with it? You're not acknowledging that it's a dude holding a device in his hands.
Okay. Is Polaris
or somebody
true north?
mounting a telescope? Polaris
is Polaris is yes or no? Is Polaris true north?
We're talking about stuff in the sky. What are you talking about? True north. True north is a direction on the ground.
If you're the rotation either of the
True
Earth or the
north
celestial
is a
sphere.
direction on the ground. What'd you say?
You can say it's the rotation point of either the Earth or a celestial sphere.
Polaris,
true north.
Polaris will be celestial, not true north.
Right.
Polaris is north.
Right, but if you look at a map, your latitude will not match Polaris exactly. Your elevation angle to Polaris, it will be off by 0.7 degrees.
What's that 0.7 degrees reference to, genius?
That's the difference between Polaris.
What's it referenced to?
It's reference to true north, which is the rotation point of rotation of the Earth.
So the 0.7 degrees is referenced to true north. So what? So I can go outside and look at true north in the sky.
Yes, you can.
I can go outside and see true north in the sky.
Yeah, you can determine what determine where it is.
I will determine. You just said I could see it. If I can see something, I can go outside and take an elevation angle to true north.
You can do it by watching how Polaris circumscribes it.
Polaris. So true absolute north on the ground is in reference to a light in the sky called Polaris.
Or any stars. You could do it with any star. Any star over a 24-hour period will give you, or you'd have to just map it enough to calculate the center point of rotation. Any star will do it.
What's true north based off of? What is true north based off of? Is it based off of Jupiter?
It's based off the rotation of the Earth.
Is true north?
You could also say rotation of the celestial. You could also say rotation of the celestial sphere.
Is true north based off the Orion Nebula?
True north is based off the rotation of the Earth or celestial sphere, whichever model you want to use.
True north is based off of Polaris.
No, it's not. Otherwise, true north would be Polaris, and it's not.
True north is not the rotation of the Earth. Come on, bro.
Yeah, everything rotates around Polaris, my friend.
No, it's not true.
Okay,
Close,
so what doesn't go? What? Okay, so what doesn't go east to west around Polaris?
They all go east. They all rotate counterclockwise. I think it is if you're in the northern hemisphere around a center point, which Polaris is near.
So Ursa Minor doesn't go around Polaris.
It goes around a center point, which Polaris is near.
No, Ursa Minor goes around Polaris, dude.
No, it goes around a center point, which Polaris is very close to.
So Ursa Minor doesn't go around Polaris. Are you sure? Can you back that up with some citation, or are you just again making shit up?
Okay, so again, Polaris is not true north.
No. Give me some citation that says Ursa Minor does not.
I'm not playing that game. It's ridiculous. Polaris is not true north.
Ridiculous.
Everything
rotates. You're just
everything
making
rotates
shit
around
up.
true north. You're trying.
Why don't you post a citation? Is it a big deal for you to post a citation in a debate? If you're asked for one, post it.
I'm arguing, and I can't go find a citation at the same
Yes,
time.
you
I'm going
can.
to mute up. Well, you're being a snot. I cannot argue it.
Go get a citation. You've been asked.
Yep.
Mute yourself. Go get one.
All right.
And the
I'll do that.
citation is for.
And when I find the citation that says that Polaris is not.
What are you getting the citation for?
I'm going to find a citation that says Polaris is not true north. And
That's not what you're supposed to be. No, you're supposed to be getting a citation that says Ursa Minor does not go around Polaris.
Yeah, nice moving the goalpost.
That's
your
exactly what you claimed.
Your argument is that
you claim that Ursa Minor does not go around Polaris, so I asked for a citation.
I said all the stars rotate around a central point, which is not Polaris. Polaris is close. All the stars rotate around a central point.
Do all the stars rotate around Polaris?
They rotate around a central point, which Polaris is close to.
See what you're doing? Does Ursa Minor rotate around Polaris?
Ursa Minor is in the...
It's a yes or no.
Just accept this. Ursa Minor is in the set of all stars. All stars in the northern hemisphere rotate around a point that is close to Polaris. So there you go. I will. If I show you all stars do, Ursa Minor's in the set of all stars. That's my argument.
Ursa Minor is the what of all stars?
It's in the set of all stars in the northern hemisphere.
Ursa Minor is in the set of all stars. Can you expound on that a little bit?
It's just a mathematical
it's in the
theory.
set.
It's just a logical explanation.
Excuse me. Ursa Minor is a set of all stars in the north.
No. I'm saying if you take the set of all stars in the northern hemisphere that we can observe.
What do you mean by the set of all stars? What does that mean?
The set of all stars is like I'm saying. Okay, so there's a set of all cars, right? Some of those cars will be blue. So if you say all blue cars. All blue cars will be in the set of all cars.
Are they all four-door sedans? Are there any Corvettes or Stingrays in this? Or are there any GTOs? What do you mean all cars are blue?
I'm not saying all cars are blue. I'm saying if you take the set of all cars like that exist today, some will be blue. So if you say, hey, do blue cars are blue cars a car? I'm like, yeah.
You just don't get the citation.
Yeah, we're off.
Like, dude,
let him go get his citation, and then you can carry on.
No, I think it's more fun listening to this guy flop around like a fish in a boat. Holy cow!
Let me get a word.
It's pretty embarrassing. You don't know basic astronomy, but I'll help you out. Give me a minute.
Hold on.
All stars are blue cars, is what you said. Sorry. Go ahead, buddy.
I've been sitting here patiently for like the last 20. Okay, yeah. So, my family don't talk to me anymore either because I believe the Earth is flat. And it's just
ignore him. Continue.
I couldn't tell if he was being sincere. He was breaking up though, so I feel bad.
He's just a straight up troll. He's not being sincere. We shouldn't waste another breath on it.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I don't know a lot of people in here for real. I mean, I know some. I see a lot of you guys, but I don't know everybody. You guys get a lot more trolls in here than other places.
Don't feed them.
Yeah, don't feed them. I can't wait for that citation.
Don't hold your breath, Eon.
I didn't want to say it.
So there's this person that keeps asking for a flat Earth map. Aren't all flat maps of the Earth?
Yes. It's Christian.
Fallacy, right?
Hold on. Don't confuse them because they're kind of slow now. You got to remember. They only have the capacity of a third grader. All
like everything I look at
are flat, but all those maps are a magic flat ball map, right?
That's
so
right.
All the maps are a flat composite of the ball, but they are in fact all flat. But the funniest thing about any map that they do produce, the only accurate distance is going to be on a horizontal map, not a rounded.
I don't think all maps come from a ball, though. I mean, if you're sailing up the coast of New England and Cape Cod and stuff, and that's just been mapped out for, well before an airplane or a hot air balloon was invented, and the maps are just as accurate today as they were then. I mean, that's just tracing coastline.
Don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to give them their ball, you know what I mean? Because there's a lot of questions I need for them to point out on all their ball maps that they want us to point out on some kind of flat Earth map that they will not ever be able to do on their own. Then I'm going to ask them the next question is, why would I need to if you can't? Why would I need to do some crazy special thing on a map if they can't?
They're all just full of shit.
Right.
Well, their argument is that when you have a map that is a globe projection, your lands are not going to be accurate when looking at it flat, but only on a globe. That's their argument, is it not?
Correct. It's supposed to be curving, correct. It's supposed to be accurate curve distances. Now, I don't know what the fuck they got going. Now, when you take a picture of anything, the picture is flat. So I'm with you guys. If you actually fly up and you're able to film or picture the ground, it's going to be a flat thing. It's going to be a flat image you're getting. And then they might wrap the flat image around a ball and then
Which
do
they
some
do.
dumb weird shit. But I mean, other than that, yeah. I mean, I understand the whole concept, but I just give them the ball. You know what I mean? I give them the ball, wrap around, cut it in squares for them, and let them have at it. Slice it up, whatever they need to do. Make it their little pizza flat map, whatever they got to do with it. That's their map, you know. And I'm just saying, they claim we have a flat Earth pizza disc, but their globe map is an azimuthal equidistant little circle pizza disc map. So to me,
It
it's
is.
just the funniest thing. Like their globe map, they try to push on us. It's fucking weird.
It is
They debunk
genuinely
their own map
strange.
and said it's
Of
ours.
course they do. Of course they do. But if you look at a simple idea would be to get a ton of drones everywhere. Just get drones and start photographing and videotaping the Earth from above and make a map. Done.
There's sorry to interrupt. There's a I did use topographic survey maps. They are not based on some kind of globe, Earth. So military topographic survey maps.
Yeah, they're flat.
Yeah,
correct.
Exactly.
No, well, I'm with you.
Of course, they're flat.
They obviously don't understand what the math of the AE mapping is, actually, to go and say that that's our map or something, because that is a flat projection of a ball. You could do it with a basketball. Whatever's on the other side from where you decide to put the central point is going to end up stretched out all around it like Antarctica was on that AE map. It's a fucking projection of a ball. That's what it is. So it's theirs.
And the north can be the south on it.
Yeah,
Literally.
anything you can just center it wherever you want.
Right. And the funny thing is like the equator, you have like cold, hot, cold, right? Like the center part's supposed to be like the hottest, and you have orange, and then it's colder, right? The three lines for the equator. And if you have any landmass that has those three lines across it evenly, like across it, and then you take that landmass and turn it all the way around, it's still going to be the same three lines across it. So you could confuse till the cows come home a north and a south, and no one would be the fucking wiser.
So for the record, I don't use the AE map.
Yeah,
I don't know how many of you do. Yeah, it's a projection of the globe, exactly.
I mean, if you decided to make the center of it, I don't know, whatever's antipodal to somewhere in Europe, let's say, then Europe would be a wall around the whole thing.
That's right, exactly.
That's just what you get when you're just projecting a ball like that.
That's
There's no real reason to think that the Earth lays out like that. Well, why would anybody think that?
No, and the funniest part is they keep throwing in our face that satellites do all this. GPS, Google, AI, ChatGPT, all the smart people, right? Where is the 3D printed out ball, the actual 3D printed out ball, with the maps and runways and everything on it that matches our distances right here in reality?
By the way, to answer your question,
you can't have a globe.
To answer Christian's question, the reason why the sun disappears behind water, that water is flat. Yes, it is. It's perspective, phenomena of the atmo, and the limit of human vision. So looming, super looming, Fata Morgana, mirage, and oh my God, refraction.
If you look at sunsets over land masses on the tropics, sun fades out. It has to be land masses. It has to be on the tropics.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, shit happens over water.
Of course it does. And what you're seeing when you're looking at
massive temperature changes between like 10 miles.
When you're looking at a boat, so-called vanish behind the curve, what you're seeing in front of it is a mirage. Just like you see on a street. It's the same thing that's obstructing the boat. That's why it's disappearing bottom first.
Yeah, I mean, I give it perspective, miraging. I don't know if mirage is the right word. Air turbulence, you know. But the thing is, shit just shrinks in the distance. Like, you can't read a phone book from 100 feet away. Why is that? Did the letters disappear? No, they just got smaller as they got further away.
That's right.
I love it when Globies ask, why can't I see Mount Everest from blah, 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 blah. Oh, I had this conversation with Raiden once. Why can't I see Mount Everest? I'm like, well, what's your location? Where are you at? Are you in the United States? Okay. So we determined that Raiden is approximately, give or take, 8,000 miles away from Mount Everest. And knowing that things appear to get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, the farther away you get from them, plus you've got to account for all this weather, haze, fog, rain, whatever. If it's a clear day where you stand, it doesn't mean it's a clear day for the rest of the fucking earth. That's why you can't see Mount Everest from your back fucking yard, unless Mount Everest is literally in your backyard.
Yeah, they don't even realize that you can't see past 200 meters in water. Sunlight has very little penetrating power in water. And air isn't really that thin, per se, because water is only about 875 times thicker than air.
I posted a couple references. Both are referring to Polaris not being true north, and the second one is referring to Polaris and how you correct for Polaris latitude. Excuse me. I'm getting tired. The altitude to Polaris and achieving true latitude from that, correcting for it.
What do you mean the altitude?
Sorry, the angle to Polaris. I said altitude. I meant angle. So the angle to Polaris. So you can correct for your actual latitude from your angle using the calculations they provide there.
Which is what? Just say it. I don't feel like scrolling through shit. I have my phone in my hand. Well,
basically,
I mean, you posted it. Just read it to us.
I'm not going to read you the fucking equations. Go read the article. The point is, I'm right. End of conversation. We can be done and move on.
Explain to us the process then.
The process is you correct for the fact that Polaris is not true north. So we've established two things.
Correct how?
We've established by using an offset. There's an offset you use based on your actual. I think it's based on where you are, what latitude you are, and there's an equation for it. And I'm kind of tired. I don't want to read it and have to recite it to you. But it's a whole article describing why you have to do it and how the process is done. Right? It's a celestial navigation. I did. It's all in the side chat.
Okay.
Go read it. Tell me it's wrong.
This was not how the navigators did use this. They did use let me see. They did use a compass. They did use the compass to find the north. Hourglass, astrolabe, and quadrant. The latter, next the sextant. To measure a tool that measures latitude by determining the angle between the sun or a star and the horizon. This was back then.
It's how they do it now.
Your true north that you are claiming. Let me see.
Excuse me.
Sorry, I have to see the finish. Yeah, it's based on an imaginary rotational axis. So for that, to prove that imaginary rotation axis, you have to prove Earth is moving.
No, you don't.
Yes.
Well, let's just say it like this. Okay. If he's claiming you have to do a calculation because Polaris isn't 100% true, dead center north, fine, whatever. That's not even the point. That's besides the point. That's majoring on the minors, dude. Let's just say it is.
That's exactly. Wait, but that's exactly what we argued about.
Shut up! I'm not done. Don't interrupt me. Shut up! Do not interrupt me.
Saying something we argued about for 30 minutes is not the point.
If it is 42 points, if it is 42.6 degrees, then and that means I'm on 42 degrees latitude. or 43. Well, it doesn't matter. They're all parallel. If I take an angle at 42.6 degrees, that angle is going to be parallel to 81.14.7.3 degrees. You know, like just go on and on and on. It's all about the precision of the angle being taken. Never mind the fact that these are all handheld tools being wielded by a human being. A lot of times on rocky ships with no penicillin.
Yep.
It doesn't negate the fact that they're all still parallel. And the thing is, you're only getting your latitude because Polaris is where it is, and it's always been there, and it always has been there, and always will be. If you, like I said, I mean, Polaris has been around for all of human history.
Yeah. Actually,
yeah,
that's
it's
not
always
true.
been.
Polaris has moved in human history.
Oh, yes. Oh, dude, thank you. So I was hoping. Okay.
Yeah.
How many degrees per year does Polaris? How many degrees per year does Polaris move off the North Celestial Point? No, it's not. You just said Polaris has not always been where it is.
You think you got me now on something? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about because it does move.
Yeah, I know, because
the difference.
Okay, it moves.
It doesn't
by how
matter
much?
as long as it.
No, it does matter. You just claimed it moved. So you can make claims saying that something moves, but then when I ask by how much does it move, you say it doesn't matter. Like, what the fuck is that?
You're talking about it doesn't
Polaris
matter the point
moves.
we were originally arguing about.
Okay, no, because what you're doing is you just claim precession of the equinoxes. You do realize that, right? You're claiming precession of the equinox.
There's lots of precession.
There used to be Thuban used to be the North Star. Now it's Polaris and da 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 da.
Yep.
Did people forget to tell the Inuits that? Because you do realize the Inuits are older than fucking ancient Egypt, right? And they're always, in fact, their name for Polaris is still the same as it was 5,000 years ago.
And it does. The age doesn't matter as long as you can document movement of the celestial constellations.
Okay, so document movement. By how much per year does Polaris move off the North Celestial Point in the sky?
It's small. I'll have to look it up. It's a fraction of a
small. Go ahead.
Degree.
It's 70. It's 1 degree every 74 years is what you guys claim. I already know the answer to this, you moron. Yeah, I already know what the fucking answer is.
I'm not the moron who didn't. I'm not the moron who didn't know Polaris
so by
was
your
a true
logic.
North. And I'm not the one who claiming that Polaris was the source of latitude and longitude when it clearly isn't.
Because that's not even the point.
Your incompetence just keeps coming forth. You one thing wrong.
It's not even the point.
Oh my God! You claimed Polaris was the source of latitude, and it's not.
No,
and
Polaris
when I proved you wrong, you have to move the goalpost.
Polaris is the source of latitude. If you're at 42 degrees latitude, Polaris will be 42 degrees in the sky.
No, it won't.
We've already
I just showed you it won't. You have to do corrections to get the true latitude.
What are the corrections? The corrections that you can't even articulate?
The corrections in the article. Yeah, I think one basic correction is
corrections in the article.
You subtract the 0.7 that Polaris is off from true north. Polaris is not true north. It cannot be used to establish your latitude.
Yeah, and it was already said true north and celestial north aren't the same thing.
Awesome, but that was exactly opposite of what you said.
Polaris is celestial north. We've been talking about celestials.
Okay, it's really simple. It's kindergarten stuff.
I'm sorry, celestial north and magnetic north. My bad.
If true north is not Polaris, Polaris cannot be established. And true north is what is used for latitude. Polaris won't match latitude. End of story. Simple.
Yeah,
done.
Polaris isn't called. Yeah, Polaris doesn't mean stellar Polaris or anything, right? It doesn't mean the pole star. It doesn't mean the North Star. Right? Why is Polaris called Polaris?
I have no idea why it's called Polaris.
Because it's the pole star, bro.
Yeah.
So it's the only pole star that even exists anyway. Close approximation. What do you mean? Everything in the sky goes around it east to west.
I say this for the 10th time because you just refuse to accept it. Polaris is not used to establish latitude. It's a close approximation in modern cartography.
Polaris is. Okay. So before modern cartography, how did John Smith and the Pilgrims and all that know what latitude they were on? When did latitude become a thing? Was latitude invented in 1994?
Latitude was established when the
when did latitude come out?
Earth in 60 seconds.
Hold on.
We first proved the
When did
Earth was a
latitude come
sphere
out?
using a literal stick in the ground, so it's not hard to understand. Space looks different to people in the sun.
Okay.
Right. Hey, you guys.
So someone took an elevation angle by sticking a stick in the ground. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a good flat Earth proof.
Hey, Vax, Crit has been trying to say something for like a minute, dude. Try to listen up.
Yeah, you have to jump. Every time you hear something, you need to jump at it. So, Mark, what is Polaris?
Sure. Well, for this conversation, all it needs to be is a point in the sky.
Well, what is it for you, though? What do you
I've already asked him this. He doesn't know. He won't even say he doesn't know.
I don't want to go down the road because it's irrelevant to the conversation.
Yeah, you don't want to make a claim that you can't back up, is what it is.
Well,
I just don't. It's not pertinent to this conversation. Why is it pertinent?
My epistemology is that if I'm going to use something like Polaris, I should at least know quite a bit about it if I'm going to use it to divine information about something else.
Okay. And celestial navigation is based on Polaris. So what do they assume about it?
Yeah.
What's the assumption from celestial navigation?
What do you think it is?
No, all I need to do is to make the same assumptions that celestial navigators use.
Okay, what are your assumptions?
All I need to do, I'm not going to get into that, Crit, because it's irrelevant to the conversation. We're talking about celestial navigation, modern cartography, and how Polaris, as used from celestial navigation, which was the topic, is not used to establish true latitude. It's close, but not exact.
What is it? What's Polaris?
It's a light in the sky.
That's it?
It's a star.
It's just a light in the sky?
It's a star.
A star?
It's a star. Yeah, we call those things light in the skies. We call them stars. That's the usual terminology for them.
Just one star?
Polaris may be one star, maybe a binary. There could be a binary there if you believe in those things.
So
it's a triple system.
It's two stars?
It's a triple. It's a trinary.
It's a triple.
Okay, there you go. It's a trinary system. Some people think it's not relevant to this because we can't. We can't. It's far enough away that we cannot discern if there is three of them. We can't discern it with the instruments we're talking about. It's irrelevant to the conversation.
Is it really bright compared to the other stars?
I know it's visible. It's not the brightest star, as far as I know.
Oh Lord!
What's the biggest? Sirius is I'm trying to remember. Bernard star. Which one's the brightest? I don't know.
Sirius is the brightest.
Okay, there you go. Sirius is the brightest. Yeah.
So what you're saying is, if you're lost at sea with a life raft and you have a Marian, a sextant, you cannot establish your latitude by looking at Polaris. That's what you're claiming.
I'm claiming you could get close. I'm claiming you could get close, but it would not be accurate.
So, so Polaris is you. Wow, you just
keep trying to
Polaris
rescue.
is not
keep
accurate.
Trying to rescue this Polaris thing, but Polaris is not latitude. The angle to Polaris is not latitude exactly because latitude is not based on the angle to Polaris. That's it.
No. Repeat after me. Repeat after me. Polaris is not an accurate latitude. Go on, say it.
So you broke up. What were you saying?
Say it. Oh,
I cannot. I did not hear what you said.
My bad.
Maybe just repeat it one more time.
Yeah, I was about to check my microphone. I'm like, am I even coming through? Is it too quiet?
Yeah, you are a little low compared to the other guy, Crit, a little bit. Yeah, maybe and I'm half deaf.
Polaris is a star, as they call it, a light in the sky. From what I understand, it does appear to drift, not change direction, that wouldn't be accurate, slightly move. I can't see thousands of years ago, so I couldn't tell you where it was then. But from what I understand, there does seem to be ever so slight deviation. Is that accurate?
That's inaccurate. Polaris. Am I coming in any better?
If you don't mind, I actually wanted that answer from a GE person.
Yeah, it deviates very slightly. First, you have the daily motion making the sky just as all of other stars, like a circle around the pole. This is the first motion, but additionally, it also moves relative to the celestial sphere because of the axial precession of the Earth, and because of its proper motion, and because of the stellar aberration.
Yeah, you don't have to pack in your cartoon stories, dude. Just answer yes or no. If there's deviation observed, then prove it.
Yes, there is, and you can check it in the almanac. It's updated every year.
Go ahead and cite it. Go ahead and cite it for us so she can find that out. Thanks.
Oh, okay. Quick, when you say deviation, are you guys talking about Polaris making a very tight pivot every single night, or are you talking about Polaris moving off the north celestial point? That's a very important thing to get nailed down right now.
Deviation, not moving enough.
I'm claiming those motions.
Polaris is stationary, but Polaris makes a very tiny pivot throughout the night.
I think it's important that we're realizing we're looking way up in the sky, and deviations in the stars. It makes sense that would occur. We see deviations when we look over the ocean. So why wouldn't we see deviations in the stars? You look through a telescope at the moon, you see deviations.
Let's put it this way. Let's say that you're looking at Polaris in the sky, and there's a branch almost touching the edge of Polaris. Like if you moved just a smidge, right? I was trying not to say something offensive, but like cutting hair. Like if you just move just a tiny bit, all of a sudden that branch is going to cut Polaris in half. You can put a time-lapse camera on Polaris, and that branch will never obstruct it. But at the same time, I haven't seen it, because Ambo tried saying this before, that Polaris makes a full circle in the sky. I haven't seen any videos of that. All you ever see is a little tiny smudge of it making like a smiley face. Almost. Just a little arc. That's the only movement I've seen from anybody. So Polaris...
An arc is a segment. An arc is a segment of a circle, right? So in order to record the full circle, you would have to be recording the entire 24 hours of the day, and half of these approximately would be when there's the daylight.
Because that arc stops, and there's.
It's a red herring, though.
I get it.
Because isn't the point? Well, okay, let me read this.
Sorry, bro.
Is latitude based on elevation angle to Polaris? Yes. The latitude of a location on Earth is based on the elevation angle to Polaris. The altitude of Polaris above the horizon corresponds to the observer's latitude. This relationship holds because Polaris is located near the north celestial pole, making it a reliable indicator of latitude in the northern hemisphere.
Absolutely.
For example, at the North Pole, Polaris is directly overhead at 90 degrees, while at the equator it appears on the horizon at 0 degrees. So, if Polaris is not used for the origination of latitude, listen, if Polaris is not used for the origination of the latitude system, then they cannot say that it is 90 degrees above anywhere. Because he's saying, what? Contradicts that, doesn't it?
He's claiming stuff that you can't see with the naked eye, and that hasn't even been fully filmed. Polaris never makes a complete circle. There's a smudge when on certain time lapses.
Like, not even all that wasn't the point. I thought the point was him saying that latitude wasn't based on elevation angles to Polaris. It's like that point is just getting skipped over.
That was Mark saying that.
No. I was just
we upgraded from Mark to Embo now. So Mark was saying that the latitudes weren't derived from Polaris, right, or something like that. So
So are you replying?
These two claims are necessarily connected.
Wait, Embo, shut up, dude. So, Elijah, are you replying to what Mark was saying about the longitudes, the latitudes?
Yes.
Yeah, that's just not right. So we've already established that Polaris is not true north, and it's not how latitude is determined. So it's close, but not exactly.
I didn't say it was true north. However, due to the fundamental nature of angles and the fact that it's 90 degrees, I mean, you did say that it wasn't
not
what you used for latitude.
Not exactly
but
90
it is.
degrees. Let's get it checked. No, it's not.
Well, it is.
Yeah, if you build a fucking android that has a fucking sexer built into his brain and he takes it, it's not going to be.
Yeah.
Dude, he's not taken into.
What was this? A non sequitur? Why was there a non sequitur thrown in there and ad hominem as well?
Yeah.
The issue is that you're trying to separate these two claims of Polaris moving and Polaris.
You guys thought that I wasn't going to control you all in a matter of a minute. Anyway.
But why did you?
Why what?
Why did you silence him?
I was in the middle of talking and then they kept talking.
Ah, I didn't hear you. I apologize.
Mm-hmm. So the point is, yes, elevation angles to Polaris is how the latitude system is derived.
Yes, we navigate with the stars like that, right? That's correct?
I mean, we do, but the gentleman is saying that true north, whatever. Well, I'm not saying anything about true north, but he did say something about elevation angle. Polaris is not how you get latitude. And yes, it is. Just like I read, you have 90 degrees, which would be directly under the North Star, right? Directly under. That's what 90 degrees is. And then at the equator, it'd be 0 degrees.
But would you say that the deviation of Polaris is sufficient to affect celestial navigation enough that it would be incorrect?
Well, this deviation is true or not irrelevant to the fact that the system is based on a singular point.
Sure, but we're talking about the deviation being so marginal that celestial navigation would be what? Affected by it? It couldn't be.
Well, I'm saying that's a red herring because the gentleman said, like, the whole premise is that latitude isn't derived from elevation angles to Polaris. What you're saying is just, I mean, not saying it's not true. What I'm saying is it has nothing to do with the point.
Hasn't it deviated more than what Jimsy has stated? Or is that just, again, we're talking thousands of years, or are we seeing significant deviations in the last 100 years? Because we can mark 100 years.
I don't see
We've been tracking the sky for a fairly long time. It's an interesting topic, is all.
Yeah, I just don't see the. I mean, because I guess others are waiting in the conversation we're having, so I didn't see the relevance. Because I am going to unmute them now that I've said what I had to say without them talking through me.
I do think that sometimes these shows should include education, not just, I'm right, you're wrong, suck it.
Yeah, that's why I posted what I posted. And then I read what I read to everyone. Because I was trying to educate them.
But what about education from both sides?
Well, they're getting unmuted, so hopefully they don't say, well, you're wrong. Because you're wrong. Like you said.
Hopefully they don't just say you're wrong and they actually provide some information. Because we could all use a bit more knowledge. I'm sure we could.
So I think the problem that's here is that you're trying to separate these two claims that Polaris moves and that Polaris is the basis for latitude as if they are completely irrelevant to each other, which just is false. Because if you base your latitude on something that is moving over time in the sky, that means your latitude will be changing over time. That's just a basic logical implication. And that is just not what happens in reality. If you stand in the same place on the ground, then you will not change your latitude over time. It will be constant.
Beautiful point, Embo. I 100% agree.
So would you agree that if we prove empirically that Polaris moves in the sky, that would also prove that Polaris isn't the basis for latitude?
Well, as I said, we gotta hammer it down. Like, we gotta get some roofing tacks and a hammer and really nail this thing down. What are you talking about? Polaris doing a tight...
changes?
He made the point.
Is the point, his point is this, what, latitude on the Earth changes?
It doesn't change because Polaris isn't the basis for latitude. If it was, as you claim, then it would be changing because Polaris moves in the sky.
He's saying my claim is wrong because this other thing. It's not really addressing the fact that, yes, elevation angles to Polaris is how we establish the grid system and latitude and longitude.
Correct.
What exactly
now,
is he
I was
saying
asking,
you're false on?
Well, no, Embo has to be very specific right now. Is he claiming that latitude is not based off Polaris because Polaris makes a tight little pivot throughout the night that you cannot physically see with your naked eye? Or is he claiming that Polaris moves 1 degree every 73 years off the North Celestial Point? Two completely different things.
My point is the first point, that Polaris moves in a circle every single day, and that makes it impossible for it to be a basis for latitude, if latitude is supposed to be constant for allocation.
Right. So you're claiming if I take an elevation angle to Polaris at 9 p.m. at
You're silent right now. Your audio is broken, I think. But finishing what...
would you like to hear my response to Embo?
Yes, I would like to hear it.
Yes, I would also like.
I googled is Polaris the basis of latitude because he said Polaris isn't the basis of latitude, correct?
Absolutely, it isn't the basis for latitude.
Okay.
Sorry, but you.
So the answer, no, Miguel.
Yeah.
What? My mic. Okay.
Your mic is a little low.
Dude, your mic has been. I just watched one of QE's videos from 5 years ago, and your mic was shit then. You've always had a bad mic.
Go on.
Yeah.
Now it's better.
Yes, Polaris, also known as the North Star, is essentially determining latitude. So, I mean.
Polaris was cataloged by Ptolemy and like.
I just said to Embo.
Sorry, no, my bad. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. I just said to Embo, okay, how the old navigators.
Why does that matter right now, Miguel? Why?
I just posted.
Yeah, but
it talks about latitude. It was by determining the angle between the sun or a star and the horizon. That's it.
They're making the positive claim that latitude is not derived from Polaris. They should post something that says that it's not.
That's actually a negative claim, but
it's
history. I already gave you that it is. I mean,
let him talk.
The system is based on the actual method. This is why people get muted. I mean, Aeon, what do you want me to do?
In this case,
I mean, it's a very
no, I understand.
Point.
You're
You
asking
said one
simple
thing,
questions.
I said the other. It's like, what are we, 5? You know? It's like, how does he respond to what I said?
Well, unfortunately, he's not answering your question the way he should be answering it. He has made the claim, from what I'm hearing, unless I'm mishearing, that it is elevation or latitude. Pardon, that it is latitude.
You don't make your latitude when you're at sea if you're a Pilgrim or John Smith or one of the conquistadors.
Focus.
God, they're trying to.
Why are you so frustrated? Why are you frustrated? Calm yourself.
Because I didn't hear what you said, and he's just on a tangent
No,
right now.
not you, Daddy. The other one. Oh my goodness, I called you that. I'm just going to call you Big.
My apologies. Well, the name either one you take is like that was not intentional. We speak usually to anyway.
I actually do have a question to the GEs again, and I definitely want to hear the FE on it as well. So you have this space ball, okay, and it's rotating.
They don't have that.
Let me speak to them in their language. Can I speak to them in their language? Thank you.
Their language is brutal.
You have this space ball, and it rotates, and it has a wobble, and it's slightly tilted. Then you have that ball going around the sun in an elliptical orbit, and then you have all of that doing kind of a corkscrew around the Milky Way. Now, what you are telling me here, this would mean that the stars would have to have changed. Would it be significant, or does relativity, as you refer to it, is relativity changing that? Because we already know you're talking about those stars already being burnt out, most of them.
It would be significant. They claim Polaris moves off the north.
But I'm asking them about their model, if you don't mind. So I want to hear them answer this question and see if they know the model.
So the wobble of the Earth, the full cycle happens once per 26,000 years, which makes it pretty slow and insignificant because it gives you only 1 degree of axial precession every 72 years, and that's pretty small in the sky, not noticeable. And when it comes to the Earth moving throughout the galaxy, the Earth and the solar system doesn't move like alone. In the galaxy, the entire arm of the galaxy moves along with all of the neighboring stars. So the stars move also along with the solar system. That's why you don't see them like getting left behind, because they also move along with us. They have some slight like discrepancies, like they aren't perfectly aligned. They have their own motions in their own individual direction, which is called proper motion. All of the stars have this proper motion, but it's again pretty small because of the scale. They are pretty far away. You can track it with telescopes over many years, because it being slow doesn't mean it's completely unnoticeable. But if you like just going outside like with your naked eye and eyeballing it, you're not going to notice that. But that doesn't mean it's fake. That just means you have to use instruments and time lapses over many years to notice it.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So you're saying because it takes such a long time, the speeds aren't sufficient to make it any faster. You're not seeing noticeable change for thousands upon thousands, hundreds of thousands of years. Is that right?
Yeah. Compared to the distance to these stars, their speed are pretty small.
Okay, so it's negligible. It's not actually something that needs to be even factored in at this point. It's too minuscule to even consider.
I mean, it has to be in things like celestial navigation. That's why the almanac, you don't have just one almanac universally for the entire future. It's updated every single year with new data for the stars, with their new coordinates, because over time this error will be accumulating, and you need precise coordinates for celestial navigation. But right now I'm speaking that like by just being like an amateur that just goes outside and looks at the stars, it's not going to be noticeable for that.
I actually don't disagree with you that the sky moves and shifts over time.
May I say something?
Yes.
To everything that you asked and everything that he said, it's interesting because in celestial navigation, how it's described is a celestial sphere that moves about a stationary plane. So, as he says, these movements and these distances are like kind of irrelevant to the plot. That's interesting because in celestial navigation, none of the stars have a height.
Well, the thing you can do is
in the sense that one is distant, and because of these distances, this is the reason that you see this or that. The bottom line is there's actually, again, a stationary plane with the celestial sphere that moves about it. I do have literature on that as well.
I'm quite familiar with the celestial sphere as well. Now, you could go and say geocentrism, which is spherical Earth going with the sun going around it, the moon going around it, and the stars going around it. Or you could go heliocentrism with the Earth going around the sun, and then you have all these different motions and movements, and it's a bit more complicated. Or you can talk about the plane with the celestial sphere rotating around it, and that's interesting as well. I don't necessitate that Earth is a disk, but I do find it interesting to consider the sky. And again, I'll say, yes, it moves. Yes, it shifts over time. I'm not going to debate that because that's something, in my opinion, that's very observable.
Yeah, the map is not the terrain, but the point is for all things to be practically usable, they're using the same reference point, which is a plane. It's not that the topography is 2D. It's that the plane itself, there is no continual curvature. If that were the case, you wouldn't have a reference plane.
No, we're not seeing curvature. That I think we can all agree. Well, at least the FEs here can agree that there is
not
no
even
curvature.
about seeing it, but like just fundamentally, in order to reference a plane to plot these points on, whether it be 5 miles, 10 miles, 50 miles, 100 miles, 1,000 miles, we're talking about a plane, a reference.
We don't factor it in. You're correct. We're talking about a plane. We both agree, yes, Earth is a plane. We're not going to debate that, not going to disagree on that. The only one that we debate that with are the people that think that it's a sphere.
Yeah.
What is it? They also say locally flat or practically flat, which is something that they often talk about. Yes, it's quote unquote locally flat. No, it is flat, but hey.
I don't think 1,000 miles is local, but.
When they say local, they mean Anton a basketball, and you know they do.
Yeah, that is exactly what they mean.
That is exactly what they mean. So, we can use refraction the same way they do, by the way, and I don't know why more FEs aren't doing so, because you can. You can use refraction to discount a lot of their arguments for curvature.
Well, but I think the reason is because Nathan Oakley and people who follow his arguments, he completely disregarded an idea of refraction in the atmosphere because he thinks it requires two media. So if you want to not contradict yourself in this debunk and against the globe refraction, you also cannot use a refraction on flat Earth by the atmosphere.
Well, I'm not going to talk about other influencers.
Do you know what he's referring to?
I don't think what he's saying makes any sense because regardless of what the land is, whether you're living on a ball or you're living on a plane, wouldn't the Atmo work the same? Am I missing something? Do you want to educate me?
If you ignore the causes, the mechanisms for the atmosphere behaving as... Oh, sorry, go on.
Well, exactly. Things look like what they look like, basically. Right?
Very strange to think that the sphericity would have been...
Regardless of what it is.
I'm very confused why sphericity would have anything to do with how refraction exists. you can see refraction. Refraction exists.
Yeah, well, I mean, because when you mentioned Nathan, I'm on Nathan's panel. We talk about refraction. We talk about Snell's law and refraction. In order for it to happen, as far as Snell's law is concerned, because you have light passing through one medium through another, through a boundary, and that's when refraction occurs. Now, what they're talking about is seeing some sort of holographic image of something that isn't there. However, you can see it because of this atmospheric phenomena.
Mark.
Now,
Mark is muted.
Say again.
Mark is muted. I was going to ask him a question.
All right, I'll unmute him in a second. But further to that, the argument he's talking about is, well, I guess I can't say it exactly right now, but maybe a little later. There's reasons.
Okay. So I'll ask Mark to go ahead and explain how refraction on a curved world is different than refraction on a plane. Or are we just going to... Oh, he's still muted.
It's refracted flat. Don't you know? It's refracted flat. It's a ball.
I'm not sure how refraction would change the world being spherical. I don't. This isn't making much sense.
That's a Glober code.
Well, there's no way to demonstrate that. There's no way to say, hey, yeah, of course it would be different. So if it's like, we know how refraction works, I'm learning more about it as well. And I know temperature gradient is a big one for refraction and for mirages. You have the cold on the bottom, you have the warm on the top, or you have the warm on the bottom and the cold on the top, and it changes what you see.
Right, but that's not refraction.
With Globers.
No,
Elijah just read out Snell's law. It requires two separate medium with a hard boundary. If you're looking at a straw sitting in a clear mason jar, and it's like the straw that's outside of the water, the little candy cane part, is one way, and then the part that's in the water is a different way. That's why it's hard to spear a fish. Like, if you're standing over a creek and you see fish swimming around and you try to stab them with a stick, you can't. You can account for it, you'll learn how to do it, but you can't, it requires a hard boundary and two separate mediums.
Do you know why refraction happens?
Because of a hard boundary and two separate mediums. That's why refraction happens.
No, that's a circumstance. That's a circumstance in which refraction can happen. Refraction happens due to the change in
Snell's law of refraction is a circumstance.
Let him finish, please.
Snell's law is one way to calculate refraction. It is not required for refraction. Okay,
it's
refraction
the law of refraction. How? It's the law.
Let him explain.
It's change in temperature and pressure.
Okay, it is simply the change in velocity of a photon. Right, when the photon changes, passing through, and it can oftentimes be through two medium, right? But for example, if you have I'll give you an example of a refraction that's happening through one medium, which is a lens, right? Refraction happens through a lens, like your glasses or something, right? That is refraction through one medium. It doesn't change, but it does change the refraction of the photon, right?
It's a hard boundary.
Snell's law. No, I'm saying inside the actual lens, it refracts.
The lens is the boundary, my dude. That's the hard boundary.
So what happens is the actual change of velocity of the light particle, when it changes velocity, it
hits a hard
changes
and then changes velocity.
There's no
Why do you
hard boundary.
interrupt him?
Bro,
Why do
you're
you keep
interrupting a hell of a
him?
lot, but I think you're still the other guy's still wrong though. I don't think it's just simply velocity only. I think it matters vector as well.
He's ignoring.
So it's a change.
He's using a lens.
It is a change.
Why
it's
do
a
you keep
combination
interrupting him?
Jesus Christ. Okay, so take
Sorry.
take like a billiard ball, right? So a billiard ball hitting the side of a cushion. The incidence of angle is the incidence of refraction, right? So if you come in at 45 degrees, it will exit 45 degrees, right? That is a complete redirection of kinetic energy, right? When you hit boundaries of different densities, you will get a fraction of that redirection, right? So you're right. It is the angle of incidence combined with the thickness or the amount of kinetic energy that's being absorbed by that boundary. And the boundary can be a hard boundary. It can also be just a density. So different layers of dense air, for example. This is what we see near bodies of water because of the temperature gradient from the body of water, which could be much colder or much warmer than the atmosphere, right? So that's why we see it. And to the question of why refraction works differently on a globe, right? Okay, so this globe model, just accept it for the conversation for the next 30 seconds or 10 seconds or whatever. Okay, so for example, if you look at surveyors, they have a refraction constant that they use in their surveying. And what this is based on is the pressure gradient from the ground to the upper atmosphere. So you see, just naturally, without any temperature difference, you see a pressure gradient from sea level to an elevation. And that induces a very small amount of refraction, which over distances they have to correct for. And if you look for total solutions, total systems, whatever they're called, which account for different things, they account for both their curve, but they also account for refraction in surveying. So yes, over the curve of the Earth, you'll see that. So if you're on a flat plane and there was a refraction, for example, and you were measuring a straight line, you would not get refraction, but you do on a curved Earth. That's how curved Earth refraction is different on a curved Earth. I'll end there.
That's interesting.
Follow up. You were saying it's velocity only. My question is, what if we had an isotropic medium and we increased the density of this isotropic medium such that the light slowed down but did not change its angle of incidence whatsoever? It was going in a straight line and still going in a straight line. Now it's just going slower.
Yeah, it wouldn't deflect. As far as I know.
Sorry, the question is would that be considered refraction in your opinion?
If there's no change in direction of the photon, it's not refraction.
That actually makes more sense.
So,
Thank you for that.
Before we forget what you said, how there would be no refraction on a plane. Well, first and foremost, everything that he just talked about is something that Andrew Thomas Young speaks about, I think, in his Washington State. He's from Washington State. And he talks about refraction. And first, all of these things that he mentioned actually is with respect to a plane. And then they put in considerations for an assumption of, paradigm.
Don't they always assume that the Earth is a plane for most of these calculations, though?
Well, I mean, then they also have the consideration for it not being that. So I don't know why he would say that, it doesn't happen on the plane.
Let me know when I will be able to say something.
As he just said something.
I just wanted to answer that percent guy's question with the isotropic medium. So when you change its density, you'd have to physically manipulate it in some way, add some substance to it. Let's say, for example, you add salt to water, and by doing that, this salt will be starting from some direction and would need to take some finite time in order to distribute throughout this water. So at some point, when you're doing this process and the light is already inside of this water, it will meet that wave, that point where the salt is currently distributed and expanding more and more. So refraction will still take place because at some point inside of this water, there will be a boundary between the water that is already contaminated with the salt and that is still not.
Yes.
You can't in a matter of of one moment in time just magically turn that medium into a medium of another density. You'd have to manipulate it in some way, and it would take time for this substance to distribute.
I hear you. You don't have to repeat it. Yeah, it was a hypothetical. This is why I specified that it was isotropic. It was a hypothetical just to establish the theoretical principle.
So, what does the FE take on all this?
Say again.
What is FE's position on all of this?
Well, in my opinion, there really is no position. There's only one claim, and that there's obstruction at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And so their whole point in talking about refraction is kind of what's the phrase? Ad hoc explanation as to why you can't actually evidence that claim, which is their claim to begin with. So there's an obstruction. It's 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, because the sphere is a radius of 3,959 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes the horizon that distance based on that formula. And so all you have to do is go and check and see if that's the case. It's never the case. Mm-hmm. And so they say, well, the reason that you can't evidence that claim is because insert ad hoc here.
Yeah, they always say it's refraction.
Right, but that kills their own claim. So I don't know.
That's what I was wondering with the Southern Cross, with the so-called impossible or solenoid. I think it's called a solenoid eclipse. They use refraction for that. They use refraction for the Southern Cross. They use refraction to explain why we see too far, like the Chicago City. Chicago City skyline.
I don't mean
which
to interrupt.
They say is a mirage.
It's called a Selenilian eclipse.
Selenilian eclipse. Thank you.
Or Selenhelion. There might be an H.
Yeah, Selenilian eclipse. Yeah.
Selenhelion. Thank you. That's useful. So the Selenhelion eclipse, or the so-called impossible eclipse, is explained away with refraction. Then you have the Southern Cross being visible in Texas, Florida, and Hawaii, explained away with refraction. Then you have the boats disappearing over the curve, that there is no curve. It's just, again, now we can see them, refraction. And it keeps going, and it keeps going and going and going. And they want to say, oh, well, the Chicago City skyline was a mirage. Oh, well, this long-distance piece of photography was a mirage. Well, the Black Swan is a mirage. And it's refraction, refraction, refraction. Okay, fine. You want to say everything's refraction, then we need to know why that's the case, because you haven't explained that. Well, this is what I hear from your side, is the word refraction. Obviously, it's not refraction, but this is what your side continues to say, refraction. So why am I seeing what I shouldn't be seeing? If the world's a ball, then why is it that we can see further than we're supposed to see? No? You're saying refraction, it has to change direction, right? That's the claim?
That's my claim, yeah. Refraction, for it to be refracting, it has to be changing direction.
Okay, so
it would change direction.
Okay, so if it's changing direction and we're seeing an object, let's say the Chicago City skyline, and it hasn't changed direction, it looks the same, you drive up to it or sail up to it, and there it is, the same, it didn't change direction at all. What are you going to say that is? A mirage? And if it's a mirage, how does a mirage add?
If you're driving up to it, you're like shortening the distance between you and it, and still remaining in the same exact position in your field of view, then it is changing. The lights from it are changing direction.
Explain.
Because if you're changing your position, and the lights entering are like, you're seeing the same exact picture. That means that as you're moving, the light is bending in such a way that is still maintaining the same image. Because if it didn't change direction, then as you moved from your position and got closer, then the angle would be changing, and you would be losing, like the picture would be changing for you.
I have a question about that. So why there are...
You came in hot and then you stopped.
Why the horizon is still horizontal? How about I go higher and the horizon is still horizontal? It's not working.
Yeah, you can look at infrared photography as well and infrared video. You're seeing the same thing happen. How are they explaining that?
You can see 1,200 miles infrared, no curvature. How they are going to explain this?
Well, the thing is, with infrared photography and infrared video, you're factoring out a lot of the haze that would normally be there. And if you're seeing too far when you're doing that, what is the explanation?
They cannot prove curvature, okay? They are not showing curvature. They cannot prove curvature. They just, like to grab. Let's talk about refraction. I don't have to prove curvature. I will say refraction. I will stay behind this shield of refraction, and that's it.
But what if it's not always refraction? Like, can one of you GEs explain the infrared situation? This isn't moving the goalposts. This is still talking about long distance photography. How do you explain that as refraction?
Infrared's still a spectrum of light, so it would still be refracted.
Yes, but how are you explaining this as refraction?
It's a spectrum of light. It's still light. Light changes incidence as it changes the density of the medium it's moving through, which means the angle changes, which means you can have much further observations.
No, but why the horizon is still horizontal? Because your refraction is not curving the horizon.
The horizon isn't horizontal. That's just an empty claim. It's vacuum.
Is horizontal or not?
It's begging the question. The horizon isn't.
No, the horizon is horizontal. How about you show me the horizon curving?
I am not the one that made the positive claim.
Yeah, you have nothing. You just have empty words. You have no proof.
So you're walking back from the idea that the horizon is horizontal.
Yeah. Show me the horizon curving.
I haven't made the claim yet.
Yeah, you have nothing.
He can't show you that because he's not high enough in elevation. And we're not talking about horizontal curvature here. I know you are, but what I'm referring to is obstruction. If we're seeing past where the ground, where the buildings, where whatever should be obstructed by your curvature because you have a very specific radius, and that is factored into these equations that are being calculated, and it's not happening. We're seeing further than we should. You're saying refraction, okay. Are we saying now that refraction can make a massive amount of distance visible? So are you saying refraction is additive?
Yeah, of course refraction is additive. So I think you're misunderstanding how refraction works for an observation. So refraction doesn't cause things from behind what the horizon would be to suddenly be lifted up and be visible. It changes the horizon. So it changes where the sky and the land stop us being able to see any further. It changes the distance to that.
Okay. So what you're saying is the image of the city that I'm looking at that looks like a normal city, everything looks normal, it's clear as day, isn't the city. It's a refracted image of the city. Is that right?
That's true for anything that you see ever using your eyes. That's how light works, yes.
Okay. So how would you know it wasn't refraction?
You can't exclude refraction from any visual measurement. To be able to exclude refraction, you have to do a physical measurement using some measuring device that isn't optical.
So we couldn't use lasers, we couldn't use cameras, we couldn't use anything, including our own eyes. You've made this very difficult, haven't you? Wouldn't you agree you've made this
reality has made it difficult. That's why the argument from your side is it kind of vibes that it's flat. And the argument from our side is we keep coming up with these predictions and testing things, and it actually measures or it has the effect of being a globe. Because we include refraction and we get measurements from it.
So the only thing you would accept would be something like force the line.
Oh,
No.
Lord.
No,
You
it's
wouldn't
not
accept-
about what I accept. All I'd accept is an observation that includes refraction, that includes all the necessary variables to be a valid observation.
See, now from your side, the way I'm looking at your side is I don't see any evidence of your claim being true. Your positive claim, where is the evidence for that? You
So there's
point
been
up to the
multiple
sky,
surveys that
usually.
have. Yeah, there've been multiple surveys that have done the. Okay, let's include refractive index, and let's do the observation
It's
like
not
Jesse Kozlowski.
refraction, guys. Come on. Aeon, you keep giving them refraction. It's not refraction.
I'm aware. There's a reason I'm doing this.
Oh, you've been talking about refraction for like 30 minutes, and it's literally not refraction. If the radius of Earth is 3,558.8 miles, that means 1 foot above the surface, the horizon must be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And they're going to claim that's a straw man because of refraction, which is something that isn't. Hey.
How do you explain a study that has a quantification of the measurement of refraction that I posted in the chat?
I'm sorry, man. You got to say that again. You broke up.
Okay, so how would you explain the study that I put in the chat that has a quantification and a measurement of refraction over grass?
A refraction over what?
Over grass, over the land, over a meadow.
Grass. Okay. Okay, so what are the two mediums that you're looking through when you look at a meadow?
The word medium in common vernacular would be two different types of. So you instantly just jumped in there instead of learning something.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so when you say medium, what you tend to think of is two different substances, but medium is just two different set of variables. So medium A will have a variable of the density of the air that is X. Medium B can be the exact same constituent parts, except it has a greater density. So the air is more dense, usually because it's of a different temperature. So the two mediums are the same substance with different temperatures, which give them a different density, which change the incidence or the angle of light as it passes from one medium to the other medium.
So you just claimed warm air and cold air are not the same thing and they're different mediums?
Yes, he did.
Correct. That's what's in the study. That's what's in
debunking flat
the
Earth
explanation
in 60
of it.
seconds or less. We first proved.
Someone banned this guy.
That creepy music in the background doesn't help anybody. It just makes you look stupid.
He's never coming back.
I'm just confused how looking through air, like air, it's all the same thing, regardless of temperature. So wait a second. So you're claiming that temperature will change what air is, and it becomes something different? So
It
like
changes the variable of
95-degree air are two different things and they're not the same?
It changes the density, and that variable is what impacts refraction.
It's not changing the volume, bro.
It's changing the density. So you can have the same volume, which is the same distance
that
the light is traveling through, but you can change the density, which means there's more molecules per volume.
So looking through one piece of glass versus a completely so that's like looking through an eyeglass or a contact lens that's made out of glass versus looking through a car window. So you're claiming that you're claiming that the contact lens that's made out of glass is a different medium than the car window. It's the same thing. It's all glass. But
correct.
So how can
do they have different densities or different shapes?
The density
is the thickness of the glass different?
Oh shit! It's still glass. It's the same medium.
thing that is teaching refraction or explaining refraction that just says something like water and water can't be considered different mediums if they're different temperatures, or air and air can't be different mediums if they're different temperatures? Or is all this just made up in your head?
So water at 100 degrees is different than water at 40 degrees.
That's correct. If you mix together cold and hot water, then you'll see that there'll be like a weird optical effect that happens.
So different mediums.
Oh
so
my
water.
God.
So the cold water and the hot water is different.
He's terrible.
They are different densities because of different temperatures.
Anyway, so the answer is actually refraction is defined in Snell's law. And so when he says, well, can you show me somewhere where water and colder water can't be, a different medium or whatever, the bottom line is, well, it's not defined that way in law. So
it is your opinion that the word medium means two different types of substance. Can you show any teaching that would...
No, it's in Snell's law, dogs. Go look at Snell's law and read it out for the whole class. Do that. Read out what Snell's law says.
I understand Snell's law. Snell's
you
law
didn't
is a
read it out.
simplification of
That's not
the
reading it
chain.
out. That's not reading it out. That's you saying that you've already read it. Read it out so that we can all hear you actually affirm what it says.
Okay. Do you want just a wiki entry?
Well, what is Snell's law?
Britannia. Snell's law asserts that N1, N2 equals the sine of A2 over sine of A1, alpha. How does refraction affect light and vision? Overall, the optics and light. So what do you want me to read?
Well, what does it tell you about Snell's law? When in regards
quantitatively how wave fronts refract or bend at boundaries between contrasting velocities.
Okay. Contrasting velocities, right?
Yep.
So why are they contrasting?
Because they're going through different densities.
Okay, you're saying densities, but it's media, no?
Those are synonyms in this case.
Well, in regards to what it actually means for the term, it doesn't matter if it's synonym. You have to specify what you're talking about, right?
I did. Densities of any given substance, whether they're different substances or the same substance.
You're saying cold air and hot air are different densities? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yes.
Can you explain how that works?
Yeah, great. So if you get a gas, like a balloon, and you have that balloon that is warm, the particles are more energetic, which means that they will bounce with more energy against things, which means that that amount of gas will take up a larger volume because it's stretching out the balloon with its energetic particle collisions. If you have a colder gas, the particles are less energetic because that's basically all heat does, is it causes the particles to become more or less energetic. And since they're less energetic, they have less collisions on the outside of the containment or less collisions internally. So they have a smaller amount of space that they occupy with the same amount of particles. Now, density is the amount of particles in a given volume. And this is true for like ice when it forms out of water, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that the warmer something gets, the more space those particles will fill up. And
okay, but I wouldn't equate that to density. I would equate that to something vibrating faster or being more active and something being less active. I'm not sure how you're getting density out of that, though.
Because the gaps between the particles, because of that extra
energy,
energy,
the same amount of
is
particles
larger
in the excited and unexcited or less excited version, is it not?
It's the same amount, but they take up different volumes. And density isn't
it's
just
still
the
the
amount
same.
of particles; it's the amount of particles.
If we want to go with
within a
mass,
given
it's still
volume.
the same mass.
I'm using density specifically, and density isn't mass.
Read what I put
in. It's a mass within a volume.
Read what I put in chat, dogs. It's exactly what Snell's law is.
He's just going into freaking particle physics here, isn't he?
Yeah, he's trying to make it sound like something else. Read what it says.
This is like really simple, like middle grade.
Read what it says there.
Read dogs.
Density is volume.
Read dogs.
My dear, I understand what you're talking about. I just don't understand how you're calling that density.
Hold on 1 second. Read what it says there for Snell's law.
I could read it for him, and then he will actually.
Yeah, but we're not gonna enable him. He's got to be a big boy and read just like everybody else
Law
reads.
of refraction is a formula used to describe the relationship between the angles of incidence and refraction when referring to light or other waves passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, or air. In optics, the law is used in ray tracing to compute the angle of incidence or refraction. In experimental optics, to find the refractive law of a material. The law is also satisfied in metamaterials, which allow light to be bent backwards at a negative angle of refraction with a negative refractive index.
All right. Do you see the example that it has in a diagram right below it?
Yes.
Okay, so what problem do you have here by saying that it's not two isotropic media, but only one single isotropic media?
Literally no problem, because this doesn't exclude one. And it's not isotropic, it'll be anisotropic, because it has two different densities.
How are they defining it here within the context of the this explanation right here?
They're defining it as a boundary between two different isotropic media.
All right, and what's the problem with that?
There is no problem with that. You assume that means it has to be the same media. It has to be different media where it can be the same media.
Yeah, it's outlining what it is, such as water, glass, or air in optics.
Yep.
Two different
and it doesn't say that
two different isotropic media, media, such as water, glass, or air. Now, you have to pass between the boundary of those specified elements there, but it's giving you the reason why it needs to have that those elements that are in place to pass between. It can't just be one single isotropic media and then it just have that law adhered to it. It's not what it's saying there.
It's not one single isotropic media, it's two. They both have different densities. That makes them anisotropic. Do you know what isotropic and
anisotropic but like what it's talking about here is, you see, you're trying to make it sound like you're convincing somebody about what you want to talk about. That's not what Snell's law is describing here, is it?
No, that's what you're doing. Do you know what isotropic and anisotropic? No,
I'm actually just adhering. I'm adhering to exactly what it's saying here about
so
why
you don't
why
know
it's
what
important.
They mean.
Yeah, why is it important that he described the difference between the two media? There's two media.
So you don't know what it means. Just admit you don't know what it means and learn something.
It's telling you what it means. You don't need to explain it. It's saying it within the context.
So if I have hot water and cold water, are they?
I don't need to hear your fucking explanation.
Isotropic media, or are they different to each other? Is there something anisotropic?
Look at what it says in there. It doesn't matter what you say. The explanation's already given. Whether you agree with it or not,
keep talking so that you don't have to understand something new.
You're contorting it to sound like what you want to make it sound like. You don't need to do that. It's already explained right there with what it says. We don't need to take your advice on what you think it's making it sound like.
Keep getting upset, AV. It's so simple. So they're not isotropic if they have different densities. They're not isotropic if they're different temperatures. They're not isotopic if they have different temperatures.
It doesn't apply to Snell's law, dummy.
You're such an idiot.
Find some citation that says that specifically.
It's right there. I just fucking gave it to you. The citation is right there. You idiot.
The citation doesn't exclude anything that I've said so far.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
You just failed to read things comprehensively.
Oh my God, dude.
That's what you did.
How?
You just read it out.
Have I said that's been wrong? So air with density A and density B, would they be isotropic? Air with density A and air with density B, would they be isotropic? Yes or no?
Of one optical density to another one with a different one, and a boundary separating the two, and a line normal to that you're going to use to get your angles with. That's how you're going to apply Snell's law. Everything else you said is horseshit.
Yep.
Oh, you're doing the reification fallacy where the mathematical equation, because it has a hard boundary, means that
no, you can't get out of this.
Observation in reality must have a hard boundary.
You're not going to use a mental contortion.
I'm finishing my sentence.
You're not going to use a mental contortion to get out of this, dude. You're not going to do it.
You're using a reification fallacy. You're using a reification fallacy.
What are we reifying? Are we reifying what it already states? We're reifying what it already states. So what's the problem?
I was telling you the reification. So the reification is in the mathematical equation. There's a hard boundary because that simplifies an infinite amount of changes. And because of that hard boundary, you're saying there has to be a hard boundary between the two media.
You just inserted that bullshit.
Taking the mathematical abstract view and turning it into the concrete thing. You're saying the mathematics equals reality.
No, fuck this, dude. Citation now for your horse shit. Citation for your horseshit right fucking now. Put it in the text chat for what you just exclaimed as to the reason why it doesn't adhere to what it says right there, what you just read out, what Snell's law is. I want a citation to your mental contorted bullshit that you said it explains for each density having different gradient within the media. You're some fucking clown bullshit that you're doing right now. I need a citation. You can't just say that and then escape to like, oh, well, it says what I think it says, and that's good. It gives you the explanation, you dumbass. That's the citation that's presented to you. I don't know why you're arguing with it. You can't make it sound like what you want to make it sound like. It's not going to. It is what it is.
Yeah, so I dropped one in. They measured refraction across air only. That was the only media they used. And it had a refractive index. That proves what I say is correct about refraction. Heretic, do you agree that you used a reification fallacy?
Where?
So there's a hard boundary in Snell's law, right, between the two media.
Yep, that's how you apply the law.
Great. So because there's a hard boundary in that equation, do you believe there has to be a hard boundary between the two medium?
If you're going to apply that law to calculate the angle of the refracted ray.
Okay, so that right there is called a reification fallacy, because nowhere in the mathematics do you need to include that in your measurements. So you don't need to include it in your measurements. You don't need to include it in your measurements. So the law just needs you to measure the two different densities of the refractive media, and then it has a hard boundary because there's an infinite amount of change between density 1 and density 2.
That's so fucking
so
stupid,
dude.
That's stupid.
It simplifies it. It simplifies it to a hard boundary. And because it simplified it to a hard boundary, you guys think there's a...
How the fuck can they make glasses if that was true? You dumbass. They need to know it in a calculation so they can correct for it. This guy's such an idiot, dude.
Yeah.
But there's an infinite amount of change. Don't you understand, Mickey? What the fuck?
Infinite amount of change. Then they wouldn't make glasses work at all. How the fuck could they make glasses work?
Wouldn't be able to calculate shit using this law.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah.
You see, your mental contortions don't work anymore, dogs. We have shit that's practical that works.
So the practical thing was the experiment that I linked in the chat that was just across air and showed refractions only. It happens in air. So I'm sorry, AV.
How about you show the application of Snell's law to something other than two isotropic media with a boundary separating them? Go on, go get it for us, please.
You mean the air?
No, I mean whatever example you can cite.
Yeah, I did. It's in the chat twice. Did you not open it and look?
The application of Snell's law to that.
Yeah, they found a refractive index purely across the air, the atmosphere.
Okay, did they apply Snell's law to calculate the angle of a ray?
No, they would have used Fermat's principle likely because that's the most
well, there you go.
Snell's law is just a derivative of Fermat's principle.
No, you said no, so it's not Snell's law, is it?
Man, you are so upset today, AV. I triggered you in seconds.
You didn't trigger me, but you're saying incorrect shit, dude, and then you're rambling on like you're trying to make it sound like your point is valid. It's not fucking valid. It's not practical. So you can't, there's no, like Heretic was saying, there is no demonstration you have. And it's annoying when you make it sound like...
Give me a reason why the thing I put in chat doesn't show refraction happens purely through air and you don't need two different substances. Tell me why you don't need two different substances.
You just presented something that used Fermat's principle. So you didn't use Snell's law, did you, idiot?
You don't even know the difference between Fermat's principle and Snell's law. They both just take the two different densities.
Was that a practical example of Snell's law?
Yes.
You just said no, you idiot.
But it is. You just don't understand it. So Snell's law and Fermat's principle use similar things. So you have the measurement of the densities of the two.
Are they the same thing?
Yes, they are the same thing mathematically.
A citation, please. Yeah, they have the same math, and why is there a difference? Why are there two of them? What the fuck? Citation, please.
So there's a small difference in the maths, but they use the exact same principle.
Citation.
Right. Yeah.
Why would you use one over the other if they're the same fucking thing? It would just be one thing.
I think Fermat's principle includes more data points.
So they're not the same thing. God.
So you can derive the law of refraction from both. Did you know that? And they both use density of a medium in order
That's
to.
nice. That's nice, but can you apply Snell's law to something other than a boundary and two media?
Yeah, you can apply it to a boundary and one media with two different densities, if that's the jargon you can use.
Give us an example of that.
The one that I put in chat, because they both use the difference in density.
That was Fermat's principle,
dude.
So they both use the density of the same media.
No, do it with Snell's law, not Fermat's principle. Thanks.
So they both use the same media with two different densities to derive the refractive index.
You're not going to get away. You're not getting away.
What am I not getting away from? This is the only answer that needs to be said. If you guys don't like it, that's your problem.
You're conflating Fermat's principle with Snell's law and saying they're identical. They're not.
No, I said specifically they weren't identical, but you use the same process to derive very similar results.
All right, so then show a practical example of Snell's law. The practical example of Snell's law.
No one uses Snell's law. They use Fermat's principle. You guys brought Snell's law into this, but it does the same thing.
Dude.
Do they do similar things? Do Snell's law and Fermat's principle both derive the refractive
Just
index?
said same, and then in one sentence later you changed it to similar.
Yeah.
No, you're imagining that I said same.
What the fuck, dude?
You think that I said that they're the same thing, but they don't. They both have extremely similar outputs, and they do it the same.
I think
with the same thing. They have the inputs of the densities, and they output refractive index. Is that not the same thing? Like, you guys don't even understand the bare basics. You think, heretic, that the mathematics having a boundary means that in reality you must have a boundary. That's a reification fallacy, like most of the things you say.
You idiot.
And Ava, you're triggered. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because you keep saying dumb shit, dude. You're trying to make it sound like
why can't you rebut it? Rebut it, dickhead. Rebut it.
Because why does this thing exist? Conflating Fermat's principle with Snell's law.
Why can we measure refraction through only atmosphere? Why don't we need water and air? Why don't we need the two different things to measure refraction? You fucking... Hey? Come on, dickhead. Tell me why we can measure refraction through one single substance, you fucking imbecile.
Do it with Snell's law.
Come on, I cucked you the other day, AV. You're upset now, and you're about to get cucked again because you can't.
Yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, cuck us all with your example of Snell's law applied to one medium, no boundaries. I'm waiting.
Can you explain why I'd need to do that?
To substantiate your point that you can.
Okay, if Snell's law is using different densities to obtain refraction, and Fermat's can do that using... and you can do it with Fermat's using the exact same process,
using Fermat's
just a slightly different equation. So why would that not also validate Snell's?
Okay, so you'll be using Fermat's, not Snell's.
But why wouldn't it also validate Snell's?
Because it's not Snell's law.
But that doesn't mean it can't validate it as well if they use the same process.
Dude,
it's not the same process.
It is. They measure different densities of the...
Okay, then instead of Fermat, since it's the same process, use Snell's.
Now he says he's going back and forth between saying it's the same to saying it's similar.
Yeah,
he doesn't know what they use the same process. Yeah. It's not the same equation. What don't you guys understand about that? It's basic English.
Yeah, so use the Snell's law equations and show us that being done with one medium.
Why would I need to do that? I've already validated
it. There you go. Then you give up the ghost, dude. You give up the ghost on it.
It's asking him to do anything because actually it's just an equivocation fallacy. Come on, guys.
You guys are just asking for something that doesn't need to be done.
Yeah, like I said, it's an equivocation fallacy where you say, well, it's this thing, and then you go into your little briefcase when no one's looking and you pull out something else. Yeah, it's an equivocation fallacy.
Yeah, so an equivocation fallacy would only work if they didn't have the same processes.
They don't.
They do. They have different mathematical formulas in that process.
Yeah, so can you use a practical example? Where's your practical example of Snell's law?
It's in the mathematics. I don't need to use a practical example. If you look at the A1 and A2,
so there's
those are
nothing you're
different
gonna
densities
look,
that you
look,
measure.
dumbass. You're not gonna go outside.
Don't call me
into
dumbass.
the physical.
What's
you
the
are a
A1 and
dumbass.
A2 in Snell's law?
Shut up.
What's the A1
Shut
and
up.
A2?
Stop getting triggered. You're a dumbass. So when you go
What's
out
the
into
A1 and
physical,
A2, AV?
where let me see. Shut you the fuck up. All right, when you go out into the physical and natural world, what are you using with Snell's law and as a practical example? Go ahead.
You use the temperature of the air to get two different densities, which you then plug.
All right, that's not Snell's law, is it? Which you just outlined with your whole fucking spiel about Fermat's principle. It's not Snell's law, is it?
It is Snell's law and Fermat.
No.
This is just ridiculous.
Fucking clown show, dude. All right. At some point, you just need to get tired of this, dude.
Sorry, Ivy.
No, go ahead, Daz. Go ahead, Daz.
No, I was just going to say is the same effect. So, let's just give you a bit of refraction in air going from light air to denser air. Is it going to be the same amount of refraction that you get when light goes through water or glass? It's going to be much more subtle, isn't it? So it's not even
correct.
You might get a tiny bit of refraction, but not as much as going through glass or water.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, exactly.
I think
hey, let me trigger somebody in the chat. Hey, Professor Phil, your Fed income people are getting shellacked in the room here. They need your assistance. Calling Professor Phil.
You can say that when you can tell me what the A1 and A2
people are getting shellacked in the channel. They need your assistance.
Can you tell me what A1 and A2 in Snell's law are? Are they measurements of density of a medium? AV, have you run away?
You're missing the boundary, bro.
Those are the angles.
You have to have a physical boundary.
Yeah, and you're going to need a physical
I
boundary.
know that's your reification.
Hey, dummy. For A1 and A2, you're going to need a physical boundary because you have a line normal to it, which those angles are with respect to. Dummy.
How is reciting a law a reification fallacy?
Because the mathematics isn't the reality. The abstract isn't the real thing. It's an abstract representation of a change.
It's Snell's law.
It's reification fallacy. You want me to link the reification fallacy is?
He's an idiot because Snell's law is showing them water and glass and different media, contacted media. And whenever you see something like through that media, you can see like something different between them. And he can't show you a practical example of that. I don't know why. He's trying to make it sound like it's one media, with Snell's law showing you two different media.
AV, is air at 12 degrees the same isotropic media as air at 15 degrees?
Example.
Is air at 12 degrees the same isotropic media as air at 15 degrees?
You just finished telling us this whole spiel of how you're not
air at 12 degrees the same isotropic medium as air at 15 degrees?
What's the hard boundary between the airs? The air at 12
There is none. That's a reification fallacy.
There you go.
No, Snell's law requires a hard boundary.
That's a reification fallacy.
What's A1? Where are you going to get that from? Tell me what A1 is.
That's the density of the first medium. But that hard boundary...
The fuck?
Uh-huh.
It's the N. What the fuck? Idiot.
I'm not looking at the equation right now, so I mixed up what letter it was.
This is supposed to be a gotcha from you.
So the hard boundary, Heretic, you agree the hard boundary is in mathematics.
You're failing, dog.
Mathematical form.
You are failing at doing this.
Physical boundaries.
Well, it seems like, AV, I say something, I ask you the same question again and again and again and again. You refuse to answer and then just come out and say, you're failing, dogs. So
how is life like being a failure,
is air at 12 degrees? Is air at 12 degrees the same isotropic medium as air at 15 degrees? Just answer truthfully, AV.
When you wake up in the morning, think about not being a failure. right?
Come on, I've asked you the same question 12 times and you seem to understand this stuff. So is 12 degrees the same isotropic medium as 15 degrees in air?
I've asked you the same question 3 times. What's the hard boundary in between those two air temperatures?
What was my answer the last time you asked it?
Snell's law is full of shit. You said something.
No, my answer was that hard boundary is in the mathematics. It's not in the actual reality itself. A principle in mathematics.
No practical example.
So a physical hard
what do you think that
boundary
means?
is
I'm
in
describing a reification
mathematics.
fallacy to you guys. Do you not understand? Like, I could take an average of all the people here, and there'd be no one with 2.4 kids.
How is a physical boundary in mathematics?
So what happens is you'll have an almost infinite set of differences from 1 to 2.
Physical boundary.
Buddy, I'm explaining it to you right now, okay? I can do this in 30 seconds. So if you have air that it's at temperature 15 and air that's at temperature 17, between that 15 and 17, there is an almost infinite amount of different temperatures of air between those two readings. So instead of including that infinite set of all the different possible readings of every single atom in the air between 15 and 17 degrees, instead you put a boundary in there that averages out the change or equals out the change, so you don't have to do the infinite calculation, you just do a boundary calculation. And you're saying that because they put a boundary instead of using the infinite calculation to simplify the equation, an actual boundary has to exist in reality, which is a reification fallacy.
You can apply this equation to a scenario without a boundary then?
I've just cooked you. Welcome to the globe.
Hey, Stray, can you do that though?
I don't know what you asked. I cooked you and welcome to the globe.
Yeah. You don't even know what you're trying to cook then. You're totally doing.
Well, it's like this. Stick a straw, like one of those like white and red striped candy cane straws, stick it in a mason jar. Delete the mason jar, let the water sit up there, and then look at the straw. Dude, you require a hard boundary for refraction.
Then why is there? Then why is there
refraction?
Why is there a measurement of refraction I keep putting in the chat that only seems to be through the air? There's no other substances involved.
Oh, so you're claiming a version of refraction that goes against Snell's law?
It doesn't go against Snell's law. You just don't understand it. All of you are confusing isotropic media with substance.
And you're inventing a physical boundary that Snell's law requires for math. You're saying,
no, you're doing that. You're inventing the physical boundary that's only in the math.
I didn't write Snell's law, bro. I didn't write it. Snell did.
No, you're inventing a physical boundary between the two layers of the medium.
The physical boundary the physical boundary that Snell's law is requiring. Read Snell's law to us. Read it. Go ahead.
I did that earlier.
Read it now.
All right. Do you want me to scroll up in chat to AV's link of it and try to read it to you? But I mean, I've explained it to you. What's wrong with my explanation that instead of including the infinite change of temperature, you simplify it to a boundary?
Do you want me to read it?
No, I'm just scrolling up. So what's wrong with my description of the infinite change being simplified?
Do you want me to read Snell's law? Yes or no?
I've already read it. Snell's law is a formula that you use to describe the relationship between the angles of incident and refraction when referring to light or other waves passing through a boundary between two different isotropic media, such as water, glass, or air. In optics, the law is used in ray tracing to compute the angles of incidence of or refraction, and in experimental optics to find the refractive index of a material. Isn't that weird? It says refractive index of a material. The law is also satisfied in metamaterials, which allow light to be bent backwards at a negative angle or refraction with a negative refractive index.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? Imagine if I'm looking in a pond, and the air in the gas inside that pond is the same temperature as the air in the gas that I'm breathing. What's the difference? Oh, a sheet of water.
And in the article I keep... How about this? Since I read that out, why don't you read the first couple of lines of this article I keep popping in?
Dude, when I go to the beach and I see an oil rig, in the distance, let's call it 10 miles in the distance, 1 foot above sea level.
You're not going to read my citation?
Hold on.
Do you want me to do it? I'll read you the name of it.
Yeah,
Monitoring
go
of
ahead.
the refractive coefficient in the lower atmosphere using a controlled setup of simultaneous reciprocal vertical angle measurements. So do you know what that means?
Yeah, that means that there's a flat Earth required for those vertical angle measurements. Yeah.
No.
No,
All you
it
need
literally
is
does.
some.
What's a vertical angle measurement? That's an elevation angle, you fucking donkey.
No.
So now
A vertical angle is an angle. It's not a measurement of distance, it's a measurement of angle, you fucking donkey. Elevation is distance. Angle is like reciprocal vertical angles are angles. They're in degrees. Not feet.
Elevation is height above horizontal.
I know, in feet, not in degrees.
Okay, so we can do feet, inches, centimeters.
How do you convert that into degrees above something?
From 180 degrees to 90 degrees?
Yeah, so if I have something 180 degrees above me, that could go infinitely far, so long as it's above.
Why would
90 degrees?
If something's 180 degrees, it wouldn't be above you, you fucking moron.
Depends where you are. Yeah, anyway. It doesn't matter. So if something's 90 degrees from whatever your horizontal tangent is, or your horizontal measurement is.
We're going to harp on this for a second. You just thought
That's fine. If you didn't hear what I said after I said 180 degrees, I'm sorry, but I said 180 degrees or 90 or whatever because I realized I'd gotten it wrong.
You said 180 degrees is above your head. You fucking
yeah, and then I said or 90 because I realized it was wrong, and you didn't hear that. So, how do you convert 10 foot above the ground to an angle measurement above the ground?
Angle measurement to what?
So, with reciprocal zenith angles, you use some form of theodolite, something that will give you a eye line at 90 degrees from the vertical, and then you measure the change in angle of those two theodolites when they're sighted into each other's crosshairs.
Reciprocal zeniths aren't a thing.
That's great. I'm glad you think that.
Well, I mean, not practically in celestial navigation. I mean,
in this experiment, it's a thing. You have two things that are pointed at each other, and they both have a way of measuring vertical downwards.
Yeah, vertical downwards requires a horizontal plane of reference.
No, it doesn't. It just requires a singular point that both are referencing.
Which would be horizontal, you donkey.
No, horizontal is 90 degrees from vertical.
Yeah, but you have 90 degrees. In order to have 90 degrees, you have to have horizontal.
Nope, you only have to have a singular point that those verticals are referencing. In this case, it's the center of gravity.
I'm going to put my stuff on mute.
Dude.
Hold on, don't mute me. I'll do it myself.
Wax, dude, can you hear me?
I muted myself so I won't get banned, so yeah.
No,
not banned.
Okay, not banned. I'd stop calling people, like, relating people to animals. All right? Like, just because dogs called you a donkey, you don't need to follow his lead.
Oh, no. Donkey is not a cuss word. Donkey is not a swear.
No, but it's really inappropriate and it's really immature.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's just simply dehumanized. You can just call, he identifies as dogs are gods. That's his username. Just call him
No,
dogs.
I wasn't even, that wasn't even, dude, I call people donkeys and donuts. I'll call him a donut from now on. Is that better? Because he's a fucking donut?
We'll just call him by
Why
his
though?
name.
Why do you need to think this way?
Just
Think
use
what
his
way?
name. If you can't engage civilly, don't engage.
Exactly.
Just put yourself on mute and listen.
I genuinely want to know why adults can't just be adults. I don't understand the need for ad hominem. It makes you look ignorant. It makes everyone look at FE or GE, either of us, okay? It makes both sides look ridiculous. And more so our side, because we have the minority here. Don't keep denying it. Either stop denying it. You did it. Stop.
I didn't ad hom anybody.
Yes, you did. Now just accept it. You did. Stop arguing. Stop arguing. you did. Move on.
Well, if he had an argument and then he just insulted the guy, then he did an ad hominem.
I address his argument.
Okay, Wax.
An ad hominem.
That's it. Wax. That's it. Just cut the shit. Okay. Just call him by his name. You can. Your personal take of what he isn't relevant.
If I call somebody a donkey, I feel like that's a lot nicer than me saying you dumb piece of shit.
How about you just don't say
that. I'm just saying.
How about you just don't say any of it? Control your emotions. Are you capable of this?
Aeon, I don't think you're capable of understanding what an elevation angle is, because clearly you don't understand how that works either. You're a little flat earth believer, but you're a girl, so everyone's all being nice to you.
I don't believe in FE. Thank you.
You don't know what an elevation angle is. I'm not trying to be rude, but like
an elevation angle is anything.
Dogs, shut up. Okay, as soon as someone says that, I'm not trying to be rude, but with all due respect, but it's virtually just dropping excuses. How about just sit back and relax for a little bit? You're clearly too emotionally charged for this conversation. You can't even follow basic moderation. You start picking a fight with other people in text chat. You just want to brawl for some reason. Join one of the debate bro channels. Just go above and go talk about theism versus atheism or whatever. Okay, just do that for a while. And then when you're ready to be less emotionally charged, come back.
Are you talking about?
What I want to understand is why the two sides have to despise each other so much and call each other names because one person has something wrong. Why can't we just educate each other?
Well, because it's like this, because the globalists come in here thinking that flat earthers are virtually subhuman mongrels. Like, they're grinding all of humanity to a halt. And they're completely irrelevant at the same time. It's this contradictory worldview. So eventually flat earthers get sick of it and retaliate. And it's not right. You should turn the other cheek. You should be able to just laugh it off. But not everybody can. Some people just get tired of globalist bullshit. And they say, fine, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's have a shit show for a while.
Is that sort of like a victim?
No, it's a human thing. It's a human thing.
Did you say bullshit? Did you say bullshit?
Yeah, bullshit.
I haven't heard that one yet. That's funny.
Just
turn the other cheek like Kiwi. Kiwi turns the other cheek really good. He's freaking
honest
to everybody.
If you guys listen to the old content from QE, he was constant. Like the very first debate he did with Rumpus, he was respectful the whole time. Called him sir. Was really you could tell he had a lot of military bearing. But after a while, you just get sick of people being absolute insufferable. Like they are completely insufferable. And you just want to be, you know what? Fine. Fuck it.
All right. Can I
I don't know. Sometimes flat
respond to
but whatever.
You got to yield at some point, right? Okay.
Go ahead, buddy.
I'm just going to read a couple of things here. So it stands to reason that first of all, trajectory questions, perplexity AI. So it stands to reason that parallel zeniths are a requirement for accurate zenith distances, which by necessity share the same 100 baseline reference. Answer: yes, your reasoning is correct in celestial navigation. The concept of parallel zeniths is for accurately determining zenith distances. Here's a breakdown of why this is the case. Definition of zenith distance. Zenith distance, this is the angle measured from the zenith, the point directly above an observer, to a celestial body is complementary. That is, if the altitude of a known star is known, the zenith distance can be calculated as 90 degrees minus altitude. Okay. Importance of parallel zeniths. Parallel zeniths, when measuring zenith distances from different locations, it's crucial that these measurements are referenced to a common baseline. This baseline is typically defined as the horizon at each observer's location. 180-degree baseline reference, the concept of using 180 degrees. Baseline allows for consistent angular measurements across different locations. Since the celestial...
Is eating butthole part of the carnivore diet?
I'm sorry, what?
Speak again so you can get muted. Since the celestial sphere is considered to be uniform, having parallel zeniths ensures that measurements can be accurately compared. Implications for navigation: accurate positioning. By ensuring that zenith distances are referenced against a common baseline, the horizon, navigators can accurately calculate their position relative to celestial bodies. Consistency in measurements. Using parallel zeniths helps maintain consistency in angular measurements, which is vital for triangulating positions on Earth based on celestial observations. In summary, sharing a common baseline, specifically through the use of parallel zeniths, is essential for accurate zenith distance calculations in celestial navigation. This shared reference allows navigators reliable comparisons in determining.
Why are we just listening to you read, though?
Now, here's the point about diverging zeniths. So, diverging zeniths could never be possible? Answer: in the context of celestial navigation, the concept of zenith distances, diverging zeniths would not be practical or meaningful. Here's why. Now, obviously, this is contrary to him saying I was wrong at this point the first time. Understanding zeniths, definition of zenith. The zenith is the point in the sky that is directly above the observer, like I said earlier. Each observer on Earth has their own unique zenith based on their geographical location. Parallel versus diverging zeniths. Parallel zeniths, when discussing zeniths in celestial navigation, we typically refer to them as parallel when considering measurements from different locations, but using a consistent reference framework like the horizon that allows for accurate comparisons and calculations. Diverging zeniths. If zeniths were to diverge, it would imply that there are inconsistencies in how angles are measured, or that observers are using different reference points that do not align. This would lead to confusion and inaccuracies in navigation. Oh, there you go. There's the education.
No more.
Hope that helps.
Congratulations, you just discovered that if you feed the AI some proper prompts, then you can convince it to say basically anything based on them.
Well, it's not confused principally, fundamentally. Obviously, the plane is what we're talking about. And it's not like you can say, hey, you're wrong. I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't invalidate anything that I've read. I mean, because I just don't have, I don't know, a navigation manual handy right now that I'll be reading from. But, I mean, what I read comes from those. So.
You already presuppose the horizontal plane and parallel zeniths in the prompt, so obviously the entire answer is going to be based around them. And if this prompt is invalid in the first place, then the entire answer is going to be wrong.
See, the thing about Perplexity AI, because there's been rather than you sit here and speculate, there's actually a whole presentation that 10th Man did where, like you said, they're going to it's garbage in, garbage out, right? Just going to get all citations, going to scour the internet, right? So, obviously, you can have it contradict yourself. But again, the way that you ask the follow-up questions to, when it comes to anything practical at all, 100%, continues to maintain my position regardless. I mean, you can't trick it to contradict my position when it comes to practical terms.
What AI chat is it?
It's called Perplexity AI. You can ask it questions and follow up questions, and the thing about it is, it will keep track of all of the things that you asked it. It's pretty cool.
Who's the maker of it?
I
Because
don't know.
obviously it'll give you biased answers based on the maker.
I don't know. Again,
Well, then how do you know you can trust it?
Because just like with Google, the other search engine, it's up to you as an individual who has a thinking brain to know how to sift through bullshit versus things that you can validate.
But you find it quite funny, Eli, as well. Like when ChatGPT comes out and it gives all of the kind of correct answers in terms of, you know, the current dogmas of the day. No one questions it. But as soon as there's like an alternative answer from an AI, people are like, "Oh, how do you know you could trust it?" It's like, yeah, I mean, where was that energy the first time? You know.
Yep.
In my defense, I had that energy the whole time with AI chats, but
Yeah, well, I'm not necessarily talking about you, but it's like absolutely no one was saying that before, you know. And then now I hear that like quite a bit whenever, because I've got a friend who's managed to program like I wouldn't even say program, but like train an FE AI so that it stops giving the kind of default globe answers. And the objection is, oh, how can I trust that? You've trained it, blah blah blah. And it's like, well, but that was the problem before anyway. So what's the difference?
yeah, well, the Google, like, obviously they were always doing it, but like the Google one kind of like exposed it big time.
Well, here's the thing with Perplexity AI. Bless you, babe. Thing with Perplexity AI is you can just use it, see what it's like. Obviously, the things that you guys are talking about is an element, is a thing. However, again, instead of all this speculation about what you don't know, you can just watch the presentation and you can determine for yourself if 10th Man ask it questions in the way that is satisfactory to come to the conclusions that you can come to.
What does it say? The Earth is flat?
Yeah.
All right, then it's trustworthy.
Yeah.
Well, no, it says a principle. It says that a principle in navigation is a horizontal baseline that all observers share in common to accurately get positions and things like that. Same thing in artillery as well. So, I mean, say it's flat without saying it's flat, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Thousands of miles.
I did that with an AI once as well, and it started freaking out. Like it actually started freaking out and spewing strange code, and it ended up admitting that the world was indeed flat, and I was just like, and it explained why. So it's definitely possible to do that, but I would definitely question how much information we fed into it, how much bias.
What are those cannons that shoot straight for very far?
Railgun?
Yeah, railgun. So they always say that for the really long distance railgun shots, that they actually have to aim them up at like a 45-degree angle, sort of thing. You know, obviously the degree would change based on what they shoot. But in every single test shot that I've ever seen, it's never more than a 5-degree angle. I don't think I've ever seen a railgun out of the 20 test shots that I've seen. I've never seen it shoot not straight.
Yes, they do. Railguns are an interesting thing to look into.
I know you say yes,
them.
they do, but have you ever seen one shoot at
I've
a
seen
45
videos of
degree
one
angle?
shoot. No, I don't think it was a 45.
What was the angle?
I think
15?
it was. Yeah, I think it was pretty close to the Earth itself.
Borderline straight.
Borderline straight, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it didn't deviate. So, yeah. I remember back, I think it was 2-3 years ago, railguns was one of the proofs that people used. And it's quite interesting.
Yes, because the manuals or the diagrams will show that in order to get their long distances that they claim they can make, that it does have to shoot from, say, a 45-degree angle. But I've never seen one shoot more than 5, maybe 10 degrees above straight.
Yeah, I didn't see anything that was high up off the ground. It all looked pretty, I guess you would say, horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely an interesting thing to consider. There's a lot of these interesting things that when you really start looking into the whole FE argument, that you find these, and they are fascinating. And there's a lot of things that you'd think would account for curvature that don't. That's another issue. Horizontal for a sufficiently far distance, yeah. Back, yeah. But isn't there a claim that, any possible evidence that we use is somehow curving around the ball, no matter what it is? Like
all the way
superstructures.
to the back of your own head.
Yep. It's strange. I was looking into, goodness, I forgot the name of it, but there was a superstructure and it didn't account for curvature at all. And it was was it a bridge or something? Goodness, I think it's in the curvature channel of 24/7. No, nobody wants to answer that one. Actually, that would be a good topic. Can we talk about superstructures, megastructures, and how they don't account for curve at all?
I love that topic. That's one of my favorite ones.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Well, if they're tall enough and long enough, they would be more of a trapezoid shape. Because there's no building plans that will purposely... if they're aiming for like level walls on your building, they'll never show for, like, say you have a small numbers here, but a 20-foot beam at the bottom. They'll have a 20-foot beam at the top. They won't say it's a 25-foot beam because they have to take into the curvature.
No, I don't think they've ever factored that in, have they? Have we ever seen any megastructure built with curvature accounted for? I want to see that. I want to see what it looks like. Crit, you said it's your favorite topic. What's your take on it?
Well, yeah,
because I find it interesting.
Suez Canal, Panama Canal, the St. Lawrence Seaway, this superstructure dam in China. Just like even railway, tunnels. I just went, I went to Portugal. I drove through the longest tunnel in Europe. The only way you knew you were changing elevation, because when you came in the tunnel on one side, it was much lower in elevation than the other side. You could feel your ears popping as you're driving through it. They didn't take account of the curvature there. They just wanted to exit on the other side of the mountain at a higher spot, because then after that you went over this bridge across the valley. The area I went to was like really a bunch of mountains. Like you just drove from one mountain to the next. And none of these, not one thing, not any bridge, not any tunnel, none of it accounted for the curvature of the Earth. And these are miles. I mean, this tunnel was like 8-something kilometers, like 8.3 kilometers.
Oh, what was the one that I recently walked in Niagara? Oh, it was huge. If you're familiar with that one, it's right near Niagara Falls.
If I may, I think the only thing that I've heard of that, I don't know if it's considered a megastructure or anything, that supposedly accounts for it is LIGO. And even that's questionable as far as I know. I've heard
LIGO.
Indio talk about that. Hey?
LIGO, can you explain that a bit?
That's a good
LIGO,
that's a good one,
Infrared something observatory or something. This giant facility done it. Where is it in Europe? Somewhere in Europe, where they try to measure gravity waves or something, quote unquote. This giant tube that's, what is it, 2 or 3 kilometers, or like, it's pretty extensive. And they claim that they use they factor in the curvature, but I think Indio has come in here and said something like, "Oh, after you looking in the papers and stuff, it's questionable, or they backpedaled on something because they made a mistake or some shit like that." I'm not so sure. Maybe somebody else could elaborate, but that was one that I heard of. And like, it's the only one. Not sure it qualifies as what you're talking about, but if anything,
it's darn close. It's darn close. You would actually be talking about CERN would be on the same level then. And if they make an even bigger particle accelerator or Large Hadron Collider, then we might finally get a megastructure, because it has to be bigger than the Large Hadron Collider at CERN. We might actually have one of these examples.
Maybe.
Because I think they have to be completely level, do they not? Or am I mistaken?
You would think. I don't know if they have to be level, like according to the surface, but with respect to itself. Like if for you know what I mean. Like with respect to itself, it has to be on the same plane, but that plane could be like a cross. What do you call it? Like if it's underground. And it's all like, I don't know if I can explain it there, but like with respect to itself, it would have to be level. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that a particle accelerator that's shooting particles through has to be level. Like, they're not going on a curve, are they?
Well, they're curving, or the particles are curving around on a plane. Right, it's a giant circle, but that's like what is it? X, like that's the
gravity.
XY or the XZ. That's the XZ. But with respect to the YZ or the XY or the ZY, there shouldn't be, like up and down as opposed to left.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, the thing's not supposed to be going on an incline or a decline.
Right.
It's supposed to be going on a level loop, round and round.
Yeah. So the only thing that I'm aware of, like I said, was LIGO. But probably there might be somebody in here that can speak more to it.
Is LIGO the biggest, or is the Large Hadron Collider the biggest?
Oh yeah, I think that LIGO's like peanuts compared to the LHC.
So then the LHC is bigger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so then have we looked into the Large Hadron Collider? And if curvature was factored in for that?
I have not.
I should look that up. Let's see. Yes, okay. So according to what I found, the Large Hadron Collider would need to account for curvature because of its size and because of what's occurring with it. Let's see if it actually did. Because it should have, right? If we're living on a giant sphere, it would have to. Because of the way that particle acceleration works. I'm not finding anything. Maybe the GEs here know about it. It's their claim. Hey, Globies. Large Hadron Collider. Did it account for curvature in its construction? Yes or no? Can you find something?
Of course it didn't.
I know, but I want to see if they say it did. It's supposed to have.
Who cares? Who cares what they have to say? They're going to make stuff up.
Yeah, they always make stuff up, but, you know.
My guess
Yeah,
would be
but-
that it didn't. Can I explain why before I get muted?
You can.
The reason why I would expect it not to is that the particles being accelerated are very, very accurately controlled using magnetic fields. This is not, we're not just launching a proton and wishing it, best of luck and hoping that it will make it around the circle. We're actually controlling them to a ridiculous level of precision. So my guess, I'm totally guessing, is that we don't need this to be perfectly aligned in any way.
Well, according to what I found all over Google, the answer is yes, it had to have accounted for curvature.
Okay, good. Why not? Also, it's all in
However,
the tunnel,
there's
you know
nothing
it, right?
saying that it actually did.
Okay. Construction-wise, it doesn't follow the surface of the Earth, obviously. Neither does LIGO, because it's not perfectly flat or level, whichever word you want to use. So, and it's a tunnel, so you can dig a tunnel. It's probably dug to be to not curve within the tunnel itself, because they would have to try to make it curve. If you're digging a tunnel, even on a sphere, it's going to be a portion of a chord line, right? A tunnel. So if you wanted it to curve, you'd actually have to do more work to make it follow the curvature of the sphere itself. Right?
Why do planes going over the ocean from the United States to Europe have to use satellite radars instead of land-based radars?
Wow, what a change of topic.
Well, the answer is because the curvature of the Earth gets in the way of the signal, and so they have to put it to the ones that are in orbit as opposed to the ones ground to ground. Yeah.
Are we now? Is this some kind of
That's a crock of
auction?
shit.
Are we auctioning like low proofs here?
Transatlantic radio transmission would prove that wrong.
Oh, how's that a crock of shit again?
It's called the Marconi Transatlantic Radio Transmission. Look it up.
Marconi Transatlantic Radio Transmission.
Yeah. Such a feat would not be possible if there were Earth proof in the way.
Yeah, he sent the signal, reflected it based off of the ionosphere, and bounced it down from the sky toward Canada. Yeah, he didn't send it through the ground. He sent it toward the sky and then bounced. Yep. So he did a similar thing to sending it up toward the satellites, but instead of hitting a satellite, he just hit the ionosphere and then bounced it.
Canada.
Very impressive stuff.
Why did you say Canada?
He didn't send it. That's not how radio signals work.
Because he bounced it down toward Canada. That's why I said Canada.
No, but he doesn't send it up or down. That's not how radio signals work.
It quite literally is sent toward the ionosphere. Yep.
No,
And the
it's
signal
sent
was bounced
everywhere,
off the ionosphere.
all around, in every direction. That's how radio signals work, bro. They don't direct them.
Right.
Like a laser beam.
So he discovered that you don't need satellites. That's cool. You don't need
Right,
satellites.
so-
Just point it at the sky, it'll bounce off.
Right, so wonderful. So, again, this person brought up
the ionosphere is a
Marconi
satellite, right?
Transatlantic radio transmission, right? And I told you the mechanism by which it happened. Now, if you want to say that's not
Yeah,
true,
without
go ahead.
satellites,
That's fine,
right?
but I don't know what else to tell you here.
Well, so by own admission, it did not require satellites, right?
The bouncing off the ionosphere?
The invention
Correct.
of the ionosphere came about because of Marconi. It had to be the reason why, because they declared before he tested his equipment that it won't go that far, Marconi. The Earth's curvature will get in the way. Are you stupid?
Yeah.
And he went, I'm going to try anyway. Oh, it worked.
Ad hoc.
Well, there's this thing in the sky.
Did this person just say the ionosphere was invented?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Who invented the ionosphere? Who invented it?
Do you know what a social construct is?
Yeah, can you tell me who invented the ionosphere?
Yeah, do you know what a social construct is?
Yeah, I'm just going to ask my question again. Do you know?
Yeah, do you know what a social construct is?
Who invented the ionosphere?
Yeah, I'm just going to mute you then if you don't.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Run away like you always do.
Yeah, I don't think anybody said anything about inventing the ionosphere.
No, he quite literally did say they invented the ionosphere because they couldn't explain it any other way.
Yeah, shut up.
Before he invented his.
He's not here for a conversation.
Okay, anyway.
He doesn't know what these words mean.
And he's gone.
Yeah, that's a surprise.
Did he bounce? Really?
Yeah,
he bounced. He wasn't a Trump supporter.
No, he what he does, he always does that. As soon as he's muted, he won the debate. So he'll ask you a question. Your question must answer the Earth is a globe. If you don't, he just answers again and again and again. And if you mute him, he says you didn't answer the question and says he won and leaves.
Yeah, well,
so he forces you to beg the question for him.
Yeah, right off the bat, he claimed curvature, though. So that's where his feet should have been held to the fire. Oh, well, where's your curve proof?
Well, let's not get through to that guy. So what's the point of even having a discussion? Just mute him and move on.
No, you can't get elevation angles off a curved surface.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was a brick.
No, that was a swoosh. That was like a Larry Bird 3-point shooter at the end of the game. Like, psh, psh. Not a brick. Come on, bricks are bad.
No, that guy's bricked though. As
yeah, he's brick.
He's bricked as fuck.
Well, I don't know, man. A brick might actually be more absorbent than that guy, dude.
True.
Everyone has to tighten up. As soon as they start saying satellites, outer space, this and that, because a satellite and outer space and a TIE fighter and an X-wing, they're all the same thing. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. So once they start talking about space, you have to stop it right in its tracks because the vacuum of space violates natural law. That's all it is.
Yeah, we're talking about not being able to have a pressurized system next to a vacuum, correct?
Yeah, that's second law of thermodynamics. Yeah.
Well, there's nothing. There's no experiment. There's no observation. There's nothing. We can't find a vacuum existing next to a pressurized system anywhere. No one's been able to create an experiment of such either.
Nature abhors a vacuum. I mean, you can't have vacuum in nature.
And actually, I came up with a really good experiment that they could do. So get a container, like a cylinder, a glass cylinder, heavy-duty borosilicate glass, a vacuum chamber, a mechanism that seals that container. Okay, bear with me.
This is an experiment. It's not an experiment.
It's an observation.
Sure, but I mean, those are two.
Yeah,
but because say experiment, that's a very specific thing.
Yes, I understand. It's an observation. So
no, an experiment is not an observation.
No, I said this is an observation.
Not an experiment. Just let her talk, man. Come on.
All right. Sorry. I'm just
sensitive. I'm not your enemy. I'm FE. Okay, move on. Now, the thing that what I was saying is you have a cylinder, borosilicate glass. It's strong, and a mechanism that seals the glass. Pump the glass before, full of various whatever gases you want. I don't care which one you use. make it something kind of like the atmosphere at least. Something. Now, seal the vacuum chamber, right? Put the vacuum chamber on, get it to a near vacuum. Then use the remote feature to pull off that sealed top and see what happens. And there you go. If the stuff stays there, and make sure it's a really tall glass too. If the stuff stays there, there you go. If the stuff doesn't stay there after the lid's removed, well, there you go. Can we do that? Can we do that? No? Anybody?
Yeah, I mean, it varies in the context. I'm sure it's possible.
Well, if we could do it, then we could end that discussion, couldn't we?
No, you can't do that because that's not how gas behavior works. Gas moves freely in all directions.
Yeah, sure, but the claim...
That's the first time I'm ever hearing this.
The claim is that we live on a space ball surrounded by a near vacuum, and we're a pressurized system next to a near vacuum.
Which requires gas. If gas is traveling in one vector, it has to reach absolute zero, fall back down, and rain on people. Like, gas doesn't rain on us. Gas comes from the surface. All gas that we've ever inhaled in our lungs or anything comes from the surface.
So is there something we could devise to observe this?
Phytoplankton?
Phytoplankton?
Yeah, that's where pretty much almost all of our oxygen comes from. Phytoplankton floating around the ocean.
I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. No, I meant this.
Right. So phytoplankton makes gas, and then the gas comes up out of the ocean, just like trees, maples, oaks, walnuts. I mean, I don't know what your preference is. All trees, anything that has leaves on it is producing oxygen.
Yeah, gas is coming from the ground. I agree with you.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not just, but also think about the natural cracks. Like there's an earthquake, and all of a sudden, like a fault line comes across this desert here. Gas comes from the surface up. Gravity is not a force because gas has zero directional bias. We say, but I mean, I get it, right? Like,
yeah, that's why I'm saying, I get it.
Yeah, I'm not. Dude, I feel like I'm being really real. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be like. It's just gas moves freely in all directions.
Yes, of course it does. I'm not disagreeing with you on this. What I'm trying to illustrate is surely there's an observation we can create to, put the nail in this coffin for the globe, because they keep saying, oh yeah, well, we're a pressurized system next to a near vacuum. All we would need is something like what I was explaining. Now, maybe my idea has some issues. I don't know. It's just an idea. Would any of you have a better idea?
Aeon,
it's good. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Aeon, what you just described sort of reminded me. I think there's a little GIF out there where somebody has these two vials. They're connected. One is a vacuum. One has some orange-ish gas in it, and the guy kind of just opens a vial, and all the gas just fills it out. You know what I mean? Like, it's along the lines of what you're saying. I don't know if what you said is a little bit more sophisticated or something. I might have missed that.
Yeah, this would be more sophisticated, but yeah, I'm familiar with it.
Oh, there you go. So yeah, it's kind of there you go. So in my view, that's already a done deal.
Yeah, but this idea, I mean, did he have a valve in the center? And if he had a valve in the center, was it going right into the vacuum? Because it couldn't have been, right? So
I think it was. Oh.
Yeah. So I get a vacuum chamber, a tall vial, fill the tall vial with gases, make sure it's sealed, make sure the sealing unit is remotely activated, so you can literally sit with a remote control that will remove that seal. It'll just remove that seal, and then let's see what happens to the gas in the near vacuum. If it stays there, okay, maybe just maybe they can have a globe proof, or at least proof that we can have those two environments simultaneously. But you know what's going to happen, because we can predict that that's going to happen. But I think that that's worth doing.
I can picture it. I'm not so sure what the distinction would be between having a fully sealed environment with the contraption that creates the barrier, so like completely isolated within that same contraption.
It's so you don't get motion from the vacuum pulling out the air. So the vacuum already pulls out the air. So you're at a near vacuum. Then you take the lid off and see what happens. That way there's no pressure being created by the vacuum pulling either way.
Yeah, it's hard to picture, but maybe.
Yeah, this GIF right here. Where's the vacuum? Did he ensure that the top sphere was actually a near vacuum? Do we have verification of that? Because if that's true, then that's the same thing.
There we go. Yeah, I think even if it's not a perfect vacuum, the behavior's identical. It's a lower pressure system and a higher pressure system, and bing bang boom.
Yeah, it blows their thing out unless they're going to now claim gravity, because that's what they usually do.
I remember asking somebody this question in conversation. I was like, okay, so if this is what's going on, right? Like the opposite of what we see in this GIF, like where would that line be? Suppose that, for example, we had these, like this little setup here, but let's say, okay, on your tabletop, okay, it fills it up. Okay, well, what if we went up, 100 meters high? Like this tube was 100 meters, and it was same thing. What would happen? Oh, it would fill it up. Okay, well, how about a couple kilometers? Suppose we had enough glass for this and it didn't break and all that stuff. It's very hypothetical, but you get my point. And the guy said, oh, well, you open the valve and it's going to fill up. And it went on, like, it was getting absurd at some point, but I'm like, okay, well, at what distance would this phenomenon not happen? And he kind of just, bricked him,
Well, is he claiming that gravity is affecting gas?
Yeah.
Does gas have mass?
That is the essence of the claim.
Yeah, but does gas even have mass?
They claim so, because you can take gas, put it in, whatever, fucking, what are those called again? Those like a scuba tank type of thing. Oh, you can weigh the scuba tank, and there's more, and it weighs more when you put gas in it. Therefore, the gas has mass. That's the essence of their like that. That's a cornerstone in the argument.
No, the gas is just denser than air. Like at that point, you're just going to use density because it is density. It's like there's, you fill a container up with gas, and there's some
Mick, how do you
gases that are
justify
more
your
dense
sense
than others.
perception, Mick? Can you answer the question, Mick?
It depends which gas you're talking about. Who's interrupting?
Yeah, Mick, can you answer the question, Mick? Yes or no?
Why interrupting, sir? You're sounding very aggressive.
Just to be clear, are you incapable of engaging with the substance of my question, you brain dead fucking retard? Yes or no?
Not when you interject.
Okay, great. So you're incapable of progressing to the conversation.
I'm very much capable. You're a piece of shit for interjecting in a civil conversation.
Just step over.
Yeah, don't worry about him. If he's going to be disrespectful like that, he can just leave.
Yeah. Hey, Aeon, do you see what we're talking about now? Like this endless stream of just bullshit you're constantly
Was
having
was
to-
that a Globey?
Yeah.
Ooh, mean.
Yeah.
See how
Just
eventually-
jump
Yeah, we just get sick of it. It's boring.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
hold
People
on. We
get
don't
sick
know
of
if that
it.
was a Globey or a Flatty.
No,
That was
it
a
is.
troll.
That was
It was a
the
troll.
No, it was.
Who knows?
It was a
Yeah, it
Globey
was
troll.
It's a Globey troll,
It
yeah.
could be. It was probably a Globey troll, but it could have been.
No, Rolling Boulder. We know. We know.
That's
who
not
the-
flat Earth, let's be
we
honest.
know who the guy is. Okay, we know who he is. He's well
if
known.
you know who he is, then
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was going
Stand
back to
by.
an earlier point that just because they act like that, it eventually at some point you get tired of it, and that's their goal. Their goal is to grind this conversation to a halt by hook or by crook. They don't want this conversation to happen, and if they can stop it one way or the other, they'll do whatever tactic they can do. So just ignore it, step over the road turds, and just drive on to the topic.
Crit, see,
Yeah, but-
this is what
but
I don't
make
understand,
me
though.
equal to
Why
Z.
don't
Hold
they
on.
want the
Please
discussion to occur?
Please,
Because they're scared.
please don't make me equal to Z,
Yeah,
the guy that
dude,
just popped
Rolling, stop, dude. Because what they see it as a threat. They're shit scared of words.
Why would
But
they
I'm
be
they.
afraid of
I
whatever
am
the
they.
truth is? What's terrifying about that?
Because they don't care about truth, they want narrative, whatever they already believe to be true.
But they already believe it. Why do they need to worry about us? We're the idiots in their eyes. We're the idiots in their eyes.
Oh, yeah. I never said it was logical.
Moreover, I am they.
Actually, when you think about it, you have YouTube being asked by the government, hey, censor FE because, ooh, which doesn't make any sense. If it's so ridiculous and it's so absurd and it's so quickly disproven and the globe is so right, why in the world is everyone wanting to censor it? Why in the world is everyone scared of it? I don't understand this. Like, I've been threatened now in DMs multiple times, and it's weird. And I'm only recently public about FE.
Simple
So
people
I
like
don't
being
get
right.
it. Well, what's wrong with being wrong? It's okay to be wrong.
I'm not
It
saying
happens,
it's okay to be
dude.
wrong. I'm saying simple people like being right.
No, egos like being right.
Yeah, well, yes, egotistical.
He's
A lot of narcissists on the internet in general.
Shit, I don't mind being wrong. If I'm wrong and I know that I'm wrong, well, then I've learned something.
Yeah, if I'm wrong about this, that's okay. Then, you know what? At least I will know more and I'll have a better argument.
Well, this is
But
kind of
share
turning
the-
into shadow boxing, kind of like what
threats?
globe
What did
believers
people
do
DM you?
when there's no flat earthers around. It's just shadow boxing.
No, dude, Mathicus, you're not paying attention. There was a discussion earlier today about how we need to clean up the discussion. That it seems to go off the rails over and over and over again. And at some point we said, yeah, let's agree that both sides are kind of shit throwers. Let's do better as flat earthers. And since then, the flat earthers, as a group in this channel, have decided to elevate the conversation as the globalists continue to come in and disrupt. They'll use your kindness as a weakness.
You literally told me that you're not shadow boxing as you started shadow boxing. Glober's this.
Okay, fuck this dude. He's too bricked. He's too bricked. Like, he just had the dude come in here and just screech uncontrollably, derailing the conversation, and he thinks it didn't happen. All right, you guys continue. Let's go. I think what Mick and Aeon.
So Professor Phil sent me a DM, and he's showing me because he's listening. He's listening to us. He's listening to us. And he said, here's an actual photo from the vantage point of a high-altitude balloon using a standard lens. You can see the moon in the photo, near the horizon. You can see the thickness of 99.97 of the atmosphere. And it's blue because the blue wavelengths of light scatter more than the other wavelengths. In the absence of enough air, with very few gas particles to scatter light, the area is black. In fact, the vast black area you see above the very thin line has a measured pressure of 0.011 psi at the top of a thin blue area of 30 kilometers to 0.0000146 psi at 100 kilometers. Even at 0.01 psi, there is not enough air particles to scatter light. In fact, from the ground upwards, the air pressure gets exponentially indefinitely. At no point is there gas pressure next to a vacuum. It is simply the atmosphere getting less and less. My question to you is, why does the air in the thin blue line that you can see in the photo above not rush to fill the vast black area? And I will post the photo, so... Oh, I can't. Of course I can't. What's your opinion on that?
At this point, you should definitely be able to post a photo.
I can't.
Heretic.
Stop bothering me.
Yes, Aeon, send it to me. I'll post it.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, you need level 3 to post in guest rooms. You're level 2. You should level up shortly, though.
Have you paid your £10 FE membership?
I'm not a card-carrying member yet. It's okay.
We're also open to bribes.
They still think I'm a shill in 24/7. It's funny.
Nice.
Yeah.
This is 24/7, so I get you're a shill.
The other one. Just a couple people think it. I guess it's the way I speak.
You're not very good at your arguments.
I'm not trying to argue.
Wax, what the fuck, dude?
Oh! I thought I was muted this whole time. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was unmuted.
And this is why you're usually muted.
No, that was my natural thought, like where I thought I was muted.
Vax, just sit back and have a relax, mate. That's all good.
I didn't realize I was unmuted. Fuck.
No, high fives, happy days. You're unmuted. Just chill, sit back, have a listen. Other people are talking. It's all good, mate.
No.
Okay, so here's what Professor Phil is doing here. He thinks he's got glob proof, but instead asks a question. And like, come on, dude. Just present your proof if it's proof with a conclusion, not a question.
Do any of the GEs want to talk about that image and that claim? I guess I could send his DM to you, Crit, if you wanted it, and then you could post it if you needed to.
Yeah, like the text version. I guess that was...
Yeah, I'll grab it. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm sure he doesn't mind.
I think I'm the only Glober you have right now. So, what do you want?
Why do you think that?
What do you want?
There. All right, I sent it to Crit.
It's just a guess.
Crit can post it.
Well, yeah, there's percentages here. Embo's here. Let's see, who else?
Yeah, I've been listening, though. I'm talking about people talking.
Myth, Peter.
Yeah, I will gladly yield. If another Glober talked, I am the least of the Globers. So if they show up, I will back out. I'm the least.
Well, on behalf of myself and the other Globers whom I know in the room, we would appreciate it if you didn't speak, Rolling, because we really do.
That's not very nice, Peter.
As a Glober,
Globy infighting.
The torch for yourself.
You're too
Globy
stupid to make
infighting.
us look bad.
I'm gonna make who look bad?
You're going to make Peter look bad, and he's going to be all upset. I'll prove it to you.
Peter does that all by himself.
Peter look bad.
Peter's just really protective of Globe and Globe arguments. So when he sees someone presenting like bad Globe arguments, like why would they lie or photos from space, he gets a little triggered by that because he thinks the Globe is more sound than just random buzzword talking points.
That is true. But
that would
more
be
than
that would be cool if I had ever said, "Why would they lie?"
Yeah, but I
That has
already know
never
that
been a
you're
thing I
not going to
said.
do a good job. One, I already know you're not going to do a good job. Two, the conversation they've been having was just delicious. So let them discuss among themselves and let's just enjoy it, all right? Let's be a fly on the wall tonight. I beg you.
Yeah, go ahead. Do you see the wall over there? Go be a fly.
That's how I
I
feel.
just don't want to be a fly listening to you getting cooked about gas pressure.
No, it's not gas pressure. This
You
is
said you wanted to be a fly. Go be a fly. We could be quiet now, but you need to persist.
Okay, so
say
here we
nothing
go.
else. Watch this. Say nothing else, Peter, and everything can proceed.
Rolling.
But if you have to talk again, then I will too. So be quiet, Peter. God
Do you
bless
think you can pick up this argument by Professor Phil?
Is Professor Phil in the chat or like what? Is he in VC?
Listening on YouTube.
Do you guys remember when Professor Phil
Phil-
told me that the more helium you put in a balloon, the more likely it was to sink?
Wait, Phil Bell, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phil Bell? Oh, this guy's a fucking retard.
Oh, dude, come on, Wax, man. I'm like,
I remember he also used to think that the fact
Phil's
that
the
he drove a nice
professor.
car was proof that the proof the Earth was a globe. He literally used to talk about his car, like no one cared.
yeah, because you
Oh, I
can't
drive a really nice
explain.
car.
Well, it was a Rolls Royce. He's like, I got a Rolls Royce.
Don't care. Don't care.
Like, what does that mean, dude? Like, lots of people have Rolls Royce.
Is that what Phil said, or are you speaking of someone else?
No, Phil. Yeah, my favorite
So,
Phil. Oh, just
isn't
real
Phil
quick. Hang on. My favorite Phil conversation was I'd asked him, "Hey, in the heliocentric model, how do you explain being able to see Venus at night?" He's like, "You can't. You don't see Venus at night, dipshit. Venus is towards the sun. It's only possible to see Venus during the day." And I'm like, "Yeah, but you can see it at night. Like you look up in this night sky, you see Venus." He goes, "No, that's daytime." And then I'm like, "Okay, how about this? Can you show me a citation on how to spot Venus in the day?" And the link he sent was observing the night sky, how you can spot Venus at night. And I'm like, "Come on, Phil, are you even trying, dude? Are you even trying? Did you even read the headline? Your headline of your article literally says, you're looking at the night sky and how to spot Venus. As you just told me, I'm completely stupid. I don't understand heliocentric for asking you to explain why I can see Venus in the night sky."
Yeah, but seeing Venus in the night sky, you could geo or helio, right?
No, it couldn't, because Venus is towards the sun. Like that would be like your front yard. Say if the like towards the sun is your front yard, away from the sun is your backyard. So for it to be nighttime, the Earth would be having to be face away from the sun. That means it would have to be facing away from Venus. To face towards Venus, because in the heliocentric model, they tell you Mercury, Venus, then Earth. From the sun. Sun, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. So Mars, obviously you can see Mars in the night sky because it's facing that direction. That's in your backyard. Your front yard has Mercury and Venus in it. But yet somehow you can see Venus at night, and Professor Phil even agreed you shouldn't be able to. And then linked me and then said, "Here's your proof of how you can't see Venus at night." And the article said how to spot Venus at night.
Great, can you unmute this guy, Wax, or whatever he's called? He's muted for some reason.
Yeah, he's muted because he keeps blurting like insults and stuff, and we're just not going to have it today. Especially Speculation Sunday. Speculation Sunday is supposed to be more laid back. Like everyone drop their hair down, have a little fun, throw some speculations out there. And he's doing debate bro tactics on Sunday. Like, come on. We told him enough times already to cut the shit. I mean, in a way, I could kind of appreciate him running dogs off, because dogs would also be shitting on Speculation Sunday. But enough already, okay? Like,
But he's a fellow flat earther, Crit, and he's funny. And we
He's
hate to see
inebriated.
flurf on the flurf violence here. So we will
He's
go on mute as
inebriated.
Globers, and you unmute him, please.
Well, no, Peter, violence is off topic. You know this, right?
Yeah, when somebody's inebriated, either side, it's not easy for anybody.
Okay, so let's see. Rolling the border, have you got a chance to look at Professor Phil's argument here? Are you ready to pick it up?
I was looking many things up, but I am sorry to say Professor Phil's wasn't one of them. Can you drop me a timestamp or something so I can?
Yeah, I'll ping you this time.
Sorry, I got a bit distracted by Peter.
Yeah, I know he does that. He
Right,
likes.
I'm
to...
gonna mute and read.
Okay. Yeah, 'cause basically Aeon wants to talk about this with someone in real time instead of text chat. So hopefully a globalist can pick
Wait,
up what
who-
Peter's saying. Or Bell. Or,
Somebody wants to talk about what Phil said
yeah, but
in real time,
in real
not with
time.
Phil. Where's
Yeah, but
Phil?
He's only going to do text chat right now. I guess he doesn't want to
Oh,
join the
I see.
VC.
All right, let me stand by and read it. If I agree with him, I will discuss it real time. No, stand by.
Oh, stand by. I feel like I'm on hold with the bank.
He's about to take off.
Well,
I think
okay.
it's a pretty
So
fair argument.
segue, since we don't have a GE to talk to about this subject. Good discussion going on in 24/7 lobby, and something I actually really want more understanding on. Why is it that we were talking about how both sides are fighting with each other, and I saw it today where there's GEs just absolutely being vicious. And the thing I don't understand is why? Why is everyone being like this? Like Nathan
What is
Oakley
vicious?
is a good example. Why is he's Effie, right? Why is he behaving the way he is?
What is
Yeah, I've got a
vicious?
theory
I'm
on Nathan
sorry,
Oakley, is that-
I'm German.
Sorry, go on.
What is vicious? I want to know.
Oh, like mean. But it's more than mean, like spiteful. I don't know if you know the word spiteful.
Yes.
I think
Oh,
I
man, I appreciate
agree with the Phil post. If there are questions that want to be asked, well, I don't know why Phil can't answer them himself, but I will try. I think I agree with everything I read.
Okay, go ahead. So Aeon, do you want to ask Rolling My Boulder, who's advocating for what Phil said, and hopefully can explain in better detail or answer questions or whatnot?
I'll
Yeah.
do my best.
Yeah, if you want to talk about what Phil's saying here, he's saying that essentially everything goes to zero or near zero, near enough to zero, we can just say zero. All right, the atmosphere is going basically to zero, and then it's a vacuum. How?
Okay, so you're saying when you say everything going to zero, you mean particles per cubic meter going to zero? I worry about things like everything. So you mean particles per cubic meter are going to zero? All right, that's what I think he's saying too. Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
So, what is the question?
The question is, how are you going from, a fully pressurized atmosphere to a near vacuum? What is the process to that? Are you claiming it's gravity? Are you claiming something else? What is this?
I can only offer to you, I can offer you two things. I can say gravity, and try to explain it to you with gravity, or I can say extrapolation and just try to explain it to you with observation and forget gravity. So which one do you want to do? Do you want me to do the gravity is Y, or just extrapolate the observation?
Sure, explain your wizard force to me.
Explain gravity. I don't know why gravity, and nor do I know anyone that does know why gravity. It just is a thing.
So Professor Phil said to me, okay, the reason that the air is the thin blue area does not rush to fill the vast black area is mostly about energy. The air near the ground is relatively warm and has a lot of kinetic energy. In fact, we measure temperature by measuring kinetic energy. As the air particles get higher and higher, entropy causes them to lose kinetic energy. Yes, I remember that. Which, of course, is reflected in
Hold
lower
on.
temperatures.
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is not the Professor Phil post that I was given.
No, this is another one.
Oh, can you share it? I do.
I don't have the ability to post photos, but I sent it to Crit. If he wants to post it, he can.
I was going to post that again.
Can somebody post that? Because I do better reading than listening. Just a thing quirk I have.
I was going to hold off and post that one because after you invoke gravity, then
but it's not true. First of all,
thank you, Conspiracy Santa. Let me
entropy loses.
Okay, I'm going to mute, and then I will unmute after I have read.
Sure.
So he's explaining it not as gravity, so it's at least.
No, that's irrelevant. I'm talking about what you read. And the point is, when he says that with entropy that the particles lose energy, no, the gas particles do not lose energy. Now there is an interlinked relationship between the pressure and the temperature. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so at the risk of becoming a pariah, I was more willing to defend the first Phil thing than this one. I'm sorry, Aeon, you'll have to take that up more directly with him. Yeah.
That's okay, you're not a professor.
I'm just not willing to stand in lieu of those things.
You don't have enough knowledge on it, right?
I have a lot of knowledge on it.
He disagrees.
I worry.
He disagrees. Yeah.
Wow. Are you a professor?
It comes down to meanings of words, and as soon as I say it comes down to meanings of words, I know that I should just yield to the experts. So I yield.
Interesting.
Well, that's what Peter told you to do.
And here comes Peter saying he called it.
Hey, Roland.
Peter was right.
If you don't know the meanings of words, why don't you just yield to the dictionary and see what it says?
Which dictionary? Who is saying why don't I?
Are you going to let Peter
dictionary?
be right?
That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. As soon as it comes down to meanings of words, it comes down to which dictionary, and
whichever one you've got sitting on your shelf,
it gets stupid.
A dictionary is not going to make you learn physics.
Yeah, exactly. A dictionary will not help you learn physics.
Roland,
as soon as I realize I am debating
physics, or are you struggling
dictionary
to learn the meanings of words.
Say that again.
Is it physics you're struggling with, or is it the meaning of words you're struggling with?
It's neither. Good question, and the answer is neither.
Wow.
It's agreeing about the meaning of words that I struggle with. I feel like the people I talk to don't agree about the meaning. How about this? Is level curved?
Oh, I think you're going to have to follow Peter's advice here. He did predict.
I will never. I will never follow Peter's advice, and
Well,
in
you
fact,
did predict
any
that
chance
you-
I get, I will throw Peter under the bus.
Well, you did put.
I respect that.
Give me the chance,
I
and I'll,
respect
and
the
I'll throw
honesty.
that guy under the bus.
Well, he did predict that you weren't going to be able to take up this argument, and said that you should be
Which
quiet.
argument?
Professor Phil.
Oh, well, Professor
So
Phil
can I finish Professor
made a-
Phil's argument here?
I feel like Professor Phil's argument had some context that came before.
Can I
Or
finish it?
something. I hope that Professor Phil would not just be that vague out of the blue.
Do you mind?
Okay, yes. Yeah.
As the air particles get higher and higher, entropy causes them to lose kinetic energy, which of course is reflected in lower temperatures. Eventually, there is simply not enough energy to overcome Earth's gravitational field strength. So air particles that begin with more kinetic energy end up going higher, and those with less kinetic energy, generally 99.97 of the air, particles cannot get past 30 kilometers. In fact, however, some air particles do get away. We lose about 90,000 tons of air particles to the vast black area. And many called you all my friends.
Seems pretty reasonable to me, much more reasonable than double speaking, that gas doesn't have a directional bias and having a pressure gradient of like 99% of difference without any explanation for it.
So I think that's interesting. But it doesn't explain much.
It's sad that this Vax guy is muted because he's an expert about pressure and pressure gradients.
No, I understand that part, but I just wanted to see an actual demonstration of this. See, an empiricist, right? Meaning I need to be able to absorb it, measure it, to know it's real.
Aeon, I have been told now in at least 3 channels that Peter has the answers to your questions. But Peter is unfortunately muted. If
The
there's any-
Peter.
to get him unmuted, apparently he can answer your questions 3x better than me. He is the Glober you want to talk to.
Peter's going to clip what you just said there, and you're going to be able to live that down.
I'm loving the Globy on
I
Globy
don't
crime.
mind
It's
it.
amazing.
I don't mind it. And in fact, I happily yield. Let Peter carry the weight. It is globe on globe, but I am the defeated party. Please talk to Peter.
We're just waiting for the bus to come through that you've lined up for us, Roland.
Yeah, so Roland, though, but too, remember, you did want to throw Peter in the bus, so don't be like Gamma sniping him as Peter's talking.
Oh, I do want to throw him out of the bus, and as soon as he answers a question, I trust me, the bus will be coming along.
No, not at all. Once you yield the mic to Peter, you're done, and you're on mute, and he's talking. You're not going to be Gamma sniping
okay
him.
too.
Okay.
That is okay too. Sometimes it does get exhausting talking to flat earthers. They don't really ask real questions and they can't hear answers or understand evidence. So us Globers do get weary.
Hey, sir, the globe is a fairy tale. It doesn't exist.
You know, I have to say, back in 2018, I never thought that this discussion even existed. And then when I realized it did, and they asked me, hey, prove your ball, and I couldn't, then it became all the more interesting. And I think that's where a lot of us come
Why
from.
couldn't you? Why couldn't you?
Yeah, that's a great question. Why couldn't I?
Yeah. What literally happened? Not something you learned after that pact, but right then. Why couldn't you?
Well, I was actually someone that knew more than my own teachers about a lot of the stuff. So it wasn't that I didn't understand the model, it was deeper. And it seemed to do with, a lot of these observations and the fact that so much globe stuff doesn't have empirical evidence to support it. That's
Which
where I've
observation?
settled.
You have so many. Which?
Yeah, there are a lot.
But I'm asking not about the lots that are out there. When you were asked to prove the globe, what were the observations right then that tripped you up?
Well, at first I just used the common arguments that you all use. None of them worked. None of them worked.
Yeah,
It
but
didn't
I'm
matter.
asking
They
what
would show
tripped
me
you up.
long distance observations, and I was like, "Oh, it's refraction. It's refraction."
Right, but so what? When they said prove the globe to us, and you said you failed, where did you fail? What was the thing that you specifically failed on when they asked you to prove it?
I failed to produce any empirical evidence.
On what topic? There are so many things.
Okay, that's your answer. Okay, so you're basically said you don't like flat earthers because they don't understand answers. She just told you an answer and you didn't understand it. Okay, are you ready, Peter? You there, Peter?
I'm here, but I don't want to talk. I'd rather listen to you guys talk, especially this lady, what's her face, Eon, like she's discovering flat Earth, and the conversation you guys have had about, discussing all these things amongst yourselves was the best one I've heard here for a long time. So,
okay.
I would
thought you were telling you're having to pick up Professor Phil's argument.
No, absolutely not. I employ all Globers here to please remain on mute.
So is there a globalist who can pick up Professor Phil's argument? Gas pressure without a container.
Please. Demonstration. Experiment. Let's have it.
It wouldn't be an experiment because there's no naturally observed phenomenon to see.
Oh, shut up, Vax. We're not asking you. He said globe earther. Who has such a thing? It's bait.
Yeah.
We don't have the burden of proof because you make a positive claim that it requires a container. We are saying it doesn't require a container, and you don't have an experiment to prove it does require it in the first place. So that's not our problem.
Okay, so Professor Phil's wrong then. So in Embo's book, Professor Phil is denied. Okay, anyone else going to deny Professor Phil on the globe side?
Well,
okay, just makes a completely different type of argument.
We got two. Embo and Rolling Boulder both have denied Professor Phil as an expert in gravity.
Gravity
stuff.
What kind of gravity? Is it Newtonian gravity or Einsteinian gravity?
I believe it would be Einsteinian. Could be wrong.
You don't know what any of those two mean, so that's kind of irrelevant. You
can't answer the question.
Okay, Embo. So you're claiming gas has a directional bias.
Absolutely. That's the reason why you couldn't answer the question I asked you in the text chat. I asked you, is a gradient a change in the pressure of gas over a direction, and you couldn't answer because that would imply, if you were intellectually honest, that would imply that there's a directional bias.
No, I answered you. I said a gradient requires containers. You can have gradients inside containers, Embo, but you cannot have gas pressure without one.
But that's kind of a non sequitur to what I said, because I asked you.
Embo, I just said you can have gradients inside containers. You cannot have just plain gas pressure with a gradient or without a gradient without a container. I can show you thousands upon thousands of examples of gradients inside containers.
Was the topic right now the container or the gas having a directional bias?
I thought the topic was you showing me gas pressure without a container.
Oh, the topic was you claiming gas doesn't have a directional bias, which is directly refuted by a gradient.
Absolutely
and then
doesn't.
Coping and running away to a container is completely irrelevant to that fact.
Hey, so Embo, what changes the vector of gas?
It's
zero.
Force. A force does.
Earth does?
No, a force, like this is what changes a vector of velocity. A force
More specific.
in physics.
Yeah.
Any kind of force, like
Any kind of force.
electromagnetic force, gravitational force.
Oh, can you
whatever.
demonstrate that one?
Yeah, like when you have like which one exactly of these two?
Gravitational, because that's the one in question, obviously.
Oh, gravitational, yes. So gravitational would be caused by a mass, and in this case, the mass would be the Earth. And obviously, when you have a gravitational field, if you go closer to the source of the field, the potential energy is converted to kinetic energy, and if you go higher, the kinetic energy is converted to potential energy.
All right. So there's the claim again. I was asking if you could demonstrate.
Yeah, that was the introduction. Then there's a demonstration in practice. So what you would expect to see if this force is actually there would be a gradient of pressure as a function of height, and height is obviously the distance from the Earth, which would be the mass in this case.
Okay,
If you go higher, the gases have too little kinetic energy because it's removed by gravity.
Okay, so if gravity affects the vector, so if gravity affects the vector of gas, then you see a gradient, yeah?
Yes.
And so you see this gradient, and therefore gravity affects the vector of gas.
That wouldn't imply it necessarily. That is one possibility.
So you're not agreeing to that statement?
I'm not agreeing. That is a definitive statement.
Okay.
Well, just hold on. Ask Embo, what direction does gas travel?
What direction? It's traveling in any direction. It has a velocity towards.
No.
Unless a force acts upon it.
Individual gas molecules, what direction do the individual gas molecules travel?
Individual molecules, they travel in a direction they have velocity towards, unless a force acts upon it, like a collision with another molecule or a collision.
Oh, no, wrong. Gas travels in any vector. Embo. Gas travels in all vectors until they collide with something.
I thought you are talking about like individual molecule, and a molecule logically cannot travel in all directions simultaneously because then it would split. A gas as a collection of molecules can, because it's multiple objects.
Just one piece of gas, which is several molecules. What direction does that piece of gas travel?
It travels in all directions.
Oh, wait. So is gas bonded or unbonded?
Well, it has a velocity and it has an acceleration.
Gas bonded or unbonded?
How do you define bonded in the case of physics?
Connected together like plastic or water or mashed potatoes. Is gas a single like solid thing, or does gas just move individually?
I mean, water you can split. You can split water pretty easily. So if that's your definition, water wouldn't really fit that example.
Water gas? Embo, is water gas? What is gas?
No,
is gas?
But it's not.
Gas
but you
is
can
a state of
split
matter.
it.
Gas is a state of matter, Embo.
Yeah, gas is a state of matter where the particles have enough kinetic energy to overcome the electromagnetic force and fly away from the rest of the molecules.
I don't know if he's breaking up or if I'm like roboting. If I'm roboting, my bad, guys.
No, I can hear you.
Yeah, you can hear me, but I can't hear you. So that tells me that like I'm probably having the issues.
No, I can hear in pretty good quality. I don't know what's the problem.
Well, you're coming in really choppy for me.
Am I also coming like that for other people? Is it really that bad?
You're good on my end.
Yeah, you're good for me too. I think it's the content of what you say that is frying his brain. You know, that's what's happening.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what direction does gas move in? I mean, it's a simple question. Does it move randomly in all directions, or does it have a preferred direction? Gas does not have a preferred direction.
It goes. There are two different terms that we describe the motion using those terms: velocity and acceleration.
Talking about gas, though. That's the stuff we go outside and breathe.
Yes, and velocity and acceleration, these terms also apply to it. So if you want to speak about velocity, gases have velocity in all directions. If you want to talk about acceleration, they have an acceleration exclusively down.
Do you have an experiment that demonstrates the vector of gas being affected by gravity?
Gravity?
Yes. As I already said, the observation of pressure.
You answer fucking everything, Vax Wax. For Christ's sake, I was obviously asking him.
Yes, as I already said, the demonstration of pressure gradient is that because from definition, it's a failure of the gas from the lower layers to expand into the upper layers.
Okay, so is that an experiment?
I think he wants to see an experiment, and that's when I come to the rescue.
Oh, because he's not good enough for this part.
No, unless he has one. I have one.
You didn't even understand the question, so I don't think he has one.
Embo, do you have an experiment that shows...
Not really, but I don't think you have an experiment to show that a container is necessary either. So that's kind of a moot point.
Put your foot on your mouth on this last time, dude. It's called a fucking tire, any container that you use to contain gas with. You can manipulate the container and show its effects on pressure.
So what happens if I remove the tire?
Well, the pressure is going to equalize with the volume that it's equalizing into.
Okay, but there will still be pressure. So you haven't demonstrated that I need a tire for pressure because you only manipulated the value of pressure, not pressure itself. The pressure will be there regardless if you remove the tire or not remove. You can make it equalize, you can change its value or change its chemical composition. Like you can have a tank full of like an exclusive type of gas, like propane, for example. Then you like open the tank, the propane is going to equalize with the gas around, but it will still be gas before and after.
So no pressure then without a container, which is the crux of this whole argument.
No, you cannot prove that. You would have to get the question.
Open the container, Embo, stop dribbling your bullshit, we're all over it. You open the fucking container up, the gas goes where? Out. It equalises. So no pressure without containment. Thank you very much.
But there's still pressure. You haven't removed pressure by doing that. What would be your independent and dependent variable in that case? The independent would be the container in that case.
Forward, remember? The one you can't show?
As I already said, I don't have one. I admitted that. But at the same time, I'm exposing the fact that you don't have one either. So if you want to have a standard for this conversation that we need an experiment, then we would be stuck.
So all I've got to do is show gas pressure in a container. Okay then, I'll go and take a photo of my car tyre that's pumped up. That's it. And then I'll hit the little valve and let the air out. Is that all you need me to do?
Yes, but that would not prove that you can that you need a container for pressure.
Container, as requested.
Okay.
No,
would
you
not prove that you would
gas pressure with no container.
Exactly. That's the point of the experiment. You have to change the independent variable to cause the change in the dependent variable. In that case, what you've done is that you have the independent variable, and the dependent variable is the same before and after. That's just not how an experiment works. You have pressure before and after you do that.
How does an experiment work?
I just explained it. You change an independent variable to cause a change in the dependent variable.
Excellent.
So you have something.
So do you have a hypothesis like that for gravity?
Yes, I could. For example,
please provide.
The change in the value of acceleration. The change in the value of mass causes the change in the value of acceleration.
Okay, that has nothing to do with gas pressure specifically. Formulate one for gas pressure being affected by gravity. Can you do that? Has anybody done that? I mean, obviously you can't. Can you cite anybody who can? Hopefully.
I would say that I don't have one that would be exclusively a proof of gravity where you manipulate it in control setting.
What do you think the observed phenomenon would be? Let's just start there because that's step one.
I like a pressure gradient, for example.
Pressure gradient.
Yes, a pressure gradient is a pretty weird phenomenon if you assume that gas doesn't have a directional bias. It's definitely something that could make your research.
You're going to start with a delta, not even the x. You're not even going to just start with pressure itself. You're going to go to something derivative of that.
So what? So what about it?
Okay, well, sure. I guess that's as best as you can do. Then just give me the experiment for gravity causing an air pressure gradient. I'd like to see it causing gas pressure in the first place.
I don't have one. You don't have one proving that a container causes gas pressure in the first place either.
Fucking stupid, dude. You're going on mute. That's the stupidest thing.
Fire the container.
Sorry,
Right,
Ember.
hypothesis
You
is
had
with
a good
container,
point, but Heretic
then
said
we'll
stupid,
have-
so I guess he wins.
He had a
We'll
good
have pressure
point. Why
differential.
don't you defend it? You don't think that a container can cause gas pressure? The collisions of a gas with the walls of a container? That's just
I
retarded,
absolutely
dude.
think that closing a container will cause gas pressure to increase. But you need
Yeah,
to
he just said you
demonstrate
can't
that no gas
demonstrate
pressure
that.
means no pressure.
No, he just said that you can't demonstrate that a container causes it either. He just flipped it around on me. You can't show what I was asking for with gravity, but with a container? Yeah, you can. Any container of gas shows that. You fucking idiots.
No, you need to prove that no gas pressure
No, you need to
equals no
prove.
container, and that no container equals no gas pressure. You cannot do this.
Can you demonstrate any other means of containing gas?
No.
No. Okay. Good enough for me. Guess I'm going to stick with my tires and propane tanks and what have you. I don't know. I mean, if you could show me how to use space-time or whatever version of gravity you're going with, that would be really handy. Appreciate it if you could.
But how have you falsified gravity?
Hasn't been
What
verified in the
experiment
first
have you done
place.
to falsify it?
Why would I? What? It's not my claim, dummy. It should be you guys who claim it, trying to falsify
Yeah, you
it.
are. You're claiming
What?
that only
You're
containers
you're
cause gas
obviously
pressure.
ramped. You're obviously ramped up, dude, and you're not listening. You're not thinking straight. You're all
Yeah,
emotional.
I'm the one that
and shit.
muted 3 people in the chat. I'm ramped up.
You are ramped
You're
up because
pathetic.
you're not listening. Yeah, see, there you go, right there. You're not hearing what I'm
He
saying.
says, as he
Gravity
mutes
is
3
your claim.
people in the chat, saying,
Okay,
"Oh, I'm
you're
not
going
listening."
to get muted too because
There we
you're
go.
doing the same. You're doing. I didn't. First of all, I didn't mute them all. I only muted Embo actually. So you're deluding yourself, and you're also just kind of off your rocker, dude.
Yeah,
So-
he doesn't know the lore here. Wax was muted because he was asked to stop insulting. He didn't. Peter was muted because he couldn't keep himself muted. He kept saying, all the globalists, put yourself on mute. No globalist talk. And he kept talking. So really,
Yeah.
everyone here isn't being muted because of arguments. I mean, this is like the dumbest shit Mez has ever said. This is why we record.
He's ramped up. You can hear the tension in his voice and shit. He's quivering and whatever. He's all anxious and angry and whatever he's got going on. He just said that gravity was my claim. I know that he doesn't think that he said that, but that's what I said. It's not my claim. And you went, yeah, it is. Dude, fucking listen. Calm your tits. Open your fucking ears and try to follow along. Quit being a dunce. Can you do that? Gravity, not my claim, so it wouldn't be my burden to go ahead and falsify it. It'd be yours to either do that or verify it.
Cam your tits.
Fucking femme-brained loser, dude.
Nice to hear our American cousins using British English colloquials.
Well, the problem is the globals just can't seem to grasp the bigger picture. That is the issue.
I'd like to do, or maybe you guys want to go back to the civility thing, but without invoking people. Like, let's try to say, hey, let's try to be, or whatever the topic is about, examples or ways and manner that people present arguments. But don't say, hey, Bill over there is always calling people X instead of presenting the argument. Like, do it without invoking someone's individual behavior, because in the way that is, even though it might be right or might be a solid take, it kind of feels like it's casting judgment on them rather than addressing the actual content or tone of what they're saying. Or I mean, if no one cares, we can move on too.
Yeah, globals just can't seem to see the bigger picture.
I agree with that. They can't seem to use their model to explain flat earthers. And they couldn't use flat earth to get back to their globe in the first place. It's like they want...
So you wanted to mention civility.
Oh,
One
yeah.
second.
That's a
So,
really good
Crit,
one too.
just for the record, you see the bigger picture these astronauts are sitting in front? So you see the bigger picture, right?
Yeah.
Just to clarify. Okay, because I think the globers just can't seem to see the bigger picture. They just can't. They just can't see the bigger picture. The joke is on them. They don't even hide it. I've been through like 30% of the over 1 million raw images provided by NASA, and I'm telling you, they're not even hiding it. Not at all. So again, the joke is on you. You just can't seem to see the bigger picture. Anyways, Earth is flat. It's nothing you have. Nothing. It's all vanity. All just brainless ideas. It's all vanity. You globals have nothing left. Nothing. Maybe
So
just
Claire, you're saying that
some
you're
bullshit.
trusting these pictures from NASA to prove that the Earth is flat.
Oh yes, 100%. Yeah,
Okay.
if they're not using fisheye, it's 100% aligning with planar perspective. Also, furthermore, they're not even using these pictures. What is even more astounding is that on the ISS, they're using planar grid system maps, right? I have an image that shows you that they have a whole catalog of planar grid system based maps because it's the only logical utilization for a flat Earth. Anyways, your globe is done. 100%. And I haven't been through the whole archive yet, right? I bet there's at least roughly 400,000 more pictures to go through, or even more, right? So get ready for me to put it all in a nice little video with some nice music, and then I'm going to send this video in here, and every time you globers send a fisheye curved, supposed bald Earth showing Earth, right? The flat earthers just need to copy and paste the video I'm going to make. And it's going to be a whole collage of hundreds of pictures just going side by side. And, using your own weapons to destroy your false assumption of a non-existing globe. That's basically it. It's what I call the space black swans, aligning with the black swan itself.
And so for a moment there, were you conceding that the ISS does exist?
Of course it exists, yeah. It's existing over topographical planar surface. That's why they have planar maps up
Does
there.
it exist at the height that it's claimed to exist?
Yeah, 100%, yeah. I mean, when I look at the scale of land masses I can see on that planar surface that they take photographs of, 100%, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I know it hurts,
So
right?
we're saying the container has to be at least, was it like 400 kilometers up?
So it doesn't matter what the container is. Earth needs to be contained just like your bathtub is a container so the water can be contained. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the whole where's the edge, blah blah blah, or how high is your container, or whatever you want to invoke. It doesn't matter. What we have is natural law. We have direct, repeatable observations. It all aligns even to the highest of highest altitudes, which you want to call space. I just call it high altitude imagery. It's always flat. It's always what reality is. And the only thing that's left to do, you either accept reality for what it presents itself, right? Or you just want to live in your fantasy globe that doesn't exist. I mean, I'm not even mad at you guys. I'm actually, I'm sorry for many globers that they're forcing themselves to still cling to something that not even NASA is trying to, 100%ly suggest, because they give enough hints that they just use fisheye to give you the illusion of a curve. Or maybe it's just because they want to give you some more, just want to show you some more stuff. Maybe it isn't even the idea behind that. Anyways.
All right.
NASA is still filthy because these astronauts, if you would ask, and they would still tell you that they don't see a flat atmosphere, even though we have clips of two astronauts saying it's flat. But yeah.
Well, here, I want to bring up something here.
2 astronauts say it's flat. How many say it's round?
I want to bring up something here from that we go this for civility. This is Michelle Thaler. She did a short video here on Big Think. And on Big Think, she takes questions from social media. And the first question is from Oliver. Oliver asks her, how do you prove the Earth is a globe? And instead of answering Oliver's question, she goes into a 7-minute profane rant about how insulting flat earthers are. I think this would be a good look for. Is Aeon still here, or did she leave?
Yeah, I'm here. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. I didn't know for sure because I was tabbed out.
No, I'm here. It's important. This is an important topic.
Yeah, I think this might be a good look as to see why some of the globalists are so triggered and so upset that they think the globe is the starting position. Therefore, you can't question it.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem.
Yeah, do you see the video there? I mean, or you can watch it later on, but it's quite an insight into irony. I mean, like you're asking, she says, hey, I'm a scientific communicator, social media personality, that for NASA, that's her job. Her job is social media outreach for NASA. And she goes on this. I mean, I've always thought they would take this video down at some point, but over the years they just left it up. So this is 6 years ago. So this is like almost right towards the beginning of the debate. Right when it started to kind of pick up, like 2018 time frame. So it's quite interesting to see how even back then they were doing this sort of like, it's a harmful conspiracy theory, and she doesn't know why. Like one of the things said, I don't like. Oliver says, "How do you prove the Earth is a globe?" And she says, "I don't even know why this is a question. Why would someone ask me this? Like, what the actual, Well, I mean, yeah, I don't want to paraphrase it, but just check it out.
So, do we know why this is happening?
Yeah, that's an interesting thing too. My speculation, it would be tribalistic mindset.
Oh man, this is gold.
Oh, you never seen that before, Clay?
What?
The Michelle Thaler video?
Well, it's just the way they behave is just so emotionally based. It's literally how every other cult believer of sun worship behaves when you question their sun worship. Because they can only justify their sun worship if the Earth is a spinning, wobbling tilted space ball flying from every spinning world of total darkness. And that's what their moral bases are founded on, right? You can be only immoral and think there's no consequence to anything if you think you're just a pond scum.
Yeah, so here's
that's
Dr.
what they're actually afraid of.
I'm questioning flat Earth worship.
This is Dr. Michelle Thaler.
We don't have any such thing.
Right.
What is that? Well, hold on. Maybe Mez can define his idea here. What is, quote unquote, flat Earth worship?
We know just this belief that the Earth is flat and stationary.
Yeah, people have told
contained.
you
It's not a belief.
Not a belief, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, you can tell me it's not a belief, but yeah, it is what you believe.
Michelle Fowler,
Denialism.
is that the complicated rock?
That's what I hear. Oh, sorry, P-Mac. I talked over you.
No, it's my bad. Don't worry. I'm just listening. I'm playing poker here. Michelle Fowler, is that the complicated rock woman?
Yeah, the same woman, the same person.
Golly. I remember that video. You know, basically just a complicated rock. I know, I referred to me as a complicated rock, right? Isn't that what she said?
Yeah.
Oh, man. But she wasn't ever up there, right? She wasn't on high altitude yet, right? It's just one of the preachers of the cosmology duped by fisheye lenses, right? She isn't a scuba diver, isn't she?
Yeah, I think I remember right. She did do a video with about her doing scuba diving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if I remember right, she does like I said, she's like the social media.
Well, that basically makes her an astronaut.
No, not really, because the ones that go on very high altitude, they know it's flat because that's all they see.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And they get
That's
How
why
do
you
they
have
stay
these
up
slit ups, right? Don't see why do you
I
globes
still
have such
remember
a
when NASA, they were on the ISS and they said that they were, it was really weird because they said, oh yeah, over where NASA is. And, you know, they said a location and they said, that's where we are right now. And you're just like, huh? You're in Hollywood, California? What? Do you remember that?
well, they are weird anomalies, right? But I gotta be intellectually honest. And from all the raw imagery, I don't know how they do it. I don't know how they can be this high. Neither does the globe side know, because they have been told a story that they're falling around the flat planar surface, right? But what I know is I can take their imagery and show that they, and thanks for interrupting me, and show that
you got something wrong.
Keep on coping, that they actually utilize a flat Earth, right? Even the maps that they utilize are flat planar grid systems in the ISS. I posted an image that shows an astronaut having a whole catalog of flat planar grid system maps right behind him. This doesn't make any sense if they're supposedly 400 kilometers above Earth, which according to Google Earth, which the globals love to invoke, right? Can you guys remember how many times they invoke the Google Earth thingy? So if you look at 400 kilometers from Google Earth, this is 400 kilometers above Earth. This is how it should look like in every ISS image. And it's not the case. And do you see the little dot? I marked this little lake right there. And this is the same lake that is photographed in this NASA website link right here. So if you do the logical consequence, you will realize that, the globe is non-existent. You can really see the way they hate us, even being wrong in their own video. Yeah, man. 100%. They hate the truth. So what is wrong now? Please cope for me, Globus. What should I pick as a flat earther? Pick the official NASA image from space station showing the same lake, or pick your globe model, which is represented by Google Earth that you love to invoke, which is the same altitude, 400 kilometers. Well, what should I pick?
love the fact you're using NASA. It's amazing.
I know. See, this is the reason why I've been already blocked by 2 people. Right? So one second, I'm gonna post a proof of them blocking me. So this is one guy on GeoServer. His name is Earth is a Planet. I just posted the space shuttle picture of Earth, and then he just instantly blocked me. And then the other one is Embo, who blocked me today on this channel. So Embo blocked me because he said I was keep spamming stuff. That's a good cope. And the only cope from Embo is that he shows a zoomed in picture of the moon, because he still thinks that even though I can give all the camera data, right? I can, for the image of that Russian lake, I can give you the exact focal length, the exact camera being used, and it shows that it's not telephoto lenses. And they still gonna, be like, oh well, it's just the Earth is just way too zoomed in. That's why it looks flat. And then I can post pictures like this, where, for example, the ISS is just a small dot over the horizon from a space shuttle mission, and the Earth is still flat. This must be thousands of kilometers of horizon right there, if that is the small dot of the ISS left.
So
and why
Clay,
do I know it's the one second.
okay.
Why do I know it's the ISS, the small dot? Because it's in the description of the source of that picture from the Space Archive. So you can't deny that isn't the ISS, because they are describing the dot in that picture as being the ISS. Anyways, continue. Sorry, Matt.
Yeah, I see you posted a Google Earth image that you're saying is this screenshot is from 400 kilometers above the Google Earth, and then you posted a picture of this lake in Russia, supposedly taken from the ISS. Did you consider the focal length of these 2 cameras is
do
a
you actually
relevant
listen?
thing to consider here?
Did you actually, guys? Didn't I just literally predicted what the coping is? And
is it cope, or is
do
it
you
just
guys,
like a valid thing you should consider?
Dude, I already said that there is a source to this image. You want to have the source, and then realize that there is no telephoto camera being used, and even if it would be,
No, not telephoto. I never said telephoto. I was asking about the focal length.
Yeah, okay. I'm giving you camera data, so you can paste it in ChatGPT and ask it if it will ever be able to be diminishing the Earth's curve, or make it an elusive state where it looks flat. One second. I give you the raw data of that image. Yeah. So what was it? ISS 064E030130. Okay. Because you can't do it yourself, obviously, so I gotta do it. So this was photographed on a Nikon D5 with a focal length of 4.5, 4.6. I mean, I'm not a camera expert. But yeah, here's the whole data. There you go. This is the whole data. Are you happy? You can look it up, the data up yourself. But yeah, that's the whole data of the image.
Focal length. What was that one? You said it was 4.6?
One second. Let me even make it easier for you. Here, just go to the original photo. So let's ask ChatGPT, because I'm not a camera expert, but that thing should get it right. Is this?
So your 4.6 is a very, very wide angle.
Is okay.
And that is not 4.6.
Dude, this okay, so you're denying the own source?
You don't know, but he says he knows, but you're gonna believe ChatGTP. This is typical.
Huh? He just said that 4.6 or 4.5 is not a wide-angle lens, and then he says that they are lying about the source of that image in regards to which camera are being used. At least
I'm
that's
saying
what I
4.6 is a wide-angle lens. That's close to
Oh,
like
it is?
150 degrees. Yeah.
Okay. And how do I see a flat horizon then if it's a wide-angle lens?
Because that is not a wide-angle lens in that photo. You are not seeing 150 degrees around that. So,
yeah,
bro,
this image is clearly cropped in some way.
Bro, I sent you lower than what's claimed altitude-wise.
Bro, this is just... One second, guys. This guy is denying NASA's source. NASA is stating that this is how the photo was made.
Clay,
and now
Clay, listen, if someone's going to deny NASA, that gives you firepower to also deny it. It works really well. Like I've with a lot of times too, like where I've invoked a lot of NASA employees talking about God of the Bible. Saying that God really, like one of the astronauts had said, "Hey, what do you do before the big day?" Like they kind of like what you ask sports people. Like some quarterback might say, "Well, I've got one pair of socks I always wear to home game and one pair of socks I wear for away games." So when you ask NASA, like, hey, what sort of rituals or superstitions do you use when you go on space missions? And the astronaut said, I pray to God. I spend the first half, about the first 4 or 5 hours. I get up that morning. I have a very low caloric
I see what happened
diet, and I spend 4 or 5 hours with reflecting with God. And I'm like, and then it's interesting because I say, this is God in the Bible.
Move it on.
So then when you get the atheists say that astronaut is lying, they are not praying to God. They're doing something else. I'm like, sure, I accept you. You believe NASA's lying.
But one second, we have a guy who claimed that this was a cropped in image, and now I sent him the raw data of that photo.
I see what happened here. I see what happened here, Clay. Right. So you read the f-stop, and you misunderstood that because it has an F in front of it. You thought that meant that was the focal length. The actual focal length, or rather is somewhere between 80 to 400 millimeters. Now that is not a wide-angle lens.
Okay, where do you have that data from?
That is on the link that you sent in the chat.
Okay, where?
So you click one of the photos, and you see where it says Nikon D5.
Yeah.
Show settings. Well, it says it right there. 82 400 millimeters. So that's the.
And you say that the curve. Okay. And you say the curve is diminished by that zoom.
It's going to be significantly less noticeable. Yes.
Okay. Is it the same case in this photo right here? Distant view of the International Space Station.
Yes. You can actually see some curve in that photo.
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
And this is a logical consequence and logical alignments with the globe, with the Google Earth globe. Oh, okay.
So the thing with the Google Earth thing, right? So you've taken that screenshot with the Google Earth camera having a very, very wide field of view. Okay. So when you widen the field of view, you can see more of the Earth. So you're going to see more of the curvature. If you have a narrower field of view, you're going to see less of the Earth, so you're going to see less of the curvature.
This flat land, right? This flat topography and all that stuff due to perspective, right? Also the flat clouds. This all aligns with your globe, right?
Yes.
Even the astronaut using flat planar grid systems as maps on the ISS that aligns with your globe?
Yes.
There you got it, guys. A prime example of pure denialism.
Let me just.
Anyways, I put some. I put a flat planar grid system over that long distance shot of the ISS just to show you that I can see the bigger image, which is this. This is the bigger image that I can see. That they know the true shape of the Earth, and it's not what you try to cope for. It's not a ball. It will never be a ball.
Right. So here we go, Clay. I've recreated that image. Okay. I've put the ISS at 400 kilometers above the Earth.
In a CGI computer
I've
software.
copied the same settings from the camera, and this is what I get.
Yeah. And CGI software. Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
And I can now only.
I did. So this is what I did, right? I created a model that I know you guys hate.
Yeah.
And then I compared
Now
it.
I can only trust that this guy is
bro,
saying
why
the
didn't you
truth.
post this
was my
earlier,
model.
man? Bro, this is the evidence we've all been looking for. This is it. This wraps it up. Why didn't you post it? 22nd of December. That's it. It's the end.
There we go.
You ended it.
What this is evidence for is that Clay has a very, very poor ability to discern these images and come to the conclusion.
Okay, one second.
He doesn't
I'm
understand
using
cameras.
NASA.
He doesn't understand focal length. He doesn't understand perspective. He doesn't
Yeah, so
understand much of anything,
proof.
so.
Yeah, just proof that your CGI ball that you're using as proof for reality is in alignment with these pictures, because I can see flat topography and it doesn't align with any globe. This is not bending around a ball, no matter how far you would zoom in.
Clay, I've just proven this does align with the globe.
It's proven it. Look,
I've proven that this image that you see.
Yeah, you've proven it with
perfectly
what?
possible on a globe.
How did you prove it? With what? CGI?
I created a ball. Yes, I created a ball. I created a camera, and then I aligned the camera in the same way it's aligned in the real world, and I got the same image, or the same amount of
You're
curvature
delusional,
as you
sir.
see in your image.
Yeah, there is no help for you, man. You're caught up with CGI worlds.
bro, this is.
Anyways,
this is as
meanwhile-
good as evidence. Guys, this is as good as evidence as it's almost as good as a priori level evidence. This is like top shelf. Mez is amazing. He's great.
Yeah, I am. Thank you.
I love the
so Clay, now that I've proven that all these images that you're posting are perfectly possible on a spherical Earth, will you stop
Bro, you
posting
have
them?
proven nothing. You just posted an image where you might as well just zoomed in to your lightning and just claim it is the same focal length. Can you post a video showing that you're actually using the data and that your model is actually utilizing the right simulated outcome? If I would for once entertain your stupidity.
Do you want more screenshots?
No, I want a video showing that the data you. I want a video that shows that your
Here's the
model.
height of the camera. It's the radius of the Earth plus the height of the ISS. It says
Yeah.
centimeters, but it's
great.
To scale.
Great.
Yeah, look, he's got all the measurements there. Look, all the measurements are plugged in. Yeah, that's right.
And it works.
Yeah, of course.
Well, let me ask you guys. Flat earthers don't even say that you'll see Earth curvature from the ISS, right? So why are we arguing about alleged pictures from the ISS are slightly higher and not
When they should just
seeing
show flat
curvature?
anyway. We've been saying for years they should just show flat either way. So kind of
Yeah, that's
Well, Clay,
kind of my point.
But they
well,
don't.
Clay likes them because the thing is that the anti-flat earther or the globalist, like Michelle Thaler, trusts NASA as some sort of objective truth that comes from a government source. If you follow that logic, use all of NASA. If they are objectively true, then everything they say would be objectively true. If you can find any inconsistencies, that takes down the claim that they're exploring space so you don't have to. They'll do it for you. Just sit back and enjoy the ride. So as soon as you find one image, one quote, something out there, this takes down Like asking when Oliver asked Michelle Thaler, how do I prove the Earth is a globe? You don't need to worry about the globe. We got you covered. What you need to worry about is how you prove it's not a flat. That's it. Don't be fooled by anyone who tries to question NASA. That's what you do. That's how you prove the globe, by not talking. We Fight Club, Globe Club. We don't talk about Globe Club.
Yeah, just for the record, we have a guy who is utilizing a CGI model of Earth to refute my flat Earth images.
Yeah, I think I've done a perfectly good job of that.
Yeah, you done a perfectly good job of proving that you guys are caught up in CGI imagery, as usual. That's why the only thing you have got left is CGI.
No, you're caught up in
Thanks
these
for proving the
misunderstandings of cameras and focal lengths and distances and
Yeah, of course, yeah. The last picture I sent is
I just showed
the last picture
works on a globe.
The last picture I sent is definitely an extremely zoomed in picture to make the Earth look flat, especially in perspective to how the size of the ISS is in that picture, right? You see how much zoom there is, so that you have the space shuttle almost taking over all the picture. That's how you create a flat Earth, right?
Yes, that is zoomed in.
Yeah. But yeah, it is zoomed in, but your zoom doesn't... Dude, the presumed
Actually, Mez, can you reset
curvature...
your focal length back to 300? Because that's what it's at.
At 300?
Correct.
In which photo?
Well, the one that you were looking at. When you actually click on where it's got the camera to the side, it's got details or something underneath it. You can click on that. Yes, it was an 80 by 400 lens, but it actually states what its focal length is inside there. Pretty sure it said 300.
It is 300, by the way. I just checked. He's lying. I just checked. It's actually 300 in focal length.
Well, regardless of what it is, he's got his software there. He can just flick it straight in. So
there's a eye right there on Flickr, and that eye is showing the 300mm focal length.
I don't think it'll change by much, but anyways.
That's kind of what I was saying. It would still be flat, right? So why the argument?
Well, guys, I've just used Mez's technique. I've just measured my floor to be curved. It's weird. I'm walking around on it, but it measures curve.
Just use sticks and shadows for that. Get the circumference of your living room.
So what happens if you put the 300 into your CGI artificial globe model on that camera?
Sure, just give me a second.
And can you do a video clip, like a GIF video clip, so we see that you're not tampering, right? I mean, you can just... What you just sent, it doesn't prove anything, because you might as well just send a separate screenshot of you putting in some numbers, and in the other screenshot you just zoomed into your liking. Still, you haven't proven anything, because we can't verify your numbers at all. So you know what you can do? Just stream it. Stream your model and put in the 300mm above that beach ball. At the altitude of 400 kilometers. Can you do that?
I can do.
Okay.
1 sec, I'm getting the...
What's taking you so long?
Aspect ratio.
What's taking you so long? Just show what you're doing, man.
Settle down a little bit. Settle down just a little bit.
I want to see what he's doing with his CGI globe.
At least give him 3.6 seconds. 3.2 is fucking ridiculous.
Okay, now.
He's pretty compliant.
Oh, yeah, that's what I got with the 300.
Okay, can you please stream the whole thing right now, this very moment, or is this too complicated?
Sure. Let me get on my gay porn
one
on
more
screen.
time. Yeah,
He's just got to remove
I
his
know.
photos of Peter.
Yeah.
That's
Why is it always?
so sad.
There you go.
And he's got to delete all the personal chats with Ember as well.
Okay, and that is that met? Okay, one second. I'm gonna copy your screenshot and I'm gonna lay it over the NASA image, and then let's see if you have actually disproven yourself. Because I can already tell from just looking at it by my own eyes that this is not the curve. But good thing, man, you actually disproven yourself, so you verified that you're wrong. Good job.
Have I?
But let me just open Photoshop, put your CGI image over the NASA image, and show that you're wrong.
Well, that
But
right.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it, actually. You know, we have the first globe showing in a CGI model that the image from NASA is actually correct of showing a flat Earth. Give me just 1 second. Let's get this right there. Just make sure.
So do we accept, though, that zooming in on a photo is going to lessen the amount of curve that you're going to see?
Are you going to now come up with a new cope, or are you accepting that?
Cope? Clay, what are you doing right now? It sounds like you're coping. Instead of simply accepting that, oh yeah, zooming in on the edge of a ball is going to make the curve appear less.
you used your
well,
own
let me copy this. Let me overlay it. Did you get the camera setting just right? Was it 300?
Oh,
was it 301? Ooh.
1 second. I'm just gonna even furthermore adjust the image.
You're image tampering, are you?
So no. So we see if there's your proposed curve the same as within your simulation, which still we haven't actually seen you putting in the data.
So here's the data. $300. Oh, super telephoto lens, 300 millimeters.
What's taking you so long? Come on. I'm just kidding.
Holy shit, it's quiet in here. Hello?
Yeah, we're waiting.
Hello.
Oh, you're all waiting?
Yeah, we're waiting
1
for an
second.
image.
Export.
Can I ask a question?
You just did.
Yeah. Fire away, Flat Earth AMA.
You just warn it.
How
You already
do
did.
you guys? Oh, are you done?
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. How do you guys feel about the big flat earther that went to Antarctica to prove there wasn't 24-hour sun and then ended up being 24-hour sun?
Pretty good. I feel pretty good about it. I think I feel pretty good.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
You feel pretty good about it?
Yeah, I feel good about it.
I would also feel pretty good about it if I believed the Earth was flat for like my entire life. That it was disproven.
It's excellent bait because we have so many globers coming in here thinking that they have the proof of a globe in hand and then just falling flat on their faces when they realize they didn't really think through how this actually proves a globe. I love it.
Oh.
If you believe the sun is a magical object that doesn't obey any kind of laws of anything whatsoever.
Well,
I'm
you
sure this
already
would work on
do
Earth.
because you have to invoke magical bendy warpy space-time and, vacuums and stuff right next to pressurized systems and all kinds of garbage, dark matter, tons of stuff. Yeah, you do need to invoke a whole bunch of magic and stupid stuff. When really, yeah, just one sec. The only thing that was observed was the sun going around the observer. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Which
must be a ball.
Which proves that the area is 24-hour sun. So in a flat Earth model,
that's true.
For it to be, so for it to be 24-hour sun, right, on Antarctica, that would mean on the South Pole it needs to be 24-hour darkness, which there necessarily is. But that would also that would also mean it needs to, right? Like that's the whole point on a flat Earth model.
No, it doesn't. So you're making a mistake there, though, when you're saying model, though.
I'm not done.
Yeah, you're making a mistake, though.
I'm not done.
Because you keep saying model, right?
I'm not done.
Albanian. You should just take a breath, though, for a second.
Yeah.
Because nobody here is actually proposing a model. Yeah, nobody here is proposing a model.
Okay, can you propose a model of flat Earth?
No, we're not proposing models.
Oh, okay.
See, this is what flat earthers don't like.
Shut up. That dickhead can just shut up. Oh, I'll speak for myself. Yeah. I'm not proposing a model.
Yeah, so you don't know. So you believe the Earth is flat?
Yeah, but that's a surface property.
Okay. So can you propose a model?
No, I'm not proposing a model of the entire Earth and the systems. Okay. The systems within it.
So in a logical sense, you believe the Earth is flat, but you don't have a model of it.
Okay. So flat is a surface condition, right? So if I have a flat table, do I have to propose a model of that table in order to demonstrate that the table is flat upon its surface? Yes, I do. I do.
Yes.
Well, I think this guy's bricked. I don't know what I can do with him.
Yeah, so when you go to IKEA and you go, hey, I want to buy a table, do you think they will give you a ball or a flat surface?
Well, I'll just take... Can I try something, Caretaker?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
shit
know
together.
I asked you a question.
Okay, hold on, dude. Let's try to figure this out, okay? Because we're very far apart right now. So let's try to bridge the gap.
I really just wanted to know what he meant by dark matter. Can you explain to me what dark matter is?
Dude, you need to focus, man.
Yeah.
There's one conversation happening right now. He's going to help you with the table thing. He's going to help you with the table model thing, okay? One conversation at a time.
Sure. Go on.
All right. So what you're looking at here is that you conducted a final experiment, or you're on board with this, right? That this was an experiment and it was final.
Yeah, it was an experiment by a flat earther, right?
And it was final, right?
I don't know about final. I don't know how much you guys flat earther will go on with this shit.
Well, this experiment had nothing to do with flat Earth. This was William Duffy. He's a mega church super pastor who used to do financial.
Is he a flat earther? Is he a flat earther? That's a yes or no. Is he a flat?
He's anti-flat Earth.
He's anti-flat Earth.
Yeah.
So if I Google him, if
you Google
right
William
now,
Duffy, he's very much against flat Earth.
William Duffy.
Yeah, he hates flat earthers.
So it wasn't William Duffy that did the experiment.
William Duffy did. William Duffy is a curator of the final experiment. The whole kit and caboodle. All of it. Every last bit of it. Just look up the YouTube channel, The Final Experiment. You will see William Duffy's face all over that motherfucker. He is fully in charge of the final experiment. All of it. He wrote all the contracts. He organized all the funding. All of it. Every last bit of it. 100%. Okay, so now that you know that this has something to do with being anti-flat Earth, now let's look at the quote from Jaron. Jaron said, science doesn't prove anything. The only thing that science does is show the bias.
So again, this is one of the things where I keep finding it amazing that your flat earthers will go this length. So I don't believe you've even watched the video, because flat earther Jaron Campbell was convinced that the midnight sun phenomena was not possible in Antarctica.
Yeah, that's a cool story, Albanian. Before we have an absolute meltdown, Albanian.
Are you done interrupting me, you degenerate fuck? Are you done?
You probably called the wrong person a degenerate fuck, but anyways, now that you're done, I don't see Jaren or Whitsett or Duffy or any of those doormats in here, right? So they don't speak for us. If they've gone down there, they've made a claim, and they've fucked it up, that's a them problem.
Yeah, I'm gonna go BRB. Also, you are a degenerate fuck. That's why I'm calling you a degenerate fuck. BRB.
Or maybe you are one. Maybe that's why you're calling him one. Triggered.
Is Aeon still here? Did you hear that?
No, she's not.
She's bummer. I mean, another example to show her. Look at how they act.
I would have left him here though. Anyway, I mean, we could have shellacked him some longer.
Oh yeah.
I don't ban over that really, because I mean it's to be expected.
I feel like banning should be like TOS violations. Like, mute them, disconnect them, let them come back again. As long as they're not blurting, like SA threats or violence or, just let them. They're going to need to freak out, and they need a space to freak out so they can actually hit rock bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just agreeing with you. Go on.
Oh yeah. Okay. I thought you were going to add something, so I yielded.
Nah. I was just cheerleading.
Yeah, I feel like this might seem kind of counterintuitive, but I do enjoy a globalist meltdown. You'll call it a guilty pleasure, if you will, but hearing Mez like earlier today, that put a smile on my face. This guy cracked over just a couple of people being muted, and he had no idea why a few people were muted. And then when you explained it to him, he didn't get it.
Well, this guy Dehe must be new too. He's like, that guy was so rude, he deserved it. It's like, it was just par for the course as far as I could tell.
Yeah, that was rather mild.
Just hang out here for a little while. Just a day. You'll see that that's not even close to where the bar is.
No, I understood it, Crit, but, I was muted, so I couldn't respond to anything you were saying.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
So, it happens. Whatever.
Although there is something to be said for the fact that you're probably not going to get any useful conversation out of him past that point. Probably not, but I mean, it's still worth it to clip a Glober spiral or two, isn't it?
Yeah, it's nice because that, for me, I think that explains their model, like where they want as above, so below. They see everything spiraling above their head, so they spiral down below too.
So back to like Clay's picture and versus Mez's picture. It kind of, Clay's picture looks flat. Mez's
thank you.
Kind of looks digitally like dropped a few pixels on the left and right, and it's not even really.
Yeah.
But I do have to agree with you though. Like we've been citing Paul Larson for years, saying that even from that altitude, should still look flat on the globe, right? So.
Yeah, but I want him to do the same thing with all the other images I posted, right? Not just do it with one thing.
No, you get one for free. This. You're gonna have to pay me for the other.
Well, yeah, but I've proven that your model shows curve and the NASA website one doesn't.
No, you're right.
There's a reason.
Maybe a couple of pixels of a satellite.
We both know.
And the one
why
in
these
the NASA
people
like there's the atmosphere.
So we both know why these people are sitting in front of a flat Earth. We both know that. There's a reason why the bigger picture. The thing is, they always. This is how these societies works, right? They always put the bigger picture right in front of you. It's just a matter of the question of can you see the bigger picture? Because this day and age, people are losing their mind because of moving pictures. We live in a day and age where moving pictures is the only thing that is being qualified as quality. But there was once a time where actually what people say or experienced was qualified higher than this day and age of moving pictures. And people perish by moving pictures these days. So I'm saying, can you see the bigger picture? If not, then it's a your problem. So can you see the bigger picture? In the picture I posted.
Can I see the bigger picture?
Yeah, can you see the bigger picture?
Oh, you mean literally? Yes, I can see the bigger picture.
Yeah, literally. Okay. Good. At least you can see it.
Yeah.
I'm not even trying to be biased. I just look at the left and the right versus the left and the right, and I'm like, that.
Are you still
the
comparing
photo on
this?
Yeah, the one on the right looks flatter. Just saying. How
Yeah,
could
because
you
the
not?
one on the right. One second. The one on the right, that is reality, right? The one on the left is something we haven't verified. Yeah, this might as well just be tempered by him, right? We don't know the size, the model, the numbers, anything he did. He could have
I just showed you the size, the model, and all the numbers.
Yeah, you didn't even made it.
No, it's
you
okay,
live streamed
though.
the outcome.
It's okay though, even if he listened, screenshot, and posted a video, and it. I get it. I'm just saying the one on the right is flat as fuck. I don't see anything resembling the left image. Just
Yeah,
saying.
especially if you
especially
if you look at the Atmos. Especially if you look at the. When you look at the Atmos gives it away. The Atmos is literally 100% in alignment with the flat line. If the Earth was curved, the Atmos must be curving like in all the other curved fisheye images where they show curved atmosphere. Or you want to claim that the atmosphere, the Atmos, in this case, is flat all the time.
The image on the left is like some hilly region. I would expect the horizon to be flat, even if the Earth was curved.
Yeah. Oh man. See, even if you give them from their own source the flat smacking, they still cope.
Is there
Even
anything
if you
that I
give
said
them
you
their own
think is wrong,
source?
or you're just going to say it's coping?
It's coping.
Can you please specify what I said that's wrong?
That the image shows a flat Earth, and you think that is alignment with your bendy surface 360 degrees in every direction. So if you wanna adhere, one sec. Okay. So do ships disappear over the horizon because of Earth curvature?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go, guys. This is I don't even want to further entertain this anymore because it just points out your stupidity.
You can't explain it. You're just going to say I'm stupid and end it there. That's cool. You're really
Points out you. I didn't say you're stupid. I said it points out. I said it points out your stupidity.
And you
I
haven't
didn't say
explained
that
how.
you're stupid in general.
You haven't explained how. You just say it's stupid. That's your entire argument. You have no reason.
Okay, guys. Okay, let's do it again. So just to clarify, you claim that the images I'm posting is in alignment with a spherical bending surface 360 degrees in every direction.
Yeah.
It just looks flat. Okay. So when I'm standing on the shoreline, if I'm standing on the shoreline of the ocean, okay, and the second question, when you're standing on the shoreline of the ocean, we can see boats and ships disappear over the physical horizon, right?
Yeah, from the bottom up, yeah.
Okay. Guys, is there anyone in here who thinks there's further explanation to be done to point out that the sky is right now in this current situation presenting stupidity?
This is not an argument. You're just saying, you're asking me questions and saying that's stupid.
No, I just want to figure out if anyone else needs a further explanation to why I'm saying this.
I want to hear like an argument. He's not doing anything.
All right, Clay, I got it right here. Clay, you asked him a question. Do boats disappear bottom up? He said yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, prove it. Let's see your presentation right now.
No, but do you see what I'm pointing out with that question? Why I first asked the question that...
The onus is on him, right?
Yeah, but do you see why I was asking that question, right? Because he's simultaneously claiming that the horizon needs to be flat from ISS altitude. Why simultaneously claiming that just in a few kilometers they can see a ship go behind a physical horizon?
True, but the onus is on him.
Yeah.
He's going to present some stupid bullshit.
But that doesn't make any sense.
Well, true, but the onus is on him because he made the claim. He made the claim. Right? Give him some airtime. Can't you?
I can do it.
Thank you. I'll be right back. And coincidentally, his mic is fucked.
No, that wasn't mic. That was internet. That was nasty.
Well, there's nothing more to talk about in this case. I actually don't even want to. If this is something that wants to be entertained, I don't want to. I'd rather just move on because that is just too low of any logical conversation I want to have.
I know, I get it. I'm just saying though, you know, he made a claim. He's like, we're back in like 2015 or something.
See, the only thing they can do is they post things that are computer simulated imagery. That's the only thing they have. They just proven my point. That's the only way they can either just strawman that's the only thing they do actually. Just post CGI and strawman flat Earth. And ignore the fact that everything else shows that the Earth is flat.
Isn't strawmanning the other side what you did, Clay?
No. We have
that,
both.
You should see curve from here, and then I showed that you don't really.
Dude, there's a guy who's agreeing with me that your picture is showing curve while the other one is clearly flat. I've put
Clay,
them
you had to
next to each
pixel
other.
peep down to 1 pixel.
And?
So, are you denying that this NASA image would be possible if the Earth was a sphere?
No, I'm denying that your yet to be proven CGI model is even showing curve, by the way, but in general is what you claim it is. That's what I'm denying in the first place.
What
reality.
I claimed, Clay.
Oh, dude,
is that at the height?
I don't even need you. Listen, I don't need you. Listen. I've put them next to each other. I had a second witness saying I have a second witness agreeing with me, saying that the real one of the real Earth looks flatter. And now I'm gonna move on and say that I don't even need you with your stupid little CGI models. The only thing that I need is reality, which is the alignment of planar surface and the horizon with all the observations we do on the ground and what we see on high altitudes. Therefore, I'm invoking these nice images because they just prove that very point. It's all planar. That's why they actually use planar maps on the ISS, because it's the only map you can utilize logically for a planar Earth. And you can deny and jump around and
you think the maps
cry
that they
and whatever you want to
ISS
do.
prove that the Earth is flat?
Oh yeah. I don't want to entertain your coping.
Can you put that in a logical syllogism?
The maps they brought on the ISS, man, you were... Oh, Mez, come on.
See, there is nothing I need to explain, right? There is an astronaut who has a whole catalog of planar grid system maps right behind him, hanging on the wall, or floating on the wall, whatever. And it's a planar grid system. So even up there on the ISS, they don't utilize your toy globe or any spherical projection. So again, I don't need you, sir. I don't need whatever coping you come up with, whatever you might want to invoke. It's just in alignment with the fact that the Earth is flat. Or a topographical planar surface. Because flat, is a bit too unspecific. Mets, I don't need you, man.
So to be clear, you think that because the map is flat, and the NASA people on the ISS used it, that means the Earth is flat? Is that your argument?
No.
Is that your reason?
You see, that's the only thing what you can do, right? As strawman, what I just said. Did I say that?
Clear. Please explain.
Man, how much clearer do I need to be?
Very crystal clear.
Do I need to speak in a okay, so now I will speak in a very, very precise German accent. Maybe then
No, this is
it
worse.
will
This
be
is worse.
precise enough.
Tone it down,
okay.
please.
Yeah, no, he's making me like him more. Come on, keep doing it.
So, if you pay attention once again to what I already repeated in the past, I was talking about the very fact that what we observe on the surface area of Earth with all our measurements and observations, it is that the ground beneath is not bending 360 degrees in every direction, sir.
Clay, I'm not talking about the observations from the surface. I'm talking about this map that you brought up.
Therefore, what it is actually aligning with and what is actually practically and logically used is the reference point of a planar grid system. Where do we find this logical utilization of a planar grid system in terms of maps? Yes, you are correct, sir. We find it on the ISS with a whole catalog of planar grid system maps that is being utilized by astronauts in order to probably, create certain experiments or imagery that furthermore proves my point, sir.
Yeah.
Show the flat Earth map.
So you think?
Do you understand now? Was that better? Well, was that better? Oh, okay. He still didn't listen. See, this is actually why I should now disengage, because I don't want to actually talk to someone who's so disingenuous and such a fool of making of himself. It's just exhausting. You know, you're like an energy vampire, like so many other Globers.
I agree, Clay. It is exhausting.
You also agree that you're an energy vampire, that you just choose to, sum up the things and represent them falsely to what I actually have precisely pointed out. So I give a precise presentation, right? Let's say, okay, 1 second. Let's put it in this parable, right? Someone is 2 hours into presenting how a car engine works, and then you have this guy, Mats, for example, and he says at the end of the presentation to the guy who presented it, so it just basically needs fuel. That's what you explain? It just needs fuel? See, this is the Globers, right? You take so much energy into like getting into all the explanation detail, and then they just come around and be like, oh, well, you just want to explain the engine by saying it needs fuel? Oh, man, you're stupid. They don't care about your details. They don't care about the energy put in. They just want to rail you up and suck out all that is left in terms of energy.
So are you denying that cars need fuel, or what?
Thanks for proving my point once again. Anyways, it's 9:41 a.m. and I'm having a great morning. I'm happy that you've proven my point with your CGI globe, but I have much more stuff to do later
with
on.
my CGI globe.
Yeah, you can.
Then you coped.
You know what? You can think that. I'm actually.
I will think that. No, I don't think that.
I'm actually happy if you're happy. So whatever you might think or believe in, it's okay, man. I mean, if you want to believe you live on a spinning rope in tilted space or flying in air expanding world of darkness, if that makes you happy, that's okay. That's cool with me. I don't want you to feel miserable, right? So that's why I'm going to end off this conversation by saying, God bless you, sir. Have a lovely day and much love to you, okay? I have no hard feelings about you. I do love you as a human being. And I'm happy when you're happy, okay? So we can agree to disagree. And I'm going to end the conversation. Much love to you, sir.
I don't think we can agree to disagree. Oh, he's gone.
And Merry Christmas to all.
Amen. And all the best. I hope everybody's going to have a lovely time with their family, because that's when they come together most of the time.
That's very sweet. Thank you, bro.
Thank you, man. Thank you for existing.
Thank you for thanking me, for thanking you to thank me.
And Demo, appreciate the kind words, Ben. But that voice, that should be on the radio.
75 FM, high noon right
so
now,
good.
kind of hot out. We're riding along in traffic. It's almost time for work. Where do you work? Everywhere. Everybody works there.
I can imagine myself sitting in a huge truck, riding down these endless Australian flat scenery roads, and just listen to that voice every time between the music. It's like exactly the vibe.
Yeah.
Just
smooth
do
sailing
one
from
more,
here.
please. Can you do one with like an intro opening up? Oh yeah, look at welcome to 79 with our flat earth beautiful creation, something like that.
Welcome to what?
Just do a whatever, something that has our beautiful flat planar grid system within it. You know, like if you would have a flat earth radio show, you should actually
Hello,
have a
it's
flat earth radio
welcome
show.
and hello to the flat altitude, flat out, flat radio station. We hear all the tunes. Stay tuned in.
Good, man.
The weather, the sun, everything on this great flat plane.
Very good. Man, if I had the money to invest in such infrastructure to create just a radio show, you would be the first host. You know, flat earth radio.
Yeah, we'd
With
go
that
looking for the
voice.
curve. We'd make the game. Where's Baldo?
Like, am I wrong, guys? Like, doesn't he have like the perfect radio voice?
Yeah, D-Mock say 97X. Bam. The future of rock and roll.
97X, man, the future of rock and roll.
Say Clay's thing. You know, the tilting, wobbling space ball in a ever expanding whatever of darkness.
A crazy, wobbly, rubberneck space ball falling through space. At any second, it'll be destroyed. Have fun.
Nah, you fucked it.
Oh, what was that? Spinny, wobbly space monkey ball into space, going nowhere from nowhere to somewhere, somehow, nowhere.
No, it's a spinning
What is
wobbling
it,
to
Clay?
the space ball flame for never expanding world of darkness.
You have to say
Spinning, flaming,
darkness.
spinning water ball in a spinning, flaming water of darkness.
Oh my god.
Spinning wobbling to the space ball flame for never expanding world of total darkness. But I have a second one where I added something. So, which is spinning wobbling to
No,
the space
Clay,
ball
don't
flame for
ruin the
never expanding
classic.
world of darkness by accelerating and decelerating simultaneously.
The dinosaur turd floating through space. Every time.
Guys, you're keeping me off work. I gotta move on. See you later.
4 million years from now, this turd will evolve. Globers used to be a dinosaur turd. Now they're the cousins of a rock. Everybody, tune in this fall. Early this spring, in the middle of the equinox, on the best summer solstice double eclipse of the morning before, the pill after. In the nighttime, you'll love the earliest broadcast that you've ever heard at the latest time. At the beginning of the year, be sure to be there before the end of the next year is over. On Friday, if you can be there, this Thursday, you'll see the best movie you might hate. So much you'll love it. So hard. You'll want to cry, throw up in your seat, poop your pants. That's because it's a 15-hour movie. Once you go in, we lock the doors. You'll love this movie, or else. What the would that be a crazy
All right, I'd
movie?
like to tune out of DMOC FM.
If a ball has an edge, you can
No,
find
radio's
the
broken.
curve.
Take the batteries out for fuck's sake, Mez.
D-Mock, you might as well submit some like recordings and shit. And
To who?
seriously,
They're all
why
on
wouldn't
here.
you?
To who?
Why wouldn't you just do it?
To who?
You could just imagine it though. He submits all his recordings, and what's he going to name it? Optimus Prime goes rogue? Like what the
No, they do scripts. They do scripts all the time. And then the problem with DMOC is he's going to not want to say the shit they want him to say, and he's going to get all pissed off. And then he's going to lose his fucking jobs. That's the problem right there.
What do you mean I gotta say this fits comfortably for a brawl? What the fuck? I'm not gonna say this.
The best outcome would be DMOC submits all his strips. He gets the call back. Hey, yeah, we will make a trailer movie for the next Star Wars and Space Odyssey. You know, you're going to narrate it.
Gravity Part 2.
Oh, fuck. 9.8 meters a second. Does it exist? You be the judge. Optimus Prime. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Okay, what we're going to find out is if you understand the relativity or the nature or the absence of the attribute of gravity. Where did it come from? Where did it go?
That'd be your luck, Demok. You'd end up with the voiceover for some space documentary.
14 billion years into space. Everyone is invited.
Oh, shit.
Do you remember seeing shadows on the far side of the light, side of the lunar side of the Sith side of the moon? Like, what the fuck? The Sith lunar side of the moon. Sith lunar side of the moon? What kind of sentence? Who says that? You know?
Oh, check it out. It's Donnie C. I haven't seen him for ages. Hey, Donnie, what's going on? Oh, he must have walked away from his computer. Oh, well, that's alright.
Matrix, have you done any more light readings?
You talking to me? Because my name is not Donnie.
Yeah, don't forget Matrix. Donnie prefers he has his preferred pronouns.
Don Juan?
Don Juan?
We're just going to call him Don Juan DeMarco.
Donald, get it right. It's Donald. Hi, Donald. It's Ronald. How are you?
Anyway,
Ronald.
as I have been, all today.
Lovely. Can you post the data?
No, because I haven't finished yet for today.
Oh.
But if you give it another hour or so, I will be finished.
I should still be around for them.
Yeah, cool.
I'm not going to keep posting this data like this, all right? Because every time I post this data... No, I'm just playing. It's a joke.
Yo, Demon, can we settle something? I want to ask you. Are you black? Because that would make a lot of sense. There's controversy on that. I think AI said you're white, and I don't believe him.
A lot of sense for what?
Because your voice is so low. Most black people have a low voice like that. It's very rare for a white guy to have something like that, a register like that.
You like a biker, aren't you? I'm not like a biker. You got a beard and a bandana or something. That's how I picture you.
I'm curious too, but I would say he's black only based on low impulse control.
I mean, you don't have to answer that.
What do you guys really think, though, actually?
I really don't know. That's a good question. I'm interested. I'm intrigued.
I always pictured you as a black guy.
I don't.
But AI
My face exists on the internet.
That you're not. Eh?
My face, I used to be on ponchos and we showed our face.
Oh, shit. Well, I guess I would know if I saw it.
If I had to guess, I'd say he's a bit Latino. Is that right?
Shit.
That's only if I had.
No Latino.
Otherwise, I'd say he's white.
Oh shit, man! You've been blessed.
Yeah, I'm white.
Cool.
Damn.
He's just a little ginger chap.
Ginger.
No ginger. I mean, like, I don't know. When I was younger, I might have had a couple little, but I mean, it's no ginger. Well, my son's got a little bit of red hair, a little bit of redness in their hair. Not like red hair actually, but like in their beard and their facial hair, it's kind of red, but their other hair is dark. So it's just weird. But no, I'm white.
You sound a bit like Hulk Hogan.
Blue eyes and white. And white as hell. White as a piece of paper.
Awesome.
You didn't think I was white? That's weird.
No.
Doesn't mean anything. You're not the only one. I used to be in an all black crew on GTA until one of them found out I was white, and then I wasn't in the crew no more. I'm serious, but I didn't even think it was that kind of crew. No, we was in it. We was in it for like 5 months, 3 months. I don't know. I was playing with these dudes for a little bit, and it might have even seemed that long, but not been that long. But it was a while. So we're playing, and then we're all doing whatever. There's like 5 or 6 of us or whatever. We all talk every day. We do our thing. We play on there. Then one day, one dude goes, "Man, I think this Democ dude's white." And they're like, "The fuck you talking about?" "Hell no." Something. And I was listening, and I'm like, "Shit, they're talking about me." And because I was in the little crew with him, and they was like something. He was like, "Nah, hell no, shut the hell up." Something. We started playing. He's like, "Nah, man, I just feel like." He's like, "Democ." I was like, "Yeah, what up, man?" Something. And I started talking with him, and he's like, "Are you white?" And they all was like, "Are you white?" And I was like, "Yeah." And they was like, "What the fuck?" And then like a couple days later, I just no nothing, no messages, basically not in the crew no more. I was like, "What the fuck?" But I didn't know it was a black crew. I didn't know I got into a black crew.
Black dudes. Those black dudes all be a little bit racist.
Well, no, I mean,
don't even.
Well, that group might have been a little weird, but I mean, for the most part, most of the black dudes I know through my life, when I rode the bus for like 5 years and I was the only white guy,
I said those dudes.
I mean, they didn't really. Actually, truthfully, I never fought any of them. Like I almost did one time. We were cool. Fought all kinds of motherfuckers that'd be like big ass dudes that'd walk up to you and be like, "Hey, I'm about to initiate you," or some shit like that, and I'd have to fight those dudes. But other than that, no, just like, mostly if I was cool with the people directly and they were cool with me, we were cool. Anybody, just any people. Like that's how I told them too. I was like, "You cool with me? I'm cool with you, motherfucker. You ain't cool with me? Well, fuck you." You know what I mean? I'm not cool with you.
Hey, D-Muck. Those guys were a little bit racist.
That group of 6 might have been slightly.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah. They might have been. Oh, yeah, I ran into a couple black dudes that are racist. I ran into some white ones that are racist. Don't get me wrong. I ran into this one black dude that every time he's like, "Fuck that white dude. Come on, man." And they're like, look at him. Like his black buddies look at him because like I'm cool with them. And they look at him like, "The fuck you talking about?" I wouldn't keep saying that. You know what I mean? And they told him, I mean, I never got into it with him, but he would always be like, "Fuck that white dude." But that's all he would say, though. He wouldn't say no more. He didn't do nothing or nothing, But I just thought it was funny. I was like, what the hell for? What'd I do? It was just his way of talking. I don't know. Goofy motherfucker, hang out the car, no shirt, just be a goofy motherfucker. Probably had to bust him in his head with something.
That's hilarious. I had some globy guy come in here once. We were talking.
Well, I never had to use no weapons either in no fights. But, some motherfuckers, man, they look kind of squirrely, like they ain't right. Like, you might have to knock them in the head with something.
I had some globy guy come in here once. We were arguing, and he rage quit. And he's like, "Fuck you, you fat black retard." I'm like, "You got all those wrong, man."
I get called the N-word all the time. But I don't like it either, though, because, I mean, there's reasons. I got my reasons, but I don't, you know what I mean?
Well, it's dirty. It's a very dirty word, and it need not apply, or it doesn't apply.
Right, and I don't feel like you know what I mean? Unless you're joking or doing something goofy like that and telling each other some goofy jokes or something, I don't think there's really any. Nobody should be seriously like fucking because of this. Like,
Yeah.
Now, if you do something to them, like steal their cornbread or punch them in the balls or something, then yeah, they should be like, "Fuck you, punch me in the balls. I'm gonna fight you now" or something. You know, it shouldn't be because of your race.
Yeah.
Cornbread.
Cornbread. I heard that.
You know that movie that comes from, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit! Adam
You gonna
assaulted
eat your
called me out.
cornbread?
Yeah.
Gonna eat.
Consequences and repercussions.
I'd pep it.
Oh man, that was some funny shit.
What's up? What's up?
What up?
Yo.
Oh.
We just discovered that D-Mock is actually a white guy.
Yeah, I kind of figured that as much.
So we know he's white and he's got blue eyes. What color is his hair?
Blonde.
I'm saying brown.
Straight up blonde. Cascading blonde hair.
It was pure blonde when I was little, but it's dark now.
I told you. Fucking bang on, dude.
Let's get a selfie in the chat right now.
And that's weird too, because when I was little, I always asked because I don't see many pictures of me being like under a certain age, and I asked like my aunts or people, I was like, what did I look like? And they were like, you had curly blonde hair like Shirley Temple. I was like, what? Why the fuck is that the description? Like,
Yeah,
why?
I told you, man. Fucking right on it, man. I'm telling you.
But now my hair is dark as hell. Still slight curl at the end when it gets long, but it's dark now. It's actually
Fucking,
yeah.
fucking third eye is working like a charm.
Yep.
We got we had a lot of spiraling today, man. It was pretty awesome. We got Mezhead in the chat. What's up, Mez?
Nothing much.
He did.
You're still denying reality?
No. Not at all.
You embraced it?
Yeah.
Okay. So is it possible that that you're not correct about the Earth being a globe? Like, are you 100% sure the Earth's a globe?
I'm 100%.
Really?
Sure.
Whoa.
What's the proof that the Earth is a globe? What is it?
Boats go over the horizon.
Boats go over the horizon?
Actually, no. I don't want to do that one. Let's do...
What do you want to do?
Zenith angle measurements to stars versus distance across the ground.
Zenith angle measurements to stars. What star? So you're saying we know the distance to, like, linear distance to stars?
No. Don't need that.
We don't know that. We don't need that. Why do we use that? For what purpose?
Well, you can map it out.
Map it out. For what purpose?
Find out if the Earth is a sphere or not.
Is that what we're looking at stars and saying, I want to know the Earth is a globe or not? Hey, I tell you what.
Yep.
Let's do angle measurements to the star. We'll figure it out.
Versus distance along the ground.
Versus distance on the ground. So,
yeah.
Okay, so tell me the method by which you can know the Earth's a globe by looking at stars.
So what you do is, you stand under a star, you measure an angle to it, you stood under it, be 90 degrees. You move some distance away. Let's say, 69 miles. Okay. Well, that star's going to drop by 1 degree. Move another 69 miles, drops by 1 degree. Another 69 miles, drops by another degree. So you get a linear relationship between the angle to the stars and your distance along the ground.
Okay.
Now, if you assume a flat baseline, okay, you can then take 2 measurements to a star, and that'll give you the height of the star. And then you move another distance away. And what you'll find is that there will not be a linear relationship between the angle to the star, or to anything in the sky, really, and your distance along the ground. So, it doesn't work with a right angle triangle.
Really?
Like it should do on flat Earth.
So no right angle triangles here, huh?
Nope.
So what are we doing? Curved surface? What are we? How are you doing this measurement with a curved surface? I'm still trying to figure it out. Are you using a flat baseline? Are you using a tangential line?
Horizontal baseline.
Yeah, tangential, right? It's not. You're not using the Earth.
No, you don't need to use the Earth.
Oh, okay. So we don't know. For right now, you're measuring tangential lines, angle measurements to stars. We don't know if the Earth is curving or not because we didn't figure that out. We're measuring angles to stars. It's the only thing we're doing, right?
No, it don't need to be a tangent.
No, it doesn't need to be a tangent. What is it? What else can it be?
You don't need to assume a tangent.
We don't. So what else can it be?
No, it's just perpendicular to vertical.
Perpendicular to vertical. What's perpendicular, sir?
90 degrees.
Okay, so what does 90 degrees consist of?
What does it consist of?
Yeah, if you get a 90 degree angle, what are the two things that you need for it?
Well, you need two straight lines for an angle.
That's a shocker. How do you do that with the angle measurement without it being right angle?
What do you mean? How do you do
Well, if it's not a right angle, if you're trying to do like a right angle triangle, right? Is that what you're doing?
Well, trying to do anything. We're just taking.
You're not trying to do anything, but we are. We want to know if the Earth is. We want to know if the Earth is curving, but you haven't talked about how much the Earth is curving away from that, the baseline.
It curves by 1 degree every 69 miles.
Yeah, you.
Right. That's the sky that moves. What are you talking about?
He's talking about the sky, and then he's saying the Earth is curving. I don't get it, Jedi. Did you figure it out? Yeah.
I didn't say moving.
Really? The star isn't moving in the sky, giving you a different angle to it.
You move.
You move along the ground.
Yeah,
No,
you move along the ground.
Yeah. And then you got a different angle measurement to the star.
I do like it when idiots try and act smart. You can hear the smugness in his voice. He's trying to act smart. He's not quite getting it.
I don't see how
I don't think you're quite getting it, Jedi. Do you understand what's going on here?
How did you figure that the Earth was curving from all of this? How did you figure it out?
Because you take these angle measurements to stars, right?
Yeah.
And if you assume a right angle triangle with a flat baseline, where the flat baseline is the Earth, these angle measurements don't line up.
They don't line up.
Nope.
Tell me how.
Yeah, I want to know too.
So, Jedi, if I have a right angle triangle, right? So, say I'm stood under the star, measure 90 degrees up to it. Okay. And then I walk, let's say, 5,000 kilometers away from that star, and I take another angle measurement. What's that angle going to be?
Well, a lot less than the one you took right underneath it, for sure.
It's going to be quite a small angle.
Okay. Now what?
Quite small.
Mm-hmm.
But do you know what it is?
Pardon?
Do you know what the angle will be?
We can figure it out, Mez. But okay, so now we got an angle that's a lot less than 90. So, what are you?
No, we need to know the actual angle.
Okay. Oh, how is this going to help determine whether or not the Earth is a globe or flat? Like, what are you doing here?
Oh, I'm just saying if you know the numbers. But it'll be 45 degrees.
That's great. It's less than 90.
Oh,
so now that we have established that.
Since now on one spot, right? We've got one spot. Okay. We measure a 90 degree. That's the right angle of our right angle triangle. 5,000. We've got a 5,000 kilometer long baseline. And then we've got another angle of 45 degrees.
Okay.
Now this gives us enough to solve a triangle, doesn't it?
So what are we? Are we missing something there?
Do you agree? Jedi's gone silent.
Mez, I'm still trying to figure out how you're proving that the Earth is a globe by this.
Hold on.
I'm not gone silent, you smug little cunt. I'm just listening to you. Now,
I'm asking you a question and you didn't answer.
Yeah,
make your point.
Can you just make this like a presentation?
Well, I need to know that you're following. Okay, I'm asking the class if they understand the process so far.
Yeah, so far there's a 90-degree angle established, and then you move 5,000 miles. Now you've got a 45-degree angle. Okay, kilometers. That's great. Now we've got a 45-degree angle to the star. Okay.
All right. Now, do you agree that this is enough to solve a triangle?
Do I agree? Do I need to agree?
Yes.
Why?
Well, I'm just saying, I'm wondering if you understand geometry.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Can you just explain your point? I want to know how you get to the end. Like, land your plane, dude. Like, you're just in midair right now. Like, get to the point. We got two angles, one less than the other. We're still trying to figure out how you got globe out of this. You're not going to tell us, or is this secret information? What?
Do you agree that if you have two angles on one side, you can solve a triangle?
Not using celestial angles, you can't.
Mez, just get to the point.
Go on, Mez. Stop.
Are you unwilling to agree with this?
I just want you to get to the point, dude. Just get to your point.
Okay, so we've got two angles, and we've got a baseline for this triangle. We're assuming it's a triangle, okay? I'm helping you out here. So we can solve this triangle. So we've got a 90-degree angle, a 45-degree angle. How many angles are in a triangle?
What, you need us to help you now?
Yeah, I guess this is on participation.
Please, just
can you answer a single question?
Just to figure out the height of the star. Can you just get to it?
Can you answer a single question?
No, just tell us the fucking presentation, dude.
You're not figuring out the height of the star. You're figuring out your GP distance.
It's supposed to be. That's supposed to be GP.
What do you mean? Hang on.
Mez, are you going to get to the part where you tell us how the Earth is curving by all of this, or you're just going to skip over that and forget it?
Okay. Well, you're unwilling to answer like anything about anything, but yes. So triangles have 180 degrees. All the angles internally add up to 180 degrees. So we've got a 90-degree angle under the star. We've got a 45-degree angle 5,000 kilometers away. And we'll have another 45-degree angle at wherever the star is.
Okay.
So we'll have a 5,000 kilometer long baseline, and we'll have a 5,000 kilometer long height. So this gives us the height of the star of 5,000 kilometers. So then we can go forward with this information. We can move another, let's say, the 5,000 kilometers away.
Stars, Mez.
Why are we just still moving?
Why are we trying to figure out the height of stars, Mez?
Yeah,
I we want to know if the Earth is flat, and this is useful information.
No, man.
No.
Yes, man. Yes, Mez.
We're not interested.
You should say yes, Mez. Thank you for educating me on this.
Mez.
Simple geometry.
Insufferable, smug little cunt. We're not interested in the height of the star, are we?
Yes, we are. Because if we know the height of the star, we can figure out whether the Earth is flat or not.
Hold on. We're interested in its ground position, aren't we?
Yeah.
We're interested in a lot of things here, Jedi.
Excuse me. We're not interested in the height of the star. We're interested in the ground position of the star, aren't we, Mez?
No, not really for this.
No,
yes, we are, dude.
I mean, we're interested in it as far as we need to know where that is, so we can figure out our right angle for this triangle.
Mez, we're interested in utilizing this angle measurement to navigate across the surface of the Earth. We're not.
Jedi, I never said anything about navigation.
Well, why the fuck are you talking about height of star then?
Yeah.
Because I'm talking about figuring out whether the Earth is flat or not.
Oh, but we're not going to be doing that by figuring out the height of the star. We're going to be interested with that, with a straight line measurement between the person making the angle measurement and the ground position of the star. Stop trying to be smart. You're not doing very well.
I am being smart, but you don't like it, Jedi.
No, you just gave us a straight baseline 5,000 kilometers away from the guy who was doing a 90-degree angle to when he went to go do a 45-degree angle. And in between those 2 points is a flat baseline. You just pointed that out. It's a triangle, man. Duh. You've just proved flat Earth in your little example.
Did I?
Yes.
Well, if I could finish.
Wow. Well, you can't finish because I've been trying to tell you to land your damn plane, dude. My God.
Okay, well, I'm going to land my plane. All right.
All right, let's go.
So we've figured out the height of the star. with these two measurements, right? We've solved a triangle. The star is 5,000 kilometers high.
Yes.
No, it's not.
So then Jedi, I've just measured it.
Oh my god.
So then I go another 5,000 kilometers away, right?
What's the fucking point of him being here?
To explain why the Earth isn't flat.
And
then I take another angle measurement to the star.
You just measured it flat.
He just made a triangle, Jedi, between those two.
I've made a triangle. Now I'm gonna make another triangle. Okay, so I go another 5,000 kilometers away, and I take another angle measurement to that star. Do you know what the angle measurement will be?
No one cares. It's because we're not interested in the height of the star.
I know, we're interested in whether the Earth is flat or not.
Dude, you're using celestial navigation to find the GP, which is going to be the ground position of the star, because people are traveling to that location.
Nope.
That's what celestial navigation is. What do you mean?
I'm not doing any of that. I'm not trying to find out the GP.
So what are you
I know
using?
the GP.
What are you using celestial navigation for? Like,
we're not doing celestial navigation.
No, what are you using celestial angles for?
All right, now I'm confused.
These are just elevation angles.
So
He's trying to find the
Earth's flat then. That's easy.
Yeah, so we figured out the height of the star. It's 5,000 kilometers based on our first two measurements.
I don't know, man.
Well, first three measurements because we needed to measure our distance along the ground.
Les, if you changed your altitude when measuring the angle to the star, did you notice that the angle didn't change when you raised altitude? Now try and figure out the height of the star.
No, we can do all these measurements at sea level, so our altitude doesn't change.
No, but when we gain altitude, then we're going to measure the same angle. Star's not in the same place, dude. So this method for finding the distances to celestial objects isn't going to prove by some ad hoc excuse that the Earth is a fucking sphere.
This isn't ad hoc. This is geometry.
It is. You
It's
can't
ad hoc,
find the
bro.
distance to stars.
Yes, we can. You just measure them.
No, but what
you
happens
solve a
if
triangle.
change your altitude and the angle remains the same?
Are you telling me that you know linear distance to stars, Mez?
Yeah, I can measure it. It's 5,000 kilometers based on these two measurements.
5,000
assuming a
kilometers?
flat Earth.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
No, you believe that the Earth is a globe. Your stars don't know 5,000 kilometers away.
Yeah, we're presuming flat Earth here,
No, we're not.
and then we're falsifying it.
No, you're telling us that you're going to affirm the globe. How is this an affirmation of the globe when you're telling us that you're not proving? You're disqualifying flat Earth. Well, which is it? Are you proving globe and telling us that you're measuring to the height of the star, or what are you doing here, man? You're
Because
doing
this is a true dichotomy.
a true dichotomy. And what's the opposite? Yeah, what's the opposite of your proving or disproving flat Earth? What's the opposite?
Flat
of
or
that?
not flat?
No, I know. So if you're saying it's not flat, then what is it?
It's just not flat.
And what else can it be?
Well, it could be concave. It could be convex.
Oh my God!
It can't.
There you go.
Let's be
there
honest.
you go.
It's
That's
concave.
there you go,
I mean,
Jedi.
it can't be concave, it's convex.
No. You were gonna clip that shit out, dude. You said it could be concave.
Deserve to be in here. What the
I'm sorry. I misspoke. You got
No,
me.
you're not. No, we're gonna clip it, dude. You just said it could be concave. Let the record state that we have you on YouTube. So somebody, Clipcord, where you at, buddy? We need that as a clip.
That's fine, right?
Yeah, no, it's not.
So we've got our two angle measurements, and we know the height of the star.
And we got you clipped saying that it could be concave.
Yeah, you've got me clipped saying it could be concave. Silly me.
And no, we don't know the height of the star.
We do.
No, we don't.
Jedi, do you think we can figure out the height of a building by measuring angles to it?
We can use terrestrial objects, yes, and we will measure the Earth flat when we do so. First, you need to concede to that.
So we've measured the Earth flat.
Definitely, Mez, stop it. We will definitely use this method with terrestrial objects and measure the Earth to be flat. Celestial objects, slightly different. Won't be able to find the height to them. But the same methodology.
I just did.
In the ground position, we can get a straight line distance and measure the Earth to be flat. When you concede that we do this with terrestrial objects and we do it and measure the Earth flat, then we can continue. If you don't
so we can do it. We can measure the height of terrestrial objects, buildings, using this method. And
Awesome.
of course, we all know we measure the Earth flat, right? So we've measured the Earth flat, so we've got a flat baseline. And then we measure an angle to a star. And then we go 5,000 kilometers away and we measure a 45-degree angle to the star. And then we solve this triangle, then we get a height of 5,000 kilometers. So this star must be 5,000 kilometers high because, of course, the Earth is flat. We've got a flat baseline.
Yeah. So when we concede that we measure the Earth to be flat, you're not going to talk through me. You're going to stop right here and concede that you measure the Earth to be flat. And then you concede that we're not interested in the height of the stars. We're interested in the surface description of the Earth, which you have just measured flat with terrestrial objects. You can concede, say you're sorry, then you can go and have your breakfast and fuck off.
I will not concede. I will not say I'm sorry. We do.
Not interested, because you just utilised a method that measures the Earth to be flat with terrestrial objects. Welcome to Flat Earth. Now fuck off. Seriously, don't entertain the smug little child. There's no point, guys. What the hell? Alfie still with us, making some background noise.
That's the second one today, Jedi, that's tried to pull this triangle bullshit.
Yeah, I know, man. Mez just thinks that he's smart for some reason. But I'll unmute him again. You haven't won anything. You've just measured the Earth to be flat.
How did I measure the Earth to be flat, Jedi?
You used terrestrial objects, dude. Remember that?
Okay, so I've got a terrestrial.
And a flat baseline,
How did I measure the Earth to be flat?
You just used terrestrial objects, measured angles to them, right?
Yep.
You said that we can use this method with terrestrial objects?
Yeah.
We can figure out the height of them. It's going to be an angle measurement, 3 points of the triangle, you, the observer, standing on the same baseline as the ground position of the lighthouse, whilst measuring an angle to the focal point, the light of the lighthouse. Measuring the Earth to be flat. We don't need to.
Where does the flat Earth measurement come into this?
We don't need to continue. The straight line.
We do, Jedi.
Straight line distance between you and the object you just measured an angle up to, because you know the height of the object above mean sea level. It's very basic trigonometry, the thing that you keep trying to suggest that we do with celestial objects. But celestial objects are not terrestrial objects. But we still measure the Earth to be flat. You just seem to be interested in the height of the object like we were with terrestrial objects.
Yeah, I think that's an important thing to consider.
Okay, but we've already measured the Earth to be flat when we use terrestrial objects. You brought it up. We measured the Earth to be flat with this very method. You can be a smug little child and try to deviate away from it, or you can admit that we measured the Earth to be flat and stop trying to be a ponce.
Jedi, what you're doing, you're deviating away from this thing I was going through about figuring out that the Earth is curved.
Terrestrial objects.
So what was that?
Did we measure the Earth to be flat with terrestrial objects? When you measured an angle to it, did that happen? Did it?
No.
No, it didn't. Fuck off, you lying piece of shit. What the fuck?
Lying. Jedi, you think a flat baseline is the flat Earth.
Now you're just being dishonest. Fuck off.
No, Jedi, you're being dishonest.
No, just fuck off and go away. You don't deserve to be here. Just measured the Earth to be flat. You brought it up within your argument, and now you're saying, no, we don't. What the fuck? Just a liar.
Yo, is it Speculation Sunday?
Yep.
Let's go.
What do you got for us, dude? Let her rip.
I'm just waiting for some Glovers. How's night been?
Just popping back in. Did the globe win or what?
Yeah, you could say the globe won.
Oh.
They won another day of spiraling over flat Earth.
Yeah, no, I don't care how. I'm so glad.
Wait, what happened?
Yeah, globe won. That's what they said. Globe won. Thank you, guys.
Are we live?
Oh, I think so.
Oh shit, we're live. And we are alive, chat. What's good, chat?
Yes, sir. Did you see the Eric Dubay video?
W's in the chat. No. What's good?
Are we live?
Who is it?
Mic check.
Are we live?
Are we
Oh
live?
shit, we're live. Fuck it, we do it live. Fuck
Are
it,
we
man.
live? Oh my god.
Man, what's happening, chat? What y'all
That's
doing in
quiet.
here just sitting quiet, man?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna finish this up. This Eric Dubay video. BRB.
No, you're not. All right.
Want me to stream it? Nah. I can't. There's
Xbox.
too many people in here.
Xbox. Don't leave, man. Xbox, stay right here, bro.
I am.
All right. What did Eric Dubay say?
Oh, I'm looking.
Eric Dubay. Holy, I ain't heard that name in a minute. We got Jordan Peterson in the chat. Just clean up your room.
I did. I cleaned up my room yesterday.
Dude, I actually had a Jordan Peterson soundboard I paid for like many, many moons ago. That shit used to geek me out, dude. Clean up your room. Anyway, what's good, Chad? Who's next? Who should we cook right now?
Yo, check your DMs real quick.
Here we go.
Here we go, he says.
Here we freaking go, bro. Mush Kane is here, guys. Mush Kane. Bro, I thought Mush Kane was a flat earther for the longest time, dude. Holy, bro.
What's going on in here?
Hey, man, we just firing this thing up. I think we're live. Crit said we're live, so
Yeah, I think so.
you know.
I
All right.
checked.
No, I don't think it goes live. Does it go live?
No, we do it live, man. We do it live.
Rue.
All right, Mushkane, bro. So, like, what should we ask Mushkane here today? Tell us about the name. What's up with the name?
Mushkane.
Yeah. Do you do like mushroom? Is that what that is? Or?
Yeah, it's just kind of a silly name. I came up. It was going to be a band name.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never done this, but somebody we had a joke about dicing up psilocybin mushrooms and mixing it in with cocaine and snorting it.
Oh,
and,
damn, bro! Don't. I mean, that's
Whoa,
that's a bad idea. Don't do that, dude.
the hell?
Yeah,
Keep
yeah,
those
I've never
two
done
separate.
that.
Do one of them. Don't do the other. But anyway, you didn't hear that from me. So anyway, Mushkane. So how long have you been discussing this topic? Couple months, couple years, couple days, couple weeks?
I think I first started like in October. I was watching a flat Earth video, and there was a link to the Discord, and then I went into the Discord, and then I started. Then I just stayed in the lobby in there for a while.
Okay, cool. So my next question would be like, when it comes to flat Earth or what flat earthers say or what their position is, do you feel that you have a good understanding of a flat earther's position? Are you still learning or you don't know?
I feel very confident about my understanding.
About the flat earther's position, just to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you just give us some, give us some stuff? Like what are the flat earthers, what are they saying? What's their position?
Well, I mean, baseline is that the baseline is that the Earth is measured, used, and observed as a flat plane. And even though, there's models and there's mathematical predictions that match those models, that's just a model and it's just a theory. And basically what you guys have said is that, yeah, we understand the models. It's not that we don't understand that, but what we're observing, what we're practically using, and what we've measured contradicts that. And a measurement trumps your imagination. So
damn. Okay. Hey, that's pretty good, man. That's pretty good.
Smoking.
Oh, is that T-Dub? Holy, bro. What's good, T-Dub? So I haven't heard that voice in a minute.
What's up, man?
Hey, man, we do it live, man. We chilling, bro. All right. Well, so much.
Live.
And we are live, folks. So Mushkane. So that's pretty good. So so what's the issue? What's your hang up with flat Earth? Why, where do you, like, is there something with the flat earthers that they say that you don't agree with, or something that just sounds off, or something you're confused about?
I wouldn't say I'm really. Well, yeah, I'm confused just because I'm learning about things. But
okay.
I mean, really, I enjoy listening to people come in here and defend the globe. And I mean, time after time, you just smack these fools around, and it's very enjoyable.
Yeah, facts, bro. Facts. All right. So, what about you? Like, so when it comes to the globe, do you feel like you understand it a lot, a little? You're still learning about the globe?
Yeah, I'm pretty confident in my understanding of the globe side.
Okay. Well, so give us hit us with some, like, what is some stuff you know about the globe? Go ahead.
I don't know. Give me a more directed question.
Okay. Like, if I were to ask you about, say, the radius, would you be able to cook on that, or still something you need to touch up on?
So the radius, that would be the half of the circumference, right? Like the point from the center to the
half of the diameter.
To the crust, right?
Yeah.
Or half of the diameter. The diameter would be if you drew a straight line from pole to pole, right?
Yeah.
And
Yup.
so radius would be half of that. The world's biggest fuck. It's the biggest object we know of. It's really big. In miles, there's the radius would probably be around 5,000, I guess.
That's
Somewhere.
not too far off. It's just under 4,000 as it's claimed. So you're not too far off.
Yeah. So what would be the whole circumference of the thing would be like 30,000, right? Like
I think the circumference is 25,000, just under 25, like 24,901. Holy smokes, dude! These are the flat earthers, bro. The flat earthers, dude. Hey, man. All right, yeah, okay. So, I mean, we could take this in a couple different directions. We could probably cook, but I just want to ask you real quick about the flat earthers' position on the Earth being an object. This is something I talk about a lot. So, I actually don't see the Earth as an object. I don't think of it as an object at all. So, does that sound crazy, or would you like me to expand on that, or what do you
mean by object?
Yeah. So when I say like the universe, would you see the universe as an object? See, now he's thinking, guys. That's good. He's thinking.
No, I wouldn't see it as an object because when I think of object, I think of like a singular thing. And when you say the universe, that's everything. That's all the objects.
Boom, baby. Yes, facts. Okay, bro. This is exactly how I, as a flat earther, view reality. Right? I see the Earth as the universe. The Earth is the reality. The Earth is the whole thing. So I think that's actually a big issue that people run into when they start dealing with a flat earther or their position. They start thinking of the flat Earth as some sort of object. And there's probably a lot of objects in this world that you could pick up, like a Frisbee, for example. And you'd be like, well, here, look, this is like a flat object. And they start comparing the Earth to those objects. Now, I don't think there's an object in this world at all that you could pick up and say, well, here, this is a representation of the universe, right? Because I don't think there's a way to see reality in its totality. And so, same thing would apply to flat Earth. Since it's not right, so we have the solar system with Sun, Mercury, Venus, and then Earth. But what a lot of people get tripped up on is they take that same solar system, Sun, Mercury, Venus, and then they take the Earth and then flatten it into some sort of flat object, like I said, the Frisbee or a piece of paper or whatever. And so I think that's where a lot of people get hung up on. So I don't think there's an object that represents the Earth. How could you? Just like the universe. So when you said, oh, the Earth is a big object, that's something that came to mind. I'm like, well, let me help him out understand that we don't see it like that. Let me not speak for everyone, but I see flat Earth more as like the universe, where it's this large sandbox, this huge reality that we exist within that doesn't necessarily have a defined shape, or, necessarily the boundaries might not have been reached, etc. So do you understand that, or is that new to you? Have you heard this before?
No, I don't think I've heard that perspective before, but I mean, that's so far outside of, I think, normal people's thought process.
Yeah. Right.
And also when they come in here and like, oh, so what, are we on a pizza type thing? It's like,
yeah.
It's hard to take it seriously, man. It's hard to take flat Earth seriously when your whole life you know this thing to be true. You have this technology. You've seen the rockets. What are satellites? All this shit. I think most people don't even believe that you believe it. They're just.
Yeah, that's a bit of a cope, though, when they do that. And they're like, oh, you guys must be trolling because they're...
What is the difference between flat Earth and pizza Earth? What's the difference?
I just explained that. I just explained it, though.
I literally just popped in. I heard the other guy talking.
All right. So my role in this whole thing is to sort of help people understand that regardless of whether you're a globe earther or a flat earther, we actually have very, very similar worldviews. Let's talk about some of the characteristics of the universe, Roland, my boulder. Would you say that a boundary to reality has been reached?
No.
There we go. Okay. What about
I hesitate.
What about, say, is the shape of the universe determined?
No.
Boom. There. Great. Awesome. Has the
hesitation.
Hold on. What?
What
Let me
with
cook, bro. Let me-
hesitation? I just
Okay.
I'm registering my hesitation.
No worries. So what about has the universe been fully explored?
Define fully.
Well, if no boundary has been reached, you know, how have we explored this? Have we explored the whole universe, dude? What the fuck?
Sounds like your third question is just a restatement of your second question.
I guess.
okay.
Yeah, I
Same
guess so.
Same answer.
So no, yeah, I agree. Boundary not fully reached. Yeah. So sorry, I'm just distracted because this fucking door is broken. Anyway, so those are the three characteristics: shape unknown, boundaries unreached, and space
the
like
universe.
Yes, those characteristics also apply to a flat earther's position, right? Because the boundary might not necessarily have been reached. The shape of the reality not necessarily known. The space to be lived within not necessarily fully explored. So really, I enjoy
one single rebuttal question.
I'll finish by saying that I enjoy helping. Yes, I would like you to expand on that, but I just want to finish by saying that I really do enjoy highlighting the fact that regardless of whether you're a flat earther or not, we actually have very similar worldviews. We see the world exactly the same. And I can expand on that, but go ahead.
Well, okay. To say that I see the world as I see the universe, and that is automatically false equivalency. I
Not
do
really.
see the universe as I see the world.
No.
I don't.
Let me just be clear.
Really.
Let me be
You
clear,
don't have to
Lord,
be clear.
you jumped in. You jumped in.
I'm telling you what I see.
Bro. No.
Okay,
Let me help you out.
Can clarify what I see. Okay, go ahead.
Dude, because first of all, you jumped in a little bit late, to be honest.
I did jump in. That's true.
Just hold on a second, because what I'm trying to say is the flat Earth, not how you see the Earth, because a globe earther. The only reason I bring this up is because globe earthers typically compare the globe to the flat Earth. That's a false comparison, right? It's a false equivalence. Those two things are not alike. If you want to start comparing the flat Earth to something, you need to compare it to your universe, which has the exact same characteristics we just talked about, right? So that's why I'm even talking about it. We have the same worldview. You just see it a little differently. The globe is an object within a large space, right? Flat Earth is not like that. The flat Earth is not an object embedded in a large space.
I think
the flat Earth is the large space embed, right? So yeah, the world is the universe, essentially. Go ahead.
Can I have a second to reflect?
Yeah,
because
I'm done.
I hadn't really thought about it quite like this. So give me a moment to process what you said.
Go ahead.
The flat Earth is to the universe, and the globe Earth is to the nothing. Is that?
Well, I mean, the globe Earth is a unique situation. I don't think there's there's nothing really on the flat Earth side of things that compare to the globe, as I highlighted.
So you
right?
want me to compare the universe to the flat Earth?
Yes.
You want me to compare the globe to the nothing?
Well, just if in terms of like understanding a flat Earth's position, it's better for you to compare to the universe than to the globe itself, because the globe and the flat Earth don't really have similar characteristics. Let's talk about that, right? Because on the globe, as it's claimed to exist, you could leave that.
Okay.
You can leave that and go to some other dude. Let me cook. Let me cook.
I think I'm okay.
All right, bro. Yeah, well, just so you can leave the globe and go to another place, you can take pictures of it. You can go, you can see it from different angles, etc. But the universe doesn't have those characteristics, right? You can't leave the universe and then like take pics and stuff like that, right? So flat Earth is very similar. You can't leave flat Earth, go to some outside area, take pics, right? But so that's why it's more like the universe.
I think I understand, but
Yeah.
when you say universe, are you talking about like I'm just what universe? Is it like a flat Earth universe, or
What?
are you
No,
asking
no.
me to compare? You're asking me to compare globe universe
Yes.
to
Yes.
flat Earth Earth.
Yes.
You don't want me to compare globe Earth Earth to flat Earth Earth, or flat
No,
Earth
you
universe
just
to globe Earth universe. You want
yes,
me
the
to
second, the latter.
Gotcha. I gotcha.
Yeah. Well, anyone would be better off if they did that. The problem is people start comparing the globe Earth to the flat Earth. Those two things are not alike at all. And actually, if you do that, you're going to end up asking questions like, so where's the edge that I can jump off? Or what's under the flat Earth? Right? No one would ever ask, so what's under the universe? That's a retarded question. No one would ever ask that, right? That's a dumb question. And
well, people have asked.
Not really. Because what happens is, here's the thing. This is a pro tip from CB, actually. You guys can steal this, borrow this. People come here all the time and they ask, that's me. Fuck. Anyway, so people come all the time and they ask us questions like, so what's under the flat Earth? They think that's like a good question. And I'll say, okay, so what's under the universe? And they'll be like, what? That's a stupid question. I'm like, yeah, no. So is it a dumb question to ask a flat earther that as well?
That I would take your side in such.
Yeah, facts.
If somebody said, yeah, I would take your side, I guess.
Because I gotta get.
I'm a
You
Glober.
see, well,
I am a diehard Glober, but
I know you are. But I'm just saying, like, if the flat Earth were the object that they think it is, then their question actually does kind of make some sense. If it is like a pizza disc, then you could maybe ask what's hanging on the bottom of it or whatever. That would make some sort of sense. But to help them understand what our worldview is, which is not an object, it's more like the universe, where no one's claiming the universe to be some sort of like thing with things hanging on the bottom of it or whatever, right? Like that's kind of silly to think of it like that, right?
I think I'm picking up what you're putting down. Can I hazard can I say what I think you're saying? And then if I'm wrong, help me out.
Yeah.
I'm sort of a math guy. And it sounds like what you're describing is that flat Earth is what I would call a half space. When I say half space, can you picture a 3D coordinate system, XYZ, the thing you were taught in middle school, high school, whatever?
Yeah.
Just chop it off at the middle, so it goes out to infinity everywhere. But it sounds like you're chopping it off, and there's nothing below. We just gone, which is okay with me. I'm totally okay with that. Is that what you think flat Earth is? Flat Earth is a half space where there's nothing below that's undefined, and it's sort of planar to the left, right, back, behind, and upwards goes for however far it needs to go.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. I guess that makes some sense sometimes, yeah.
That sounds like a very reasonable position to take. Flat Earth is a half space in my math language.
All right. Well, like,
And
when
I've
it comes,
I've never until now heard a flat earther say such a thing. I've
Really?
heard people defend the pizza and the etc., but I've never heard somebody say flat Earth is the universe.
wow.
That's an
Well, this is something I've been saying this for a while. It's to me it feels really important. I'm like the Walmart greeter, this fucking flat earth shit, because like people come in here and they're so confused. I just feel like it's my job to help them at least get our position sort of on lock, and so that's what I try to do, just help people understand. Go ahead.
I only have one question, which may make us not get along as well. But it's a science question, I guess. This half plane flat Earth thing. How would you actually personally set about disproving it? How would you prove that was false?
What was false?
How would you prove that the Earth was not half universe? How would you prove it's not a half space or not a half universe or whatever? How would you prove that what you just told me was wrong?
How would I prove it was wrong?
Yeah, how would you prove what you just claimed was wrong?
I want to prove what I'm saying is wrong. I mean, I guess if it was a globe, I'd be wrong.
Well, I didn't ask if it was something. How would you prove that your idea was wrong?
Well, see, I mean, the way I'm seeing this is that I'm just taking someone's bad idea and helping them understand what we're actually saying. Not really even like giving proof for what I'm saying. I'm not even like saying like, here's the proof and the evidence of what I'm saying. I'm just saying like, this is our position, so you can at least address it properly. Because that's we end up dealing with people who ask about jumping off the edge or what's hanging on the bottom and stuff like that. So it's like you're asking the wrong questions because they don't understand our position. So I'm not even like trying to prove it right. I'm just offering them a better understanding of what we're saying, and then we can actually go forward with evidences of the Earth and stuff like that. So how would I prove what I'm saying wrong? Can I phone a friend? Like Jedi, help me out here, bro.
You can, but before you phone a friend, I'm picking up what you're putting out. I like this flat, half space thing. I like your comparison of the universe to the flat Earth. I think I've never heard that before, and I've been here for like at least a year. It's good. I've never heard it.
That's interesting to me. That's like, to me, that's like a little shocking to hear that that's the first time you've heard it, because golly, we've been trying to give our position out for the longest time, years and years now. So if people are like, oh, so it's not a pizza? Like, bro, like, holy smoke. That's why I feel it's so important to actually harp on this.
I never said it was.
No, I know. I'm just saying. Most people were surprised.
I have been here a while. I've just never heard somebody articulate it like you just did.
Hey, man, that's what we do. We do it live. So yeah. Well, good.
But my question, and now you can phone a friend. How would you disprove what you said?
Yeah, Crit, help me out here. Like, Jedi, help me out, brother.
Just asking you how you make it falsifiable, mate.
But am I claiming something though? Like that needs to be falsified? I feel like I'm not really making a claim. I'm just offering a position that people don't understand. Or
well, yeah. You said that the flat Earth is like a half space, like the universe. And I'm just saying, how could I disprove that?
I don't know. I need somebody to like. I need some Dita, bro. Jedi. Somebody help me out, dude. Please.
It's okay.
I need to
It's
phone a
not a
friend. Let me phone a friend. Migo Wigo. Somebody get in here right now.
But I don't want to end up on the wrong side of the law here. It's okay.
You're good. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. Really,
that was my question: is how would you falsify what you just told me? And I like what you just told me. I think it's an interesting perspective. I just want to know, how would you falsify
it?
Yeah.
Well, I guess if the Earth was curved, like, then it'd be falsified.
No. Like,
okay.
Okay. If the Earth was curved, forget that. What happened? You know, given that the Earth is flat or curved, what did you do to falsify it? Like, what?
Okay.
Or observation or experiment or like what happened? Whatever it is flat or not.
Okay.
How do we
I'm
disprove this half space thing? How do we disprove this half space?
Well, I guess I'll go back to the characteristics then. So if I'm saying that boundaries have not been reached, well, if a boundary is discovered, I guess then maybe would be falsified in that sense. And then if I'm saying that the shape of this the shape of this reality is not known, and then someone, I don't know how you would know this. I guess if that would be known at some point, then I guess that's falsified. I actually don't think that could be falsified. That part. I'm hoping I'm saying this correctly, but I don't think that's possible. There's some things that you cannot know.
Yeah,
so
I agree with you. But
knowing an unknown to falsify that, I don't think to me that this doesn't register in my brain. But maybe someone else understands better.
No, I think like you do, and that you said two things, and the second one, I felt what you feel. I agree with you. But reaching the edge is what you said. Did the recent stuff, you know, the recent things, final experiment or whatever, they tried to find an edge.
No, they didn't. Come on, dude. No, they did not.
No, don't come on, dude. Me, I'm on your side.
Yeah, no, but they didn't reach any boundary of reality. Come on.
Well, okay. What would a boundary of reality even look like?
I don't know. I don't know. How would I know that?
So how do you know they didn't reach it?
Bro.
I mean, just for a moment.
I don't even think that was part of it. That's not like if you go to Antarctica.
Who cares what was part of it? You and me are talking about stuff, and we're using what has been seen to make our points.
Yeah, but I don't think that like getting off the boat or whatever and then stepping on Antarctica, like now you've hit the boundary of reality. You can't go any farther than this and stuff. You're being prevented. Like, I don't think that's what happened. I don't think they actually hit any boundary, dude.
Well, what do you think a boundary would look like?
I don't know, but it would be a boundary where you can't go any further, right?
So
kind of what a boundary
folks
is.
that were there got told they could not go any further, you would accept that?
No, that's not a boundary.
So what is a boundary?
We're talking about the boundaries of reality. Like,
so if it is a globe, like just for a moment, if you'll indulge.
Yeah.
And you and I walked all the way to the literal South Pole.
Okay.
On the globe, we would find no boundary, right? We would just
right. Yeah.
And on the flat Earth, we would also find no boundary, right? Because
I don't know. Probably, I do think that there's a boundary, but
okay,
where that is, because I'm saying that this.
But if we went to the place on the same place on the globe, we wouldn't necessarily find one, right? Like us not finding a boundary wouldn't disprove flat Earth. A boundary could be farther on.
Yeah, I would probably agree with that.
So that was
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
On a globe, you and I, we walk to the literal South Pole, and we find no boundary and the globers say, well, no, duh, you shouldn't find one, and the flat earthers say, no, duh, it's farther on. So what have we done?
So another key component to what I'm saying is that this space that we live in has not been fully explored. So exploring the known areas isn't helping us understand or explore the unknown areas or the boundary that hasn't been reached, in my opinion. For example, this is maybe a little cringe to bring up, but Minecraft. At least when I used to play the game, you would load up the game, and the first thing you're given in your like toolbox or whatever is a map. And that map is like grayed out, is not filled in. You actually have to explore around literally in the game. And as you explore around, the map fills in of the parts that you've explored. So if you haven't explored the whole thing, it's not, you have unknown areas essentially. So I'm saying that there's parts of Antarctica, or at least I don't know if the whole of Antarctica, but some of Antarctica has been explored, and that is a known area. But in terms of like the unknown areas of reality or Earth, I can't say what that looks like because it's not been explored. At least that's the way I'm seeing it. I don't think this reality has been fully explored, but I could be wrong. But I don't know. That's just the way I see it.
Yeah. Can I follow up?
Yeah.
I like your Minecraft. Can I'm gonna assume that you are American. It's based on your accent and time of day.
Yeah.
And I just want to talk about the 48 contiguous states.
Okay.
And I just want you to highlight which parts have not been fully explored.
Oh, well, I would say that that's part of the known area. Like, let me just grab a map real quick.
Don't grab a map. Hold on.
I'm gonna grab it anyway, but go ahead. You can cook. I'm just gonna grab something real fast.
I just how do you if the 48 states of the US contiguous, which parts of which states are explored or not, and how do you know?
I'm saying it's all been explored. That part, the states have been explored. I don't think that's part of the unknown world.
No, that's great. How do you know that every square inch of all of that territory has been explored?
I mean,
is there any bit that is unexplored, Minecraft wise?
Minecraft.
Maybe I don't know, but I don't think that's part of the unknown. I don't think that's the unknown part of the world that we're discussing. Is definitely not the states, man. People, we live here, right? Like, it's been mapped out. Google planes, Google
that
Gardens.
It doesn't make a statement for the flat Earth, but I'm just trying to understand how we decide which square inch has been explored or not.
Because you're using part of the known world. You're using part of the known world.
Define before you. I was going to say define known world, but that's just a gotcha.
Whoa.
Anything that you say, I'm going to try to use against you.
Sure, later. That's fine. That's fine.
It's not an easy thing to define the known world in some way that excludes Antarctica. Anything you say that defines the known world, every square inch of the 48 contiguous states in the US, anything that you say that says every square inch of those is known, but then some other thing is not known, it's going to fail. Like mathematics.
Why?
It's not going to work. Let's test it. I don't know why. I just know it to be true. So let's test it. You give me a rule about known and unknown, and let me apply it to both the 48 contiguous U.S. states and wherever else you want me to apply your rule to. Let me apply it to both, and let's see if it's known or not known. Every square inch. Okay, fair enough.
Can you, before you cook, can you put some eyes on the chat real quick?
Eyes on the chat. Yes, sure. Why not?
Okay, just so you can kind of like get an understanding of like where I'm coming from. I posted some maps. This is again really cringe that I'm bringing this up, but these are anime. This is from anime. Golly, I can't believe I'm doing this right now. But you can see in the top one there, you can see in the top one that they have this like known part of the world here, and then outside of that is this unknown. Like at least in the top one, they're like, okay, look at all this crazy stuff out there. We don't really know what's all the way out there. And then on the second one, you have the dotted box that says known world, and then you have like outside of that sort of more of like an unknown area. So when you're asking me about the 48 states, you're like, well, is there anything unknown about the 48 states? It's like, I don't see that as part of the unknown world or whatever. That's the known part. Antarctica would also be part of the known area. What's outside of that, I would say, is more of like unknown. And look at we got NASA Lives putting more maps, and I actually have these maps as well. I'm gonna post some more. But go ahead.
Forget him.
I mean, he's cooking though, right? I got one more. Let me post this one more, and then I'll let you cook. One more. Here, for example, this is why I love shows like this. This is the Attack on Titan. These people were born within these walls, right? And so this is their known world. What's outside of that, they don't know. This is a great show, by the way, folks. If you haven't seen it, incredible. But yeah, they have this known area, and then like, who's to say what's outside of that? It's not been fully mapped out. It's not been fully explored. So asking like, well, has this part of town been like mapped? It's like, yeah, but what's outside of that hasn't necessarily been explored or mapped or any boundary been reached. All right, go ahead. You can do your thing, I guess.
No, I feel like what I have to say is so antagonistic to what you just said that
That's fine. I want to like bring the smoke, dude. That's fine. I got you.
My question is, what is the rule that okay, let me back up because I got a bit antagonistic. You went on and on. So I'm very hostile to what you just said.
Dude, it's fine, bro.
But I also am a gamer. And I'm sort of like, I get what you just said. So I'm like hostile and like, yeah, I get it. It's like the dissonance is real. How shall I decide whether a part of the 48 states has been explored or not? And something outside them. What is the rule? Is there a like literal, legal, mathematical test? What can I do? How do I know what things have been explored and what things haven't? From a gamer point of view, especially.
I mean, I don't think this is the best answer, but just pop open Google Maps and we've got this all mapped out. But what's outside of what's been mapped on Google Maps? What's that? You know, like do we have Google Maps is showing the known part of the world? You can zoom in on satellite pictures or whatever.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
No,
we can see it. You can see it, but go on.
The only trouble there is that if you measure you can go Google Maps and right click and say measure distance, and the measurements are all compatible with globe Earth. None of
don't say that. Don't do that.
Incompatible. They are. Go do it. I'm not saying that proves it's globe. I'm just saying that Google Earth or Google Maps, both Earth and Maps, you right click, measure distance, you get a globe answer. you just told me that that proves whether it has been explored or not. I didn't want to use Google Maps. Maybe
All
we
right.
could not use the Google Maps.
But the question was whether, like, the 48 states is known or unknown. I said that's definitely a known. Maybe I was questioning that. And also, someone's hot micing. Kala, you're hot micing, friend. Oh, that's
Yeah,
my
but
boy
you said
equalizing the game. Wait.
What's
All right,
up? What's up? I just hopped in.
welcome,
We got
welcome.
talking about. What y'all talking about?
Anime and shit. No, I'm just kidding. Just hold on a second. Roller My Boulder is trying to cook right now, so just see if you can pick up what he's putting down and go from there.
I would rather yield to the new guy. Let's see.
No, listen. If you're gonna yield to him, we're just gonna start talking fresh and fit, bro. So just keep cooking, man.
Yeah.
We also have Linimal Princess as well, but we'll come back to them. They might be in the kitchen busy right now.
Cooking up a cake.
Are you baking or cooking right now, Linimal?
Am I what?
Are you baking, cooking, or doing the dishes?
I'm doing none of them. I'm sitting playing a farm game. Why?
You should be like playing a kitchen game. Like you need to get better at your kitchen skills. So I'm not sure what you're doing out of the kitchen right now, but
Can I peacefully yield?
no, I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. Please, no, just keep cooking, bro, so we don't go full misogyny. I'm about to go full misogyny. If you don't-
I'm
bro,
super
just
tired though. I just would rather like pause without giving up any ground or yielding any ground or whatever. Can we just
no, just keep cooking, dude. Because if you stop, we're just gonna go full on misogyny, and the panel's gonna get pissed. So just keep cooking, dude.
tired?
I'm tired. All right. We'll just come back to it. We'll come back to it.
Yeah, come back.
No
to
worries.
me, like tomorrow, please.
All right. All right, man. All right. Get some rest, man. Get you some sleep.
Yeah.
Linimal Princess. Is this your first time here or you've been here before?
I've been here. I've been all over politics and stuff.
Oh, okay. So one more time. Is this the first time you've been in this call or you've been here before?
No, not in a while, but I've been to this call.
Okay. So you've talked to flat earthers before?
Yeah, and even
Okay,
in
how
the
did-
politics and religion group, I've talked in that group before too.
Oh, awesome. And how did that go?
Pretty good.
All right. Are you a flat earther?
Am I a flat earther? I believe that everybody has their own choice of beliefs, and
You
I
don't
like
like to
to
answer
hear
questions,
stuff from
do you?
all sides.
I'm asking you. Are you a flat earther? Yes or no?
Not really, because of my experiences on a motor yacht with navigational equipment. And
Wait, what are you doing
I'm
on
a
yachts? That's a red flag.
And I'm a student pilot,
Hey, equalizing the game.
and I'm obsessed with avionics and marine electronics and stuff like that. And I'm a ham radio operator, and I volunteered for the Coast Guard Auxiliary. And I used to draw pictures of the Earth and everything as a girl growing up, the globe.
Yeah, me too, actually. Hey, equalizing the game. You know what they say? If she's on the yacht, she got.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jedi, you got something to say?
And you know what I want to do?
Oh,
With
Go
even the politics and religion group, they have a flat earthers group and stuff like that. I wanted to bring in employees from Furuno, Raytheon, Garmin, and Simrad into the
Facts.
conversation to see what they think. You know that?
That'd
You
be
know
great.
all those people? Huh?
Yeah, do it. Do it.
Who are these people? Can you tell us?
They are companies that that produce and create electronics for navigation and fishing and all that other good stuff.
You ain't never heard of a Garmin? What's it called?
And for defense stuff too.
Yeah, it's like a GPS. Garmin. It's like a GPS brand.
Oh, okay. No, never heard of it. Sorry.
Damn, what the hell
Global
do you guys use over
positioning.
there?
You've never heard of global positioning?
What are some other like TomTom? There's like some other brands, but it's all good. Yeah, definitely do that though. Bring them in here. That'd be great. I'm sure Jedi will just love to roast
I
them.
guess I'm
I have an old
different part of the
TomTom.
world. I'm familiar with this stuff.
I have an old TomTom, the TomTom one that I have, and I really like that, and I still use it. But the only problem is that they don't update the streets or anything on mine
Right.
anymore. And I liked it so much that I found one at the thrift shop for $3 that I bought too, and it works
Nice.
and everything.
Is that a picture of you, or are you just trolling, or
What?
like your profile picture? Is that you, or is it you're trolling?
Yeah. What?
Sorry, I'm gonna get you bleach for my eyes real quick. Okay, so wait, you said you were on a yacht, you got, you do stuff, you drew globes. What would you say is like one of the stronger parts of evidence for the globe? Is it like the GPS stuff?
man.
Yeah. Or let me ask it better. Let me ask this. When it comes to the flat earth or the flat earther's position, is that something you understand a lot, a little, or you're still learning what the flat earther's position is?
I'm learning every day because there's different, views and measurements and, kadunk of explanations and stuff like that. So that's how I know. And I'm listening to it every day.
All right, well,
But I don't want to argue. I don't generally argue about it because I like to hear everybody's point.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I feel like, yeah, sort of. So you understand a flat earther's position, yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, what is the flat earther's position? Go ahead.
That the earth is flat.
So
It
if I
isn't
say,
round and
if I'm a teacher and I'm a math teacher, I say solve for x, and you say, well, x is x. That's not the answer. So
X is a variable.
yeah. So we need you to solve for x here. If I'm asking you, like, what is a flat earther's position? You saying, well, they think it's flat. Like that's basically saying x is x. We need to know the value for x. So what are the flat earthers saying? What is their position? If you understand it, go ahead.
It's not a fixed value though. It's a variable x, which means x can represent a range of numbers and figures.
Yeah. So what is our x? What's the
That the
variable?
earth is flat.
Oh my God, Jedi, save us, bro! Oh my God.
The x variable surface description over distance, right? A deviation from horizontal, a rate change of slope, right? That's the x value that we're looking for. A measurement of Earth curvature, deviation from horizontal over distance. Creation Bear's asking you how we solve for it. How do we figure that out?
If I'm like trying to describe blue to a blind person, you're like, well, it's just blue. Like that's not truly helpful. So if like I'm asking, well, what is flat Earth? And you're like, well, it's just Earth that's flat. Isn't necessarily showing that you understand the position, which is fine. You don't have to understand it, but you said you did. So I'm just trying to get more out of you. If you don't understand it, we can help you. Or if you do, I just want to hear you sort of want to put it back to us so that we understand that you do understand. I'm challenging. I would imagine you probably don't understand a flat earth's position, which is, again, that's fine. We can help you. Or you can just go back to the kitchen and just like do some dishes or something, but we're back on the yacht, get got. Let me not do Google full misogyny. Linimal Princess. Let's just help you understand
misogyny.
Flat Earth's position. You know what? Let's ask some more stuff about the globe. We'll just forget that. When it comes to the globe, are you familiar with, say, how big it's claimed to be?
Yes.
Great. How big?
I forget I have to look up the numbers.
Like, bro, what the fuck? Am I here? Like, I need to, dude. You said yes, you know how big it is. And I ask you, okay, well, how big? You're like, well, I don't know. Holy, dude. Anyway,
It's
okay.
as big as the
You can look it up.
globe.
Oh my god. All right. Well, how big exactly?
It's as big as the globe.
Jeez, bro. Okay, so you don't know. We'll just move on. What are some other facts about the globe you can tell us?
Maybe
Nothing.
Damn. Can't we be serious about it, eh?
I mean, I guess there really aren't too many facts. There aren't.
you just want me to answer. You just want me to answer some simple questions so you can formulate arguments, which I'm not really into.
Hey, listen, it's just a little bit of back and forth. Just some questions. It's not really that serious. If you don't want to answer, it's fine. Oh, she's acting shy now, guys. It's all right. It's okay. It's gonna be all right.
No, I'm doing a game too. It's also 6:14 in the morning. I'm just waking up.
Okay.
What time is it where you guys are?
About to be 5, no 6.
It's get this money o'clock, but nah, but Little Princess, are you like trolling?
I have a question for you also.
All right, good.
The sun raises in the east and sets in the west. And for you guys, does that mean that there's two suns?
What?
What? Sorry,
What?
why? Sorry, how do you make that work? How does that fit together that we see the sun rise in the east and set in the west? How do we now get to, if the Earth's flat, we have two suns? How do we get there?
Does the sun go under the earth if it's flat?
No, we always see it above the Earth, don't we?
It must be pretty hot underneath there if it's flat and it's going underneath the earth.
Bruh.
Yeah, not going underneath the Earth. We always see it above the Earth. Comes up into the sky, doesn't it?
I mean,
Morning time.
she has actually a good point. How can he rise in the east?
Wait,
again?
you're saying she has a good point by asking how the sun goes under the earth? Come on, Crispy, bro. Don't sing for this one, bro. Come on,
hear me
man.
out.
No, we don't need to hear
rises-
you out. It's a dumb question.
Well,
I mean, you're not addressing the point. It's just
There's no points. Sorry, Jedi.
How does
you're
it
not
rise?
addressing the point, sir.
How does
Yeah,
it rise?
it comes up from where?
Where does it come from? How can it come from the east if it sets in the west?
Still trying to answer. So, are you talking about how does it appear to rise and set when you see it? Is that what you're asking? How does it come up from the horizon? We couldn't see it. And then all of a sudden it comes up from the horizon, goes over my head, and then goes down to the horizon. Then I can't see it anymore. Is that what you're asking?
How does it come back up from the same side? That's the question.
Holy.
We've just spoke about it rising in the east and setting in the west, right? We understand that east and west are circular directions around poles. You understand that? So, circles. It's circles.
Bro, here's two
You're
things.
calling
Very
me
simple,
dumb?
Crispy.
You're calling me dumb?
Yes.
No.
facts.
Are you serious,
Crispy.
dude?
I'm
Bro.
just pointing out what we observe and what we
Y'all
measure.
should be quiet.
Wait. Jedi, Jedi, I gotta tag in. Crispy, two things for you. Sun above you always. Okay, that's one. Two, sun's moving. Right? Very simple. The sun never goes underneath your feet. If you're standing on the ground, the sun doesn't go under there. Okay? Oh, the globers are the ones. If you believe in the globe, you have to believe the sun's going underneath your feet. That doesn't happen. The sun's above you always, always, always.
This just got
I
proven.
mean,
right?
the globe model says that the sun doesn't move. The Earth spins.
We get it.
That's just how it works.
Get it.
Thanks, bro.
This just got proven. This just got proven that the sun doesn't go.
But I'll be back, guys. I'll be back, guys, in a little bit.
From nowhere.
I'm gonna go get some breakfast. So I'm gonna be in here I think, for the
back
rest
to the
of the day
kitchen,
on this
please.
stuff.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Jesus.
Go make a sandwich.
It just got proved.
Big Daddy sandwich.
Sorry. This just got proved with a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Gets proved 2 times a year. Right? That the sun does not go beneath your feet when you can see the sun above the horizon for 24 hours.
Cooked. Bars. Sun doesn't go under. When they say rise and set, that's just like how it appears. It's not actually rising up from below you and then going back down below your feet. Come on, dude. He was like, man, she's got a good point. Do we really have 2 suns?
She has
That's
a really
not a good point. No, she doesn't.
How does he
bro? Stop
rise
simping.
if he's always above, right? How does he rise?
We already answered that. It's moving.
I'll explain it again because you didn't understand.
Because it is pretty complicated. Like what you're saying.
Not really.
Just observed, and we can observe this 2 times a year, a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. The people in Antarctica could see the sun above the horizon for 24 hours. People that are outside the circle of the sun, far away, saw the sun rise from one direction, the east, and set in the west. This is because of perspective. 2 observers observing the sun.
Because you smoke too much, dude.
If you're not going to listen, if you're not going to listen, then you don't need to be here. You can fuck off.
This is really simple, Crispy. The Earth is big. The sun's not the bigger thing, period. So the Earth is very large, right? So let's think of like how would we put this?
A pen.
Think if you have no, we already covered how that's not the Earth, dude. Come on.
I'm just kidding, but go ahead.
So let's take your house or your room or whatever building you're in right now. Just make it like really, really, really large. I don't know, the size of a state or something, like super huge.
Right.
Very large, right? So then you've got like a really bright light. It's not necessarily going to shine and light up the whole building, right? And so even if as you move the light across the building, it's going to light up different parts of the building. It's kind of how this works. It doesn't, when they say sunrise, sunset, it's not actually rising up from underneath you. It's just moving across the sky, lighting up different parts of the earth. I posted a video in the chat, take it from my, so you can see how the sun's moving across the sky. Pretty simple, pretty easy. Yeah.
Oh, you did? Where is it?
Yeah. In the chat, bro. Check it out. 3:19 or 19 minutes past the hour. Sun moving across the sky, lighting up different parts of the earth.
Yeah, but how does it come up from the horizon, though?
It's not coming up, dude. It's not coming up.
I mean,
okay, just think about like a boat you're standing on the beach and you see this boat that's moving away from you and appears to go down. Right? It looks like it's disappearing bottom up or whatever. The boat's not actually going down. First of all, boats are designed not to go down. And so the boat's moving away from you. And then as it appears to be going down, it's just like the sun. It's just moving away or moving closer to you. And its appearance seems like it's coming up or going down. That's just how it's a visual. It's not actually going down. The boat's not going down over a hill of water. The sun's not going down.
Illusion, then. It's like some kind of optical illusion.
It's perspective.
Right.
Perspective, bro.
It's dependent on where the aperture is, your eye, and things relative to that, above your eye line or below your eye line. With distance, when you look down a corridor, for example, the floor appears to ramp upwards towards the midpoint of the aperture, your eye's vision. much like the ceiling appears to converge downwards. Now, the floor and the ceiling aren't actually getting closer. We understand this. This is just perspective. It's like tunneling. You understand that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it makes more sense when you say it, when you guys talk about it, because I couldn't imagine how you kind of pictured that in, from your point of view.
It's just perspective, dude. The sun is outside of your field of vision, and it comes into your field of vision and comes up from the horizon, goes over your head, and then descends downwards to the horizon, much like a ceiling above your head. Look down the corridor, and the ceiling gets closer to the floor. Just perspective. Like the floor appearing to ramp up. Just perspective.
I can post some visuals in the chat to help accentuate Jedi's point. I'll post some visuals in there. There's one. Let me grab like this one. Yeah. I actually think it's more sane and level-headed to say the sun doesn't go underneath you than it is to say that the sun's going underneath your feet. That sounds way more crazy.
Yeah, it does be it does sound crazy, but I mean that's what we thought for a long time, and the Earth was flat. It's not like new.
I have a meme that I made about this actually. I drew this. It's one of my masterpieces. I'll post it in the chat as well. This is a CB original right here. Because imagine thinking the sun goes under you. It's some people's in the ocean, the beach. So when people say sunset, that's what they're visualizing, the sun going under. I think that's like really silly.
There's no sun going under. It's the Earth rotating.
I get it, dude, but you still have to say this. If you take your pointer finger and you're gonna point at wherever the sun is, you gotta point underneath your feet, dude. Regardless of whether, it's spinning like that. That's what you have to think. It's under there.
Yeah.
Right. So I understand what they're saying about the Earth spinning and not the sun or whatever, but like, you have to say that, and I think that's fringe. I think you can easily bank on the sun always being above you. Like, if I was going to point to where the sun is, it's up there somewhere, moving around, whatever it is. It's not down there below you. Actually, I used to pay for this app called Sky Guide, and you can point your phone up in the sky, and like it'll show you like where the moon is and the stars are up there. It'll label them. But then you could point your phone down underneath the ground, and it'll show you more stars and stuff under there, and perhaps the sun or the moon or whatever. So that's what I mean. It's like it's not under there. It's above you, always. Yeah. So that's why I don't think she had a good. I don't think her question was good.
But it was a good
so
point,
is it two
wasn't
cents?
it?
No, not really. We should explain why it's not a good point. She asked if there was two suns. It's like, where do you even come up with that? First of all. Is somebody snoring? Yo, who is that? Oh, that's my boy equalizing the game. Yeah, I'm gonna mute him real quick. Bro just passed out in like 5 minutes. Anyway. All right, so we covered the sun stuff. Holy. All right, what's next? Crispy. How long you been talking about flat Earth before? How long have you been speaking to flat Earthers? A couple weeks, couple months, couple days, couple years?
Couple years.
Couple years. So what year did you first get involved? Like 20? Was this like before the Coco era or after the Coco era?
2023.
Oh, he's a post Coco guy. All right. Okay. So it's been.
What's the Coco era? Like the flat Earth model?
Oh Lord. No, I call it the Coco era. If you're a post Coco, if you came into the topic after the whole slamdemic with the thing in your arm situation. If you're picking up what I'm putting down. The Coco. Yeah. So a lot of people, I've noticed there was a trend of people that sort of got involved post Coco, but I'm like a pre Coco guy. I think a lot of the flat earthers here were involved around like 2017, 2018, etc. No worries. I was just curious. Okay. So what about you? Like, do you have a good grip on a flat earth's position? Do you understand it a lot, a little? Or are
Not
you still
really.
learning?
Not
Okay.
really. I'm still trying to like get
Still
through a lot
learning.
of questions here and there.
Good.
Yeah,
Okay.
getting a
No
bit of
problem.
information.
That
Yeah,
is
I usually don't take the floor like this. I just usually just ask a
W.
question here and there. But yeah.
Right on. Cool. Yeah, actually, that's honest, and I don't think that the flat Earth isn't necessarily that easy to you just come in, you just figure it out right away. It does take a little bit of time working with the flat earther to truly understand what the position is, but no
Right.
worries there. What about like the
Right.
globe side? Do you have a good grip on the globe claims, or you're still learning about
Not
it?
really, because I mean, when it comes to the globe, it's mostly what I chose to believe in because I've never seen it myself.
Okay. So you're still learning about it, or you feel like you have a good
Oh,
understanding
I
of
have
what the
no
globe is?
idea about
Whoa.
how it actually works because I'm not like a scientist.
Okay. Oh man, there's a lot to address here. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to take it at face value, unless you can afford to go in outer space.
Oh, here we go. There's so much to unpack here. Okay.
I
Where should
mean,
we
there
start?
obviously is, but to kind of summarize, the thing that I understood uh, as of now was that the flat Earth whole theory actually
Oh, here we
is more
go.
about epistemology. And how to like get a grasp on knowledge and stuff, which is
Is that right?
I don't
It's
know if
just
that makes
based-
sense.
Flat Earth is just based on surface measurements of
Right.
the Earth.
Right.
Yeah. It's not a subjective issue, right? It's a measurement of the surface of the Earth. It's got nothing to do with epistemology.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
just
when I say epistemology, it's just a way of acquiring knowledge, and for now, what I understood is what's central is the observer's perspective. Correct me
No.
if I'm wrong.
Yes and no, because we're talking about someone making observations and measurements of the surface of the Earth. So,
Yeah.
to a point, yeah, it is based on perspective, but it is based on measurements of the surface.
Right.
Water primarily.
No, but I mean, I can't be a flat earther even if you tell me that, like a real flat earther, without me myself making the coming to that conclusion myself. Right? I
Bingo.
feel like
Yes.
it entails that the person comes with that conclusion from his own observations.
Yes, 100%.
Without believing anybody else, or at least, yeah.
Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't expect you or want you to believe me just at face value, but I would hope that you would look into the information and reach your own conclusions by doing these things yourself. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I mean, our support.
Yeah. I guess it's how we come to empirical knowledge about certain things, right? What we can determine for ourselves with a methodology that is either going to come to some kind of conclusion, right? Like the scientific method, or using a direct measurement, understanding that 6 foot is 6 foot because you've measured it to be 6 foot, these types of things.
Right.
So that's really the flat earth position, what we can empirically demonstrate. And we can empirically demonstrate that the surface of the earth lays horizontally.
But how do you define we, though? When you say what we can...
Flat earthers who know that the earth is flat because they've measured it.
But that's kind of circular there, because you're just kind of... it's an echo chamber.
No, it's not. It's not an echo chamber. It's
what?
I mean,
individual people who've gone out and used a methodology to determine the surface description of the earth.
Okay, but if there's people that do that and acquire knowledge some way, do it, but they come up with another conclusion, would you believe them, or would you have to do the same measurements yourself before being convinced?
Yeah, it would have to be determined on what actually was being measured. I'd have to see the measurements for myself. Of course.
Right.
Might not necessarily have to do them, but I would definitely look at the measurements if they showed curvature of the earth, for example, which is the only thing that we're interested in.
Curvature.
Yeah.
Okay. Makes sense. I mean, that's a good way of looking at things, I guess.
There's a few claims that are on the table when we have a ball that spins in a vacuum of space, but everything is going to come from some kind of measurement somewhere. And we understand that every day in practicality, used throughout the world by everybody, we use the world practically as stationary and horizontal.
Right.
Yeah. So that's our position. The Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a horizontal stationary plane.
Fair enough.
Jedi, what did he say was circular reasoning? When you said it measures flat?
Wait, are you talking to me?
Oh, I was asking Jedi. I just heard you say like that's kind of circular reasoning. I was asking Jedi what he was referring to when he said that.
I think there might have been a miscommunication that we sorted out.
Okay, all right. So I was doing something in the background. All right. So why do you if you're still learning stuff about the globe, is it something you really feel the need to defend, or you're just here like as an observer?
I don't think
Okay.
Because it doesn't make any difference in my day-to-day life.
Oh,
to be honest.
We hear that a lot. I don't agree with that, actually.
Yeah, maybe you could come up with some.
I got some good stuff for you.
Don't say taxes, but go ahead.
I mean, no, it's not necessarily, although that could be part of it, but that's not usually part of my presentation.
What is it now? What is it? Go ahead.
Well,
interested.
If this world, the people in this world are going to try to sell you on ideas, products, services that are based around the idea that the earth is a globe, you can say like, it doesn't matter either way, but there's not a single flat earther in here that's going to buy space-related products or, services that are based around the earth being a globe, for example.
Like Starlink.
Well, that
It might
Starlink
just be-
actually does
Okay, go ahead.
I actually my office has Starlink in it, but I didn't purchase that. But anyway, for example, there's I have this commercial that that came up on my feed that talked about an insurance for your car that would cover you if space debris hits your car.
Right.
That sounds like a joke, but I can get you the clip.
No,
if you want.
yeah.
Or
No, I mean, go on. I mean that.
Another one too. There's a company called Caviar, and they make custom iPhones. They make custom phones and stuff like that. And that MKBHD guy, Marcus Brownlee, he talked. That's where I heard about it, because he said that there's a company called Caviar, and they make special iPhones, and they make custom like stuff. And so I went to the website and looked at their catalog, and they have a whole catalog for space themed phones, and they're claiming that these phones have different materials from different meteorites and planets in the phone. And why don't you just take a guess how expensive the most expensive space related phone is? Give me a number.
I have no idea. I couldn't.
Just take a guess, bro. Take a guess.
$5K.
$85,000.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, come on now. That I don't care who you are. Like, you should not be paying $85,000 for an iPhone.
85?
85,000.
Oh, okay.
I'll get you a link as well, so you can kind of check it up if you want. $85,000. Now, that's a lot of freaking money, dude. Like, even if you're an infinite billionaire, you should not spend money on that. Like, you should help your family out, feed your community, or whatever, invest.
Right.
That's a waste. Now, somebody's selling you that, and someone's going to buy that. So, I mean, maybe no one's buying that. But the fact that it's even being sold is like, okay, that you got to be careful. This world will sell you ideas, products, and services that are based around the Earth being a globe and outer space being real. It can make a difference in your life. If you know that outer space isn't real, well, you would never waste a single penny on, well, this watch has a space rocks in it. Like, you're not buying it, dude. You just become less of a gullible person. So I would say it matters more than you might think. Directly,
And it's all about the
probably
deceit
doesn't.
part. Like, it's deceiving people. Because I could see that happening with things that don't even exist, right? Like companies that say that sell phones customed with an anime theme or customed with a movie theme, whatever. But they're not deceiving anybody. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you kind of bring up like people. Yeah, right. They're not necessarily lying. Like, if this anime is like real. Someone's in VC check-in one, by the way, over at 24/7. If someone wants to go check them in, maybe we should get them to come over here or something. Anyway, let's just focus. Let me put the screenshot in the chat. Here's the screenshot for the iPhone. It's called the Parade of the Planets. They're saying it has like meteorites in it. It's got space rocks and all kinds of stuff. It's like, really, dude? No flat earth is going to buy that ever. So I do think that it sort of matters. And then this isn't necessarily the best example, but I have a friend who gave me this. Who he talked about. He was more of like a biblical guy, and he talked about like what is it called? What is it called when? Damn, I'm fumbling this right now. It's not. What is it called when the 144,000 get like taken up out of here? What is it? It's not salvation. It's like fuck, dude. I'm sorry. I'm really bad about this.
You're
Anyway,
talking about rapture.
Rapture. Yeah, Rapture. Okay, so he was using the example of like, let's say you were in a coma and you wake up and you like pick up your phone and you just call mom, or like you call some friend. You're like, hey, come pick me up right now. Like, and they're like, okay, well, where are you? And you're like, I don't know. Why does that matter? It doesn't matter where I am. Just come get me. It's like, no, I need to know where you are. Like, can you give me some landmarks? Like, where are you so I can come find you? It's like, no, it doesn't matter where we are. Like, no, it does matter where you are, because this is something people say all the time. They're like, no, it doesn't matter whether it's a globe or not. It's like, it always reminds me of that coma thing. It's like you kind of need to know where you are first if you want to be like saved. But that was his example. It doesn't necessarily have to do with flat Earth and stuff. But I always thought that was a good analogy. You should know your surroundings, regardless of whether you just woke up from a coma or not. Like, you should know your surroundings and then not be so gullible to believe that maybe you're somewhere you're not.
Issue is because to me, observing that the horizon is flat, let's say, would not even be sufficient.
Here we freaking go.
Conclusion. I don't know if that makes sense. I would have to hold the same standard, because for me to believe a globe, like to be certain of a globe, I would have to go in outer space and look at the globe.
Oh Lord!
For me to believe a flat Earth, I would have to see it. I mean, from above, right,
bro?
Or from.
Let's address that. We can address that real quick. No one's been to space, and the majority of the people probably believe in the Earth being a globe. They didn't go anywhere to believe it. They didn't have to do anything to believe it. So I don't think that's a requirement that you need to go to space to see it. Now, let's talk about the flat Earth. You said see it from above. I have this saying that goes, you can go up, but you can't go out. And you can zoom in, but you can't zoom out and see the whole Earth. So going up isn't. What are you expecting to see from up there?
I don't know.
What do you think you would see?
It might even be impossible. There are a lot of things that are impossible, right?
In the same way that if you launch off the globe,
that's what you're expecting to see, a planet.
I mean, what I'm saying is the standard.
Wait, hold on, destruction.
The standard for me is the same, or it has to be the same, right? I have to for me to be certain. I have to basically
measure it.
I mean, even measurements would not be enough at that point.
What?
Who made them? Who made those measurements?
2 seconds. So you said earlier that observing the horizon wouldn't be enough, and I'd agree with you, because we can't base our knowledge on just things that we see. We must further investigate the things that we see. And when we're talking about a surface description, the obvious thing after seeing it is measuring it. And then we know what the surface is when we compare it to a standard of measure. Its orientation, for example. Is it horizontal? Is there a deviation from horizontal over distance? Is there curvature? These are things that we can measure. So the standard of evidence isn't just based on what we observe. It's when we have an observation, what we can empirically determine from that observation with direct measurement. Because the question is the description of the Earth,
which are also unreliable. That's crazy.
No, I mean, I understand what you're trying to say. The only thing is, the globers will say the same thing, right? They're gonna be like, yeah, we measured it, or we have this and that, which is fine. But
is it?
Again,
because when you look into it, they don't have that claim.
I mean, it really doesn't matter. It's not what I'm trying to address. I'm saying, even I don't think measurement to me is enough.
That's crazy.
I could believe in it. I could just like I could believe in Hindu gods, right? But then again, for me to know 100%, there's no other way than just looking at it. And
if
even then,
that's cap, bro.
If I want to figure out how tall I am, would I measure myself?
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that?
If I want to figure out how tall I am, would I measure myself to an agreed upon standard, like feet or meters?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't need anything else but the measurement to determine the answer to the question, how tall I am. Don't need anything else, do I? I just need a measurement.
Yeah, that's not a good. I see where you're going, but
Fucking weasel.
is it a good analogy that I don't? But I see where you're coming from, but I don't think.
Yeah, I can give you a better one. Maybe. It's a little vulgar though, so hopefully we got a panel full of adults. But let's say you're talking, raising up some chick, and you're like, "And I'm packing the heat, shorty." Measurements would be like the only way you'd be able to, like, you whip that thing out and measure it. Boom, point proven, done, over. Like, that's measurements matter more than you might think. It's like crucial.
Yeah, no,
that would
I'm
be the
not
proof.
saying
That's
they
all you
don't
need. Measurements.
matter for things that can be measured in front of me. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, the Earth. That's you're talking about launching off of this ground and going super far away, then getting the answers. We're saying just go measure the thing directly.
Measure what
That's it.
exactly? I can't measure the Earth.
You don't need to measure it in totality. You don't need to go measure every trace of the Earth.
The analogy there would be like, I'm packing some heat, but then again, you only measure the tip of it and.
Yo. Okay, wait. Let me help you out. I got you. I was just trying to highlight the importance of a measurement, but in terms of like whether you need to measure the whole thing or not, let's talk about that. So, I can give you two things here. I would offer that. I would offer a dichotomy in what a surface can do. So, just take a moment wherever you are in your room or whatever, just like look around you. You'll notice that everything, like there's surfaces everywhere. Maybe your TV, a chair, the floor, pillows, cups, and stuff like that. Everything's got a surface. So you'll notice that the surface of anything is either going to be rounded or curved in some way, or it's not. So, for example, like this chair here in front of me has like the rounded features to the surface at the back of this chair, and the table that it's sitting with is not curved. The floor not curved. The wheels of the chair, there's the rounded part. You'll probably notice that there's no third option. It's either rounded or it isn't. So that's the dichotomy. Now, same thing. Like let's look at like a dichotomy of like male versus female. Again, I'm going back to the vulgar stuff. It's probably people ask like, why I'm thinking about this. I'm not really, but I don't necessarily need to see all of you. If I see the crucial part of you that separates the dichotomy, for example, if I saw what you're packing, pause. Well, I don't necessarily need to like see your feet or like see your hands. Like if I see the heat pack, well, then you're a male. Period. Like that's the dichotomy. So let's go back to the surface then. If you were to measure the surface of the Earth for deviation, so let's say, I like to use the example of like a hood of a car. Most cars have a rounded or curved hood. So let's take this hood and make it the size of like Texas, huge. All you would need to do is have some sort of straight edge above the hood, say like a laser. You shine a laser right over top of the hood, and you're looking for the surface to deviate away from your straight edge. If that's happening, boom, it can't be flat, period. It's over. That's your curvature. You don't need to go to every part of the hood, like, well, let's check over there. If it's rounded in any way, well then it's not flat, period. So that's what we're saying. You can go to the surface of the Earth and look for this deviation. Well, if there isn't any, well, it's not rounded. Easy. There's a dichotomy in what the surface can do. It can't be doing both. It's either one or the other. So you don't need to go to every ounce, every part of the Earth and check for the roundedness. If it's rounded here, it's rounded everywhere. If it's not rounded here, it's not rounded anywhere.
Right.
And I'll finish with that.
Thank you. I mean,
Holy smokes, that was cooking.
Don't.
That was cooked, bro. Holy. Yeah. Well, do you get what I'm saying? Like, do you agree with the dichotomy, or could you offer a third position?
I really couldn't. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not.
You're not
I haven't
following?
looked into it that much. I haven't found. I literally understood what you said, but
okay, cool.
I haven't looked into it that much yet.
Okay.
Right. Eventually, I'll probably do. Because as of now, I don't want to say stupid stuff that doesn't make any sense to nobody. So I'm just gonna refrain from making any claims about that. But
all right, well, why don't we talk to Destructive 304 then, real quick, and we'll come back.
Destructive 304. First of all, that's not my name. I don't know if there's like some type of barrier that's not allowed, like allowing you to read my fucking name, but
Bro, it's a joke, bro. You don't know what a 304 is? Holy, bro.
no, it just wasn't funny. I know what it is. It just wasn't funny whatsoever.
Well, maybe you should know what it is, and you might laugh, dude. Anyway.
Yeah, perfect.
Anyway. So what do you? What's got you tight, man? What's going on?
What do you mean? What's got me tight? Nothing's got me tight.
You sure you're not tight, bro? I mean, you're running up the emoji count in the chat, my guy. Oh man,
running up the emoji count. What does that even mean?
Oh, let me take a screenshot. I got you, bro. I got you.
Okay. Yeah, take a screenshot. Take a screenshot of whatever you need, man. Whatever makes you happy, bro. Whatever makes you feel like like the flat Earth is is working for you, man. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Hey, I don't gotta feel like I'm not a. Do I look like a 304, bro?
Emoji count,
bro. Running up the emoji count
there
like
is
crazy,
no
gang.
fucking way. That's crazy,
bro. Man,
there is no fucking way.
You're using emojis
that's
like
what
a
you mean by
304, dude. Oh man, bro.
Cool.
Anyway, bro. So you said let's talk about space real quick. Which is more?
Yeah, let's talk about this. What's up?
Which sounds more crazy? We take a flat Earth, we put it in space, or there is no space.
We take flat Earth, or we take it in space. First of all, that sentence in itself don't even make sense. Like, what do you mean by
so
by people can't?
We've got.
Wait, chill. I'm trying to ask you a question. What do you mean by? What do you mean by like? Oh yeah, I know. I am going. Thank you very much for allowing me to finish. What do you mean by no one has ever gone to space? What do you mean by that?
Well, there is no space. There's no space to go to.
Why? Well, what do you think space is?
It's a fictional setting for video games, books, and
fictional setting. Wait, why do you think it's fictional? Why do you think it's fictional?
Because it's not real. It's not part of reality. It's a fictional setting.
That begs the fucking question. What are you talking about? That begs the question. That fully begs the question.
See,
I'm very much. No, I'm very much too. Who is the nigga in the background? Can you shut the fuck up?
No. He's trying to help. He's gonna help you out, dude. Just 304. Just chill,
what the fuck? I don't even know who that nigga is, bro. Stay in the corner. I'm talking to the nigga. Man. Wait, what's your name again? Creation Bear. Yeah, I'm talking to Creation Bear. I don't know who you are in the background.
Well, Jedi, he's cool, man. Jedi's cool. Just let a Jedi cook, bro. He's fine. He's cool.
Don't give a fuck.
Wait, actually,
I'm talking to CB, not you.
Wait, hold the fuck up. Wait, are you British?
Yo.
Yeah.
Then I unfortunately already don't take you seriously. You're less than a human being. That's actually fucking insane. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Damn, Jedi, you gonna take that?
Just get me.
Oi, my name's Jedi, mate. Shut the fuck up, you ugly ass British nigga.
Yo, 304, bro. Chill, bro. Let's just get back on topic, bro. Stop getting triggered at the panelists. Leave Jedi's base, bro. Just let him cook.
British ass. Bro, he is British. I can never take him seriously.
All right.
No, so I'll get CB to shut up. So CB, tell him
who are you talking to, British nigga? What the fuck?
304, let him cook real quick. 304, just chill.
Fuck that nigga. I just want to talk to you though. And that's perfect.
No, that's fine, bro. I'll be your boyfriend. Just relax, dude.
So you're not going to continue to talk for me. You're not going to treat me like this. If you're going to continue to act like this, you can fuck off. I'm just going to talk to CB. and he's going to interpret for you, and then I'll unmute you. CB, just tell him why this place called space can't exist. Give him the full fucking reasons. Take space away from him properly.
Let's do it. I have a question for you.
So you wait. Before you continue, so you muted me just to.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll do it again. So you're going to be a good boy and you're going to listen. If you don't, you can fuck off. Last chance.
Let me just ask you a
British
question.
bitch, don't be taking fucking T-bones inside of your tea, faggot. I'm telling you that you yourself,
dude. Yo, he really doesn't want to be here right now. He's doing this to get out of here. He's like, what is it called when you're like, it's a cop out or what? There's a word for that. Yeah, there he goes.
He gone.
Like,
Get out of here.
Bro, man.
Would you like to demonstrate to me that space doesn't
Donald,
exist?
how did I know you were gonna? How did I know he was gonna do this? I saw Donald come in. I'm like, let's just pop this nigga on me, bro. Oh my god! You know the arguments, Donald. We don't need to go. This is not a video game. We're not gonna respawn.
I don't know the argument.
That's cap. All right, Donald. Let me ask you a question. How long have you been involved in the flat Earth to globe Earth discussion? Couple months, couple days, couple years.
2.5 years.
Okay, so you're gonna double down that you don't know what we're saying. That's what you're saying.
I mean, are you using the second law of thermodynamics? Is that what you're saying?
So you do or you don't know?
Well, I know some of them, but I don't know what you were gonna say.
So what's the argument then?
I mean, there's the second law of thermodynamics, which is garbage.
Okay.
So
yeah.
You agree
Second law
with
is
the
garbage.
You don't agree with the second law of thermodynamics.
Y'all don't even understand the second law of thermodynamics.
All right, hold on. I'm asking you a question. Do you agree or do you not agree with the second law of thermodynamics?
I agree with how physics describes it, yes.
Okay, so you agree with the second law of thermodynamics?
Not with your understanding of it, but with the physics understanding.
What's our understanding of it?
Well, I mean, is it high pressure moves to low pressure? Is that your understanding?
Why are you asking?
Well, so that I can.
You're saying there's a difference between what we're saying and what physics is saying. So what are we saying if it's not what physics is saying?
I mean, every time I talk to a flat earther, it's high pressure moves to low pressure. That's the second law. Is that what you're saying?
It's entropy. Do you want me to demonstrate?
Okay.
Do you want me to demonstrate it for you? Because this is specifically what the citation that I've just dropped from the physics people says. The second law of thermodynamics is universal and valid without exception in closed and open systems, in equilibrium, non-equilibrium, inanimate and non-animate systems. We'll continue, but what the fuck? So you agree with this then?
I don't know about the open system part. I've never heard the second law having anything to do with open systems, but okay, sure.
Then you don't understand the simplest.
I said okay, sure. I said okay, sure. I'll accept that.
Why are you talking? Would you like a simple demonstration of the second law in action? Not from me, but from a physics professor.
No, I said I'd accept that definition.
Good. So we understand what happens in an open system to physical matter, like gas that wants to expand.
All we want is heat it up.
The temperature is going to be at a temperature. That's going to cause more pressure inside the closed system if we change the temperature, make it hotter. But if we keep the temperature the same, and I don't care what you actually do with the temperature, if you open the system, what's going to happen to the gas that wants to expand but couldn't because the system was closed before?
I mean, it depends on what kind of system you're opening it into.
Closed. It's a physical system. Outside there's less pressure than there is inside the system.
Okay, but are you opening
when
it?
I open the system, what happens to the high pressure in relation to the lower pressure environment, the available space outside the closed system?
It's going to move into the lower pressure, but that's not.
The gas is going to expand. Yes.
Would you mind allowing me to finish my sentences, or is this going to be
No,
a you
because
interrupt
I
me
don't want you to
situation?
straw man us anymore, Donald.
I'm trying not to by asking your understanding
today.
I'm trying not to by asking your understanding, but you guys don't seem to want to communicate.
I'm telling you, with citation and offering you demonstration, you've agreed to this. You agree that when you open the system, the gas is going to expand. I haven't finished asking you questions yet. So you agree to this then. The gas is going to expand once you open the system.
It highly depends on what you're opening it to, but generally, yes.
I've just told you.
I said generally, yes.
Yes, genuinely.
Generally, yes.
Generally. Always without
it depends on the system you're opening it into.
I've given you the system. It's an available space, a lower pressure environment.
Okay, sure, fine. Let's go with that.
Good. So we agree then. There's no misunderstanding from flat earthers. We agree that gas expands.
Sure, but that's not the second law of thermodynamics.
No, we're just speaking about it. Entropy, that's gas expansion. You're talking about
it's not.
Yes.
Entropy can describe the expansion of gas, but
like the simple demonstration.
Entropy can describe the expansion of gas, but they're not the same thing. So entropy describes entropy. May I finish? May I finish? I'd like to finish my sentence, dude.
What, by being wrong?
Entropy describes
entropy.
Entropy describes more than just how gases move. You understand that, right?
Well, that's the only thing that we're interested in.
Okay.
How it relates.
So if you want to ignore parts of the physics, go ahead.
What up, dude? You don't even remember what you came in here saying. You said, "Well, why? Tell me why space isn't real." Well, it has to do with entropy. What's the issue here?
Well, I mean, entropy doesn't prevent space from existing.
Isn't real. Space.
How does entropy stop space from existing?
There's space between us. You don't believe in space.
They're talking about outer space. They're not talking about space-time.
The gas would fill the space.
Well, except for certain accelerations.
No, the gas expands indefinitely in all directions.
Well, gas conforms to forces that are acting upon it. If there's an acceleration, it's going to conform to the acceleration.